Prologue. The suspect, having committed murder and disposed of the body, was unexpectedly apprehended in broad daylight, witnessed by at least several hundred onlookers. He confessed candidly to the entirety of the crime. With eyewitnesses, physical evidence, and his own admission, the chain of evidence was undeniably robust, rendering the case straightforward. Just as the prosecutorial authorities were set to formally indict him, a single statement from the suspect dismantled the entire evidentiary framework, resulting in the case being returned to the Public Security Bureau for further investigation, thus unveiling a truth that no one could have anticipated. Chapter 1. On Saturday afternoon, March 2nd, 2013, under the radiant sun, at the Westlake Cultural Square station of Hangzhou's Metro Line 1. In the midsection of the road outside the subway station stood a traffic light, where a man was patiently waiting at the intersection, grasping a large suitcase. However, it was evident that many others lacked such patience, especially on a bustling street. It seemed as though a throng of people collectively disregarded the red light, rendering notions of civility irrelevant as they flowed through the intersection, aware that vehicles would not dare to collide with the crowd. Thus, running a red light became a matter of course, with each individual following the tide of humanity. The man looked disdainfully at the crowd, a sneer escaping his lips. People have long forgotten the first time they ran a red light. Once there's a first, there will inevitably be a second, a third. As the light turned green, he pulled his suitcase and made his way toward the subway station. Upon reaching the escalator, he found himself parallel to a college couple who, upon noticing his ascent, instinctively stepped back. After a few moments, as he descended 5 or 6 steps, they resumed their pace, having kept their distance due to his unapproachable demeanor. He appeared to be in his early 40s, clad in a wrinkled jacket, his hair greasy and seemingly unwashed for days. He wore a pair of dilapidated plastic glasses, his eyes slightly swollen and bloodshot, and his face was coated in a layer of grease mixed with dust, exuding a strong odor of alcohol and sweat. Were he to wield a few sticks, he could easily be mistaken for a member of a beggar's sect. Regardless of how crowded the subway car might be, people would generously provide a comfortable space of about 1 meter for a beggar, let alone on the street. After stepping off the escalator, the man dragged his cumbersome suitcase further along, the surrounding individuals recoiling from the stench of alcohol that clung to him. Unperturbed, he inserted coins into the ticket machine, acquired a Metro card, and then ambled toward the security checkpoint. At that moment, he noticed a gaze directed at him from the steps of another entrance to the subway station. Adjusting his glasses, he looked over. There stood 2 middle-aged men, one with a face full of fury, tightly clenching his fists, and the other with a neutral expression, merely pointing at his eyes. Understanding their silent communication, he offered a slight nod in their direction, removed his glasses, revealing a barely perceptible smile, then donned his glasses once more, choosing not to look at them again as he continued toward the security checkpoint. As he approached the security checkpoint, he wrapped his old jacket tighter around himself, hunched his back, lowered his head, and grasped his suitcase. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, pushing through the crowd, seemingly attempting to blend in and slip past the security check. However, he was intercepted by a guard. "Place your bag on the conveyor for inspection." I have a blanket in here." He hesitated briefly, tightening his grip on the suitcase. The guard, accustomed to the naivety of first-time subway riders, responded dismissively, "All bags must go through security. Really, it's just a blanket." He attempted to step forward again, but the guard extended his large hand, blocking him like an Indian flatbread. "All bags must go through security," the guard reiterated, with no room for negotiation. "It truly is a blanket. No need to inspect it." He leaned slightly to the side, obstructing the line of impatient people behind him, which elicited a chorus of discontented murmurs. The guard raised his head, beginning to take note of the man reeking of alcohol, whose face was etched with panic. The guard's brow furrowed slightly, his instincts sharpening as he instinctively tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie. After locking eyes for a brief moment, the man suddenly kicked out at the guard. "You're not going in." With considerable force, he knocked the unsuspecting guard off balance, turned, and bellowed, aggressively shoving through the queue, toppling the barrier, and sprinting away with his suitcase. During his escape, he removed his glasses and threw them to the ground, deliberately stomping them to shards. The guard hastily got to his feet, grabbing his baton as he chased after him, shouting, "Stop! while frantically calling for backup over the walkie-talkie. The subway station was crowded. The man, dragging the heavy suitcase, couldn't get far before being cornered by several guards who approached from both sides. Soon, two officers from the local police station also arrived on the scene. "Don't come any closer." Seeing no avenue of escape, the man halted in the middle of the passage, his suitcase standing behind him. He squatted slightly, one hand splayed open, blocking the advancing guards and officers, his eyes wide with fury. "Stay back. I have a lethal weapon." At the mention of lethal weapon, everyone instinctively halted, tension gripping their hearts. The police quickly signaled for the passengers to retreat. Onlookers in the subway station gaped at the unfolding scene. According to social norms, when danger arises, people often forget their inhibitions. Many took out their phones to capture the bizarre spectacle, posting images of the strange, middle-aged man online. Of course, young women seized the chance to turn their cameras around, applying beauty filters and captioning their selfies with, "At the subway station, something major just happened." So scary. The police and guards remained fixed on the man, anticipating his next move. The man, equally focused on them, reached into his clothing and pulled out a table tennis paddle, brandishing it and shouting, "Don't come any closer. Are you scared? Stay back. I swear there's nothing in the suitcase." Upon witnessing what he referred to as a lethal weapon, merely a ping-pong paddle, the onlookers erupted in laughter, their smartphones capturing the moment with fervor. The police officers exhaled in relief, realizing that the individual before them was likely a drunken lunatic. Had they rushed in to subdue him, they might have endured a few blows from that paddle. Often, the strength of the deranged is formidable. It was prudent to encircle him from behind. Meanwhile, the officers noted his subsequent words, diverting their attention to the large box positioned behind him. With their batons raised, they demanded, "What is inside the box?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," the middle-aged man stammered, visibly agitated. "Open it," commanded the officer, his tone brooking no dissent. "No, don't touch it," he protested, but as a police officer suddenly leapt onto him from behind, attempting to swing the paddle, he was swiftly overwhelmed by other officers and security personnel, crashing to the ground with a cry. Once he was subdued, the officers turned their gaze towards the box, just as the man shouted, "Don't open it. It's dangerous, it will explode." At the mention of explode, the officers froze, their hands hovering in midair, hesitant to act recklessly towards the suspicious container. They redirected their focus on him, while one officer withdrew a radio to report to superiors informing them of a peculiar individual at the subway station, now restrained, who claimed the box would detonate if opened. They were wary of taking any rash actions. In matters of public safety, no one dared to gamble, especially at a subway station where officers had undergone specialized training for emergency responses. Promptly, the police received a response from their superiors. Since the box had been brought by the man, it was assumed that moving it shouldn't incite any issues, provided it remained unopened. They were instructed to relocate the box outside the subway station to a clear area, implementing temporary traffic control on the road. The law enforcement personnel swiftly activated the public address system, notifying travelers that the Shihu Cultural Square station would be temporarily out of service and urging passengers to exit in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, the officers wasted no time. Two of them braced themselves and cautiously grasped the box, striving to minimize any jolting as they moved it out of the subway station. "Why is it so heavy? Could it really contain explosives?" one officer murmured, sensing something amiss as they pulled the box, its weight suggesting it could not merely hold blankets at least over 100 pounds. The other officer remained silent, his demeanor grave, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If the box indeed contained explosives, the ramifications were unfathomable. He reflected on his early shift that day, lamenting that he hadn't even had a chance to see his daughter. The captive suspect, still trailing behind, implored them, "It's dangerous. Be careful, don't open it. You're both still young." The words struck a chord with the two officers, evoking thoughts of their own parents. Soon, the road outside the subway station was cleared of vehicles, with traffic control established at both ends. Officers erected a perimeter extending 20 meters in either direction, standing sentinel around the ominous box, alongside the restrained suspect. During this period, news of the emergency suspension of the West Lake Cultural Square station due to a man carrying a suspicious box rapidly spread across social networks. This marked the first instance of the Hangzhou Metro Line 1 being halted due to an unexpected incident since its trial operation commenced 3 months ago. Media reporters hurried to the scene, while passengers outside the cordon seized their smartphones to report this sensational news in real time. Speculation abounded regarding the contents of the box. Some conjectured it to be explosives, others suspected narcotics, while a few guessed it held speakers and microphones. The man's appearance suggested he was a tormented and storied, wandering musician, perhaps disheartened after failing to secure a mentor's turn on The Voice of China, leading him to seek public attention through performance art. However, before he could even pose the question, "What is your dream?" he was apprehended and pinned to the ground by the police. 15 minutes later, detectives and the bomb disposal squad from the Shaoqing District Public Security Bureau arrived at the scene. After inspecting the box with their equipment, they confirmed it contained no explosives. Yet, when the officers opened the suitcase, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers in the distance. A naked corpse. This news quickly set the city of Hangzhou ablaze with gossip. Chapter 2. On the evening of March 2, 2013, in the interrogation monitoring room of the Shaoqing District Public Security Bureau, the team leader and the deputy director entered and inquired of the on-duty officer, "What's the situation? Has he confessed?" An officer pointed to the man handcuffed to a chair on the screen and replied, "The suspect has admitted to committing the murder. He is currently detailing the circumstances, and he is quite cooperative. The victim was his friend, and according to him, it was an impulsive act stemming from a debt dispute." The deputy director glanced at the interrogation feed, reflecting on the suspect's behavior earlier, and remarked, "This man must be out of his mind." "His mind is intact. He's actually a lawyer." "A lawyer?" The detective explained, "His name is Zhang Chao, a lawyer who runs his own firm. He specializes in criminal defense cases and seems to have a certain level of renown in Hangzhou." Criminal defense attorney Zhang Chao. The team leader frowned slightly as he recalled, "I believe I have some recollection of him." "Right. Last year we transferred a case to the prosecutor's office, and the suspect hired him as a defense attorney. I heard he made a compelling case, resulting in a sentence at the lower limit, which left the prosecutors quite frustrated." The deputy director scrutinized Zhang Chao on the monitor more intently and hesitantly asked, "What did he intend to do with the body after committing murder?" "Dispose of it." "Dispose of it?" The deputy director's eyes widened in disbelief. "He planned to dispose of the body at the subway station. He intended to take the subway to Xianghu and Shaoshan and throw the body, along with the suitcase, into the lake there." The deputy director skeptically regarded Zhang Chao on the screen. "How is that even possible? Who takes the subway to dispose of body? Why wouldn't he just drive?" The criminal investigator explained, Zhang Chao committed the murder of the victim in one of his apartments. After the act, he was engulfed by fear and remained in the residence throughout the night. This morning, he resolved to dispose of the body at Xianghu Lake in Shaoshan, intent on erasing all traces of his crime. Prior to the disposal, he consumed a considerable amount of alcohol to bolster his courage. Unfortunately, his tolerance was poor, and he became intoxicated, fearing to drive himself due to the risk of an accident. If caught for drunk driving, both he and the vehicle would be apprehended, and the corpse in the trunk would inevitably be exposed. Thus, he opted for a taxi. However, fate dealt him an unfortunate hand while en route near the subway station. The taxi was rear-ended by a vehicle making a turn. Both drivers blamed each other, prompting them to call the traffic police. In dread that the police would discover the contents of the trunk, he fabricated an urgent matter and removed the box from the trunk to leave hastily. At that moment, he recalled that the subway station was in trial operation and speculated that security might not be stringent. He aimed to blend in with the subway passengers and travel to Xianghu to dispose of the body. Thus he ventured to the subway station in hope. Ultimately, he was intercepted at the security checkpoint. Overcome with trepidation, he turned and fled, only to be surrounded by security personnel and police officers. The deputy chief furrowed his brow and inquired, why did he oscillate between claiming he possessed a weapon of mass destruction and asserting that the box was explosive? This confusion led to the first-ever suspension of subway operations in Hangzhou, which stirred considerable media frenzy. The investigator sighed. At that moment, the effects of alcohol clouded his judgment. His fear of the police uncovering the box led him to panic and utter incoherent nonsense. Now that he is sober, he recalls only vague impressions of the events at the subway station. The captain exhaled. No wonder he appeared so intoxicated when we first apprehended him. slurring his words and repeatedly insisting that the box contained nothing. The deputy chief nodded, cautioning the investigating officers he is a criminal defense attorney, well-versed in our investigative procedures. We cannot take his words at face value. We must scrutinize his statements meticulously to prevent any loopholes. His recorded confessions must be corroborated with subsequent evidence gathered. This case carries significant ramifications, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Indeed, the captain remarked, casting a glance at the surveillance footage of Zhang Chao bowing his head in remorse, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. A criminal defense barrister, yet he finds himself compelled to confess. He understands the legal process thoroughly. With the evidence against him so substantial and numerous eyewitnesses present, any attempts at evasion will be futile. He can only admit his guilt and cooperate with our investigation, perhaps. In the end, he may even request leniency from a court. In the interrogation room, Zhang Chao appeared dejected, his gaze reflecting despair, and his tone was lethargic, as if he was deeply disheartened by his current plight. The interrogators inquired, "When you strangled the victim with a rope, did you approach from the front or the back?" Let me think. The scene was quite chaotic, and I don't remember clearly, it seems. It seems I approached from behind. The two interrogators exchanged glances, and one urged, "Think it over again." And then it must have been from the front. Zhang Chao was visibly anxious, his entire being steeped in fear. "Where did you place the rope used in the crime? Did you throw it outside? Into the trash bin?" "It doesn't seem so. After committing murder, I was overwhelmed with fear. I drank alcohol, and even now my head aches terribly. My mind is in a haze. I can hardly recall many details. How could I have strangled him? I never intended to take his life." He pressed his hands against his head, softly weeping. The deputy director continued to observe the surveillance footage for a while, then advised them, "If the case is not overly complicated, I urge you to expedite the verification process and transfer it to the prosecution as soon as possible. We must resolve this matter swiftly." Today marks the first time the subway station in Hangzhou has ceased operations, and journalists are inundating the police bureau. The municipal government has made several calls urging us to promptly inform the public about the case. The captain nodded in agreement. "The forensic report will be available tonight. We have already dispatched personnel to conduct a preliminary examination of the crime scene, and tomorrow we will send a team for a thorough investigation to compare it meticulously with his testimony. If all goes smoothly, we should be able to conclude the case in 3 or 4 days." In the following days, all investigative work proceeded methodically. Zhang Chao exhibited a commendable attitude towards his confession, cooperating fully during the questioning. He was forthcoming about his motives and the events leading to the murder, likely due to his background as a criminal defense attorney, which endowed him with an understanding of the legal process and policies, perhaps hoping for leniency. He was also taken back to the crime scene to identify it, locate the weapon, and the forensic team presented the autopsy and evidence reports, meticulously cross-referencing them with the suspect's testimony. All evidence aligned perfectly with his account, and the entire chain of evidence was intact. In truth, this was a rather ordinary homicide case, only notable for causing a half-hour suspension of subway operations, an unprecedented occurrence since the subway's inception, witnessed by hundreds, if not thousands, of onlookers who saw the body within the box. This case had become a trending topic online, with news outlets flocking to the police bureau daily to uncover the truth behind the incident, providing ample fodder for public discourse. Consequently, the police department of the downtown district organized a press conference a few days later to unveil the details of the case. The suspect is named Zhang Chao, a former law professor who resigned to become an attorney. He has openly confessed to the crime and expresses deep remorse. The victim was Jiang Yang, a former prosecutor at the Jin City Procuratorate. He had known Zhang Chao for over a decade during his university years. He was Zhang Chao's student, and they maintained a close friendship thereafter. However, Jiang Yang's character was deeply flawed. During his tenure as a prosecutor, he accepted bribes, solicited illicit payments, engaged in gambling, and maintained inappropriate relationships, which ultimately led to his ex-wife divorcing him years ago. He was subsequently reported to the disciplinary committee and, after investigation, was sentenced to 3 years in prison. After his release from prison, he frequently visited Hangzhou to see Zhang Chao, under the pretext of seeking solace from work and familial troubles. Zhang Chao, a longtime friend of over a decade, was quite supportive of him. Following the passing of his parents a few years prior, He generously offered Jiang Yang a small apartment in the city center to reside in, continually encouraging him to regain his footing and secure a respectable job. Jiang Yang expressed his determination to restart his life, mentioning that his ex-wife was living alone with their child in a rented home, which weighed heavily on his conscience. He borrowed 300,000 yuan from Zhang Chao, claiming he intended to purchase a house in Jin City and reconcile with his ex-wife, planning to also engage in a small business venture. Zhang Chao lent him the money without hesitation, but a month later, when Jiang Yang sought additional funds, suspicion arose within him. Inquiring with Jiang Yang's ex-wife, he discovered that she had never heard of any plans to buy a house or to remarry. Under persistent questioning, Jiang Yang reluctantly confessed that he had squandered the money on gambling. Enraged, Zhang Chao demanded repayment, but Jiang Yang not only refused to return the money, but also sought further loans to recoup his losses. Their relationship deteriorated into frequent arguments and even physical confrontations. Just 2 days before the incident, their altercation had escalated to such an extent that the police were called, leaving an official record of the disturbance. On the evening of March 1st, Zhang Chao sought out Jiang Yang once more, and during their argument, tempers flared once again, resulting in Zhang Chao, in a moment of impulse, strangling Jiang Yang with a rope. In the aftermath, Zhang Chao was engulfed by fear and regret, feeling utterly lost. He hesitated to report the incident to the authorities, acutely aware that doing so would obliterate the enviable career and family life he had built. He spent the entire night sitting in his apartment, not returning home. The following day, Zhang Chao resolved to dispose of the body at Xianghu Lake in Shaoshan to conceal the crime. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol prior to this, he feared driving himself and opted for a taxi. However, the taxi was involved in a minor collision with another vehicle, prompting Zhang Chao to hastily drag the suitcase to a nearby subway station. It was amidst a haze of inebriation and terror that subsequent events unfolded. The evidence against him was overwhelmingly substantial. Surveillance footage at the entrance of the community captured Zhang Chao's vehicle entering the premises on the evening of March 1st, shortly before the confrontation occurred within the apartment. Jiang Yang's death occurred between 8 p.m. and midnight that night, resulting from mechanical asphyxia due to being strangled from the front. The rope, identified as the murder weapon, bore numerous fingerprints belonging to Zhang Chao, and the deceased's fingernails contained a significant amount of his skin and blood. Zhang Chao also bore corresponding injuries on his neck and arms. The taxi used for body disposal was located the next day, with the driver recounting that Zhang Chao had been carrying a notably heavy suitcase, struggling to lift it into the trunk despite the driver's offer of assistance. Upon entering the vehicle, the driver detected a strong odor of alcohol emanating from him. When the taxi reached a street corner near the subway station, it was rear-ended by a private car. While the driver and the car owner discussed compensation for the accident, Zhang Chao seized the opportunity to exit the car under the pretense of being in a hurry, hastily departing with the suitcase. All testimonies were consistent with the investigation findings. The case was straightforward, and the press conference concluded swiftly. Yet, the journalist remained unsatisfied, eager to interview the perpetrator to glean his perspective. After deliberation, and with Zhang Chao's consent, arrangements were made for reporters to conduct an interview with him through the iron bars of his cell. The responses to several inquiries were akin to the content of the press conference. When asked if he felt any remorse, Zhang Chao paused for a moment and calmly faced the camera, stating, "There is nothing to regret." This statement did not arouse any suspicion, and the news continued to air as usual. No one perceived anything amiss. The lively news stories soon exhausted the public's curiosity, quickly fading into obscurity. In no time, people could scarcely recall Zhang Chao, who was interviewed from behind prison bars, nor could they remember the peculiar glint in his eyes at that moment. Chapter 3. On May 28, 2013, the Hangzhou Intermediate People's Court held a first-instance hearing in the case of Zhang Chao, accused of murdering Jiang Yang. This trial garnered significant attention, as the case was rife with the essential elements of newsworthiness. The shocking incident of the body being transported via subway had stirred nationwide outrage, with numerous online users capturing the scene through photographs. Zhang Chao, brandishing a ping-pong paddle, became the subject of various memes, and the catchy tune "Are You Afraid?" gained widespread popularity. For several consecutive days, the news dominated the headlines of major media outlets, even leading some celebrities to awkwardly sidestep the overwhelming media frenzy. Following the police's announcement regarding the case, a new wave of public discourse erupted. Have you ever encountered a friend who failed to repay a debt? What would you do if a close friend asked to borrow money for gambling? Most individuals have experienced lending money without receiving it back. Even if one cannot recall the visage of their first love, the countenance of a debtor remains etched in memory. Consequently, public opinion flowed like a torrent. The victim, Jiang Yang, was already notorious for his involvement in bribery, gambling, and prostitution, even serving time in prison. His ex-wife, when interviewed by the media, refrained from defending him, further fueling the sympathy of the masses, who believed that Zhang Chao's actions were a momentary lapse in judgment deserving of leniency. After the court announced the trial date, the initial media coverage reignited, with numerous websites creating dedicated pages for reporting. Journalists from across the nation eagerly applied to attend the proceedings, the fervor rivaling that of high-profile celebrity cases. Beyond captivating the public, this case also drew the attention of the legal community nationwide, primarily due to the prominence of Zhang Chao's defense team. He, a criminal defense lawyer himself with moderate renown in Hangzhou, was initially thought to represent himself. However, his family ultimately procured the services of two distinguished criminal defense attorneys. One was Professor Shen, Zhang Chao's former doctoral advisor, now in his 60s and retired. Professor Shen is a legal authority and a member of the drafting committee for the National Criminal Law Amendment. The other was Lawyer Li, a celebrated alumnus of Professor Shen, known as the leading criminal defense attorney in Zhejiang. While Professor Shen had not appeared in court for years, Lawyer Li remained actively engaged in high-profile criminal defense cases, although his fees were exorbitant, rendering him accessible to only a select few. Zhang Chao's ability to secure his services was undoubtedly attributed to Professor Shen's influence. The sight of these two esteemed lawyers advocating on his behalf was a rare occurrence, prompting many legal professionals to seek permission to attend and learn from their defense strategies during the trial. The case itself was straightforward, devoid of sensitive information that could not be publicly disclosed. The court sought the opinions of both Zhang Chao and Jiang Yang's family regarding the trial's openness, and both parties consented to a public hearing. Consequently, the court prepared a spacious courtroom to accommodate the anticipated audience. Prior to the trial, the prosecutor and the defense attorneys exchanged preliminary evidence, and the court conducted 3 mock hearings, to which Zhang Chao raised no objections. Once the trial commenced, the prosecutor swiftly read the indictment, presented the evidence of the crime, and inquired whether the defendant had any objections to the charges. Everyone is aware of his cooperative demeanor in admitting guilt, and the simplicity of the case is evident, with the criminal process being unmistakably clear, leading to the natural assumption that he harbors no objections. This is merely a formality. The crux lies in the impending debate between the defense attorney and the prosecutor regarding Zhang Chao's subjective malice, determining whether it constitutes intentional homicide or manslaughter. At this moment, Zhang Chao coughed lightly, donned a pair of glasses he had recently requested from the detention center, and with an unhurried demeanor, adjusted his yellow vest to make his prison attire appear more presentable, thus enhancing his overall composure. He gently closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, reopened them, straightened his back, and spoke slowly. Regarding the prosecutor's allegations of my criminal conduct, I hold substantial dissent. A flicker of curiosity rippled through the room. His 2 prominent lawyers exchanged glances, both assuming he intended to counter the prosecutor's assertions regarding the malicious intent behind the homicide, though his opening remarks sounded somewhat peculiar. Please allow the defendant to speak, the judge instructed. Zhang Chao lowered his head, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He touched his forehead, then leisurely lifted his gaze to scan the audience, declaring, "Today, as I stand here, I am filled with fear, yet more so with confusion. I do not understand why I am here facing judgment, for I have never taken a life." His face radiated innocence, seemingly more wronged than Doe herself. Yet the courtroom was soon enveloped in astonishment and murmurs, the judge's gavel nearly splintering from the force of his strikes. "What do you mean you haven't killed anyone?" The prosecutor stammered, momentarily taken aback. Having dealt with numerous intentional homicide cases, the prosecutor was accustomed to defendants arguing from the perspective of intent versus negligence, and had never encountered a situation where a defendant, having raised no objections to prior evidence, suddenly denied the act of murder altogether. The old professor swiftly whispered a warning. "What are you doing? The evidence is irrefutable. It's too late to recant now, and it will only exacerbate your punishment. We had already devised a strategy. You can only argue from the perspective of subjective intent, and both Li and I will assist you." Zhang Chao quietly apologized to his mentor. "I'm sorry, but there are certain truths I must express now. If I delay, it will be too late." Ignoring his two esteemed lawyers, he directed his gaze towards the numerous journalists and legal professionals in the audience, took a deep breath, and suddenly raised his voice significantly, calmly asserting, "I say, I did not kill anyone. The forensic autopsy report states that I murdered Jiang Yang between 8 p.m. and midnight on March 1st. Yet the reality is that I flew to Beijing at noon on March 1st and returned to Hangzhou the following morning, March 2nd, during the time of Jiang Yang's murder. I had no opportunity to commit the crime. Regarding my whereabouts in Beijing, there are round-trip tickets, surveillance footage, boarding records, and hotel accommodations that can be verified. Additionally, on that day in Beijing, I met with 2 clients from my law firm, dined with one, and conversed with the other in a CAF until late. In the span of less than a day, I have been able to substantiate my presence in Beijing for the majority of the time, with only a few hours of unaccounted solitude. During these fleeting hours, it would be impossible for me to return to Hangzhou, commit murder, and then return to Beijing. Jiang Yang was asphyxiated in Hangzhou, and I was in Beijing throughout that day. How could I possibly be the perpetrator? The reason I pinned a confession at the police station was due to an immense pressure I endured within those confines. However, I am innocent. I firmly believe in the law. I trust that justice will vindicate me. I demand the presentation of relevant evidence." He surveyed the silent assembly around him, standing tall, his gaze unwaveringly meeting the eyes of all present. That very evening, the most sensational news erupted across the internet. The assailant, attempting to dispose of the body at the subway station, was apprehended on the spot, with hundreds of eyewitnesses present. Following this, the perpetrator openly confessed to the crime on television. Yet, on the day of the trial, he suddenly recanted his confession, delivering a statement that dismantled the prosecutor's entire chain of evidence, prompting the court to suspend proceedings due to unclear facts. What was once a straightforward case became shrouded in ambiguity. Subsequently, his 2 prominent defense attorneys informed reporters that the incident had taken them by surprise. Zhang Chao had never disclosed this situation during their prior meetings. However, it appeared that the evidence corroborating Zhang Chao's presence in Beijing on the day Jiang Yang was murdered was substantial. As for whether Zhang Chao had indeed faced some form of pressure at the police station, they were reluctant to speculate further. The media's press release that day quoted Zhang Chao, who claimed he wrote the confession under immense pressure, emphasizing that he had no time to commit the crime, thus providing ample reason for the public to question whether he had been subjected to police coercion. Just months prior, the Zhejiang Provincial High Court exonerated the notorious Shaoshan Zhang family murder case, where the once revered detective Nie faced accusations of extracting non-existent confessions through torture. With such a precedent, the police bureau in Xiaqing district found themselves at a loss regarding Zhang Chao's case. Legal scholars and representatives from the National People's Congress, upon reviewing related reports, called for a rigorous investigation into the case and the officials involved. Concurrently, leaders of the provincial and municipal procuratorates expressed their outrage, believing there were severe irregularities in the police's handling of the case, which significantly tarnished the image of the judicial system in the province. The supervisory department demanded that the officers involved be isolated for questioning. The Xiaqing District Police Bureau suddenly felt the weight of immense pressure. Both the director and deputy director hastened to the municipal government to report the situation, despite their repeated assertions that they had never subjected Zhang Chao to torture, that he had maintained a cooperative attitude, and that the evidence chain was robust. Their superiors remained skeptical. One leader questioned them. "Zhang Chao flew to Beijing that day. How could you be unaware? Why did you not check his flight ticket or hotel records?" The deputy director felt a surge of frustration, pondering the absurdity of the inquiry. If Zhang Chao had not confessed to the murder, the police would naturally have demanded he provide an alibi, now that he had admitted to the crime. Must the police prove he was not in Beijing, not in Shanghai, nor anywhere else in the world at the time of the offense to secure a conviction? Moreover, during the interrogation, Zhang Chao confessed that he sought out Jiang Yang on the night of the incident. The police retrieved surveillance footage from the entrance of the community, revealing that his vehicle entered the premises shortly after 7 in the evening. Who would have anticipated that Zhang Chao would later retract his statement, claiming that the car was lent to Jiang Yang, asserting that the individual in the vehicle was Jiang Yang, not himself. A deputy mayor responsible for judicial affairs confronted them directly. If your evidence chain is robust, how could Zhang Chao possibly recant his confession now? This piercing question left them utterly speechless. Ultimately, to provide a satisfactory explanation to society, the Provincial Public Security Department, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and the Municipal Prosecutor's Office decided to establish a high-profile joint investigative task force led by Zhao Taimin, captain of the Hangzhou Criminal Investigation Division, with each unit contributing key personnel to reassess the case through detailed discussions with pertinent investigators. Chapter 4. When you strangled the victim with the rope. Did you do it from the front or the back? Let me think. The scene was quite chaotic, and I don't remember clearly. It seems I did it from behind. The two interrogators exchanged glances. One urged, think carefully. Then, that means it was from the front. Zhang Chao appeared flustered, engulfed in fear. Where did you dispose of the rope used in the crime? Did you throw it outside? In the trash? I don't think so. I was terrified after the murder and later drank some alcohol. My head still aches, and my mind is a blur. I can't recall many details. How could I have strangled someone? I never intended to kill him. He held his head in anguish, softly sobbing. An official from the Municipal Prosecutor's Office paused the video projection, glanced at the police seated across from him, and then addressed everyone. The interrogation footage clearly indicates that the criminal investigation team of the Shaoqing District Public Security Bureau engaged in coercive interrogation. The police officers appeared visibly anxious, reminiscent of apprehensive schoolchildren caught in wrongdoing, bewildered in front of the larger contingent from the Provincial Public Security Department, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and the prosecutor's office. Zhao Taimin cleared his throat and asked, "Do you have any dissenting opinions?" The captain hesitated for a few seconds, mustering the courage to respond. "I believe we did not engage in coercive interrogation. This was a standard procedure." "Not coercive?" The prosecutor snorted, glancing at the materials in hand. "When you interrogated Zhang Chao, asking him whether he strangled the victim from the front or the back, he stated he couldn't remember and guessed it was from behind. You prompted him to think again, effectively suggesting that the victim was strangled from the front. Furthermore, regarding the murder weapon, the time of the crime, and other details, he clearly stated he couldn't recall. Why then does his confession read so clearly? Isn't it because you urged him to write according to the scene after your investigation?" The captain was left speechless by this line of questioning. After his arrest, Zhang Chao admitted to the murder, yet he struggled to recall certain details, which is entirely human. In the aftermath of such a traumatic event, it is natural to feel hazy about specifics, especially after consuming alcohol. Following the police investigation at the scene, Zhang Chao did not contest the findings and willingly provided a written confession. During the initial interrogation, Zhang Chao exhibited a commendable demeanor. When he struggled to recall specific details, the police naturally prompted him based on the circumstances at the scene, a standard practice in all interrogations. Who could have anticipated that while he candidly confessed to the act of murder, he would feign uncertainty regarding the particulars, deliberately prompting the police for assistance? When the court later reviewed the interrogation footage, this process became an undeniable instance of coercion that the police could not refute. He believed that from the moment of his arrest, Zhang Chao had ensnared the police in a trap. The prosecutor scrutinized the silent officers for a moment before sternly inquiring, "Tell me honestly, did you employ any form of torture on Zhang Chao after his arrest?" "No, absolutely not," the captain exclaimed without hesitation. The other officers quickly echoed his sentiments. There could be no ambiguity on this matter. Moreover, in all fairness, they were truly wronged. They justified to themselves that Zhang Chao had displayed a cooperative attitude post-arrest, and given the impulsive nature of the crime, it was understandable. Thus, they had never subjected him to any coercive interrogation techniques. On the contrary, after the preliminary investigation, they had sent Zhang Chao to a detention center, providing him with an independent single cell. Although he had been summoned for further questioning a few times, these were merely for the verification of simple details. It could be stated that throughout the months from his arrest to the final trial, Zhang Chao had never endured any mistreatment. Now, with society and higher authorities questioning their methods, they found themselves at a loss for words. The prosecutor's expression reflected a non-committal stance as he turned to the other members of the special task force and solemnly declared, "We shall conduct further investigations regarding the specifics of any torture claims. However, it is evident that inducement has occurred, violating procedural protocols." The officers could not contest this assertion. The prosecutor dismissed them, allowing specialized personnel to engage in individual discussions. A group of officers silently rose and dejectedly shuffled towards the exit. Upon reaching the door, the captain suddenly turned to face the numerous leaders and proclaimed loudly, "I swear we did not torture Zhang Chao. We can arrange for him to confront us. I am certain Zhang Chao is involved. This is a trap he has deliberately set. Even if he overturns the verdict now, I am confident he is still implicated." After concluding the preliminary meeting of the Special Task Force, the leader, Zhao Taimin, returned to his office. He surveyed a pile of documents in front of him, which included Zhang Chao's round-trip flight tickets to Beijing, airport boarding records, accommodation details in Beijing, facial recognition reports from surveillance footage, and various testimonies regarding his meetings with clients. All of this indicated that during the time frame of the victim's demise, Zhang Chao was in Beijing, with no evidence of criminal activity. Zhang Chao maintained his innocence, asserting that the reason he was seen carrying the box containing Jiang Yang's body was that upon returning to Hangzhou on the morning of March 2nd, he sought out Jiang Yang. Both he and Jiang Yang possessed keys to that apartment. After knocking on the door without a response, he used his key to enter. Upon entering, he discovered a large box on the floor, and upon opening it, he was horrified to find Jiang Yang's corpse. Overcome with fear and anxiety, he inspected the apartment, noting that the door lock showed no signs of forced entry and that the windows were closed, with only he and Jiang Yang having keys. Recently, he had several heated arguments with Jiang Yang, declaring his intention to expel him, and just 2 days prior, they had a brawl that attracted the attention of the local police station. Therefore, when confronted with a box containing a corpse, he was apprehensive that hastily reporting it would lead the authorities to suspect him as the murderer. Having never encountered such a situation, he was overwhelmed with fear and resorted to drinking copiously within the confines of his home, which only further clouded his judgment, leading him to contemplate the drastic act of disposing of the body. However, if this was indeed the truth, why had he initially confessed to the crime? Zhao Taimin initially suspected that the detectives at the precinct, under the societal pressure surrounding the case, had coerced Zhang Chao into a false confession, fabricating the details of the crime in an attempt to conclude the investigation swiftly. Yet, upon further inquiry, he discovered that not only did the criminal investigation team from the lower town vehemently deny any misconduct, but even the detectives he sent to the detention center to meet Zhang Chao reported that Zhang had admitted there was no coercion involved. If there was no coercion, then why did he confess only to later recant? According to Zhang Chao, it was due to an overwhelming and inexplicable pressure he felt at the police station. This oppressive atmosphere was his explanation. This reasoning could leave many terminally ill individuals without the chance to settle their affairs before departing. Fortunately, Zhao Taimin was a seasoned officer, though he still felt a pang of distress within. Now, Zhao Taimin faced a challenging task. The primary objective of the special investigation team was to ascertain whether any officers had engaged in coercive interrogation, but more crucially, to uncover the truth behind Jiang Yang's murder and apprehend the true perpetrator. If the actual killer remained at large while Jiang Yang's death remained shrouded in mystery, could the public genuinely believe that the involved officers had not resorted to coercive tactics, especially if all suspects confessed only to later retract their statements? Would the higher-ups accept such an explanation? Could the national judicial community reconcile this? Thus, the urgent priority remained to unveil the truth and capture the real murderer. Chapter 5. The sensational news regarding the subway body disposal case has garnered significant attention. You must have followed this news over the past few months, a detective inquired. Indeed. We have noticed, the two men seated across responded in unison. Online, there are photographs of the suspect post-arrest, including footage of him being interviewed on television. And many chat applications feature his emoji. Have you encountered these? We have seen them. The news detailed that he committed the murder on the night of March 1st. And you dined with him that very evening, conversing in a CAF until late. Were you not aware that this individual was with you at the time of the crime? Lacking any alibi for his return to Hangzhou? One of them remarked, I never even considered that the person in the news was Lawyer Li, who dined with me that day. Indeed, I had the same thought. Lawyer Li? The detective frowned. You mean Li? His name is clearly Zhang Chao. The man reflected, recalling that the day before, the law firm had called me to say that a Lawyer Li would be in Beijing on business and wanted to meet with me to discuss matters in detail. The following day, upon his arrival in Beijing, he called me to arrange a dinner. When we met, he did not provide me with his business card, and I continued to address him as Lawyer Li, to which he did not object. It was only after you reached out to me that I learned his surname was Zhang, not Li. Did he deceive you into believing his name was Li? The individual pondered for a moment and replied, he never explicitly stated it, but I had always assumed his surname was Li. The police officer responsible for recording took meticulous note of this detail. I too experienced a similar situation. The law firm had called me the day prior to inform me that a Lawyer Li would be visiting. At that time, I had already commissioned another law firm in Hangzhou to handle my case, and thus I declined to meet. It seemed the other party was quite eager to secure this business, displaying an enthusiastic desire to meet and discuss the matter, claiming it was merely to converse and that no consultation fees would be charged. I acquiesced. However, as the conversation progressed, he ultimately suggested that it would be better to pursue the case through negotiation or advised me to seek another law firm, indicating he would no longer take on my case. What was going on? I, too, joined him for dinner, and he insisted on covering the bill. In the end, he remarked that the case was too minor and not worth pursuing legally. My case was indeed not substantial. He had been aware of this from the outset, yet had approached me with such enthusiasm, only to withdraw after our discussion. I proposed to add a few thousand yuan to the attorney's fee to assist me in winning the case, yet he still declined, which struck me as utterly perplexing. The police officer inquired. There are photographs of Zhang Chao following his arrest in the news, along with footage of him in a television interview. Given that you have both seen these, why did you not recognize that the suspect in the news was the same lawyer you had met with in the subsequent months? How could we have deduced it was him? The individual depicted in the news appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar. I also watched the television interview. He was bald, donned a prison vest, and exhibited a demeanor that was entirely different from the lawyer I had met. When he approached me, he was dressed impeccably, adorned with a red scarf, wearing high-end silver-framed glasses, with his hair neatly styled, sporting an expensive watch, and carrying a designer bag, exuding an air of sophistication. I distinctly recall that his glasses were of a luxury brand. Another person added, in the photographs of his arrest, he was not wearing glasses, nor did he have them during the interview. His hairstyle had also changed, and his overall demeanor and aura were completely transformed. Had you not come to inquire? I would still be unaware that the person in the news was the lawyer who dined with me. Indeed, it is akin to my wife, Flaw. In the morning upon waking and after applying her makeup, she appears as an entirely different person. Apart from me, even her mother would scarcely recognize her. It was only when you approached me that I scrutinized the photographs and began to perceive some resemblance. Prior to that, I would never have imagined that the murderer featured in a national news story was sharing coffee with me at the time of the crime. The sensation is surreal. I have never claimed to be lawyerly. Zhang Chao, wearing the resin glasses he had requested to be brought into the detention center, looked confidently at the examiner, asserting, "I can confront both clients here directly." Yet they consistently referred to you as lawyerly, and you did not correct them. What was there to correct? They merely made a mistake. The day prior, I had called them to arrange for another attorney from my firm, Mr. Li, to travel to Beijing and meet with a client. However, I later remembered that I had an appointment with the client in Ningbo the following day, which Mr. Li was already handling. Thus, I asked Mr. Li to go to Ningbo while I proceeded to Beijing. The prosecutor inquired with skepticism, "As a criminal defense attorney of some repute in Hangzhou, why would you squander your time and airfare on two minor contract disputes in Beijing?" Of course, my principal motivation for going to Beijing was not merely to meet two insignificant clients. Prior to that, my wife had frequently expressed her desire to savor authentic Peking duck from Quanzhou. Coincidentally, Sunday marked our wedding anniversary, and the thought of Beijing inspired me to make a special trip to surprise her. The following day, I returned home briefly to store the duck in the refrigerator before heading to Jiangyang's residence. My wife can confirm this detail, since I was already in Beijing. I thought it prudent to meet with the two clients. Although their cases were modest, worth perhaps 1,000 or 2,000, every penny counts, especially since my firm is small, comprising just 3 attorneys and 2 interns, including myself. I needed to support these individuals. After all, a trip to Beijing for Peking duck could yield a few extra thousand yuan from client meetings. As you might know, even prestigious law firms do not dismiss minor cases, and my modest establishment naturally welcomes any opportunity for business. The prosecutor, observing his cheerful demeanor, could not contain his anger. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Do not be glib. Do you think this is a joke?" Zhang Chao feigned surprise, clutching his chest and exclaiming, "You frightened me." Yet it was evident he was not intimidated in the least. The prosecutor gritted his teeth, glaring at him, and aggressively pressed, "You flew to Beijing just to buy a Peking duck. Why not purchase it online? Can you persuade us with that rationale?" After a moment of contemplation, he burst into laughter. "Whether I can persuade you, I cannot say. After all, people possess differing values. Wealthy individuals abroad sponsor space agencies to acquire a piece of moon rock as a gift for their significant others. Why not ask them why they don't simply buy a meteorite for a few $100s, complete with a certification? My income is decent. The airfare is negligible. Traveling specifically to buy a Peking duck is a matter of sentiment, while online shopping, well, they are entirely different realms. He gazed at the prosecutor with a hint of amusement, causing the latter to shift uncomfortably. Recalling his own experiences of spending an entire night comparing prices on Taobao to save a few yuan, while a wealthy individual in a Hangzhou high-rise casually swiped their card for a similar garment, prompting him to ask, "Why not buy the same item on Taobao for just 100 yuan?" The affluent individual chuckled, replying, "Child, there are some worlds you do not yet comprehend." The prosecutor cleared his throat, striving to regain his authority. "You claim to welcome all business opportunities. Yet why did you subsequently decline the cases of the 2 clients in Beijing? This inquiry should be directed toward friends from other law firms to ascertain whether cases can simply be accepted upon payment. The 2 cases in question are both contractual disputes. Modest in value yet exceedingly intricate, and the contracts signed by the parties are decidedly unfavorable to them. Their expectations regarding a favorable verdict diverge significantly from my own understanding. With cases valued at merely 20,000 or so, the associated costs are considerable, and it remains uncertain whether we can achieve the client's desired outcome. Thus, I naturally declined." The criminal examiner, suppressing his frustration, found himself unable to counter the various explanations offered. Indeed, there was a Peking duck in the refrigerator at that time. Mrs. Zhang Chao remained remarkably composed in the face of police questioning. "Are you not aware that this is a roast duck from Quanzhou in Beijing?" the officer inquired. "The packaging indicates as much, yet what of it? Do you not realize he flew to Beijing specifically to procure this?" "I had no inkling that he had traveled to Beijing for it. I presumed he had ordered it online." That afternoon, the police called to inform me that my husband had been arrested for murder, prompting me to rush to the police station, and for several days thereafter, I was embroiled in a myriad of affairs. Given the circumstances, my concern was for the living. I hardly had the bandwidth to ponder the origins of a wretched roast duck. Mrs. Zhang expressed her ire. The officer scoffed, recognizing that under such circumstances, any reasonable woman, even one who typically indulges in sharing gourmet delights on social media, would be wholly preoccupied with matters of life and death, leaving little room for concern over a roast duck, even one as authentic as a Beijing delicacy. Did he not mention his trip to Beijing? No. It was only during the trial that I learned he had been in Beijing at the time of the incident. He did not return home the previous night. Did that not strike you as odd? Not at all. His work keeps him busy, and he often travels for business. As a professional woman myself, I have my own career, and we mutually respect each other's work. He is quite attentive to home life and treats me well, so I wholeheartedly support his endeavors. It is only the insecure woman who entrusts every aspect of her life to her husband, incessantly interrogating him for clarity. I am not that type of person. Do you expect your wife to inquire incessantly every time you undertake a mission at night? The officer felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that this woman, much like her husband, was formidable. Yes, I was scheduled to visit a client in Ningbo that day. It had been arranged days in advance, as the case was of great significance that I had been diligently following. Attorney Lee stated in response to the police inquiry, "Did Zhang Chao ever mention the 2 cases in Beijing to you?" "No, I was unaware of any clients in Beijing. Most of our business is directly handled by the boss. Once a letter of intent is received, he decides, based on the circumstances, whether to delegate some matters to us or to pursue further contact with the clients himself. So, he never mentioned the 2 clients in Beijing to you. Yet he took it upon himself to travel there to meet them. Do you consider this normal?" "I am unsure what you mean by normal. If these are merely minor cases, without formal agreements signed, then it is indeed unusual for the boss to travel all the way to Beijing. We are inquiring about the business process. Even if your law firm has taken on these minor cases, it is unlikely that Zhang Chao will personally handle them. Instead, they will be delegated to you or an assistant. He does not need to discuss the particulars with you or seek your opinion before proceeding with negotiations. As he is the boss, his expertise surpasses ours, and he possesses a keen judgment regarding whether to accept a case. Most often, he decides whether to take on a case before distributing the workload. Only in the case of complex matters do we convene to deliberate over the acceptance of a case." Chapter 6 Time in. Please take a seat. Gao Dong, the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department, gestured for Zhao Taimin to sit down. He produced a cigarette, tossed one to Taimin, and lit one for himself, his expression inscrutable. "I have another meeting shortly, so I'll be brief. I wanted to ask you about Zhang Chao. Did he kill Jiang Yang?" Zhao Taimin glanced at Gao Dong, beginning to speculate internally. Gao Dong was the only senior leader in the Public Security Department with a background in criminal investigations, previously renowned as a detective throughout the province. A few years ago, when Zhao Taimin was in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Gao Dong was the brigade leader, his former superior. However, since then, Gao Dong had ascended to the position of deputy director, and leaders of his rank no longer engage in the hands-on resolution of specific cases, at most providing theoretical guidance and personnel arrangements. If a case is solved, it reflects the high regard of the department's leadership. If not, the blame does not fall on him. Despite the considerable media coverage surrounding Zhang Chao's case, it remains a trivial matter in the eyes of leaders like Gao Dong. Regardless of the outcome, it will merely serve as a point of instruction in leadership meetings, emphasizing the need to draw profound lessons from the experience. Therefore, Gao Dong's invitation to discuss this case piqued Zhao Timin's curiosity. Zhao Timin replied cautiously, "We have repeatedly confirmed with the forensic experts. The autopsy report is sound. The victim, Jiang Yang, was strangled on the night of March 1st. Zhang Chao indeed boarded a flight to Beijing at noon on the same day and returned on the morning of the 2nd, with ample evidence supporting this timeline. Thus, it is certain that Zhang Chao did not commit the murder." Gao Dong appeared to have anticipated this conclusion and showed no surprise. "I hear the initial conclusion from the prosecution suggests coercive interrogation by the criminal police?" Zhao Timin scratched his head awkwardly. "The prosecutors are well versed in the law, but they are office-bound scholars who may not fully grasp the realities of our work. In my opinion, the interrogation process conducted by the lower city's criminal police was appropriate. It has always been done this way." Setting aside the confessions, the physical evidence was quite substantial. Jiang Yang was strangled, and the rope bore Zhang Chao's fingerprints, with significant amounts of his skin found under the victim's nails, as well as corresponding scratches on Zhang Chao's neck, indicative of a struggle. The investigating officers had simply not considered that Zhang Chao had traveled to Beijing that day and met with 2 clients. Looking back, his cooperation with the police during the interrogation was a deliberate setup to provoke them into eliciting a confession. "Interesting," Gao Dong remarked with a smile, flicking ash from his cigarette. "The evidence chain for both conviction and exoneration is complete. This case is indeed quite exceptional. The current government is undertaking judicial reforms, and the provincial authorities have also rectified several cases. However, these pertain to past instances where material evidence was lacking, relying solely on confessions for convictions. It is quite unprecedented to encounter a case with complete threefold evidence for both the conviction and the subsequent appeal. This merits further examination. Given that Zhang Chao did not commit the murder, why did he confess? In court, he claimed that he penned the confession under duress. Zhang Chao himself acknowledged that the investigating officers did not resort to torture, yet the atmosphere within the police department exerted an intangible pressure on him. This rationale seems rather feeble." Gao Dong chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, Zhao Timin spread his hands in resignation, stating that while Zhang insisted he wrote the confession out of fear, we were left without a rebuttal. As a criminal defense attorney, his eloquence surpasses that of our criminal trial officers. Now, after several days of hearings, the trial officers have been rotating in and out, yet he exhibits remarkable stamina, regaling us with stories and musings on life. No matter the issue at hand, he can articulate explanations that, while plausible to others, I find utterly unconvincing. Furthermore, there is widespread skepticism regarding police coercion, and the supervisory personnel have entered the detention center to interview him on multiple occasions. They seem to find his explanations reasonable, believing that he bears no relation to the murder, which has rendered our inquiries into him cautious and passive. Gao Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, asking, "Why do you not believe his words? You have not witnessed his exchanges with the trial officers. His psychological fortitude is exceptional. Can such resilience be attributed to some vague, intangible pressure? Is it not the case that the one who committed the murder directly confessed?" A criminal defense attorney must be acutely aware of the consequences of a confession. Initially, the city's detectives were deceived by him. During questioning, he presented as honest and timid, stumbling over his words. He is nothing like the person he has become during each interrogation, which now resembles a series of performances. Since the case was reopened, he is transformed entirely. In my view, this is a setup. But why orchestrate such a scheme? Zhao Timin asserted confidently he must be taking the fall for someone else, concealing the truth for the real perpetrator. Nay, Gao Dong shook his head repeatedly. I do not believe he is concealing the truth for the real culprit. He suddenly halted, leaving his thought unvoiced. And what is it? Nothing of consequence. The truth must be unearthed by you. My wild speculations would only hinder your investigation. Gao Dong offered a perfunctory smile and added, however, I can proffer a suggestion. If the entire narrative of confessing followed by an appeal was a deliberate construct by Zhang Chao, then he must have anticipated that even if his appeal succeeded, the police would not release him. His false claim of a bomb at the subway station constitutes a genuine obstruction of justice and a threat to public safety. Since he would continue to be detained, he undoubtedly understood that the police would persist in interrogating him until the truth emerged. After all he has orchestrated, how could he not be prepared for the police's subsequent inquiries? Therefore, you shall not derive any conclusions from him. Perhaps you should shift your focus and investigate Jiang Yang. To my knowledge, Zhang Chao was once Jiang Yang's university professor, and they have maintained contact for over a decade since his graduation. Jiang Yang, a man with a myriad of past convictions, approached Zhang Chao, requesting a loan of 300,000 for the purpose of purchasing a home. Zhang Chao, without hesitation, acquiesced to his request. Jiang Yang came to Hang City for leisure, and Zhang Chao even offered him accommodation. The nature of their relationship undoubtedly transcended that of mere acquaintances. Zhao Taimin pondered slowly, then widened his eyes in sudden realization. Are you suggesting that there exists an unusual romantic entanglement between the two? Gao Dong, choking on a puff of smoke from his cigarette, waved his hand dismissively. I do not indulge in enough television to keep pace with your imagination. Whether such a situation exists is beyond my concern. I merely believe that you will glean no valuable insights from Zhang Chao. Hence I recommend you start your inquiry with the victim, Jiang Yang. Since Jiang Yang was not slain by Zhang Chao, approach this case as if Zhang Chao had never existed and investigate Jiang Yang's murder accordingly. Zhao Taimin expressed his concerns. But this is a homicide that occurred months ago. Given the time elapsed, it seems impractical to gather clues or question nearby residents following standard investigative procedures. Gao Dong tilted his head back, sighing with a smile. Captain Zhao, this is not a case of a transient criminal inadvertently committing a murder. Even after months, the nature of this case remains clear. It is a deliberate and premeditated murder. The primary focus of a murder investigation is to uncover interpersonal connections and identify the most likely suspects. Zhao Taimin nodded in sudden comprehension. Gao Dong straightened his posture and shook his head. Since you became the team leader these past few years, you seem to have grown detached from hands-on investigations, becoming too accustomed to the office environment, leading to a decline in your skills. Zhao Taimin felt a flush of embarrassment. How could he refute such criticism from his superior? Gao Dong chuckled softly. Allow me to offer you another piece of advice. Seek out Yin Liang. Yin Liang? I'm unsure if you would be willing to assist. Zhao Taimin replied with surprise. Yin Liang was once an expert in criminal investigation at the provincial department, but had departed the police force following a serious disciplinary incident, opting instead for a position as a mathematics professor at Zhejiang University, largely distancing himself from police matters. Over the years, Zhao Taimin had approached him several times for assistance on cases, some he engaged with, while others he declined, seemingly at his whim, leaving Zhao Taimin uncertain of his criteria for involvement. He will certainly assist, Gao Dong asserted confidently. First, inform him that the deceased graduated from Zhejiang University and that the suspect was once a professor there as well. They are both his alumni. Secondly, convey to him that in investigating this case, he is more qualified than you, not only in professional skills, but in other respects as well. Why? He is not a police officer, Zhao Taimin questioned. Gao Dong remained silent for a moment before responding. Given your rank, I can only divulge so much. The truth is something you must pursue yourself. Zhao Taimin stared in astonishment at Gao Dong, clearly aware that his superior possessed far more information than this lead investigator. Gao Dong glanced at his watch, rose from his seat, and gestured for Zhao Taimin to take his leave. One last piece of advice. Do not disclose to anyone else that I have taken an interest in this case. Zhao Taimin found this case increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 7. Since you were aware from the outset that he was a criminal defense attorney, you should have been more vigilant regarding his testimony. Understand that the role of a criminal defense lawyer is to challenge your evidence chain. Yin Liang observed Zhao Taimin with a sense of schadenfreude. Like most, he learned about Zhang Chao through the news, initially believing that police coercion had led the suspect to confess, only to later recant in court. However, when Zhao Taimin repeatedly asserted that the police had never subjected Zhang Chao to torture, Yin Liang's interest in the case was piqued. After Zhao Taimin conveyed 2 remarks from Gao Dong, he readily agreed to participate in the investigation. Zhao Taimin scratched his head. I contacted the precinct, and their deputy director specifically instructed the criminal investigation team to rigorously verify his testimony, yet the verification yielded no discrepancies. On the night of Jiang Yang's murder at 7 o'clock, surveillance footage at the community entrance captured Zhang Chao's vehicle arriving. However, due to the low resolution of the footage and the darkness of the night, the faces were indistinguishable. It was only after he recanted that Zhang Chao claimed the car had been lent to Jiang Yang, asserting that the occupants were not him, but Jiang Yang. He admitted to the murder, and the timing of his arrival at 7 o'clock aligned with the footage. How could the criminal investigation team have presumed that the person in the car was not him? How could they have anticipated that he was in a different location? Why would they have sought his travel and accommodation records? Why did he choose to take the subway to dispose of the body? The subway requires security checks. Would he really attempt to carry a corpse through security? Yin Liang chuckled. Zhao Taiman replied helplessly. His reasoning was quite compelling. He claimed that after the murder, he spent a restless night in fear and decided to dispose of the body to conceal the crime. Prior to the disposal, he drank to muster courage but then remembered that driving would constitute drunk driving if he encountered any minor accidents and was apprehended for drunk driving. The body in the trunk would be exposed. Thus, he dragged the suitcase and took a taxi, only for the taxi to be rear-ended by another vehicle near the subway station, sparking a dispute between the two drivers. In a panic, he fled into the subway station with the suitcase. After a sleepless night combined with his inebriated state, he unintentionally passed through security. At that time, the criminal investigators located the taxi, and the driver confirmed his testimony. Furthermore, when he was apprehended, he was indeed inebriated, and his incoherent ramblings at the subway station corroborated this condition. Yin Liang nodded. This excuse is quite reasonable. It's no wonder the police did not consider broader implications at the time. Zhao Taiman sighed. Even if they had thought further afield, they would never have imagined that someone who was apprehended while disposing of a body in public, subsequently confessing to all criminal acts, with various witness testimonies and material evidence aligning perfectly, could possibly not be the murderer, especially considering he was not in Hangzhou at the time of the homicide. Yin Liang smiled and remarked, such a case is indeed unprecedented. It is understandable that the criminal investigation team was deceived. Now that he has recanted regarding why his testimony stated he saw Jiang Yang at 7 o'clock on the night of the crime, which coincides perfectly with the surveillance footage of his vehicle entering the community at 7, how will he explain this? His explanation is simply coincidence. Zhao Taiman felt quite exasperated, insisting that his earlier admission of guilt stemmed from an intangible pressure imposed by the police, leading him to fabricate the details of the crime, with all the coincidences being mere happenstance. Yin Liang opened the case file and compared it with the testimonies, furrowing his brow slightly. He was acutely aware that the individual was, without a doubt, in Beijing that day, a distance of 1,200 kilometers from Jiangyang. However, the coincidences between his testimony and the murder occurring so far away were strikingly numerous, rendering the probability of such alignment exceedingly low. Can you assert with absolute certainty that he is not the perpetrator? Certainly, the autopsy results of the deceased are unequivocal. The victim was strangled with brute force that night, necessitating the presence of another person at the scene to commit such an act. Yet, he possesses a complete alibi. Nonetheless, it is also certain that even if Jiang Yang was not killed by Zhang Chao possesses an intimate understanding of the entire incident. Otherwise, his testimony would not align so impeccably with the evidence, as if he had been an observer watching someone else strangle Jiang Yang. Zhao Taiman spread his hands in exasperation. We share the same sentiment, yet since his retraction of the confession, he has persistently claimed that his testimony was purely coincidental, leaving us at an impasse. Yin Liang teased. It is hard to imagine that the criminal investigation team would be helpless against a man confined behind bars. I have heard that once a suspect is brought in, there is no case that cannot be resolved. When did the state's apparatus of violence become so lenient? What then? Should we strangle him? Zhao Taiman lamented. Ever since the case was reopened, representatives have been visiting frequently, inquiring whether the police employed illegal means to extract confessions. The prosecution's investigation and supervision department visits the detention center every few days to prevent any retribution against him post-retraction. Society already harbors suspicions regarding police coercion. What more can we do to him? Public interest lawyers and journalists are eager for him to accuse the police of torture. If any signs of injury appear, public outrage will surely ensue. International media are also poised to pounce. If we were to apply any pressure, we would soon be facing a human rights scandal. As it stands, he enjoys ample food and restful sleep, and we spend hours merely listening to his ramblings during interrogations. Aside from slamming the table a few times to intimidate him, we dare not lay a finger on him, treating him almost like a deity. Yin Liang could not help but chuckle, then sighed. Perhaps this is for the best. Employing civilized methods to solve a case is far preferable to wrongfully condemning an innocent person. The wrongful conviction case of the Xiao family, which was recently overturned by the provincial high court, was also a notable failure of your team. that pair of uncles languished in prison for 10 years unjustly. Zhao Taiman responded solemnly. I must clarify, that case had nothing to do with me. I was transferred to this team only a few years ago, 10 years ago. I was still at the headquarters. I have never engaged in torture or coercion. Our team's approach to investigations emphasizes evidence and is exceedingly civilized. I believe that. Which is why we have become good friends, Yin Liang smiled. Now, let us return to the case at hand. Given that Zhang Chao is not the murderer, yet he willingly confessed and accepted imprisonment, what could his motivation be? Zhao Taiman suggested, I suspect he may be attempting to shield the true culprit by taking the fall. Immediately following the incident, he confessed and was imprisoned, effectively diverting the police's attention away from the actual perpetrator. He likely knew that in a few months, he could rely on his solid alibi to overturn his conviction, thus ensuring the safety of both himself and the true criminal. Yin Liang shook his head. That seems improbable. Why? If he willingly entered prison, how could he possess the confidence to withstand the police's intense interrogation pressure, ensuring he would not falter or reveal the truth? He is a lawyer and, naturally, understands that even if he initially deceives the police, a few months later, when the case is reopened, falsely reporting a bomb threat at a subway station is a criminal offense that carries several years of imprisonment. You will still come to interrogate him daily. Should he inadvertently slip up during his confession, it could raise suspicion, leading both him and the true culprit to face severe consequences. From your investigative materials, it appears he hails from a wealthy family, enjoys a successful career, and shares a loving relationship with his wife. Can he truly afford to sacrifice his family and career for a few years in prison? The cost is exorbitant, Zhao Taiman stated gravely. I suspect the murderer is his wife. He may have resorted to this drastic measure to protect her. Impossible, Yin Liang decisively refuted his notion. On the day of the incident, he abruptly traveled to Beijing and returned the next morning to dispose of the body. This indicates he was aware that Jiang Yang would be murdered that night, hence he preemptively crafted an alibi. Rather than devising a plan to take the fall for someone else after the crime was committed, it would be exceedingly difficult for his wife alone to strangle Jiang Yang. Moreover, if he genuinely loved her, how could he possibly allow her to strangle Jiang Yang, fully aware of her intentions, without intervening? Zhao Taiman lamented. Then I truly cannot conceive of any other motive. Yin Liang pondered for a moment before stating, I wish to meet him and converse face to face. We interrogate him daily, yet he has never revealed the truth. Zhao Taiman appeared to harbor no expectations regarding this suggestion. Yin Liang smiled faintly. Since his actions are not aimed at taking the blame for someone else but serve another purpose, I believe he will disclose some information to achieve his goal. However, the information he provided has not been fully interpreted by you. Chapter 8 Through the Iron Bars. Yin Liang encountered Zhang Chao for the first time. He had previously viewed several photographs and surveillance footage of Zhang Chao, which had led him to perceive him as an honest man. However, upon their first meeting, he was struck by the shrewdness and competence of the man before him, which starkly contrasted with his earlier impressions. As he examined the photographs in the case file, he pondered why there was such a significant disparity between the images and the real person standing before him. At that moment, Zhang Chao, on the other side of the bars, donned a pair of glasses, his temples graying slightly, yet he appeared in excellent spirits, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding confidence and steadiness, completely unlike the visage of one resigned to fate captured in the initial interrogation footage. Mr. Yin, what brings you here? Before Yin Liang could respond, Zhang Chao spoke first. You know me? Yin Liang was somewhat taken aback. Of course, Zhang Chao replied with a smile. You are a celebrated teacher at the school. Although I resigned from my teaching position quite early, I still frequently visit the school for various legal meetings. I am aware that you have crossed paths with me. You previously worked at the Provincial Public Security Department and are renowned as a criminal investigation expert. However, I heard you resigned from your official position long ago. What led you to this place? Yin Liang was an external consultant, typically prohibited from entering the interrogation room. Zhao Taiman provided clarification. Mr. Yin is a specially appointed expert for our task force. Since you are familiar with him, you must have heard that there is no case he cannot solve. Therefore, regardless of how you attempt to conceal the truth, Mr. Yin will undoubtedly uncover the flaws. Regardless of how you attempt to obscure the truth, your efforts are in vain and will only exacerbate the severity of your final judgment. Is that not so? Zhang Chao squinted slightly, expressing his anticipation. Since teacher Yin has intervened, I am confident that the case will be solved. And I too fervently hope for the swift apprehension of the true culprit to restore my innocence. Yin smiled, scrutinizing him before turning to Zhao Taiman. Why is he permitted to wear glasses in the detention center? He is nearsighted. Prior to the court hearing, he applied to the detention center for permission to bring his glasses to facilitate his review of the materials. His glasses are made of resin with titanium alloy frames, posing no danger. Yin nodded and turned back to Zhang Chao. Your glasses are quite nice. How much do they cost? Zhang Chao looked at him in confusion, unsure of the relevance of the question, and could only respond truthfully. My wife got them for me. I do not know the price. Yin continued his inquiry. What is your degree of nearsightedness? Zhang Chao stared at him in bewilderment. Yin reiterated, what is your degree of nearsightedness? Zhang Chao had no choice but to answer, the left eye is 250, the right eye is 300. That is a moderate degree. Not wearing glasses would indeed cause considerable inconvenience. I reviewed your previous interrogation footage, and it seems you were not wearing glasses at that time. Were you? Zhao Timing cast a puzzled glance at Yin, wondering why he was wasting so much time discussing glasses when the suspect sat directly across from them. There was no need for such polite banter. A direct question would suffice. At his age, he ought to act more seriously. Nevertheless, Yin appeared particularly invested in this line of questioning. A flicker of wariness crossed Zhang Chao's eyes, though it was fleeting. He slightly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Zhao Timing, seemingly intent on avoiding Yin. Yin persisted with his inquiry. Am I correct? Yes. Zhang Chao nodded reluctantly, explaining that bringing glasses into the detention center required approval and that he had proactively requested them for the sake of reviewing materials before the court hearing. Yin smiled. I have seen your photograph from when you were apprehended at the subway station. You were not wearing glasses then, were you? On that day, when I was captured, my glasses fell off while I was fleeing. Is that so? Quite a fortuitous drop, indeed. Yin smiled mysteriously. Zhang Chao, observing the expression on Yan's face, felt compelled to emphasize. They fell off while I was fleeing at the subway station. There were so many people. I must have bumped into someone and they came off. Yin nodded, choosing not to delve further into this matter. The court recorder beside them watched Yin with curiosity, puzzled as to why he had asked so many questions about the glasses, wondering how they could possibly relate to the case. However, observing Zhang Chao at that moment, he no longer appeared confident and composed, but rather displayed a look of trepidation. This was the first time during the prolonged interrogations that such a sentiment had surfaced. Reflecting on Captain Zhao's earlier introduction of Teacher Yin in the interrogation room, noting that he was a renowned criminal investigation expert from the Provincial Bureau, it seemed that this expert employed a secretive method of questioning, deliberately posing seemingly nonsensical queries to leave the suspect unsettled, ultimately leading to crucial revelations through indirect means. This must be the legendary pinnacle of interrogation, striking from a distance. The young recorder couldn't help but nod in admiration, momentarily lost in thought, nearly mistaking his notebook for a draft paper to sketch a thumbs up. Yin Liang continued, I have reviewed some materials pertaining to this case, but there are aspects I still find perplexing. I hope to clarify a few points with you again. Some of these questions may overlap with previous interrogations, but I trust you won't mind. I answer the same questions repeatedly every day. I've grown accustomed to it, the suspect replied. It seemed your lines were memorized flawlessly. Hence you have never erred, Yin Liang remarked with a smile. What I have stated is the truth. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Perhaps the interrogation officer could turn my testimony into a tongue twister, and if I falter, it would prove my deceit. Zhao Timing cast a resigned glance at Yin Liang, as if to say, look at this. He doesn't act like a captured suspect, but rather seems to be performing a stand-up routine for us. If an ordinary suspect were to jest with the police in such a manner, Zhao Tianming's temperament would have led him to lose patience long ago. Just a question about the family lineage would suffice to reveal a lie, and the suspect would confess within a day. However, given the sensational nature of this case and the public suspicion of police coercion, he had no choice but to tread carefully. Yin Liang smiled, unfazed. He appreciated such a formidable opponent. If the suspect were a burly brute, the case would lose its intrigue. He pressed on with a question devoid of substance. You did not kill Jiang Yang, so why did you confess? Clearly, Zhang Chao had answered this question countless times before and would continue to do so daily. He shrugged and recited the obligatory response. I felt an inexplicable pressure at the police station and, in a moment of confusion, confessed. After being confused for months. Did you suddenly gain clarity right before the trial? Zhang Chao shook his head. Although I regretted it later, the situation had escalated. The police had already made the results public, and I feared that if I recanted in the detention center, I would face severe repercussions. Half a year ago, I was haunted by the news of the Shaoshan uncle-nephew case. I believed that only at the trial could I suddenly change my statement to attract attention and protect my rights in the detention center. Yin Liang, with a teasing glance at Zhao Taiman, seemed to suggest that your team as former stellar officer had indeed provided him with a suitable rationale. Yin Liang smiled slightly and continued, if you did not kill Jiang Yang, then why is there a significant amount of your skin tissue found beneath his nails? The day before Jiang Yang's death, I fought with him, and he scratched my neck in several places. That incident even prompted a call to the police from our neighbors. The skin tissue under his nails must have come from that encounter. He gestured to the places on his neck where he had been scratched. Is that so? Yin Liang chuckled softly. I have reviewed the police report, and the timing aligns with your account, being indeed the day before Jiang Yang's demise. I would like to confirm, between that altercation and the day of Jiang Yang's death, did you have any further confrontations with him? Zhang Chao slightly narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering the intent behind the question posed to him. After a moment, he shook his head, asserting, no. Yin Liang followed suit, shaking his head. It appears that Jiang Yang is not a person who values cleanliness. The others looked at him in confusion. Yin Liang elucidated. Unless Jiang Yang refrains from washing his hands for an entire day, it is unlikely that we could extract any skin tissue from under his nails. Even if he were to wash his hands in a perfunctory manner, leaving only a small residue, we could only hope to obtain minute traces from the base of his nails, not the substantial quantities of skin tissue found at the tips. Zhao Timin's eyes suddenly brightened, a smile gracing his face. Zhang Chao's mouth twitched slightly, and after a pause, he insisted, I speak the truth. Zhao Taiman retorted coldly, are you still unwilling to confess? He scratched you a day prior, yet there has been no altercation since. How do you explain the abundance of your skin tissue under his nails? Zhang Chao replied. No one knows whether he washed his hands during that day. Perhaps shortly after our fight, he was apprehended and had no opportunity to wash his hands until his demise. Zhao Taiman scoffed, you are merely evading responsibility. To everyone's surprise, Yin Liang nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Statistically, we cannot dismiss such a possibility. No one can prove whether Jiang Yang washed his hands that day, nor can we ascertain if he was captured shortly thereafter until he was killed, or if a plumbing issue at his residence prevented him from accessing water. Zhang Chao looked at him in confusion, pondering why he would assist in crafting an excuse for himself. Zhao Taiman, visibly frustrated, seemed on the verge of rebuking Yin Liang for his absurdity, questioning how anyone could possibly go an entire day without washing their hands, especially after eating or using the restroom. Yin Liang continued, your willingness to speak or remain silent is inconsequential. I firmly believe the truth of this case will ultimately be uncovered. However, if you could provide me with any hints, it would certainly expedite the process. Do you have anything to share with me? Zhao Taiman thought to himself that this individual had yet to reveal a single useful lead throughout their discussions. What could he possibly say other than the empty platitudes of believing that justice would restore his innocence? To his surprise, Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes again and, after a moment of contemplation, asked seriously, what prompted your involvement in this case? Does it hold any significance? Yin Liang, intrigued, smiled and suggested, I advise you to trust me. I will uncover the truth. Zhang Chao remained silent, locking eyes with Yin Liang for an extended period. After a lengthy silence, he suddenly spoke again. I did not kill that person, but I recommend that you investigate Jiang Yang. When I entered that house, the lock was intact, indicating that the murderer was someone known to Jiang Yang. Perhaps you could find clues among his belongings or communication records. Chapter 9. After leaving the detention center, Zhao Taiman furrowed his brow in contemplation. Do you think Zhang Chao's final words are reliable? Yin Liang chuckled lightly. Who knows? Let us investigate based on his claims. Investigate based on his claims? Zhao Taiman halted his steps, his eyes wide with suspicion. He was undoubtedly the primary suspect, and he must be misleading us. He is not misleading. Yin Liang shook his head. Since Zhang Chao is not the one who killed Jiang Yang to uncover the murderer, we must naturally begin our investigation with the deceased. Even if he remains silent, we will pursue this line of inquiry. Zhao Taiman murmured. It seems you and Director Gao are in agreement. Yin Liang furrowed his brow in curiosity. Did Gao Dong express the same sentiment? Indeed. Director Gao mentioned that Zhang Chao has been evasive and refuses to speak the truth, leaving us with no leads. Given this situation, it would be prudent to set Zhang Chao aside entirely and treat this case as a homicide that occurred several months ago. The first step in our investigation should, as per usual, involve examining the victim's interpersonal relationships. Yin Liang paused momentarily, then chuckled lightly. Since our insights align, we must not delay. Zhang Chao mentioned Jiang Yang's belongings and communication records. I shall first visit the crime scene. The crime scene? Zhao Taiman frowned after I took over the case. I immediately dispatched personnel to the scene, but we found no new clues. Although the house remains unoccupied and has not been rented out, Zhang Chao's wife cleaned it during this period, so even if there were clues left, they have likely been compromised. Is that so? Yin Liang's brow knitted in concern. He wondered if Jiang Yang's possessions had all been discarded. Uncertain. If you wish to go, I can arrange for someone to take you there immediately. Yin Liang nodded. Perhaps Lin Qi should accompany me. I am unfamiliar with your other subordinates. Lin Qi was a capable aide of Zhao Tainan, with whom Yin Liang had previously collaborated on several cases. Very well, I will also send a technical investigation team to join you. No need, Lin Qi will suffice. You won't bring any forensic team members? Zhao Taiman questioned, puzzled. Neither of you is versed in trace evidence collection. The scene has been cleaned for a considerable time. What clues could possibly remain? I am not seeking physical evidence, Yin Liang replied, seemingly brimming with confidence. Lin Qi drove Yin Liang to the original crime scene. Arriving there by evening, the house was situated in an old community constructed in the early 1990s, modest in size, measuring just over 60 square meters. Upon entering, one would find a small living room with 2 bedrooms connected to a small balcony. Standing at the entrance, one could easily survey the entirety of the residence. Lin Qi switched on the living room lights. The walls, coated in white paint, were mostly chipped and peeling, while the floor was adorned with the popular gray-black synthetic marble of the 1990s. This rendered the entire space even darker and under the evening's cloak. The fact that this was a crime scene evoked a chilling sensation. The remaining furnishings were quite basic: an old fabric sofa, a brown bed frame, a yellow bookshelf, and a few commonplace household appliances. Lin Qi pointed to a spot in the living room, stating, Zhang Chao later recanted his statement, claiming that when he entered, he found the suitcase right here, and upon opening it, discovered Jiang Yang's corpse. Yin Liang glanced at the area, finding nothing particularly noteworthy, and then inquired, where did he initially claim to have strangled Jiang Yang? On the balcony. Let us take a look. Yin Liang and his companion traversed the bedroom and stepped onto the balcony. As he reached out to press the light switch on the wall, he suddenly caught sight of a pale face, mere inches away, adorned in black attire and long hair, their gazes colliding. They were startled, nearly jumping back, exclaiming, Who are you? Are you the police? The woman illuminated the room with the flick of a switch, her tone calm and soothing. Under the glow of the light, a closer inspection revealed that she was not frightening at all. Rather, her features were quite attractive. They quickly deduced that this was Zhang Chao's wife, who had unexpectedly appeared in this aged house at such a late hour. Yin Liang recalled from his research that she was several years younger than Zhang Chao, probably around 35 or 36, though she appeared to be remarkably well-kept, looking scarcely over 30. Typically, a woman reaches a pivotal point at 30. Thereafter, the favorable traits diminish, often leading to a lifetime of stagnation. This woman, however, seemed to embody the essence of a growth stock in a non-cyclical industry, her skin and figure still well-preserved, radiating a sense of perfectly balanced maturity. They both found themselves stealing glances at her, understanding why investigations indicated that Zhang Chao was deeply devoted to his wife. After all, with their significant age difference and her beauty, the likelihood of a loving relationship was considerably heightened. The woman gracefully shifted her form and began her introduction. I am Zhang Chao's wife. I received a call from the police moments ago, informing me that they would return for further investigation. They suggested that if I had the time, it would be best for me to come over to avoid any complications with lost valuables. Yin Liang surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Are there any valuables here? The area was devoid of items, save for some components resembling a collapsible clothes rack and various odds and ends on the floor behind her. The woman generously gestured around, saying, There are no valuables. You may inspect as you wish. I only came to understand the progress of my husband's case. Lin Qi cleared his throat and responded with a formal tone. The case is still under investigation. As you are aware, your husband was apprehended at the subway station with a suitcase, which is difficult to explain. There are many ambiguities that require thorough verification. If you could provide any leads, it would undoubtedly assist the investigation. I see. I have already shared everything I know with you, the woman replied languidly, as if indifferent to her husband's plight. Turning towards the living room, Yin Liang observed her retreating figure and followed suit. She invited them to sit, and Yin Liang scrutinized her face for several seconds. Noting her calm demeanor, which revealed no emotional fluctuations, it seemed she was not genuinely concerned about Zhang Chao's case. A hint of suspicion arose within him as he adjusted his glasses, tentatively asking, "From your personal perspective, do you believe your husband is innocent?" "I do not know. I am utterly perplexed by the entire situation," she replied swiftly. "Has he never confided in you about anything?" "Never," was her prompt response. Yin Liang considered her attitude for a moment before changing the subject. "What do you know about Jiang Yang? You must already be aware that his character is quite deplorable. He is both a student and a friend of my husband, who deceived our family out of 300,000. Regarding this matter, I have spoken to Zhang Chao several times, warning him not to place undue trust in Jiang Yang, believing he would reform and lend him money. Yet, he chose to be excessively generous." Humph. She seemed quite dissatisfied with both Zhang Chao and Jiang Yang. Yin Liang furrowed his brow. "Regarding her, does Jiang Yang have any enemies? I am not well acquainted with him, but I have heard that his interpersonal relationships are quite complicated." Zhang Chao would likely know more. Her tone dripped with disdain. Yin Liang rubbed his forehead, realizing that he could extract little from this woman, and thus inquired about the matter he was most concerned with today. "Are Jiang Yang's belongings still in the house?" "Most have been discarded. Initially, I did not touch anything, thinking that his family might come to collect his belongings. However, only his ex-wife came, accompanied by the police, and she did not take anything. Later, when I visited alone, I found some personal items in the house that felt rather unsettling. With the consent of your officers, I disposed of towels, toothbrushes, cups, and clothing. Now, only a few books remain on the shelf. Some belong to my husband, while others might be Jiang Yang's. I cannot ascertain." "Books?" Yin Liang rose and approached the bookshelf in the small room. The shelf boasted 3 rows, neatly arranged with legal texts and materials. His gaze flitted across the shelf. The top 2 rows contained substantial legal reference books, while the bottom row held a few scattered legal documents. He pulled out the rightmost green booklet. The cover inscribed with the prosecutor Law of the People's Republic of China. Jiang Yang was once a prosecutor, so this booklet likely belonged to him. However, he quickly noted that the booklet appeared quite new, with a publication date of January this year, despite Jiang Yang having ceased his role as a prosecutor several years prior. Why would he still purchase this booklet? Yin Liang pondered. Then, he opened the booklet, and as he flipped to the first page, a folded A4 paper fell out. He picked it up. It was a photocopy of an ID card bearing the name Ho Guiping. The title page of the booklet also bore the handwritten name Ho Guiping, followed by 3 emphatic exclamation marks. Yin Liang tucked away the booklet and presented it to the woman for confirmation. "Could you take a look at this handwriting? Is it your husband's or Jiang Yang's?" The woman took the booklet, turned to face the light to avoid Yin Liang and Lin Qi's gaze, and her chest slightly rose and fell. After a deep breath, she turned back and handed the booklet back to him, stating, "It should belong to Jiang Yang." "This is not my husband's handwriting." Yin Liang nodded, then asked, "Who is Ho Guiping? Do you know?" The woman replied with an unremarkable expression, "Jiang Yang's university classmate. Also a student of Zhang Chao's. He seems to be somewhat stubborn." Chapter 10 On August 30th, 2001, Ho Guiping arrived in Miaogao Township. Miaogao Township is part of Pingtung County in Jinhua, Zhejiang Province, situated in the western mountainous region of Zhejiang, 30 kilometers from the county seat, surrounded by mountains. With inconvenient transportation and a lagging economy, most young people opt to seek work elsewhere. In a small town, there existed a dilapidated primary school, housing around 100 students and 6 aged rural teachers, each responsible for multiple grades, resulting in an exceedingly backward educational environment. Ho Guiping, a third-year law student from Zhejiang University, enrolled in a program that offered the prospect of exemption from examinations for postgraduate studies after 2 years of teaching assistance. Thus, he arrived at Miaogao Primary School, becoming the youngest and most educated teacher, the sole individual acquainted with urban civilization and modern science. The school provided him with accommodation in an old bungalow adjacent to the playground, with boarding students residing in nearby houses due to the long distances they traveled. At that time, the ostentatious display of wealth and the presence of intimidating figures wielding mobile phones were still prevalent. These early mobile devices were luxury items beyond the financial reach of a student, with communication primarily reliant on letters. That evening, he penned a letter to his university classmate and girlfriend, Li Jing, detailing the primitive conditions of the area, yet emphasizing the genuine kindness of its people. He expressed his determination to impart knowledge to his students over the next 2 years, aiming to alter the trajectories of their lives despite the limited teaching resources available. This tall, sunlit youth was imbued with a fervent passion for his teaching mission, quickly endearing himself to the students. A month passed swiftly. And on the first day following the National Day holiday, Ho Guiping entered the 6th grade classroom to find an empty seat in the last row, previously occupied by a girl named Guli. He casually inquired, "Is Guli absent today?" The class monitor, Wang Xuemei, replied in a hushed tone, "She is ill and has taken leave." Ho Guiping dismissed the remark, having grown accustomed to students frequently taking leave during busy farming seasons. However, a mischievous boy in class suddenly shouted, "Guli went home to have a baby," prompting raucous laughter from several boys. Ho Guiping shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing him against speaking ill of classmates. Yet, in a fleeting glance, he noticed several girls wearing expressions of gloom, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within him. He turned back to the lesson, striving to teach the fundamentals of triangles. After class, he approached Wang Xuemei to gather more information. "What illness does Guli have?" he inquired. "It's not an illness," Wang Xuemei stammered. "If it's not an illness, then why is she on leave? Is there something at home?" As she fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, her words became increasingly difficult to articulate. She is about to give birth." A thunderclap seemed to resonate in his mind, as if struck by a profound revelation. She truly had gone home to give birth. Ho Guiping's mouth fell slightly agape, utterly at a loss for how to articulate his emotions at that moment. He recalled Guli, the plump, introverted girl who always kept her head down and hesitated to make eye contact when answering questions. At that moment, he realized that her weight had not merely been a result of her stature, she had been pregnant all along. Looking back, it was evident that her abdomen had indeed appeared unreasonably round. Could it truly be confirmed? He sought affirmation of this unwelcome truth. Wang Xuemei nodded silently in response. A crime. As a law student, Ho Guiping's immediate reaction was that of crime. Guli, who had not yet reached the age of 14, was a victim. Any sexual relations with a girl under this age constituted rape. In rural areas, early marriages and childbirth are not uncommon. Many individuals marry and bear children before reaching the legal age, only to obtain marriage certificates later, which, although illegal, has become an established norm in many regions, often met with an ambiguous attitude of neither support nor opposition. However, regardless of the locality, any sexual relations with a girl under 14 are unequivocally criminal. This is a stipulation of criminal law that is absolute and cannot be circumvented. Yet, such an event had indeed transpired. Ho Guiping suppressed his agitation and swallowed hard. When did this happen? Wang Xuemei spoke softly. "I only found out during the National Day holiday. I heard she is due at the end of the month. Her grandparents brought her back home, and she has dropped out of school." Ho Guiping inhaled deeply, never imagining that a 6th grade student would have to leave school to give birth. What about her parents? Are they aware of this? Wang Xuemei shook her head. Her father died long ago, and her mother remarried. The only family she has left are her elderly grandparents. How could she have become pregnant? Whose child is it? Fear was evident on Wang Xuemei's face. Ho Guiping patiently observed her. "Can you tell the teacher?" Wang Xuemei bit her lip, hesitating to speak, before ultimately bursting into tears. Unable to compel her further, Ho Guiping decided to comfort her and let her go. Later, he sought information from other students. But whenever the topic of the child's father arose, they all became fearful and reticent. Observing the children's trepidation, Ho Guiping could only relent. From the fragmented accounts he gathered, he pieced together the narrative. Guli's father had died in an accident while working away from home when she was just 3 years old. Subsequently, her mother ran off with another man, leaving Guli to be raised by her elderly grandparents, who were impoverished. Growing up in such an environment, she developed a timid personality, rarely engaging with her peers. Approximately during this year's winter break, a local man notorious for instilling fear had violated Guli. This incident, which the shy and introverted Guli never mentioned to anyone, not even her grandparents, eventually led her to realize her pregnancy as her belly began to swell. However, as a 6th grade girl, she was utterly unprepared to handle the situation and felt immense shame, never confiding in anyone. Others merely assumed she had gained weight until her condition became undeniable. Regarding how to address this situation moving forward, Ho Guiping felt at a loss. As a mere university student with limited social experience, he understood the criminal nature of the incident, but how did the locals perceive it? Perhaps the customs of the area would deem this situation as commonplace, his role as an outsider, a teaching volunteer. To report Guli's case might be viewed as unwarranted interference by her family and the villagers. He was uncertain, contemplating that after this week, he would visit Guli's home to clarify the situation and ascertain her true feelings before making any decisions. Chapter 11 Friday, the final day of the week. The afternoon classes ended early, leaving the school deserted. Ho Guiping sat alone at the classroom door, a book cradled in his hands, yet his heart was shrouded in gloom. Upon learning that Guli had withdrawn from school due to pregnancy, he sought information from others, only to find that the rural teachers at the school appeared indifferent. They remarked that it was quite common for underage girls in the village to marry and bear children. To them, only murder and arson constituted true crimes warranting imprisonment. In their eyes, a girl of merely 10 or 11 becoming pregnant was inconsequential, provided she did not claim to have been raped. Typically, the boy would either marry her or offer financial support. In such an environment, it was challenging for Ho Guiping to persuade them to accept the legal age of 14 as a boundary. How to address this matter ultimately required Guli's own input. As dusk approached, he closed his book and returned to the classroom, only to notice that the tall girl, Wang Meixiang, remained seated at the back. Wang Meixiang was the tallest girl in the class, with an oval face and a delicate appearance likely to blossom into a beauty in the years to come. She had matured early, her figure subtly beginning to take shape. And it seemed that at this age, girls were often shy about bodily changes. Thus, she tended to walk with a hunched back, attempting to conceal her developing curves. After months of interaction, Ho Guiping had a fair understanding of his students' backgrounds. Like Guli, Wang Meixiang had lost her parents for reasons unknown and had become a left-behind child, living with her grandparents. Such children were numerous in rural areas, often introverted and reticent, speaking in soft tones. At this moment, she was holding a short pencil, diligently writing what appeared to be a diary on a sheet of paper. Upon noticing her teacher's entrance, she glanced up briefly, then expressionless, lowered her head to continue her writing. Ho Guiping shut one window and turned to urge her. Wang Meixiang, aren't you going home yet? Oh, I want to write my assignments in the classroom, she replied. He closed another window. The teacher is locking the door. You should head home and write there. It's getting late, and soon it will be dark. You shouldn't stay in school over the weekend. Go spend time with your grandparents. Oh, she responded obediently, slowly packing her bag and rising at a languid pace, seemingly intent on prolonging her movements. As Ho Guiping closed the final window, he noticed she still lingered in place and gestured towards the door. Let us go. Oh. Wang Meixiang's reactions today were particularly sluggish. She continued to rise slowly, then slung a small cloth backpack over her shoulder, bowing her head and rounding her back as she gradually made her way to the classroom door. Ho Guiping secured the door and inquired of Wang Meixiang. It's the weekend. Why aren't you heading home earlier? Your grandparents must miss you. With her head bowed, she replied, I don't want to go home this week. Why? He asked. I want to stay at school. As Ho Guiping approached her, he instantly donned a warm smile akin to that of a caring older brother. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that such an expression directed at a young girl might appear inappropriate. Straightening his posture, he cleared his throat and inquired, Have you had a disagreement with your grandparents? No, Wang Meixiang replied, avoiding his gaze. Grandpa and Grandma are quite busy this week, and I don't want to be a bother. Ho Guiping smiled gently. Very well, but do remember to return next week. I trust that you are a thoughtful child who wouldn't cause any worry for the adults. Wang Meixiang nodded and walked alongside him towards the school exit. Just as they neared the gate, she suddenly halted, hesitating momentarily before summoning the courage to ask, Teacher, what are you having for dinner? I'll be dining in town. What about you? I don't know, teacher. May I? Of course. It's no trouble at all. I'll take you out to eat. Ho Guiping, sensing the child's unspoken thoughts in the constraints of her finances, readily agreed. Thank you. Teacher. A rare smile blossomed on Wang Meixiang's face. As they exchanged light-hearted banter and left the school, the setting sun cast long shadows behind them. By the roadside, a black car, uncommon in the rural area at that time, was parked, beside which leaned a young man with a buzz cut and dyed yellow hair, who was smoking and appeared impatient. Upon seeing them exit the school, he called out loudly, Wang Meixiang. Wang Meixiang. Wang Meixiang glanced at him but quickly turned her head away, feigning ignorance as she continued walking. However, Ho Guiping halted, turning his attention to the young man. The latter approached, irritation evident, and shouted again, Wang Meixiang. This time, Wang Meixiang could no longer pretend not to hear. She stopped, lowering her head to face the yellow-haired man. Ho Guiping regarded him. Who are you? The man quickly masked his anger with a smile. You must be her teacher. I'm Wang Meixiang's cousin, and we had arranged for her to go to the county today. This child has taken quite a long time. She simply doesn't understand. I want to go eat with the teacher. Wang Meixiang seemed reluctant to go to the county. The man's expression shifted slightly. momentarily revealing his irritation before he regained his composure and cheerfully insisted, "Oh, it would be quite troublesome for the teacher. Come on. I'll take you to the county for some delicious food. You haven't been there in ages." Ho Ping, aware that Wang Meixiang was having a difficult day and perhaps could benefit from a trip to the county, encouraged her. "Your brother is taking you to the county for some fun. You should go." "I don't want to go to the county. Wang Meixiang, you are being very disobedient." The man lowered his voice, glaring at her. Wang Meixiang recoiled slightly, and after a brief moment, she softly replied, "Okay," and walked to his side. Ho Ping felt an unease in the air but attributed it to Wang Meixiang's current mood. Ultimately, he smiled and waved, "Go on, have a good time." Wang Meixiang remained silent, her head bowed. "Come with me," the yellow-haired man commanded, turning towards the car. Wang Meixiang stood still, turning her head to gaze quietly at Ho Ping. She noticed that her teacher merely smiled at her without uttering a word. After a few moments, she slowly turned back and fell into step behind Huang Mao. Ho Ping remained perplexed, watching Wang Meixiang depart with a strange sense of unease. As if her eyes betrayed a glimmer of disappointment, Huang Mao opened the car door, and Wang Meixiang, with stiffened steps, grasped the door handle. Suddenly, she turned around and called out loudly, "Teacher Ho, is there something wrong?" Ho Ping smiled back at her. "Nothing at all, just a bit of youthful banter. Hurry and get in the car." "Goodbye, teacher." Ho Ping lingered to watch Wang Meixiang enter the vehicle as it began to move, veering towards the county town. She continued to gaze at him from the front passenger seat, her eyes holding a peculiar expression, as if a line was being gradually stretched until it vanished from view. The car receded, disappearing from sight. That day, despite the inexplicable sensation that enveloped him, Ho Ping ultimately did nothing. In the days that followed, he remained regretful about his inaction at that moment. Given another chance, he would have exerted every effort to stop the car. He would never forget the look in Wang Meixiang's eyes, that line stretching as the vehicle distanced itself. Chapter 12 At 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Ho Ping was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a frantic knocking at the door. A group of panicked boarding students surrounded him. After a chaotic exchange, he finally grasped the situation. Moments earlier, a female student had ventured to the restroom, which was situated approximately 20 to 30 meters from the dormitory. Armed with a flashlight, she stumbled upon an unconscious figure at the restroom entrance, causing her to flee back to the dormitory in terror, rousing her roommates. A few girls then called upon the boys from the adjacent dormitory to accompany them. Upon arrival, they discovered that the fallen individual was Wang Meixiang, and they quickly assisted her, rushing to report to the nearest teacher, Ho Ping. In haste, Ho Ping donned his clothing and rushed over. At that moment, Wang Meixiang was being supported by several students. Unable to stand, her consciousness hazy, unable to speak, and covered in vomit, which sent her companions into a panic. Without hesitation, Ho Ping called for the students to aid him in transporting her to the village clinic. The doctor conducted a preliminary examination and suspected pesticide poisoning, deeming her condition critical. The small clinic was ill-equipped to provide the necessary care, so they urgently borrowed a neighbor's agricultural tricycle and sped towards the Pingkong People's Hospital in the county town. Throughout the journey, Ho Ping was overwhelmed with anxiety, wrapping Wang Meixiang tightly in a blanket, holding her hand, and repeatedly urging her to stay awake and hold on. Yet, he sensed her body growing heavier, as if the world within that blanket was warm and inviting, lulling her into slumber. After an hour of jarring travel, upon arrival at the hospital, Wang Meixiang was barely clinging to life. Despite several hours of resuscitation efforts, the doctor ultimately pronounced her dead, the cause being ingestion of dichlorvos. Ho Ping collapsed onto the bench outside the emergency room, his mind buzzing, the world spinning around him. What had happened? How could she have died so suddenly? Why would she consume pesticide? Ho Ping recalled the gaze of Wang Meixiang from the afternoon prior, sensing that her demise was shrouded in complexity. At dawn, the principal and personnel from the town government arrived at the county hospital to manage the aftermath. Officers from the local police station were also dispatched to document the situation. When questioned about his last encounter with Wang Meixiang, he recounted that he last saw her after school on the previous afternoon, when she followed a young man with blonde hair into a black sedan, heading towards the county. Despite feeling that she was in a troubled state of mind at that moment, he could not ascertain whether her death was linked to this stranger. As an out-of-town university student engaged in teaching, he felt ill-equipped to assist with the proceedings, prompting the principal and town officials to advise him to return to the school with the students. A group of students gathered around Ho Ping in the back of a farming tricycle, enduring the jostling of the mountain road in silence, save for one girl who could not contain her quiet sobs, leaning his head against the side of the vehicle. Ho Guiping's thoughts were consumed by the memory of Wang Meixiang's gaze as she entered the car, as if the moment had transpired just a minute ago. That gaze, so evidently filled with disappointment towards him as her teacher, jolted him upright. He turned to the students beside him and inquired, "Do you know when Wang Meixiang returned to school?" A girl, who shared a dormitory with Wang Meixiang, answered in a hushed, tearful voice, "She came back yesterday afternoon." Wang Meixiang had left with someone the previous afternoon and returned the following day, only to ingest pesticide that very night. What had transpired during that entire day? An unsettling anxiety gripped Ho Guiping. He pressed on. "Do you know if she has a cousin, someone of short stature with dyed yellow hair, who drives a small black car?" The girl sniffled. "That's not Wang Meixiang's cousin." "Then who is it?" Ho Guiping's eyes widened as he perceived the mounting unease among the students. The girl opened her mouth but remained silent. "Who is it?" he urged, his frustration mounting. The girl stammered, and at that moment, a boy interjected, "He is Little Bench, a notorious thug from our village." Upon saying this, the boy immediately fell silent, his chest heaving. "Little Bench? A thug from your village?" Ho Guiping echoed as the other students lowered their heads in tacit agreement. He focused intently on the girl. Locking eyes with her, Wang Meixiang went to the county with Little Bench. Do you know what she intended to do? Why, yes. She was going to. The girl's body trembled, her voice faltering, unable to articulate her thoughts. The boy who had spoken earlier suddenly blurted out, "Wang Meixiang must have been bullied by Little Bench. Please don't say it was me who told you." Upon finishing, he buried his head deep between his legs. The young woman nodded silently and softly remarked, "Wang Meixiang told me this yesterday." "Bullying?" Ho Guiping paused for a considerable moment before slowly articulating, "What do you mean by bullying?" The girl lowered her head, continuing to sob without uttering another word. The other students also sealed their lips tightly. Ho Guiping surveyed them, but no one responded. Silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the sound of a three-wheeled tractor's engine. With his mouth dry and agape, he struggled to find the right words. He only knew that his field of study indicated a serious incident had occurred here. After disembarking, he beckoned the farmer operating the tractor aside to inquire about the small stool. The farmer merely smiled awkwardly. "The small stool is called Yujun, a local ruffian. Teacher Ho, please do not provoke him. He is quite ruthless." As for any further information, he was reluctant to divulge. Ho Guiping stood rooted to the spot, unsure how much time had passed. His leg muscles had grown stiff, and eventually he trudged back to the dormitory with great difficulty. What should he do now? The village bully, Yujun, who was regarded as a demon by both students and adults, instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Being an outsider in this remote rural area, he realized that the civil rules of the city did not apply here. Many matters were often dictated by the whims of a few individuals. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, images of Wang Meixiang's gaze from that fateful day flooded his mind. Her plea for help, her longing, and finally, the look of disappointment as she boarded the vehicle and drifted away, clenching his fists in anguish. The events of the previous afternoon replayed in his head like a looping film. Suddenly, he recalled seeing Wang Meixiang in the classroom as he returned. She seemed to be writing in her diary. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was something left behind in her journal. Ho Guiping hurried back to the classroom and rifled through Wang Meixiang's desk until he unearthed a diary. Flipping to the last few pages, he noted that the entries were penned in pencil, using the rudimentary language of a primary school student, yet he discerned a clue. The diary explicitly recounted how the small stool had approached her days prior, claiming he would take her to the county town on Friday evening. She felt terrified but did not dare to refuse, although the diary did not specify what Yujun intended to do in the county. Piecing together the information revealed by the students and recalling the incident involving Gully, he surmised that it would lead to an infuriating outcome. With little time to ponder, he took the diary and caught a truck heading to the county town, hastening to the Pinkong County Public Security Bureau to file a report, demanding an autopsy for Wang Meixiang. Chapter 13. A week later. Outside, the sun shone brightly while the dormitory remained shrouded in darkness with the curtains drawn. Two hearts, having been apart for several months, erupted with intense fervor, releasing a torrent of emotion into each other's bodies at the zenith of a shooting star's brilliance. As the dopamine within them peaked and then plummeted to the depths, their thoughts gradually shifted towards more pressing matters. Li Jing rested her head on Ho Guiping's arm and gazed up into his bright eyes, asking, "How has it progressed regarding what you mentioned in your letter?" Ho Guiping furrowed his brow with a somber expression. The police conducted an autopsy on Wang Meixiang, revealing a ruptured hymen and the presence of semen in her vaginal swab. They apprehended the suspect the following day. Alas, Wang Meixiang shall never return. Regret weighs heavily upon me. I truly regret it. What do you regret? Ho Guiping pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting into the void. For the past week, whenever I close my eyes, I see Wang Meixiang gazing at me from the car. I stood by and watched her leave, and she must have been so disappointed in me as her teacher. His eyes gradually reddened, and ultimately, he could no longer suppress his sobs. I clearly sensed something was amiss. I could tell she was reluctant to get in the car. Yet, I told her to enjoy herself. He lifted his head, emotions overwhelming him, tears streaming freely down his face. Li Jing embraced the man's head against her chest, feeling his warm tears drip down. After a long while, once he had released his pent-up emotions, he smiled at Li Jing with gratitude. She sighed. I never expected you would encounter such an ordeal just a few months into your teaching. Had I known, I would have advised you against it. Perhaps you should focus on your studies and find a job after graduation next year. Ho Guiping shook his head with a wry smile. I do not regret this teaching experience. If I had simply graduated smoothly, I might have become a lawyer, a judge, or a prosecutor, forever dealing with paperwork, never knowing the stories behind the documents. This teaching experience has unveiled the true state of society. Li Jing chuckled. Will you not carry psychological scars from this? Ho Guiping straightened his posture and replied, Of course not. As a legal professional, one must inevitably confront the darker sides of society. If one lacks the courage to face such realities, how can they claim to be a legal professional? Li Jing teased, You call yourself a legal professional before even graduating. Speaking of which, I'm already in my senior year while you've just completed your junior year. I am now your senior. Senior? I adore seniors. Ho Guiping exclaimed, playfully pinning Li Jing beneath him and leaning in for a kiss. Li Jing let out a soft gasp, struggling as she said, You, a university student, have become quite the heartthrob in the countryside. With such fervent desires after 2 years of solitude, I fear you might be lured away by a local widow. By the way, there is indeed a widow outside our school, fair and youthful. If you are concerned about losing me, you must visit often. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee anything. What is the widow's name? Li Jing inquired. Ding Chunmei. Ah, how readily you recall the name of the widow. You must have taken a liking to her. Li Jing feigned indignation. Then come and test my loyalty, Ho Guiping challenged, grasping her hand as they embraced once more, just as the dopamine surged within them again. A sudden and vigorous knocking echoed at the door. Ho Guiping stood abruptly, calling out, Who is it? There was no response, only the relentless pounding on the door. Reluctantly, he donned his clothes, wrapping Li Jing in the blanket, and approached the door to unlock it. As soon as he turned the lock, the door was forcefully pushed open, causing him to stumble. Before he could comprehend the situation, the intruder delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. A university student engaged in volunteer teaching confronts me at the police station. Today, I am going to ruin you. The ruffian, Yu Jun, burst through the door, launching himself at Ho Guiping, who was curled up on the ground, and began to kick him mercilessly while hurling insults. Li Jing, startled by this sudden turn of events, cried out from the bed for them to stop. Yu Jun, with a sinister grin, rushed over, threw back the covers, revealing a naked Li Jing, and leered. What a fine figure you have. Would you like to play with your older brother? He then turned to Ho Guiping, berating him. How dare you sleep with a woman at school during the day while I suffer in the police station? What kind of behavior is this? The Yu Jun stood at a mere 5 feet 5 inches. Ho Guiping towered at 6 feet, his imposing stature belying his earlier surprise. Once he regained his footing and witnessed his girlfriend being humiliated, a surge of fury ignited within him. He lunged at Yu Jun, grabbing him and dragging him toward the door. Despite Yu Jun's experience in brawling, he was severely outmatched in size, and soon found himself on the receiving end of several punishing blows from Ho Guiping. Nearby villagers, drawn by the commotion, gathered to mediate, but hesitated to intervene in the scuffle between the two men. Yu Jun, overwhelmed by Ho Guiping's fists, was at a loss until he seized an opportunity, darting to the stove and brandishing a kitchen knife, threatening, You move, and I dare you to make a move. Faced with the menacing blade, Ho Guiping regained his composure, realizing that a desperate man could act recklessly, and no one could guarantee he wouldn't be harmed. Gritting his teeth, he slowly retreated to the edge of the bed, while Yu Jun advanced, forcing him to sit. With one hand wielding the knife against Ho Guiping's neck, the latter found himself powerless to resist. Yu Jun, with a cold smirk, began to slap Ho Guiping repeatedly, taunting him. Try moving again. Ho Guoping's face turned crimson from the slaps, and those nearby dared not intervene. Li Jing, wrapped in her blanket, huddled in a corner, trembling in fear and sobbing. Look at you, caught sleeping with a woman at school in broad daylight. And yet you dare to report me to the police. Let me tell you, once I am out, if I had an encounter with Wang Meixiang, what could you possibly do about it? Hearing this, Ho Guoping lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted, Go ahead, strike me. If you have the guts, kill me. Li Jing, with her eyes shut, shook her head and screamed, No, I will end you. Yu Jun raised the knife, but instead of striking, he took a step back, pointing at Ho Guoping. You've got guts. I'll let you off today. Go back to your university and don't let me see you again. I'm working for Sun Hongyun, so watch yourself. Yu Jun tossed the knife to the ground and swaggered out of the dormitory. Ho Guoping stood frozen, staring at the knife on the floor. Moments later, he picked it up and rushed after Yu Jun. Yu Jun heard a commotion behind him and turned to see a towering figure, a fierce-looking man wielding a kitchen knife, pursuing him. Instantly, fear drained the color from his face, and he fled in terror. However, Ho Guoping, being tall and robust, quickly closed the distance and seized Yu Jun by the collar, yanking him back. Yu Jun cried out for help, and as Ho Guoping raised the knife, Li Jing's voice rang out from behind. Don't. Hesitating, Ho Guoping held the knife aloft for a moment before discarding it, seizing Yu Jun's head and unleashing a flurry of punches. It was only after the crowd intervened that he relented. Yu Jun, limping and in pain, managed to rise and, after putting some distance between them, turned to threaten, You will regret this. Ho Guoping, ready to charge again, was met with Yu Jun's hasty retreat. Supported and consoled by onlookers, Ho Guoping returned to his dormitory and shut the door. Li Jing, noticing his swollen cheek, could not hold back her tears. Ho Guoping gently stroked her head, whispering, It's all right. I'm fine. Chapter 14. More than a week passed. One night, Ho Guoping stood before the only public telephone pole in the village. Weary as he spoke into the receiver, I went to the Pinkham Public Security Bureau again. What did they say? Li Jing inquired from the other end. With a sense of defeat, he replied, Their attitude was dismissive, claiming that their investigation had ruled out Yu Jun as a suspect. I insisted it was impossible, but they maintained that once ruled out, it was final. When I asked if Wang Meixiang had been raped, their response was vague. They confirmed that semen was detected in her vagina but left the conclusion of whether it was rape or another circumstance open to further investigation. They're utterly ignorant of the law. Any sexual relations with someone under 14 is classified as rape, yet they spoke of other possibilities. Yu Jun took Wang Meixiang to the county for a day and a night, and they claimed his semen didn't match, thus absolving him. But even if his semen didn't match, he is the one most likely to know what transpired. Why not continue the investigation on him? There was a long silence on the line before Li Jing sighed. You should come back to school. It's not wise to stay there any longer. How can I? Is Wang Meixiang to die in vain? She was my student. It's my failure to prevent this outcome. I spoke with teacher Zhang Chao about your situation. He's the homeroom teacher. His suggestion is that you return to school for now. He will report your case to the academic office, which will arrange for you to teach in another location. If you prefer not to teach, you can return to complete your senior year. Teacher Zhang remarked that you are a university student who has never ventured beyond campus, and you view the world too naively. In large cities, we can advocate for the law, but in many rural areas, administrative bodies and the populace lack legal awareness. They do not uphold the law. And sometimes the law proves futile. Teacher Zhang noted that since Yu Jun is aware that you reported him to the police, it implies that someone within the police force disclosed your identity to him, which is illegal and unethical. There must be something amiss. For your safety, he hopes you will return swiftly. Ho Guoping took a deep breath of the cool night air, shaking his head firmly. No, I cannot return yet. Every night when I close my eyes, I see Wang Meixiang. You are not me. You cannot fathom that feeling. Just a mere extension of my hand, and I could have grasped her, yet she still fell. If such matters cannot be resolved through the law, if a life can be extinguished so unjustly, then I truly fail to comprehend the purpose of our legal studies. Li Jing fell silent for a moment, sighed, and inquired, Has Yu Jun sought revenge on you these past few days? No, I harbor no fear of him, Ho Guoping replied through clenched teeth. You have visited the police station again today. It is possible Yu Jun may learn of it. I am concerned he may come to trouble you. Then let him come. Ho Guoping scoffed, the image of Wang Meixiang seated in the passenger seat resurfacing in his mind. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Do not worry about me. I am not afraid of him. Can he truly overpower me? I almost welcome the challenge. I yearned to confront him, to punish him severely. Li Jing whimpered, "Please, do not provoke him further. He may not be able to defeat you, but you are an outsider, and he is a local thug. If he gathers a few accomplices and approaches you with a knife," her voice faltered. Hou Guiping let out a cold laugh. "I have considered the scenarios you describe, and I am prepared for whatever may come. I am not afraid in the least. He lacks the courage to truly harm me, should a life be lost. The local police would not be able to shield him." Li Jing wept. "Do not speak such words." Hou Guiping took a deep breath, his expression grave. "If I were not personally involved in this case, it would merely be a news story, one that could evoke sorrow for a few fleeting minutes. Yet, moments later, it would become just another tale in the newspaper, failing to impact my life, and I would not squander further energy on it. However, I have lived through this ordeal. I cannot remain a passive observer. If I were to turn my back and return to school, who would bear the responsibility for Wang Meixiang's death? I believe it would haunt me for a lifetime. But you have approached the police numerous times. Yu Jun continues to roam freely. What more can you do? The county police may be unresponsive, but what of the municipal police? If they too disregard it, there remains the prosecutor's office. I have been conducting my own inquiries these past few days and have uncovered some rather unusual information. I sense that the case is not as straightforward as I initially believed, including the matter of Gu Li's pregnancy and childbirth. Just grant me a little more time, and I shall reveal the truth." Hou Guiping gripped the phone tightly, confident that the truth lay just within reach. Chapter 15, November 16th, 2001, Friday. Approximately half a month prior, Hou Guiping obtained crucial evidence and unraveled the truth behind Wang Meixiang's death. The reality was so shocking that, due to his lack of trust in the Peking Public Security Bureau, he refrained from submitting the materials to them, opting instead to present them to the Peking prosecutor's office. An office director there received him, attentively grasping the situation and reviewing the materials he provided, visibly taken aback by the revelations. A week later, Hou Guiping returned to the Pingkong Procuratorate to inquire about the results. Once again, he was received by the same director, who summoned him to a small conference room for a private discussion. The director informed him that they could not investigate the case, repeatedly urging him to return to university and to set this matter aside. Disheartened, Hou Guiping decided to attend additional classes over the past few days and, taking a day off today, he traveled early in the morning to Jin City. There, he submitted the same evidence to the Public Security Bureau and explained the situation. The staff indicated that they needed to report to their superiors before proceeding and promised to provide him with a response later. By the time he returned to Miaogao Township, it was already evening. The early winter sunset in the mountains cast a dim light, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the homes in the village, while a streak of crimson graced the horizon, soon to disappear behind the mountains. Hou Guiping stretched his body and took a deep breath of the crisp air as he walked back to the school. Approaching the dormitory, he noticed someone loitering near the entrance, easily recognizable due to his short stature and dyed yellow hair. He cautiously halted, and at that moment, Yu Jun, the little rascal, also spotted him. Hou Guiping narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly surveying his surroundings. A brick lay on the ground nearby. If the man made a move, he would seize the brick and strike. However, it seemed unnecessary, as Yu Jun held no weapon. Instead, carrying 2 bottles of liquor in one hand and some vegetables in the other, approaching with a beaming smile. "Teacher Ho, you have finally returned. I was wrong before, and I apologize. Whatever you want, I will comply. Let us go to your room and talk." Uncertain of Yu Jun's intentions, Hou Guiping found himself at a crossroads. Were he dealing with other petty rogues, he might have been open to friendship, believing that a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. Yet, considering Yu Jun's transgressions against his student, he felt that forgiveness was utterly out of the question. He remained rooted to the spot, glaring coldly at Yu Jun. "What do you want?" "Here, if 2 people have a quarrel, they sit together, share a drink, and apologize. That does not apply to us." He delivered his rejection without a trace of mercy. Yu Jun's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his smile. "Teacher Ho, I assure you, I had nothing to do with Wang Meixiang's matter. Let us go inside. Allow me to explain everything to you in detail." Hou Guiping hesitated, uncertain of Yu Jun's motives. Reluctantly, he was half dragged into the dormitory. Yu Jun eagerly arranged several platters of cold dishes, opened a bottle of liquor, and poured for both of them. He lifted his glass first and downed it in one gulp, apologizing. "Teacher Ho, I was entirely in the wrong before. I lack education. While you are a university student, please do not hold it against me. If you are dissatisfied, then strike me. I will not resist. Let that settle our score." Shall we? Ho Guiping frowned at him and asked, "What exactly do you want? Let us finish this drink first, and then I will explain everything to you." Yu Jun replied, raising his glass in anticipation. Ho Guiping stared at him for a long moment, unafraid of what he might do, and ultimately lifted his glass, downing the contents in one go, as if to suppress the fury boiling within him. "Mr. Ho, did you visit the Municipal Public Security Bureau today?" Ho Guiping was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. "How did you know I went to the Municipal Public Security Bureau? You must know someone there, right?" The alcohol in Ho Guiping's system flushed his face crimson. Yu Jun waved his hands repeatedly. "How could I possibly know any officers at the Public Security Bureau? I don't even know anyone at the county level. Let me put it this way. Wherever you report, they will know almost immediately. Who are they?" "I cannot disclose that. I've mentioned before, I am merely working for Sun Hongyun. I am his driver. You may not be familiar with our boss since you are from out of town, but in Pinkong, everyone knows him. I'm just assisting with some tasks for my boss. The matter concerning Wang Meixiang has nothing to do with me. I never anticipated that Wang Meixiang would take her own life. This situation has escalated unexpectedly. No one saw it coming. They assured me that such incidents would not occur again in the future. I urge you to refrain from involving yourself further. Here is 3,000 yuan as compensation for your troubles these past few days. If you find it insufficient," Ho Guiping forcefully swatted away the red envelope that Yu Jun had presented, knocking over the small stool in the process, and exclaimed sternly, "Are you attempting to bribe me with money? This is a matter of human life. A matter of human life." Yu Jun's expression changed, and he was about to lose his temper, but upon seeing the imposing figure of Ho Guiping, he instinctively recoiled. He picked himself up from the ground, suppressing his anger, and said, "Mr. Ho, we are all just trying to make a living in society. There is no need to be so straightforward. They want to know if you have any backups of the materials you submitted to the Municipal Public Security Bureau today. I'm not privy to the contents of your submission, but they regard it highly and have indicated that you could name your price if you are willing to hand it over. Mr. Ho, I'll let you in on a secret. They are quite affluent, so feel free to ask for a substantial sum. I am merely running errands. If this matter is resolved favorably, I might receive a reward. I will certainly remember your kindness, Mr. Ho, and if you choose to continue teaching here, I assure you that no one in Miaogao Township will dare to lay a finger on you." Ho Guiping clenched his fists and pointed fiercely at Yu Jun. "Are you attempting to threaten me?" Yu Jun, fearing another blow, took a step back. "I am merely conveying their words, both the good and the bad. How you wish to proceed is entirely up to you. Get out." The small stool huffed, picked up the fallen envelope, and turned to leave. Ho Guiping grabbed the bottle on the table and poured himself 3 glasses, downing them in quick succession. After half a gin of liquor, his face flushed, he gasped for breath, yet his mind grew clearer. He took out a pen and inscribed on the letterhead, "Xiao Jing, I have obtained some evidence. The matter concerning Wang Meixiang is far more intricate than I had anticipated. These criminals wield considerable influence, and I can no longer remain in Pinkong. I am not afraid of how they might retaliate against me. But this issue cannot be resolved here. I must return to the university promptly, where there are greater legal resources available. I shall report the situation to the Provincial Public Security Bureau and the Provincial Procuratorate. I am determined to provide an account for the victimized students. Tomorrow morning, I will make the remaining teaching arrangements for the students, and in the afternoon, I shall head back to Hangzhou." Dated 2001116. After completing the letter, a wave of intoxication surged through him, igniting a feverish warmth within. He placed the letter in an envelope, affixed a stamp, and exited the dormitory, depositing the letter into the mailbox at the school gate. He stood there as a gust of cold wind swept over him, causing him to shiver, gazing at the dark, mountainous night sky, his heart brimming with unexpressed indignation. Previously, he had viewed this sky as a tranquil and beautiful black gemstone. At this moment, however, he realized that the darkness enveloping the sky was profound, devoid of any glimmer of light. He yearned to shout loudly, yet feared disturbing the boarding students within the school. He began to run laps around the dirt playground, expelling the alcohol and sweat from his body, reveling in the freedom of his sprint. Eventually, when his clothes were drenched in perspiration and he could run no more, he ceased his activity and walked back to the dormitory. He kindled the coal stove, boiling a kettle of water, preparing for a long-awaited bath, intending to enjoy one final restful sleep before dawn. Just then, a light patter of footsteps echoed from outside, drawing closer until a knock resonated at the door. "Who is it?" Ho Guiping asked warily. "Mr. Ho, it's me. We've run out of hot water at home. Do you have any?" came a feminine voice. Ho Guiping opened the door to find Ding Chunmei, the young widow residing outside the school, dressed in a white V-neck sweater, her hair casually tied in a ponytail. It was late at night, and the unexpected visit from a woman made him feel somewhat bashful. The widow smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth as she observed the steaming stove. "Mr. Ho, you're boiling water. I was just thinking of bathing, but we've run out of firewood. May I borrow some hot water?" "Yes, please take what you need." "Then may I use your thermos?" As she moved gracefully towards the table to retrieve the thermos, she suddenly stumbled and fell into Ho Guiping's embrace. He froze momentarily, as if his body had ceased to respond, the heavy scent of alcohol wafting from him enveloping her face. Suddenly, she reached her hand beneath his autumn shirt, lightly grazing the sensitive area of his chest like a flea. Chapter 16. Ho Guiping's sexual assault on left-behind girls, rape of women, and his final despair leading to suicide by drowning? Yin Liang closed the copy of the case file from years past and exchanged a glance with Zhao Taimin, who sat behind the desk. Zhao Taimin nodded, stating, "I sent someone specifically to the Pingkong Public Security Bureau to retrieve this material and also consulted several informed teachers from the university at that time for verification. Initially, it was personnel from the Pingkong Public Security Bureau who arrived at the school to convey this information. Considering the unfortunate incident that befell a Zhejiang University student during their teaching assistance period, the institution publicly declared that the student had tragically drowned in a reservoir." Yin Liang furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe this narrative. Why? He was a student from a prestigious university, educated and well-versed in the law. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taimin could not contain his laughter. "Old Yin, spare us your intellectual facade. I am all too familiar with the tactics of you scholars. It is rather commonplace for students from engineering and science universities to be involved in such scandals. There is nothing extraordinary about it." Yin Liang shot him a disapproving glance, stating, "Send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. There is likely more to this case than meets the eye. What could possibly be amiss? The facts are clear, and the evidence is substantial." The case file records that on the night of November 16, 2001, a woman named Ding Chunmei reported to the police that the teaching assistant, Ho Guiping, had lured her to his dormitory and assaulted her. When the officers arrived at the dormitory, they found it empty but discovered fresh semen on the bed. The following day, the county's forensic expert arrived in the village and retrieved traces of semen from Ding Chunmei's vagina. During the search of Ho Guiping's dormitory, a pair of young girls' underwear was found, also bearing his semen. Investigations revealed that this underwear belonged to a student named Wang Meixiang, who had tragically taken her own life a few weeks prior after having been sexually assaulted. Records from local villagers confirmed that during his teaching assistance, Ho Guiping had displayed highly inappropriate behavior, with numerous witnesses attesting to his sexual encounters with unfamiliar women in the school dormitory during daylight hours. On the third day, villagers discovered a male corpse in the reservoir, which was identified as Ho Guiping's. The semen found in Ding Chunmei and on the young girl's underwear matched his DNA. Consequently, the police concluded that Ho Guiping had committed sexual assault against the vulnerable girl and raped the woman, fleeing in panic after the incident, ultimately taking his own life by drowning. With material and testimonial evidence in abundance, the chain of proof appeared complete. Yin Liang subtly shook his head. On the surface, the case seemed straightforward. However, consider this. The incident transpired over a decade ago, and logically, it should have been forgotten by now. So why did Zhang Yang leave Ho Guiping's name and a photocopy of his ID in that prosecutor's booklet? The booklet was printed in January of this year, and Zhang Yang passed away in March, indicating that the inclusion of Ho Guiping's information occurred shortly before his death. A perplexing murder case, where the deceased left behind suspect information from a 12-year-old case shortly before his own demise, merits our attention. He picked up the materials again, spreading the documents before him, meticulously flipping through each page. After a considerable time, he suddenly noticed a glaring omission. Why was there no autopsy report for Ho Guiping? No autopsy report? Zhao Taimin widened his eyes, rifling through the materials once more, only to find that they merely stated the conclusion of Ho Guiping's drowning, with no autopsy report present. This was indeed peculiar. Yin Liang lifted his head and gazed sternly at Zhao Taimin. In a sealed case report, the most crucial autopsy report was conspicuously absent. Such an oversight is rather uncommon, is it not? Zhao Taimin squinted, offering no response. Have the prosecutor sent from the provincial high court and your special investigation team contact the Pingshan County Prosecutor's Office to see if they possess any materials regarding this case. The prosecutor's office certainly does not have it, Zhao Taimin replied, shaking his head. In criminal cases where the suspect is deceased, The case is automatically closed and does not need to be reported to the prosecutor's office. The file on Ho Guiping would only be retained by the Public Security Bureau and not submitted to the prosecution. Yan Liang regarded him skeptically. If the Pingshan County Prosecutor's Office lacks records on this case, why would Zhang Yang, a former prosecutor, have written down information about Ho Guiping? 2 days later, Zhao Taiman anxiously approached Yan Liang, bearing a case document. Indeed, the Pingshan County Prosecutor's Office had a file on Ho Guiping. Yan Liang, anticipating this, accepted it with a smile and inquired, "Does it contain the autopsy report?" Zhao Taiman nodded gravely. "It does." Yan Liang looked at him curiously. "Is there a problem?" "You will know once you look," Zhao Taiman replied. Yan Liang hastily opened the document and found the autopsy report on Ho Guiping. His gaze fell upon the conclusion, which still read death by drowning. However, as he scanned the description of the body, he immediately discerned an anomaly. The body bore multiple unexplained injuries, with 150 milliliters of fluid in the deceased's stomach. Yan Liang could not help but exclaim, "How could there only be 150 milliliters of fluid in the stomach of someone who drowned?" Zhao Taiman turned away with a cold snort. Ho Guiping drowned after swallowing just one mouthful of water. It seems that dying is remarkably easy. Indeed, this case harbors issues. Yan Liang furrowed his brow slightly and then asked, "Since the suspect is deceased, the case should be dismissed according to regulations, and the Public Security Bureau need not report it to the prosecutor's office. Why then does the Pingshan Prosecutor's Office possess Ho Guiping's file?" Zhao Taiman shook his head. Several main leaders in the Pingshan Prosecutor's Office were transferred in recent years, and they profess ignorance as to why the materials for a case that should have been closed remain in their possession. Yan Liang meticulously reviewed the entire document and remarked, "The contents of the two files from the prosecutor's office and the Public Security Bureau are identical. The only difference is that the latter lacks Ho Guiping's autopsy report. The autopsy was conducted by the Public Security Bureau, yet they do not have the report, while the prosecutor's materials include it. This is highly unusual." Zhao Taiman concurred. Yan Liang gazed distantly into the horizon. "Now you should believe that Zhang Chao is not misleading us. Our search for Jiang Yang's belongings has led us to uncover a rather peculiar old case. Are you suggesting that this is something Zhang Chao deliberately wanted us to discover? What could his motive be? A retrial? But for a case over a decade old, with the individuals involved long deceased, what purpose would a retrial serve? Would it be worth his voluntary incarceration?" Yan Liang spread his hands. "I do not know the answer and cannot provide one. You might inquire further with Zhang Chao, but I am confident that you will uncover no valuable leads. He will undoubtedly claim ignorance regarding this matter. For now, you must continue your investigation into Ho Guiping." Zhao Taiman nodded, but soon furrowed his brow, displaying a troubled expression. "After I received this document, I shared it with other colleagues in the Special Investigation Team. Undoubtedly, everyone agrees that this old case harbors issues. However, there is a divergence of opinion. Most are eager to swiftly conclude the murder of Zhang Yang and show little interest in a routine homicide from over a decade ago. Even if this case presents clear discrepancies, the local police have already classified it, and reopening it would be a cumbersome endeavor, involving many past participants and facing various forms of resistance." Yan Liang replied without a moment's hesitation, "There is no doubt that you must pursue the truth behind Ho Guiping's case." Zhao Taiman, caught in a dilemma, responded, "You are well aware of our procedural constraints. Investigating a case necessitates weighing the input against the output. If we were to chase every difficult case solely for the sake of justice, we would need thrice the number of officers nationwide. The Special Investigation Team was formed to address Jiang Yang's murder, not to delve into a minor case from many years ago. Moreover, the individual in question has already passed, who would willingly seek to reopen a case for the deceased. The various local obstacles in the investigation are experiences you have not personally encountered." "No," Yan Liang said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon him. "If you do not uncover the truth behind Ho Guiping's case, the murder of Jiang Yang may remain unsolved indefinitely. Zhang Chao suggested we examine Jiang Yang's belongings, and upon investigation, we immediately uncovered an old case riddled with uncertainties. This is no mere coincidence. The connection between Ho Guiping's death, Jiang Yang's murder, and Zhang Chao's retraction of his confession is yet to be determined, but I believe the threads will gradually intertwine." Zhao Taiman fidgeted with his fingers, deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, he nodded in agreement. "However, Ho Guiping's case transpired over a decade ago. How can we investigate it now?" "Quite simply. First, we must investigate why Ho Guiping's case file remains in the prosecutor's office. I believe it is related to Jiang Yang. Second, we should obtain the autopsy report. Identify the signature at the end, and consult the forensic pathologist Qinming Zhang to understand the circumstances at that time. Third, we ought to speak with the case handler from back then and inquire why a report that clearly indicates murder concluded with a finding of accidental drowning. Zhao Taiman contemplated for a moment before responding. Each of these investigations requires manpower. Currently, the Special Investigation Team is solely focused on Jiang Yang's murder. Many of its members hold higher ranks than I do, and directing them to pursue an old case is beyond my authority. Fortunately, our brigade has several hundred personnel. I can assign my detectives to investigate. Upon hearing this, Yin Liang slowly opened his eyes. Given the significant social impact of this case, the provincial and municipal authorities have formed a special investigation team comprising 3 units, ideally led by someone from the provincial department. Your rank as head of the criminal investigation brigade is insufficient, yet Gao Dong has strongly recommended you. I believe the primary reason is that those of higher rank have fewer subordinates than you. Zhao Taiman exclaimed in surprise. Are you suggesting that my appointment as the head of the special investigation team was a deliberate arrangement by Gao Ting? Yin Liang nodded, casting his gaze out the window. Murmuring, what does Gao Dong truly know, and what role does he play in this case? Chapter 17. In 2003, Jiang Yang arrived in Pingkong County. Jiang Yang's life is undoubtedly fortunate. From a young age, he excelled as a top student and gained admission to the law department of Zhejiang University, graduating smoothly in 2002. At that time, foreign enterprises were highly sought after, with Procter & Gamble and the Big Four accounting firms being the aspirations of all students. The civil service was not as popular then as it later became. Even before graduation, Jiang Yang effortlessly secured a position at the Jin City People's Procuratorate. Although he was not a local, he applied there for his own special reasons. He had numerous options at his disposal, including positions at the Supreme People's Procuratorate, the Provincial High People's Procuratorate, or the Procuratorate in the provincial capital, Hangzhou. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that these institutions were filled with elite individuals. In terms of education, qualifications, and capabilities, he could not compete with the elite, and in terms of connections, he had no advantages. Jin City, located in western Zhejiang, ranks lowest in the province economically, and top-tier legal professionals would not consider applying to such an institution. Jiang Yang believed that the Zhejiang University brand would shine brightly in a backward city, and with diligent effort, he could easily become a key talent nurtured by the organization, steadily advancing toward a promising career. Indeed, his expectations were met. Upon his arrival, he became the only graduate from a prestigious university in the unit. Additionally, he was handsome, cheerful, and articulate, a remarkable individual. Any government office is not lacking in matchmaking annies, and soon, various matchmakers approached him with photos of potential partners. However, he had discerning taste and declined every proposal, primarily because he found the girls unattractive. It proved that he did not hastily choose a girlfriend due to his single status. He had a clear vision for his life. Before long, he encountered a girl worthy of his affection, Wu Yak, the beautiful daughter of Deputy Procurator Wu. She seemed to have a particular fondness for uniforms, and upon meeting Jiang Yang in his uniform, she immediately felt a connection. Wu Yak, with her delicate face, long hair, and distinctive curves, also studied law and had just graduated, now working as an assistant at a law firm. Thus, under the pretext of being fellow legal professionals, they quickly began discussing their life aspirations, expressing their shared determination to navigate through the initial stage of socialism together. Deputy Procurator Wu observed Jiang Yang for several months, even personally engaging him in conversation, ultimately describing him as a fine young man embodying socialist virtues, which greatly pleased him. In the realm of government work, having a high-ranking leader as a future father-in-law makes everything significantly easier. Coupled with his habit of reading management literature and occasionally contributing some seemingly profound remarks during meetings, he naturally became a focal point for cultivation within the organization. Everything progressed smoothly. In 2003, Deputy Procurator Wu was transferred to become the Procuratorate Chief in Pingkong County, and Jiang Yang followed, assuming the role of head of the Investigation and Supervision Division at the Deputy Division level, leading a team of 4 staff members. This was quite an achievement for someone who had just graduated a year prior, and everyone regarded his future with optimism. At that time, mobile phones were just beginning to gain popularity, and smartphones had yet to emerge, making the internet the primary means of communication among young people. After graduation, his university classmates formed a group. One day, Jiang Yang mentioned his position at the People's Procuratorate of Pingkong County. which prompted his female classmate Li Jing to initiate a private conversation with him. Upon learning that he was the head of the Investigation Supervision Department, Li Jing expressed her intention to visit him in Pingkong in a few days. Li Jing, renowned for her beauty and exceptional figure, was in a relationship with Ho Guiping. A fact known to all. Jiang Yang, naturally, harbored no romantic notions about her. When she unexpectedly proposed to visit, he felt an instinctive rejection. Could she possibly have feelings for him? Although he considered himself handsome, he was already romantically involved with his superior's daughter and dared not stray. He could only ask her earnestly what the matter was, but she remained cryptic, insisting that she would reveal it upon their meeting. Jiang Yang, feeling the weight of honesty, informed Wu Yak about the upcoming encounter. In a small county like theirs, any scandal could spread like wildfire, and if rumors reached Wu Jian's ears, he would swiftly find himself demoted from department head to gatekeeper. The meeting was set at the only Western restaurant in the county, where Wu Yak discreetly observed from a corner while Jiang Yang and Li Jing sat at a secluded table nearby. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yang, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at Wu Yak and, in a lowered voice, directly inquired, "What brings you to Pingkong?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Jing slowly spoke. "Do you remember Ho Guiping? Your boyfriend?" "Of course, I know him," Jiang Yang replied, furrowing his brow. "I regret what happened to him. It seems it occurred here in Pingkong, correct?" Li Jing silently nodded. Jiang Yang looked at her quizzically. "What is going on? It's been years. Why bring him up now?" After much hesitation, she said, "There is something I've been wanting to understand, but I feel it might trouble you." Sensing that her intentions were not romantic, Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and candidly asked, "What is it? Speak freely. As old classmates, I will certainly assist you, provided it doesn't violate any principles." "I suspect that Ho Guiping did not drown," she stated. Jiang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Li Jing bit her lip, and after a pause, she whispered, "He was murdered." "What did you say?" Jiang Yang exclaimed, drawing the attention of Wu Yak nearby. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly lowered his voice and asked, "Why do you say that?" After Ho Guiping's death, the Pingkong Public Security Bureau brought the case materials to the school to report the incident. "Do you know what was recorded in those materials regarding Ho Guiping's death? Wasn't it an accidental drowning while swimming?" Jiang Yang replied. Li Jing gently shook her head. The report stated that Ho Guiping had sexually assaulted a left-behind girl and raped a woman. He escaped during his arrest and ultimately committed suicide by jumping into a lake out of guilt. Jiang Yang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "That is impossible. Ho Guiping could never be that kind of person. Although I was not close to him, I know he could not possibly be like that." In his mind, the figure of Ho Guiping emerged, a tall, sunny boy, athletic and robust, brimming with enthusiasm and embodying a sense of justice. He was certainly not the type to lurk in the shadows, indulging in lewd activities. He recalled an incident when a car thief was apprehended by the boys in their class. Many were eager to exact punishment on the thief, but Ho Guiping, utilizing his stature, stopped them, insisting on turning the thief over to the authorities instead of resorting to violence. How could such a righteous and benevolent young man possibly be implicated in a sexual assault case? Li Jing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I cannot believe he would ever commit such an act. Moreover, there is something you are unaware of. During his time teaching in Miaogao Township, I visited him. Not long before my visit, a female student in his class had tragically taken her own life by ingesting pesticide. The police discovered that she had been sexually assaulted prior to her death, and Ho Guiping had been actively reporting this to his superiors, demanding an investigation. How could he be responsible? You suggest he reported the sexual assault of a student and was subsequently murdered, yet the police concluded that he himself had assaulted her?" Li Jing nodded slowly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang's expression darkened, a veil of gloom settling upon him. Li Jing continued, "When the Pingkong Public Security Bureau came to the school to report on the case, teacher Zhang Chao reviewed the case closure report they brought. Later, he confided in me that there was a significant issue in the materials. The autopsy report concluded that Ho Guiping had drowned. Yet the autopsy description noted that there were 150 milliliters of water in his stomach." Jiang Yang, not being a professional, momentarily failed to grasp the implication. "What does that imply?" Teacher Zhang explained, "If a person had drowned, they would have ingested a considerable amount of water. 150 milliliters is merely a sip. Hence, it is improbable that he drowned." Jiang Yang felt a chill run through him. Given this, did Teacher Zhang relay this discrepancy to the Pingkong Public Security Bureau? Li Jing shook her head. "No," I inquired. And he mentioned that local law enforcement is riddled with corruption. Since he identified this inconsistency, He believed the forensic experts involved would surely be aware of it as well. Yet the report still reached its final conclusion. At the time of his reporting, there was an informant within the Pingkong Public Security Bureau who disclosed his identity, suggesting that the case might encompass a far-reaching conspiracy. Teacher Zhang remarked that overturning a case in the locality is exceedingly challenging, involving numerous individuals, particularly with a case so fraught with doubts. We, as law students still within the confines of academia, cannot comprehend the practical difficulties involved. Ho Guiping is already deceased. Regardless of whether the case is reopened, it will not alter the fact of his death. Jiang Yang fell silent, deep in thought. Having worked as a prosecutor for over a year, he was no longer the naive university student he once was. He understood the complexities of actual casework, recognizing that some cases, despite evident discrepancies, ultimately succumb to compromise for various reasons. Learning to compromise is a hallmark of maturity. Li Jing, observing his expression, hesitantly ventured, "If possible, could you assist me in verifying the case materials, specifically to check the records of that autopsy report, to see if it aligns with what Teacher Zhang observed? And if it does, you are the head of the Investigation Supervision Department, and you find yourself confronted with a troubling matter that is difficult for Li Jing to articulate. You wish to advocate for him and restore his innocence." Jiang Yang, however, exhibits a lack of enthusiasm. Li Jing slowly nods, tears streaming down his face as he recalls the aftermath of the incident. "After that event, I heard that Ho Guiping's mother suffered a mental breakdown and subsequently vanished. Not long after, his father committed suicide by jumping into the river." At this moment, Wu Yak, perhaps feeling threatened by the potential rival before her boyfriend, approaches. However, upon arrival, she perceives an atmosphere that diverges from her expectations. Both parties remain silent. Li Jing weeps quietly, while Jiang Yang sits upright, his brow furrowed, a demeanor she has never witnessed before. Li Jing, through tear-filled eyes, notices Wu Yak's peculiar expression and feels momentarily at a loss. Jiang Yang quickly composes himself and introduces both individuals, before recounting the events surrounding Ho Guiping to Wu Yak. Gradually, anger becomes evident on her face, and she slams her fist on the table, asserting coldly, "If this is indeed the case, Jiang Yang, you must investigate. You must clear his name and apprehend the true culprit." Jiang Yang contemplates that probing into the case at the Public Security Bureau might not only encounter resistance, but could also alienate others within the system, leaving him hesitant to commit. Li Jing perceives his reluctance and forces a smile, pressing his lips together. "I understand this is a challenging situation for you. I merely wish to ascertain how Ho Guiping died. I have no other demands." Wu Yak decisively interjects, "How can you merely confirm the facts? This case must be thoroughly investigated." Jiang Yang, what are you hesitating for? Are you not a prosecutor? If you do not pursue this, I shall approach my father. Li Jing, puzzled, inquires, "Your father?" "My father is the chief prosecutor and oversees Jiang Yang." Wu Yak replies, a sense of pride swelling within her. Jiang Yang can only respond with a resigned grimace, acknowledging the undeniable truth of her statement. Li Jing quickly wipes her tears, filled with hope. "If it is indeed possible." "I wish," Jiang Yang interrupts, "I understand. I will do my best." Chapter 18. After escorting Li Jing onto the bus back to Hangzhou, Jiang Yang and Wu Yak walk along the return path in silence, his brow tightly knitted. Wu Yak, dissatisfied, begins to chastise him. "What is going on? You seem quite reluctant to assist your classmate with this case." Jiang Yang harbors his concerns. If what Li Jing says is true, handling this situation will not be straightforward. "I have only been in my position for a year. Delving into Ho Guiping's case would surely offend many." Wu Yak regards him with disdain. "Are you still a prosecutor? Are you not the head of the Investigation Supervision Department? Aren't you supposed to address wrongful convictions?" Jiang Yang sighs in resignation. "The reality of the job is not so simple. I have yet to exonerate anyone. I truly do not understand. There must be a first time for everything, so consider this case as your inaugural opportunity for exoneration. What is there to hesitate about? If this is a miscarriage of justice, you, as the head of the Investigation and Supervision Department, must resolutely seek to rectify it, adhering to the law in your actions. If the sky were to fall, my father would be there to support you. What is there to fear? I will discuss this matter with my father, and he will undoubtedly back you. But let us not entertain any buts." Wu Yak, becoming increasingly agitated, halted in her tracks and turned back to glare at Jiang Yang. "Did you not hear what Li Jing said? Ho Guiping went to report that his student had been sexually assaulted, only to end up murdered, and after his death, he was falsely accused of sexually assaulting a young girl and raping women. This entire affair has driven his mother to madness and resulted in her disappearance, while his father, consumed by shame, took his own life. A single miscarriage of justice has destroyed an entire family. If you do not take action to prevent such occurrences, on what grounds can you continue as a prosecutor? I am deeply disappointed in you. Jiang Yang bit his lip and quickly smiled, trying to appease her. Very well. I shall abide by your esteemed directive and investigate to the best of my ability. Is that satisfactory? This is not merely for my sake. It is your duty as a prosecutor. I have no desire to see you become a bureaucrat who weighs every decision against personal interests. I have encountered too many such hypocrites. Wu Yak's expression was grave. Jiang Yang took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and declared, "All right. For the sake of my duties as a prosecutor, I acknowledge my error. I should not have succumbed to bureaucratic thinking. I will investigate this case immediately. Please allow me this reprieve from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection." Mississippi Wu Yak fixed him with a stern gaze, maintaining her righteous demeanor for a considerable time before finally breaking into a smile. Now that's more like it. Remember, when you visit the police station, wear a sharp uniform. Don't embarrass me. Naturally, I am the most dashing prosecutor in Pinkong County. Oh, I am second in handsomeness. The first is my esteemed father-in-law. The following day, Jiang Yang personally led a team to the Pinkong Public Security Bureau to request the case files regarding Ho Guiping. He was received by the head of the criminal investigation team, Li Jiangguo, a man in his 40s, not particularly tall, slightly portly, yet still robust. Although he held the same administrative rank as Jiang Yang, his responsibilities encompassed many more individuals, including a squad of 60 to 70 personnel, which naturally imbued him with an aura of authority far beyond that of Jiang Yang, who managed only 4 subordinates. Upon learning of Jiang Yang's purpose and noting his youthful demeanor, Li Jiangguo expressed disdain. The case concerning Ho Guiping has been closed, the perpetrator is deceased, and the case files are sealed in the archives. According to regulations, they are not to be submitted to the prosecutor's office. What do you require these materials for? We have received reports that necessitate a review of this case. Li Jiangguo frowned slightly. What reports? Who provided this information? As per regulations, I cannot disclose that information. Li Jiangguo scoffed, adopting a defiant attitude. Then I too am operating within regulations. The case has been archived and is no longer the concern of the prosecutor's office. You may return. Jiang Yang suppressed his anger, presenting the document requesting to review the files. Li Jiangguo glanced at it, then returned it with a smirk. It is of no use to me. I am not responsible for the archives. With that, he turned and walked away. Jiang Yang felt humiliated in front of his subordinates, his frustration mounting as he found himself powerless in the police station. He had no choice but to seek out the archives, only to be informed that accessing the files related to the criminal case required the signature of Li Jiangguo. Thus, he had to find Li Jiangguo again. However, the detective from the squad mentioned that Li Jiangguo was out on business and had left the office, leaving them to wait in vain. Chapter 19. Jiang Yang did not anticipate encountering such an obstacle when attempting to retrieve the files. After much contemplation, he recalled that Li Jing had indicated the evidence of murder lay within the autopsy report. Upon further inquiry, he learned that all autopsy reports at the Pinkong Public Security Bureau were the work of forensic expert Chen Mingzhang. Consequently, he decided to visit Chen Mingzhang the following morning. At the entrance of the Technical Investigation Center, it was the first encounter between him and Chen Mingzhang. Chen Mingzhang, approximately 35 or 36 years of age, wore glasses and possessed a scholarly appearance, yet there was a unique cunningness about him, which he later realized was mere craftiness. Upon hearing that Jiang Yang sought to understand the cause of death of a victim from a case 2 years prior, Chen Mingzhang displayed an icy demeanor, as if to say, "What do you want with me? All the materials are in the archives. Your procuratorate can request them through proper channels." Jiang Yang furrowed his brow and admitted, "The archives at your agency are not very cooperative. Then coordinate with your superiors. You are from the procuratorate. The police are most wary of your agency. Do you fear they will refuse you?" Jiang Yang found it futile to complain to the police about their obfuscation and could only patiently plead, "Forensic expert Chen, could you possibly extend your assistance and verify the cause of death? This outcome is of great significance to me." Chen Mingzhang scrutinized him for a moment, frowning as he replied, "You clearly have the option to follow proper protocol, yet you choose not to. What is your relationship with the deceased?" "The deceased suspect was my friend. The case is quite unusual. I believe you must have some recollection of it." "Wait, you said the deceased suspect was your friend?" "He was my university classmate. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mingzhang allowed a slight smile to appear and asked, "So, you harbor doubts concerning the cause of your classmate's death?" "Indeed, but I certainly do not question your work. I merely," Chen Mingzhang interjected, "it is perfectly acceptable. Oversights can occur in any profession. It is no issue if you question my work." He suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Is this a personal matter or an official one?" Jiang Yang, perplexed by the sudden shift in demeanor, replied, "Currently, it is a personal matter, but if evidence arises, I will handle it formally." Chen Mingzhang scratched his head, appearing hesitant. Jiang Yang quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I will not burden you. Nor will I do so in the future. You misunderstand. I am not at all concerned about being burdened. It is simply that," Chen Mingzhang said with an air of difficulty. "This is your private matter, and assisting you will naturally require me to utilize my personal time, which is quite precious. As the saying goes, time is money." Gradually, Jiang Yang grasped the situation. Internally cursing the sordid nature of bureaucratic personnel in small towns who sought to profit at every opportunity. Yet, in light of his current predicament, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and inquire, "How much?" "Ah, how should I put this?" Chen Mingzhang extended a hand and shook it lightly. "You decide what you deem appropriate, and I will assist you in reviewing the records." 50? Cough. "Well, you know, prices are rising rapidly these days." 500? Jiang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Mingzhang's face flushed, and with an awkward chuckle, he nodded in embarrassment. Jiang Yang gritted his teeth. A fierce internal struggle ensued as he recalled his girlfriend's insistence on uncovering the truth. He reluctantly agreed. "Fine." Chen the forensic expert smiled brightly. "Which individual do you wish to investigate? I can come by after work." 2 years ago, a volunteer teacher named Hou Guiping drowned in Miaogao Township. Hou Guiping? Chen Mingzhang's expression shifted, and after a moment, he hurriedly shook his head, saying that was not feasible. Jiang Yang's vigilance heightened as he fixed his gaze on him and inquired, "Why is that not possible? Is there something peculiar about this case? Was there any issue surrounding Hou Guiping's death?" Chen the forensic expert replied solemnly, "This case is indeed quite special, hence 500 won't suffice. It must be 1,000. 1,000? That's nearly a month's salary." Jiang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Chen the forensic expert shushed him repeatedly, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Before lowering his voice, "Although I am a technical staff member and not a functional police officer, occasionally taking on private work through my skills isn't technically against the rules. However, it would not reflect well if it got out. Keep it down. I am the only forensic expert in the county alongside my apprentice, and I encounter 30 to 40 corpses a year. How could I remember all those names? The fact that I recall Hou Guiping's name indicates that this case certainly has its uniqueness. Nevertheless, I am a fair person. He was, after all, my corpse. And you were his classmate. In consideration of the deceased, I can offer you a friendly price of 800. What do you think? If you accept, I will provide you not only with the autopsy report of Hou Guiping, but also an invaluable piece of information that is truly worth its weight in gold." Jiang Yang cursed him silently, for from any angle, this man seemed less a forensic expert and more a shrewd businessman. After a round of haggling, he had finally settled on a friendly price out of respect for the deceased. He pondered for quite some time, realizing that aside from the information regarding the corpse, there was indeed a significant piece of information that Chen the forensic expert likely possessed, suggesting the case may harbor hidden depths. Having promised Wu Yak to exert every effort in uncovering the truth, he feared that giving up at this juncture would lead to her disappointment. After a considerable internal conflict, despite the sting of parting with a substantial portion of his salary, he concluded that being in a public service role meant he had minimal other expenses. Thus, he gritted his teeth and agreed, arranging to dine together that evening. Chapter 20. Jiang Yang and Wu Yak sat in a private booth at the restaurant, anxiously awaiting their appointment, peering out through the partially open door from time to time. It was dark, unbearably dark. How could such a person exist? He extorted a full 800 from you. How much is your monthly salary? Wu Yak lamented for a solid half hour, continuously calculating how many days of work Jiang Yang needed to make 800, how many articles of clothing that amount could procure, and how many meals could be enjoyed out. Yet, Chen Mingzhang, with merely a casual wave of his hand, dared to demand such a hefty sum. In the end, she had no choice but to direct her complaints towards Jiang Yang, lamenting that this man simply did not know how to negotiate. If it had been her, she would have certainly haggled down to 300 yuan, not a penny more. If Chen Mingzhang had hesitated, she would have turned away, knowing he would undoubtedly call her back, offering an additional 100 yuan. She would resolutely declare that no extra could be added, maintaining her posture of readiness to depart. And ultimately, he would agree to a transaction at 300 yuan. The thought that Jiang Yang had so easily acquiesced in the morning filled her with fury. Anyone in her position would be incensed, akin to anticipating a delightful indulgence, only to find themselves ensnared in a trap. Now, no amount of words could remedy the situation. Although Jiang Yang winced at the thought of 800 yuan, he also felt a surge of pride. He mused that Wu Yak must now comprehend the depth of his affection. After all, this 800 yuan was solely extracted for her sake. While Hou Guiping was a classmate, their acquaintance hardly warranted such an expense. He chuckled to himself, thinking that since he had already committed, he would simply need to tighten his belt next month. Observing Hou Guiping's demeanor that morning, he suspected that there were indeed ulterior motives behind the case. He feared the man might reconsider and not show up. Dare he? Wu Yak retorted angrily. Haven't you yet given him the money? Look at the type of person he is, greedy to the point of recklessness. He would certainly hesitate to part with 800 yuan. How dare a police officer attempt to solicit a bribe from a prosecutor? It's utterly reckless. Remember, you must insist on a receipt later, once the case is clarified. Bring him back to the prosecutor's office to interrogate him for his corruption and ensure he repays every last cent with interest. Jiang Yang shrugged helplessly. He is not a police officer. He holds a technical position, not one of authority. This is a private matter, not a bribe. Just then, Chen Mingzhang pushed open the door, taking the lead and pulling out a chair to sit down with a grin, observing them. Is this your girlfriend? Quite lovely. So, is the money ready? He wasted no time on pleasantries and dove straight into the financial discussion, extending his hand as if engaged in a drug transaction. Unable to contain herself, Wu Yak interjected, This is a trivial matter for you. 800 yuan is exorbitant. 300. Shen Mingzhang smiled at Jiang Yang. This price was agreed upon between me and your boyfriend. He consented, did he not? Jiang Yang remained silent, indicating his tacit agreement. But it's too expensive. Shen Mingzhang spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Young lady, one must uphold integrity, and a man should honor his word. Since your boyfriend has already settled on this price, you ought to support him. Otherwise, who would believe that you are the one in charge at home, that it is the man's word that carries weight, or the woman's? His words rendered Wu Yak speechless, leaving her only to glare at him in frustration. He remained unfazed, comfortably pocketing the 800 yuan cash from Jiang Yang's hand. Patting his pocket in satisfaction and cheerfully declaring that since the business was concluded, he would treat them to dinner. However, he ordered only 3 bowls of noodles, prompting Wu Yak to internally scold him for being excessively stingy. Jiang Yang, indifferent to the meal, was more eager to ascertain the outcome, urgently asking, Chen, regarding the matter you investigated. Rest assured, treating others with sincerity is my principle. He smiled as he retrieved a document from his bag. Just as Jiang Yang prepared to take it, he pulled it back, placing it firmly on the table, and solemnly remarked, Allow me to remind you, after your departure, I became aware of the subsequent developments in the Hou Guiping case. While Hou Guiping is your friend, this matter is not significantly related to you. If you insist on viewing the autopsy report, it may lead to some complications for you. Should you choose to withdraw now, I will return your money. Naturally, you will cover the cost of the noodles for this meal. Wu Yak internally exclaimed, Why bring up the matter of noodles during such a serious conversation? Jiang Yang hesitated, glancing back at Wu Yak, whose resolute expression indicated her determination to delve into the case without compromise. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and declared, I am not afraid of complications. Please give it to me. Of course, that is not a problem. If you don't mind, may I ask you a few more questions? Go ahead. What do you know about the Hou Guiping case? I have yet to see the case closure report. All I know is what was communicated to the school by the Pingkong Public Security Bureau at the time. What did they relay to the school? Jiang Yang took a deep breath and slowly replied, During Hou Guiping's teaching stint in Pingkong, he was accused of sexually assaulting left-behind girls and raping women. Ultimately, he evaded capture by the police and, in a state of desperation, committed suicide by drowning in a lake. Shen Mingzhang's eyelid twitched slightly. Is that how they reported it? Jiang Yang nodded. Shen Mingzhang pressed his lips together. You have sought the case closure materials from our unit's archives, correct? Yes. Why did you not obtain them? The archives stated that they required the signature of the criminal investigation team leader, Li Jiangguo. Shen Mingzhang frowned. Li Jiangguo refuses to sign. He claims that this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the archives. Shen Mingzhang nodded, his face reflecting a contemplative expression. After a moment, he looked up again, smiling slightly as he asked, If you were to discover that Hou Guiping did not drown, what would you do next? Is it true that he did not drown? Jiang Yang and Wu Yak sat up straight, their interest piqued. Chen Mingzhang met their gaze unwaveringly, slowly nodding. Indeed, I have never stated that Ho Guiping drowned. But it is said that the initial autopsy report concluded it was a drowning. Chen Mingzhang scoffed. That conclusion was certainly not pinned by me. However, I have heard that all autopsy reports for criminal cases in Pingkong come from your hands. It is quite simple. Someone must have tampered with my conclusion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang and Wu Yak realized the gravity of the situation, falling into a heavy silence. Chen Mingzhang chuckled, observing the two of them. Do you still wish to acquire the true autopsy report for Ho Guiping? Jiang Yang's resolve wavered further. He understood that this matter was likely to involve substantial implications. Fabricating an autopsy report constitutes a serious dereliction of duty. Should he continue to investigate? As a young prosecutor with limited experience and lacking a well-established network, he had recently been promoted to section chief under Wu's guidance. If he could navigate his career smoothly, he believed the future would be promising. However, entanglement in local complexities, regardless of the outcome, would likely yield no benefits. Chen Mingzhang examined him with an impassive demeanor, refraining from uttering a word, yet exhibiting remarkable patience. At this moment, Wu Yak decisively spoke. We will purchase it. We have confirmed this matter. That depends on your boyfriend's opinion. Jiang Yang bit his lip in silence. Wu Yak glared at him. Jiang Yang. He immediately lifted his head and declared, I will buy it. There are hidden circumstances in this case. As a prosecutor in the Investigation Supervision Department, I must pursue this further. Wu Yak gazed at him with an expression of admiration. Very well. Then I shall hand over the autopsy report to you. Chen Mingzhang smiled faintly as he passed the materials and continued. My conclusion here is unequivocal. Ho Guiping did not drown. He was murdered. He was either dead or in a near-death state before he entered the water. The liquid in his stomach amounts to less than 150 milliliters, which is far too little for a drowning victim. His body bore multiple injuries, none of which were fatal. The direct cause of death was asphyxiation. There were no strangulation marks on his neck, and his lips were bruised, likely from being suffocated by a cloth or similar object. Given his large physique, one individual alone would not suffice to achieve this. There must have been at least two assailants. These are my conclusions. Chen Mingzhang, accustomed to dealing with corpses, spoke of the deceased as if discussing mere livestock, sending a shiver down Wu Yak's spine as images of Ho Guiping's body formed in her mind. Chen Mingzhang jested. The conclusions in my autopsy report are robust and withstand scrutiny. I am not boasting. My professional skills in this domain are exceptional. I hold a doctorate in forensic medicine, and I returned to this small town to care for my parents. My expertise is on par with that of forensic experts in larger cities. Thus, you may rest assured regarding the accuracy of my report. After a moment, Chen Mingzhang teasingly regarded Jiang Yang and added, now that you have this report and are aware of the discrepancies in the case files at the police department, I am curious, do you genuinely intend to seek justice for a deceased person? Jiang Yang glanced at Wu Yak, quickly dispelling his moment of hesitation, and steadied his image as a righteous prosecutor. I will seek justice for Ho Guiping. Forgive my candor, but how close were you to this classmate? Ordinary. Just a typical classmate relationship. In that case, I advise you to reconsider. This is not an easy endeavor. Seeking justice is never simple and often incurs enmity. You are still young. Do not jeopardize your future over this. This case is far more complex than you might imagine. Your rank is insufficient for such an undertaking. Wu Yak retorted defiantly. He is the section chief. Section chief? Chen Mingzhang scoffed lightly. A section chief in a county-level agency is merely of deputy section rank, and a rather young one at that. Li Jiangguo holds the same rank as you, and you are his supervisory department. If you cannot manage him, how can you hope to seek justice? Wu Yak, incensed by the belittlement of Jiang Yang, shot back. According to you, what rank is necessary to seek justice? Chen Mingzhang pointed at Jiang Yang. Perhaps when he becomes the chief prosecutor. Wu Yak jested. My father is the chief prosecutor of Pingkong County, the head of the office. Oh, I see. Chen Mingzhang scrutinized the two of them anew. No wonder. I surmise that even if you understand, the matter is far from simple. Handling affairs in a small locale is particularly intricate, let alone overturning a case. For a newly appointed prosecutor to dare to speak out, it is indeed reliant on formidable backing. He forcibly swallowed his words, recognizing the weight of such support. Jiang Yang perused the autopsy report, setting the documents aside, and inquired with confusion. How do you possess this original autopsy report? Aren't your reports typically compiled into the case files and archived together? That was a pertinent question. Chen Mingzhang couldn't help but chuckle, admiring Jiang Yang. He turned to Wu Yak and remarked, "Young lady, relying solely on emotions is futile. Your boyfriend is far more astute than you." Wu Yak huffed, but couldn't he suppress a sense of pride upon hearing him praise Jiang Yang. Chen Mingzhang continued. The situation unfolded as follows. When Captain Li Jiangguo delivered He Guiping's body, I had yet to reach a conclusion. He prematurely informed other officers, asserting that the conclusion was that He Guiping had drowned himself out of guilt. Later, when I approached him to present my findings that He Guiping had not drowned, but had been murdered, before I could finish, he insisted that it must be a suicide by drowning, with no other possibility, urging me to draft my report accordingly. I refused, as this starkly contravened my professional ethics. Should the case be reopened in the future and the autopsy report deemed flawed, would it not become my liability? He persistently implored me, citing the pressure on the homicide detectives to resolve cases. If He Guiping did not die by suicide, they would face difficulties in justifying their findings. I was deeply skeptical of his claims. How could he ascertain the case was unsolvable without an investigation? Thus, I remained steadfast in my refusal. He then suggested I merely document the autopsy process, allowing him to provide the conclusion, assuming all responsibility. Left with no choice. As he was the head of the criminal investigation team and held the authority, I could only focus on performing my duties. Therefore, if the conclusion within the case file states that He Guiping drowned, it was undoubtedly pinned by Li Jiangguo. Jiang Yang, still puzzled, queried, "What about the original autopsy report in your possession?" With a smile, Chen Mingzhang replied, since he was to ghostwrite the conclusions, should the case be reopened. It could implicate us both in the fabrication of the autopsy report, which would be rather unfortunate. Thus, I took it upon myself to draft a new autopsy report, signing my name and affixing the official stamp, preserving it as evidence of my complete exoneration. Jiang Yang contemplated this, grasping Chen Mingzhang's strategic foresight. A forensic expert's authority is limited, and he could only safeguard his own interests, unable to dictate how the chief investigator would ultimately handle the case. After a moment, he inquired, "How much do you know about He Guiping's alleged sexual assault on left-behind minors and women?" Chen Mingzhang furrowed his brow, responding, "Regarding the sexual assault of minors, it is difficult to ascertain whether He Guiping was involved. It could be true, or it could be false." Jiang Yang regarded him in bewilderment. Chen Mingzhang's expression shifted to one of recollection. The day before He Guiping's body was discovered, the detectives brought me a pair of a young girl's panties, which bore traces of semen. After locating He Guiping's body, I extracted semen from him for comparison, and indeed, the two samples matched. Jiang Yang and Wu Yak stared in disbelief, their minds racing with the thought, how could this be? Could it be true that He Guiping had indeed assaulted a young girl? Chen Mingzhang continued, however, stating that one could not conclude He Guiping's guilt based solely on the semen found on a pair of panties. He elaborated that he had performed the autopsy on the deceased girl and had extracted semen from her vagina, but had never compared it to that of He Guiping. When asked why, Chen Mingzhang's expression grew complex. He explained that a few days prior to He Guiping's death, someone had entered the forensic laboratory and certain items, including the extracted semen from the girl, had gone missing. Jiang Yang expressed his astonishment. How could a thief infiltrate the police forensic lab to steal? Chen Mingzhang chuckled softly, suggesting that without evidence, one should refrain from jumping to conclusions about the thief's identity. He exhaled and stated that while the semen on the girl's panties indeed belonged to He Guiping, the semen extracted from her body had never been compared. Hence, he concluded that it was uncertain whether He Guiping had assaulted the girl. Nonetheless, it was plausible that he had committed rape against another woman. Jiang Yang and Wu Yak were left aghast. The very next morning after the woman had been raped, Chen Mingzhang had traveled to Miaogao Township to collect samples from her vagina, which contained semen. Later, after He Guiping's body was discovered and subjected to comparison, it was confirmed that the semen indeed belonged to him, indicating he had engaged in penetrative sexual intercourse with the woman, an act that could not be fabricated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang fell silent for a moment, as this conclusion shattered the image he had of He Guiping. Li Jing, seeing things from the perspective of He Guiping's girlfriend, firmly believed he could not have committed such acts. Yet, the evidence clearly suggested otherwise. Was it worth exonerating a rapist? Chen Mingzhang seemed to perceive Jiang Yang's internal struggle and remarked, "Are you contemplating whether to advocate for a rapist?" Jiang Yang silently acquiesced. In truth, He Guiping might not necessarily be a rapist. Chen Mingzhang clarified that his findings only confirmed that He Guiping had engaged in a sexual relationship with the woman. leaving the question of consent ambiguous. Even if it was consensual, Jiang Yang mused, it was still a despicable act to have sexual relations with another woman while in a relationship and during a period of community service. This raised significant doubts about Hou Guiping's character. Chen Mingzhang rose to his feet and declared, what happens next is entirely up to your decision. Jiang Yang nodded gravely and expressed his gratitude, saying, regardless of the outcome, thank you. Chen the forensic expert patted his chest, where the money was stowed, and replied, it's all about helping others. Jiang Yang looked at him and asked, aren't you concerned that sharing this information might bring you trouble? Chen Mingzhang scoffed. What is there to worry about? First and foremost, forensic experts work in a technical capacity and are part of a relatively autonomous department. The leadership may disapprove of me, but they cannot take any action against me. Moreover, even if someone attempts to have me reassigned for meddling, it matters little. The salary for forensic experts is already low, which is why I also take on private jobs. This is not the only instance. I have numerous other avenues for earning, as I am well-versed in medicine, material identification, and microscopic measurement. I have chosen not to pursue a career in forensic science. There are numerous organizations eagerly awaiting my talents. At present, it is merely a matter of holding on to certain professional aspirations. He chuckled heartily, and his jovial demeanor lifted the spirits of the two others, dispelling the intangible gloom that had lingered after their recent conversation, prompting them to laugh as well. At that moment, Jiang Yang suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired, by the way, you mentioned that aside from the matter of Hou Guiping, you had an absolutely invaluable piece of news to share with me. Forensic expert Chen had not forgotten this promise. He cleared his throat, his expression adopting a mysteriously enigmatic smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa, and said, I just mentioned that I have various lucrative avenues. One of them is stock trading. Since reaching its peak in 2001, the Chinese stock market has been in decline for over 2 years. If you have funds available, I suggest investing in Guizhou Maotai stock now. Hold on to it for 5 or 10 years, and you shall amass considerable wealth. The faces of his companions, once brimming with anticipation like inflated balloons, suddenly deflated. Is this the weighty news you spoke of? They asked, incredulous. Indeed. If you doubt me, you will surely regret not heeding my advice a decade from now. Now, waiter. The bill, please. What? You expect us to pay for the utensils as well? Must we be so relentless in our pursuit of profit? In the courtyard of the Hangzhou Criminal Investigation Team, a sleek Mercedes-Benz glided to a stop. A man in his 40s, donned in glasses and casual attire, stepped out and strolled leisurely towards the office building. Zhao Taimin pointed at him through the floor-to-ceiling glass, saying, our guest has arrived. Is that the forensic expert Chen Mingzhang? Yan Liang expressed mild surprise. Zhao Taimin teased, were you wondering how a forensic expert, with such modest earnings, could afford a luxury car? You, a full professor, cannot even afford one. Chen Mingzhang must either be a rich second generation or a beneficiary of urban redevelopment, or perhaps he relies on his looks to get by. The last suggestion posed a challenge for him, but Captain Zhao could certainly thrive in that regard. Zhao Taimin could not resist touching his own face. Laughing heartily, it is not surprising that a forensic expert is wealthy. Your former friend with the surname Luo was quite affluent, wasn't he? At the mention of that friend, Yan Liang offered a wry smile, shaking his head, a look of melancholy crossing his face. This forensic expert is even wealthier than your friend, for he is actually your friend's employer. Yan Liang was taken aback. He is the boss of Luowen? Indeed. I have heard from others that Chen Mingzhang had various profitable ventures in the past. He was particularly skilled in stock trading. In his early years, he invested in Guizhou Maotai stock and sold it during the 2007 bull market, reaping a 100-fold return. He then resigned to start his own business in Hangzhou, founding a micromeasurement instrument company. A few years later, he invited Luo to join him as a technical partner, establishing the current company that specializes in equipment tailored for our police force. Feel free to ask him any questions you may have regarding Jiang Yang and Zhang Chao. After all, we are the primary party here. Before long, Chen Mingzhang arrived at the office. A decade had passed, and now Chen Mingzhang was a man in his mid-40s. Though he had lost much of his youthful collagen, his demeanor still bore an air of nonchalance that belied his age. This time, he did not extort money from Zhao Taimin and Yan Liang as he did back in the day when he demanded 800 yuan from Jiang Yang. His current company has a significant portion of its business aligned with the public security departments, serving as the secondary party. Upon entering, he promptly presented his business card, addressing everyone as leaders. After a round of pleasantries, Zhao Taimin gathered a few members of the special investigation team and recorders to participate in the meeting. They introduced themselves emphasizing that the meeting was in response to the call of the Provincial Public Security Department, and everyone should adopt an attitude of complete candor to collaboratively tackle major cases. In conclusion, Zhao Taimin smiled subtly, hinting to the other party that if Chun Mingzhang were to conceal anything, Zhao Taimin would unleash a significant countermeasure. With the stance clearly articulated, Yin Liang began to pose questions. Mr. Chun, do you recall a homicide case from 2003 where the suspect was also the victim, named Ho Guiping? Indeed, I conducted the autopsy, Chun Mingzhang replied without hesitation. Yin Liang produced the autopsy report obtained from the Pinking Procuratorate and presented it to him. Is this autopsy report authored by you? Chun Mingzhang glanced at it and nodded. Correct, I wrote it. However, he furrowed his brow slightly. How did you come by this document? Zhao Taimin narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him. We are law enforcement. Is it so surprising that we obtained this material? Of course it is surprising. This report was only available at the Pinking Procuratorate. It seems rather uncommon for you to acquire it from there, Chun Mingzhang replied. Zhao Taimin and Yin Liang exchanged glances and quickly interjected. You claim this autopsy report was solely at the Pinking Procuratorate? Yes. What about the Pinking Public Security Bureau? Chun Mingzhang surveyed them before casually stating, the Public Security Bureau previously had a forged autopsy report, but it may no longer exist. A forged autopsy report? The other members of the Special Investigation Team widened their eyes in shock. Chun Mingzhang recollected. The case handler was Li Jianguo, then the head of the Criminal Investigation Team. He instructed me to write drowning in the conclusion of the autopsy report. Being a person of integrity, I naturally refused. So, he took my report and wrote drowning himself in the conclusion. Which is why the autopsy report from the Pinking Public Security Bureau was stamped but lacked my signature. Aware of his actions, to prevent future accountability from falling on me, I subsequently drafted a true autopsy report and preserved it. Yin Liang inquired, is this the report held by the Procuratorate? Yes. Yin Liang frowned slightly. Why would your authentic autopsy report be at the Procuratorate? Why would a case that should have been closed be reported there? Chun Mingzhang displayed an awkward smile. I sold the autopsy report to Jiang Yang. Selling it to Jiang Yang? Everyone thought they had misheard and confirmed it. Indeed. He said he sold it to Jiang Yang. Yin Liang swallowed hard. All right, please elaborate on how you sold it to Jiang Yang. Chun Mingzhang had no choice but to recount the transaction from that year in detail. It turned out that after Jiang Yang obtained the report, he exerted considerable effort and ultimately managed to have the case of Ho Guiping reopened at the Procuratorate, which is why they retained the report. Yin Liang pondered and remarked, Li Jianguo has forged the autopsy report without authorization. However, the case materials we obtained from the Public Security Bureau do not contain any autopsy report. Where has the forged document gone? It is quite simple. Once Jiang Yang acquired my autopsy report, he began to seek a reversal of the case. The police report has evident flaws, thus it was naturally removed. Who removed it? Li Jianguo. Yin Liang pressed further. Perhaps it was him, or perhaps someone else. The forensic expert, Chun Mingzhang, replied ambiguously. Yin Liang observed Chin's expression for a moment. He appeared quite composed, yet those engaged in substantial business often conceal their emotions, making it challenging to ascertain how much information he truly divulged. After a while, Yin Liang inquired, what do you know about Jiang Yang? Chun Mingzhang shrugged. I only conducted a single transaction with Jiang Yang, and I have met him a few times since. I left Peking in 2007 and moved to Hangzhou. Our acquaintance is not profound. What is your impression of his character? Chun Mingzhang chuckled. Are you alluding to his imprisonment for bribery, gambling, and illicit relationships? Yin Liang nodded. Chun Mingzhang shook his head. I cannot say how he became this way. At least the Jiang Yang I initially knew was not like this. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Yin Liang watched as Chun Mingzhang entered a Mercedes and gradually drove out of the precinct. Beside him, Zhao Taimin scoffed. This fellow did not speak the truth. At the very least, he answered all our questions honestly. However, he withheld information regarding what we did not ask, Yin Liang noted. Why do you think he chose to withhold? Perhaps he wishes to avoid implicating himself, or perhaps, I do not know. However, I sense that he holds a favorable view of Jiang Yang's character. Zhao Taimin nodded repeatedly. When discussing Jiang Yang's bribery, gambling, and illicit relationships, his tone was quite disdainful. We need to consult more individuals to paint a fuller picture of Jiang Yang. But first, we should investigate Li Jianguo, as it was he who allegedly forged the autopsy report according to Chun Mingzhang. At that moment, Zhao Taimin received a phone call, after which he frowned in exasperation Investigating Li Jiangguo may prove to be quite difficult. His current rank is not low. What rank? Political Commissar and Director of the Jin City Public Security Bureau. Higher than yours. Yin Liang inhaled sharply, realizing this posed a significant issue. Zhao Taimin, as the captain of the Hangzhou team, had no authority to investigate a police officer from another city who outranked him. Zhao Taimin lamented, I can only reach out to colleagues from the Provincial High Prosecuting Office and the Special Investigation Team and persuade them to believe that the case of Ho Guiping is undoubtedly related to Jiang Yang's murder case. Requesting them to send someone to inquire about Li Jiangguo. Yin Liang squinted slightly. If Li Jiangguo had committed any unlawful acts in Ho Guiping's case, what would you do? Regardless of what he did back then, it falls outside my jurisdiction. I am only responsible for the case concerning Jiang Yang's murder. If he is involved, it will be handled by the provincial authority. Upon hearing these words, Yin Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, plunging him into contemplation. Zhao Taimin noticed his unusual demeanor. Have you thought of something? A motive. What motive? Yin Liang gazed out of the window, murmuring to himself. Zhang Chao voluntarily entered prison. Could it be to compel the Special Investigation Team to probe into Li Jiangguo and seek redress for the case from years past? No. Such a commotion wouldn't be necessary for Li Jiangguo, nor would it require such a heavy toll to overturn the case. What, then, is the true motive? Chapter 22. In March 2004, early spring still bore a chill. Outside, the rain fell in a gentle patter. Inside the hot pot restaurant, 3 individuals sat around an electric stove. Enveloped in swirling white steam, listening to Jiang Yang recount the progress of the past few months. Ever since obtaining the autopsy report, Jiang Yang had made several trips to the police station, requesting expedited access to the case files of Ho Guiping. After Li Jiangguo had evaded the issue a few times, Jiang Yang approached the leaders at the police bureau. With all his paperwork in order, he was met with compliance, and the police, adhering to regulations, provided him with copies of the materials. Subsequently, he embarked on the process of reopening the case. However, prior to that, he needed to find a complainant. Naturally, the prosecutor's office can reopen a criminal case upon discovering inconsistencies without a complainant, but governmental bodies typically emphasize unity. Without a complainant, hastily requesting a review of a 2-year-old case might raise suspicions of malice. Therefore, he and Wu Yak visited Ho Guiping's hometown, hoping to persuade his relatives to file a complaint with the Pingkong County Prosecutor's Office, yet they encountered difficulties. Ho Guiping's family resided in a rural area of Jiangsu. Following his death, the local police informed the family that Ho Guiping had committed suicide out of shame after being accused of raping women and molesting young girls. Not long after, his mother succumbed to madness, wandering the village and scavenging for food. After some time, she disappeared entirely, and no one knew her fate. His father, a respected middle school teacher in the community, was overwhelmed with shame over his son's actions and took his own life shortly thereafter. With no siblings and all direct relatives gone, other relatives were apprehensive about signing the complaint for fear of attracting trouble, thus they all declined to represent Ho Guiping's family. Jiang Yang and Wu Yak exerted considerable effort, assuring them that all materials were prepared and only a signature was needed, after which the family would not need to be involved further. They would handle everything. Eventually, a distant uncle agreed to sign, though it led to a quarrel with his family. Once they secured the complaint, Jiang Yang promptly reopened the case under the name of the Supervision Investigation Department, demanding the police to conduct a review. However, upon delivery of the case reopening decision to the police bureau, Captain Li Jiangguo personally returned the document, insisting on its withdrawal. He stated that the case had already been concluded 2 years prior, and now to overturn it based solely on an autopsy report would hinder their future work. Jiang Yang argued fervently, asserting that the autopsy report glaringly contradicted the conclusion, indicating that Ho Guiping had been murdered and that a thorough investigation to apprehend the true culprit was imperative. Li Jiangguo chuckled, claiming that he was not responsible for this matter and that he had no means to uncover the truth behind the homicide from 2 years ago, suggesting that if the prosecutor's office had the capability, they should pursue the perpetrator themselves. Confronted with such an attitude, Jiang Yang had no choice but to seek out Wu Jian. After listening to the account of events, Wu Jian initially hesitated, concerned that it might affect the future operations of their brother unit. However, Wu Yak, who was present, fervently advocated for the cause, recounting how Ho Guiping's actions had led to the destruction of his family. Wu Jian, moved by this narrative, personally dispatched someone to deliver the case filing once more to the Public Security Bureau. The respect Wu Jian commanded was acknowledged, and this time the case filing was not outright rejected. A few days later, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau called to invite Jiang Yang to dinner that evening. Faced with an invitation from a superior, he felt compelled to attend. Upon arrival, he discovered that the host was Li Jiangguo, with the deputy director merely accompanying him. Li Jiangguo began by offering his apologies, admitting that his previous demeanor had been unsatisfactory. He acknowledged the flaws in the case from 2 years prior, attributing them to the fact that Hou Guiping had died at the reservoir, leaving no witnesses or evidence, rendering the case uninvestigable. As the year drew to a close, the Homicide Division faced pressure from case evaluations, and given that Hou Guiping had indeed assaulted Ding Chunmei, they reluctantly concluded that his cause of death was suicide due to guilt. Li Jiangguo then urged that with the passage of 2 years, uncovering the truth seemed hopeless. Reopening the case would serve no purpose other than to embarrass the involved detectives. The deputy director joined in, elaborating on the immense pressures faced by the homicide unit. In conclusion, Li Jiangguo presented Jiang Yang with several boxes of cigarettes and liquor. Although Jiang Yang did not accept the gifts, he felt he could not outright refuse, as it would place the authorities in an uncomfortable position. Upon returning, Jiang Yang recounted the situation to Wu Yak, finding himself once again ensnared in a dilemma. On one hand, Hou Guiping was deceased, with the only known fact being that he had succumbed to murder. Reopening the investigation would merely seek to identify his killer from 2 years ago. Yet, with no witnesses or evidence remaining, even a re-examination would likely yield little. Although there remained biological evidence from the assault, which was irrefutable, even Qin Mingzhang had not denied it, indicating that Hou Guiping's character did not warrant such strenuous efforts for exoneration. On the other hand, the deputy director had interceded, and the team leader had issued an apology. If Jiang Yang persisted in demanding a reinvestigation, it would be tantamount to single-handedly challenging the entire Public Security Bureau, jeopardizing his standing in Pingong. After listening to Jiang Yang's recent tribulations, Qin Mingzhang nodded in understanding, his gaze shifting to Wu Yak. It seems Xiao Jiang is poised to abandon the case. What do you think? Having shared in the tumult of the past few months, Wu Yak's initial resolve to pursue the matter had waned. Yielding to the harsh reality of the situation, she grasped Jiang Yang's hand and addressed Qin Mingzhang. He has done his utmost. I never anticipated it would be this arduous. Qin Mingzhang sighed. Indeed, overturning a case involves many individuals and is fraught with difficulties. Jiang Yang, filled with remorse, remarked, "You disregarded potential offense to provide me with the autopsy report back then, and now I am relinquishing the case. I feel quite guilty. Is that why you suddenly called today to invite me to dinner?" Qin Mingzhang smiled faintly. Jiang Yang fell silent. Qin Mingzhang shrugged. "In truth, you need not feel remorse. You compensated me for my assistance back then." He retrieved an envelope from his pocket and extended it towards Jiang Yang. "When you mentioned dinner, I suspected you might be considering abandoning the case, so I prepared this for you to return." "That is not my intention," Jiang Yang hurriedly refused. "Take it. This is still the 800 yuan you initially gave me. I have not touched a single cent. I merely jested with you." He chuckled, recalling our first meeting. "When I learned you were here for the case of Hou Guiping, I never intended to ask for your money. The reason I made that joke was to gauge your true resolve in advocating for Hou Guiping's case. If this matter holds less weight in your heart than 800 yuan, I would certainly advise you to walk away. It was your unwavering determination that compelled me to hand over the autopsy report." Jiang Yang blushed and replied, "I was indeed resolute at first, but after encountering these challenges..." Qin Mingzhang waved his hand dismissively. "I completely understand and empathize with your predicament. Were I in your position, I would have likely given up long ago. You have already accomplished so much. Everyone encounters situations where they wish to persevere yet ultimately concede. Whether one chooses to persist or relinquish is not a matter of right or wrong. I recall my university days, when I ardently pursued a girl who had rejected me from the outset. Yet, I held on to hope, believing I would eventually move her. In the end, she graduated and went abroad, leaving me to ponder the nature of love itself." Amidst his banter, laughter erupted among the three, and Jiang Yang and Wu Yak's hands tightened in a firm clasp. At that moment, Qin Mingzhang's phone rang. He glanced at it, murmured an apology, and stepped outside the private room to take the call. A few minutes later, he returned and said, "I wonder if we could add another pair of chopsticks to this hot pot. I have a friend who wishes to join us. This meal is on me." Wu Yak teased, "Since when did you become so generous, forensic Dr. Qin?" "Hey, I have always been generous," Qin Mingzhang retorted playfully. Jiang Yang inquired with a smile, "And who is this friend?" Qin Mingzhang called out towards the door, "Zhu Wei, come in." He introduced him as a police officer, affectionately nicknamed Beiji or Pig Beiji. Chapter 23. Around. Chubby face peeked through the door, clad in casual attire, appearing to be in his early 40s, tall and robust. Upon entering, Zhu Wei wore an exasperated expression. Old Shin. Could you please refrain from such nicknames in front of others? It's fine. We are all friends. It doesn't matter. Others don't know you as Pig Beiji, Shin Mingzhang replied. Others don't know. Zhu Wei lamented to the young couple. Before Old Shin joined our unit, I never had this nickname. It all started one summer when he saw me eating watermelon at work, and since then, he has called me Pig Beiji. Now, the entire unit knows. And even my wife scolds me with that name during arguments. I merely ate a watermelon. What did I do to deserve this? Wu Yak stifled a laugh. It's evident that Brother Zhu has a good temper. Being called Pig Beiji doesn't seem to bother you. Good temper? Shin Mingzhang laughed heartily. And Zhu Wei joined in the merriment. With a proud grin, Shin Mingzhang said, others in the police station wouldn't dare call him Pig Beiji. That's my privilege. Allow me to formally introduce you to our most renowned officer, Zhu Wei, also known as Pinkong Baixue. Pinkong Baixue? Both Jiang Yang and Wu Yak exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed. It is the renowned Baixue of Pinkong. Shin Mingzhang's face immediately lit up with excitement as he recalled that in the 1980s, Pinkong produced a leader of national stature. Upon retirement, this leader once returned to his hometown for a family visit during the tumultuous late 1980s and early 1990s, a time when law enforcement was weak. Equipment was inadequate, and security measures were poorly implemented. He arrived accompanied by only one bodyguard. On that occasion, a senior relative of the leader had been deceived by personnel from the county credit union, prompting him to accompany this elder to negotiate a resolution. Coincidentally, on that very day, a group of robbers attempted to hold up the credit union, trapping many, including the leader, inside. Although the police quickly arrived and surrounded the building, the criminals brandished a homemade firearm and took hostages, rendering the authorities hesitant to act. At this critical juncture, our young comrade, Ashwell, boldly entered the fray unarmed to negotiate with the assailants. Ultimately, seizing a fleeting opportunity, Ashwell executed a long-forgotten grappling technique with remarkable precision. Enough already, stop embellishing. Zhu Wei interjected, the truth is, the robbers were caught off guard by the presence of such a high-ranking official among the hostages. As soon as the incident occurred, police from across the county rushed to the scene, surrounding the credit union inside and out. Knowing they had no escape, I employed a few tactics, and they surrendered. Forensic expert Chen smiled. I may have exaggerated a bit, while Ashwell has been overly modest. In reality, there was only one armed robber. And once Ashwell subdued him, the others surrendered as well, though Ashwell did sustain a glorious gunshot wound. This incident was never reported in the news. Yet the people of Pinkong were well aware. In the aftermath, the leader praised him as the Bai Shui of Pinkong, a term in our local dialect signifying purity. Ashwell indeed lived up to expectations, capturing numerous criminals and solving many cases over the years. Most importantly, he is known for his integrity and unwavering principles. In the eyes of the public, he is undoubtedly the foremost figure in Pinkong. Shin Mingzhang extended his thumb towards Zhu Wei, who swatted it away, exclaiming, all right. Enough of that. I can't endure you any longer. Look at him, Chen continued. He is admirable in every respect, except for one thing, he has quite a temper. And those at the office fear him. Xiao Jiang, that perennial adversary of yours, Li Jiangguo, is particularly terrified of him. He behaves as if he were in the presence of his father. Zhu Wei scoffed dismissively. That was all in the past. He doesn't intimidate me anymore. Jiang Yang, curious, inquired, what makes him fear you? Shin Mingzhang answered for him. Previously, Ashwell was the head of the criminal investigation team, and Li Jiangguo served as the deputy. On one occasion, Ashwell apprehended a notorious criminal and, in dealing with such heinous offenders, did not always adhere to humanitarian principles. Consequently, Li Jiangguo conspired with the criminal's family to accuse Ashwell of assaulting the perpetrator, leading to Ashwell's demotion while Li Jiangguo ascended to the position of team leader. Li Jiangguo, having knifed Ashwell in the back, was looked down upon by the entire police force, so it was only natural for him to fear Ashwell. Now that he has held the position of team leader for a few years and solidified his standing, he has become emboldened. And what about the other directors? Queried Zhu Wei. The leaders in the bureau do not fear him. Rather, they find him bothersome, Chen Mingzhang replied with a wry smile. He has an insatiable appetite for arrests, and, once he apprehends someone, he refuses to let them go, which has earned him the ire of many. For instance, incidents of brawling may incur administrative penalties or even criminal detention. He consistently opts for the severest measures, disregarding the complexities of human relationships in our small town. Where it is common for individuals to plead with the officials in the bureau on behalf of others, yet he remains unyielding. Consequently, the leadership harbors animosity towards him. Otherwise, how could Li Jiangguo have succeeded in swapping their positions? Nevertheless, Shue's temperament remains unchanged, embodying unwavering integrity, which is a quality I deeply admire. The leaders likely dream of dismissing him, yet they find themselves powerless to do so. Wu Ai, perplexed, inquired, why are they unable to act against him? Firstly, Shue's reputation precedes him. To arbitrarily reassign a figure of justice like the esteemed Bai Shui would raise suspicions regarding the integrity of the commanding official. Moreover, the nature of bureaucratic institutions dictates that one must curry favor with superiors to thrive. However, if an individual is indifferent to their career, no one can impose their will upon them. In a company, if a boss dislikes an employee, they can simply terminate their employment. In bureaucratic entities, however, dismissing an individual is a formidable challenge. Unless one has committed a crime, what grounds exist for termination? At most, a reassignment may occur. Yet, with Zhu Wei's volatile temperament, the leaders dare not provoke him recklessly, uncertain as to whether he might resort to violence in a fit of rage. Thus, I often characterize him as a rogue cloaked in the guise of a police officer. Laughter erupted among the group, and Zhu Wei, far from offended, appeared rather pleased. Then why are you not afraid of Forensic Officer Chen? Wu Wei asked. I, Chen Mingzhong, absent-mindedly stroked an imaginary mustache and shook my head. If he wishes to apprehend someone, without my forensic evaluation of the injury severity, what basis does he have for making an arrest? As the four engaged in jovial banter, a fresh wave of ingredients boiled, prompting them to eagerly pick up their chopsticks and order a few bottles of beer, the clinking of glasses fostering camaraderie. As the alcohol flowed, Zhu Wei's face gradually flushed, and he filled his glass to the brim, suddenly raising both hands towards Jiang Yang, saying, Xiao Jiang, I toast to you. I've heard of your tireless efforts over the past few months. Your hard work is commendable, so I shall drink first. Jiang Yang, taken aback by his sudden gravitas, felt a touch uneasy. I heard from old Shin that you plan to abandon the case. He sighed heavily, preparing to say more. Chen Mingzhong quickly interjected. Xiao Jiang has his own difficulties. You must offer him some understanding. Not everyone is as indifferent to their future as you are. How old are you? And how old is Xiao Jiang? Jiang Yang looked at the two of them with mild confusion, hesitantly asking, what is brothers you wish to convey? Let us not discuss it further. Let us finish our meal and leave, Chen Mingzhong urged. Zhu Wei swallowed hard, poured another glass of beer, and downed it in silence. Jiang Yang had begun to suspect something but couldn't he help himself from asking, what does brothers want to say? Please, tell us. Zhu Wei lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, then slapped the table in frustration, exclaiming, Ho Guiping was murdered because he reported a girl being sexually assaulted, and Li Jiangguo manipulated the law unjustly. Must this truth be eternally buried? Jiang Yang gaped in silence, unsure of how to respond, while Chen Mingzhong sat quietly beside him, seemingly very hungry, and resumed eating the hot pot. After Zhu Wei finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh and lifted his glass to drink. The four of them remained in silence for an indeterminate duration until Chen Mingzhong wiped his mouth with a napkin and remarked, Shui, let us call it a day. I will settle the bill. Zhu Wei cast a glance at Jiang Yang, sighed again, turned his head away, and rose to leave. Just as the two were approaching the door, Jiang Yang felt an inexplicable impulse and suddenly stood up, solemnly asking, Brother Zhu, you mentioned that Ho Guiping was murdered because he reported a girl who was sexually assaulted. Do you have any evidence for that? Zhu Wei slowly turned around, paused for a few seconds, and shook his head. I have no evidence. Then why do you say that? Someone told me. Chapter 24 transitioned to a tea house where Zhu Wei lit a cigarette, mindful of Wu Yak, opting for a seat by the window. Amidst the swirling smoke, he began to recount the details of the Ho Guiping case. At the time of the incident, Zhu Wei was out of town on a case and returned to Pingkong over a month later. Upon his return, Chen Mingzhong informed him about the case. Zhu Wei sought out Li Jiangguo, who consistently refused to show him the case files. He conducted a private investigation but found himself at a dead end. Days later, a mysterious man called him, stating that before his death, Ho Guiping had been consistently reporting that one of his students had committed suicide due to sexual assault. The man claimed that Ho held crucial evidence, which led to his silencing. Afterward, Zhu Wei attempted to uncover the identity of the mysterious caller, only to discover the call was made from a public phone booth. Considering Li Jiangwo's hasty conclusion of the case and the way he pinned the blame for the sexual assault of a minor on Ho Guiping, along with the coincidental disappearance of vital forensic evidence from the victims, Zhu Wei began to suspect that Li Jiangwo, the head of the criminal investigation team, was also involved. However, with the case already closed and lacking evidence, he could only watch helplessly as the window for investigation slipped away. It was only when Jiang Yang appeared, reinstating the case in the name of the prosecutor's office, that Zhu Wei glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the truth to resurface. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yang asked, "Do you believe the mysterious caller's claim that Ho Guiping possessed crucial evidence is true?" Zhu Wei nodded. "I believe it to be true." Ho Guiping had been reporting for some time, yet the police deemed his evidence to be false. If his reports were indeed unfounded, why would the actual perpetrator risk the death penalty to silence him? The only plausible explanation is that he possessed evidence that posed a real threat to the true culprit. Jiang Yang silently nodded in agreement. Zhu Wei continued, "In examining the entire affair surrounding Ho Guiping's murder, it is evident that he reported the sexual assault of a student. Then the vital evidence extracted from the student mysteriously vanished from the police department, and subsequently, he was murdered, all while being falsely accused of the sexual assault of a minor. These incidents necessitate police collusion, and coupled with Li Jiangwo's handling of the case, I suspect his involvement." Jiang Yang cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that Li Jiangwo was responsible for the sexual assault of the girl?" "Impossible," Zhu Wei quickly denied. Chen Mingzhang shook his head. "Why is it impossible? Otherwise, why would he frame Ho Guiping?" Zhu Wei provided a simple and pragmatic explanation. "He fears his wife." Chen Mingzhang nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "He is famously henpecked. I may not be privy to other matters, but when it comes to relationships, Li Jiangwo has always been above reproach." Jiang Yang furrowed his brows, questioning, "But for a police officer, there is no reason to take such a substantial risk by getting involved. Fabricating evidence and orchestrating a miscarriage of justice are serious offenses." Zhu Wei took a deep drag from his cigarette and sighed, "And therein lies the crux of the issue." Chen Mingzheng frowned and slowly nodded in agreement. Jiang Yang looked at the two of them in confusion. "What issue?" Zhu Wei elucidated, "Since the sexual assault of the young girl is unequivocally not Li Jiangwo's doing, yet he is willing to risk so much to be involved, it suggests that the true culprit, capable of directing him to partake in such dangerous acts, wields significant influence." Chen Mingzhang turned to Jiang Yang. "This is the situation. We have laid everything bare. The case is intricate, involving police, and the decision to file charges rests with you." Zhu Wei became animated. A primary school girl has been assaulted, the whistleblower has been murdered and vilified, and her parents have tragically taken their own lives in shame, resulting in a shattered family. "Xiao Jiang, if we can't overturn this case, Wu Ai couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up with emotion, joining in. "Please file the charges. No matter how difficult it may be, my father and I will support you." Jiang Yang hesitated. "The case has been dormant for 2 years. If we reopen it now, will we be able to uncover the truth?" Chen Mingzhang replied, "Initially, Ho Guiping reported that a local scoundrel named Yu Jun had assaulted his student. Yu Jun was apprehended, but my analysis of the evidence indicates he is not the perpetrator, suggesting someone else is involved, yet Yu Jun must be an informed party. Furthermore, I have long suspected that Ho Guiping's rape of Ding Chunmei occurred on the same day as his murder. What a coincidence! If the assault on the young girl was a frame-up, why could the rape of the woman not be as well? If we reopen the case and locate these two individuals, I firmly believe the truth will eventually come to light." Zhu Wei saw hope in Jiang Yang's indecision and patted his chest, promising, "As long as you file the case, I will wholeheartedly support you with action." Jiang Yang lowered his head in contemplation. The complexity of the case gradually revealed itself, with individuals of Li Jiangwo's caliber involved. The power behind him was certainly formidable. As a young prosecutor, he had already spent months merely attempting to file charges, and the task of overturning the case, identifying the true perpetrator, and exposing all involved was daunting. Yet, if such a miscarriage of justice were not rectified, why would he even want to be a prosecutor? Was it merely to secure a future in politics? This version of himself was becoming someone he deeply despised. The other three watched him intently, awaiting his final decision. After a long pause, he raised his head, meeting their eager gazes, and slowly nodded. "Very well, let us uncover the truth." Chapter 25, July 2004. Li Jing returned once more to Pinkong County. 2 years after her graduation, Li Jing had ascended to the position of a junior supervisor in a foreign enterprise. The white short-sleeved shirt she wore hugged her well-defined figure, and the allure she exuded as a professional woman surpassed that of her student days. Upon entering the tea house's private room, she noticed Jiang Yang accompanied by a middle-aged man. Jiang Yang introduced him. This is the detective in charge of the review of the Ho Guiping case. We often call him Xiao Shui. You may also refer to him as Brother Shui. The name Xiao Shui seemed peculiar to Li Jing, given the man's robust stature, prompting her to shyly nod in greeting. Jiang Yang teased, his real name is Zhu Wei. We certainly can't call him Wei Ge. He is the leading detective in Ping Kong, the embodiment of justice. Nicknamed Ping Kong by Shui, hence the name Xiao Shui. Zhu Wei smiled faintly. Having become acquainted with Jiang Yang over the past few months, he was unfazed by the jest. Jiang Yang continued, Xiao Shui heard you were in Ping Kong to see us, and insisted on meeting you, hoping to see the last letter Ho Guiping wrote to you. I have the letter, Li Jing said, carefully retrieving it from a transparent plastic sleeve, revealing her meticulous nature. Zhu Wei took the letter and examined it closely. Nodding as he remarked, this was your boyfriend. Li Jing awkwardly interjected, I currently have a boyfriend, and if possible, I would prefer. Zhu Wei quickly slapped his forehead. Apologies. That was an oversight. It has been years. It is wonderful that you can still come here. I am truly grateful. No. I am very concerned about the Ho Guiping case. As soon as Jiang Yang mentioned it, I came right away. I just wish to avoid referring to that title of boyfriend. I hope you understand, Li Jing explained politely. Of course, I understand, Zhu Wei promptly corrected himself. In Ho Guiping's letter to you, he mentioned discovering a crucial piece of evidence, which aligns with our suspicions. I wonder if he ever disclosed what that evidence was? Li Jing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No. Did he often call you? No. At that time we didn't have mobile phones. It was inconvenient for him to make calls, as he had to travel quite a distance to a public telephone. I could only receive calls in my dormitory. But I often had evening classes, lectures, and various activities, so my return to the dormitory was unpredictable. Thus, we primarily communicated through letters. Aside from this last letter, did he mention anything else in the previous correspondence? Not really. He didn't want to put pressure on me and rarely discussed the reporting matter, mostly offering me comfort. Xiao Banchuan hadn't caused him any trouble. Jiang Yang mentioned that Xiao Banchuan was not the murderer who assaulted the girls, which left me puzzled about who else it could be. She frowned, and after a few seconds, suddenly recalled, oh, during that time, he once borrowed my camera. I sent him a new camera that I had purchased less than half a year prior. After he passed away, I never saw that camera again. Zhu Wei furrowed his brow. Jiang Yang pondered and remarked, the answer must lie with that camera. The case file contains an inventory of items found at the scene. And I recall there being no mention of a camera. Zhu Wei responded, it seems that Ho Guiping must have captured certain photographs. Jiang Yang shook his head in confusion. The case of the sexual assault against the young girl has already transpired, and the girl has taken her own life. What substantial evidence could Ho Guiping have captured that would instill such fear in the perpetrator? It seems implausible. Zhu Wei scoffed, regardless of what was captured. It is of no consequence now. Since the camera is lost, it is evident that someone has destroyed it. Listening to their analysis, Li Jing, unable to comprehend, inquired, how is the investigation progressing? Their expressions instantly turned somber. Wu Yak pouted, the case was only officially reopened last month. They have just begun their inquiries. Why has it taken so long? Li Jing could not help but express her disappointment. Jiang Yang, filled with remorse, said, it has been a year since we last met. Indeed, it has been far too long, and I sincerely apologize. Zhu Wei interjected to defend him, do not blame Xiao Jiang. This is not a matter of inefficiency within the bureaucratic system. On the contrary, Xiao Jiang has been tirelessly advocating for this case. Reopening a case is no easy feat. And Xiao Jiang has overcome numerous obstacles. Li Jing nodded. So now we can conduct a formal investigation? How much longer until we can revisit the case? Zhu Wei gritted his teeth. Though the case has been reopened, it involves many parties, and there are individuals within the unit who are obstructing progress, making it impossible to launch a comprehensive review. Frankly, my team is limited in numbers, and as for when the truth will come to light, I cannot say. Li Jing lowered her head. Teacher Zheng was right. Even with the case reopened, it will be challenging to investigate. There you go again with your homeroom teacher. Zhu Wei exclaimed in frustration. He had heard Jiang Yang speak of the matter. Their astute teacher Zhang had identified issues with the autopsy report from the outset. Why did he not report it initially? Could concealing the truth ever lead to clarity? Teacher Zhang claimed that reporting would be futile. Zhu Wei became agitated. Nonsense. If everyone thought that way, how could any case ever be solved? If everyone sought to avoid conflict, Who would seek justice for the deceased? Who would hold the criminals accountable? Li Jing remained silent. Jiang Yang urged, Teacher Zheng harbors no ill intent. After all, he was the first to uncover the discrepancies in the Hou Guiping case. He is merely a university instructor with limited capacity to act. He may have identified the issues promptly, but doing nothing is of no benefit. Had he reported it immediately, perhaps the case could have been reopened sooner, and the truth might have emerged long ago, rather than being delayed for years. Ultimately, he was likely concerned about attracting trouble, yet the victim was his student. Such a university teacher. Humph, how disappointing. Zhu Wei expressed his indignation. Li Jing's expression fluctuated between hope and despair, remaining silent. After a moment, Wu Yak changed the subject. Shuige, dwelling on this now serves no purpose. We must devise a strategy to investigate the case from years ago, as long as we retrieve the evidence. Overturning the case and apprehending the true culprit is merely a matter of time. Zhu Wei extended his thumb in approval. Indeed, she is the daughter of the chief prosecutor, exuding an aura of righteousness that far surpasses that of any university instructor. Wu Yak quickly responded with humility. Oh, not at all. Compared to Pingkong Baishueth, I can only stand at the foot of the snow-capped mountain and gaze upward. The four of them couldn't help but laugh, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipating entirely. Zhu Wei pointed at Hou Guiping's letter. Now that you have a boyfriend, it seems inappropriate to keep Hou Guiping's belongings. Why not let me safeguard this for you? Li Jing nodded in gratitude. Of course, I entrust you with the case concerning Hou Guiping. Zhu Wei's eyes widened. What are you saying? Uncovering the truth of this case is, after all, our duty. Chapter 26. Zhao Taiman ushered Yin Liang into the interrogation room, then turned to close the door behind him. Zhang Chao cast a curious glance at them, but wore a smile. Mr. Yin, just the two of us today? Yin Liang nodded, returning the smile. Yes, just the two of us. This seemed to contravene the regulations of interrogation. Thus, today is not an interrogation, nor is there a need for documentation. It is merely a private conversation between us, the contents of which I will selectively keep confidential, including from Captain Zhao just now. Yin Liang gestured toward the surveillance camera above. The monitoring is off. The lens is directed at an empty space, unable to capture you, nor is there any audio recording. If you still harbor doubts, I can request the officers to temporarily lift your restrictions and search me. Zhang Chao leaned back slightly, observing his counterpart with a stoic expression before suddenly breaking into a calm smile. No need. I have complete faith in you. Excellent. Yin Liang nodded slowly, regarding him earnestly. Then continued with deliberation. What exactly is your motive? I don't understand what you're talking about. I am innocent. I did not commit murder. I never suspected you of killing Jiang Yang, he replied after a brief pause, then smiled. All right, let us save that question for later. Let us first discuss what kind of person Jiang Yang was. A disgrace among prosecutors, a former public servant involved in bribery, gambling, and maintaining improper relationships. Given such a flawed character, why did you choose to befriend him and lend him money? You are a successful lawyer with a happy family. The notion of birds of a feather flock together seems inapplicable. I am compassionate. I wish to help all. They both erupted into laughter. Yin Liang looked at him with keen interest. Hou Guiping was also your student. What kind of person is he, in your opinion? Yin Liang fixed his gaze on him. Are you probing our progress in the investigation? Zhang Chao remained silent. We have already consulted Shen Mingzhang and know that Hou Guiping was murdered, not a suicide. However, the scant materials related to the case do not record the events surrounding his death. I believe the most straightforward approach is to inquire of you. Zhang Chao continued to regard him in silence. You need not test my sincerity. I am a university professor, not a policeman, nor an official. My sole duty is to seek the ultimate truth. Zhang Chao gradually straightened his posture and spoke. Hou Guiping was a good man, an upright, kind-hearted, and optimistic individual. At that time, he was teaching in Miaogao Township when one of his female students tragically took her own life. He discovered that the girl had been a victim of sexual assault prior to her death. Ever since, he had been reporting the incident until his own demise. Who was he reporting? A local hoodlum. Did the police investigate? Yes, they did, but after comparing the DNA evidence, it was determined that he was not the perpetrator. Yin Liang pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing his brow. If the allegations were unfounded, then the true assailant of the girl would remain free. Why would anyone take the risk of murdering Hou Guiping? Zhang Chao chuckled and shook his head, offering no reply. Do you know the answer? I do. But is it not time to share it with me? It is unnecessary to disclose it now. You will find out in due course. Yin Liang did not press him further, smiling. Then I shall not rush. Let us discuss another individual, Li Jiangguo, you must be familiar with him. What sort of person is he? Zhang Chao smirked disdainfully after He Guiping's body was discovered. Li Jiangguo was the first to conclude that it was a suicide driven by guilt. When Jiang Yang received the autopsy report, he insisted on reopening the case, only to face numerous obstacles from Li Jiangguo. Ultimately, it was through Jiang Yang's relentless efforts that the case was reinvestigated. As for Li Jiangguo's motivations, whether it was to improve his case closure rate, protect his own reputation, or pursue some other agenda, I possess no evidence and shall refrain from drawing any speculative conclusions. According to your account, Jiang Yang was an honorable prosecutor back then. What led him to become who he is now? Zhang Chao laughed. If one could discern a person's character from merely a few documents, then such judgments would be as insubstantial as the paper those documents are printed on. Yin Liang nodded. I understand. You will come to understand it eventually. Yin Liang took a deep breath and said, let us return to our initial question. If this were merely about rectifying a case, such a commotion would be unnecessary. If the aim is to bring the criminals and responsible parties to justice, there would be no need for such elaborate maneuvers. I truly fail to grasp your motives. What is it that you ultimately desire from us? Zhang Chao smiled. Continue your investigation, and you will soon discover my intentions. I know that. But a hint would expedite the process, wouldn't it? Yin Liang teased. Zhang Chao contemplated for a moment and replied, the individual who knows Jiang Yang best is Zhu Wei. You may wish to speak with him. Who is Zhu Wei? Pinkong Bai Xue. Chapter 27. In the summer of 2004, Jiang Yang first arrived in Miaogao Township, accompanied by two others. Zhu Wei had also brought along a young police officer who had recently joined the force, specifically tasked with documenting the proceedings, as at least two officers were required to be present for the investigation to be deemed valid. Standing under the sweltering sun at the bus stop, gazing at the dilapidated houses that characterized Miaogao Township, Jiang Yang could not help but reflect. Indeed, this is a poverty-stricken mountainous region. In stark contrast to the nearly untouched environment surrounding them, the modern tools they carried, such as mobile phones and laptops, seemed utterly out of place. Zhu Wei chuckled, remarking on the progress made since his last visit a few years prior. Look over there. Several concrete houses have sprung up. In the past, this area was entirely composed of mud dwellings. Jiang Yang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling as though every breath he took was scorched by flames. He lamented, Xiaoxua, how splendid it would be if you were truly as fair as snow. This weather is unbearable. Zhu Wei playfully tapped his head. You have grown accustomed to the comforts of the prosecutor's office, unaware of the hardships faced by frontline investigators. Today is quite favorable. We are here to speak with the living. If a homicide were to occur in this heat, dealing with the deceased would truly be dreadful. Let us hasten to locate someone and gather information. If we are delayed, we may miss the last bus home and be forced to seek shelter with the farmers. The countryside is rife with fleas, and your delicate skin would not withstand it. First, let us find the widow Ding Chunmei, who reported her alleged assault. The two had previously discussed the complexities involved in investigating this case and had encountered numerous obstacles. In terms of physical evidence, the only item available was the autopsy report, which confirmed that He Guiping did not die by suicide. Beyond that, there was nothing. But who was the murderer? That remained a mystery. Even if it were Yu Jun, they lacked the evidence to prove it. Thus, they were left with witness testimony. They believed that this case involved many individuals and that pertinent witnesses would surely exist. Once they identified these witnesses and conducted further inquiries, physical evidence would inevitably surface, allowing them to gather all necessary proof. After some preliminary inquiries, they swiftly ascertained the location of widow Ding Chunmei's home. Her residence was situated not far from the school, where she operated a small shop selling food, beverages, and children's toys. Inside the shop, the only occupant was a toddler engrossed in examining a glowing yo-yo. Jiang Yang called out, "Is anyone here?" The boy looked up, immediately turned, and dashed into the back, shouting, "Mommy, Mommy, someone has come to buy something." Hearing the child call Ding Chunmei Mommy sparked a moment of confusion in both men. Before long, the child emerged with a woman, presumably in her 30s, clad in a white blouse. Her figure was full yet graceful, and her features were far more attractive than those of the average rural woman. She approached them, inquiring in the local dialect, "Well, what would you like to purchase?" Jiang Yang replied in Mandarin, "We would like 3 bottles of Sprite and 3 ice pops." He opened the freezer, retrieved the items, and paid. The woman, noticing his foreign accent, curiously asked, "Are you merchants? What brings you here this season?" Zhu Wei presented his police badge, waving it slightly before her. "We are not merchants. We are police officers." The woman paused momentarily, smiling but remaining silent. Zhu Wei took the ice pops from Jiang Yang and, while enjoying one, asked, "You are Ding Chunmei, correct?" "Yes, do you know me?" she replied, a hint of anxiety in her voice. After all, anyone would feel apprehensive when approached by the police. Zhu Wei gestured towards the boy beside her. "Is this your child?" "Yes," she confirmed. "When was he born?" "It seems you have not married in recent years," he probed. "Yes, he is yours?" Ding Chunmei responded, her panic evident. The child, seemingly frightened, was interrupted mid-sentence by Jiang Yang, who instructed Ding Chunmei to let the child play behind the house while they had a conversation. Dutifully, Ding Chunmei complied, taking a popsicle to coax the child away before returning. Upon her arrival, Jiang Yang remarked, "I have heard that there are many instances of children being bought in the countryside. Surely, this child cannot be one that you acquired from a trafficker?" Ding Chunmei hastily shook her head in denial, insisting, No, I did not buy this child." Jiang Yang scoffed. "The local authorities have surely made repeated efforts to publicize the prohibition against child trafficking. Your actions are suspect." Ding Chunmei quickly clarified, "This is not my child. It belongs to a friend of mine, and I am merely watching over her." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yang pondered the unusuality of a child referring to her as mother, suspecting there was more to the story. Their original intention was to inquire about her report of a rape incident that night, yet they stumbled upon a potential child trafficking case, which they could leverage to compel her to divulge the truth. "Which friend does this child belong to? Why does she call you mother? We must investigate this matter thoroughly. If this child is indeed trafficked, you could face imprisonment." Ding Chunmei appeared increasingly flustered, at a loss for words. "Which friend? Have her come here," Jiang Yang demanded, noticing her growing panic, further fueling his suspicions regarding the child. Ding Chunmei retrieved a blue-screen phone and dialed multiple times, but to her dismay, no one answered. After several minutes, she surrendered, turning to them and stating, "No one is answering the phone right now. They will return my call when they see it. This is truly my friend's child. I am not deceiving you." "Very well, we shall set this matter aside for now. We will investigate it thoroughly," Jiang Yang responded, adding, "We came to discuss another matter with you." Zhu Wei signaled for the detectives to commence taking notes. "What matter?" 3 years ago, you reported a case at the police station concerning Hou Guiping. I presume you have not forgotten?" Upon hearing the name Hou Guiping, Ding Chunmei's expression instantly changed. Chapter 28. The emotions reflected on Ding Chunmei's face did not escape their scrutiny. Zhu Wei adopted a stern demeanor and questioned her. "You reported 3 years ago that Hou Guiping raped you. This is a matter you should remember vividly, correct?" Ding Chunmei lowered her gaze, remaining silent, seemingly acquiescent. "Did he forcibly take you from your home to his dormitory?" "No, I went to his dormitory to borrow hot water, and he took advantage of the opportunity to assault me." "What time was this?" "About 7 o'clock. "Is that so?" Zhu Wei's tone turned cold. "Why did you go to the school to borrow hot water when there are so many households nearby? At 7 o'clock, most people are still awake, correct? It takes at least 5 or 6 minutes to walk from here to Hou Guiping's dormitory. Why did you not go to a closer location?" He gestured to the nearby stone houses, only a few dozen meters away. Ding Chunmei's complexion paled. The police had not previously inquired about this detail, leaving her speechless. Jiang Yang's voice became icy. "Answer carefully. Do not lie in front of the police. If you speak falsehoods, you will face the consequences." "Indeed, I borrowed from a neighbor, but their household lacks hot water, hence I ventured to the school to inquire." Zhu Wei smirked. "Is that so? You have borrowed already, and their household lacks hot water, correct?" "Yes, that is the case." "Then, have you borrowed from that household?" Zhu Wei gestured towards the nearest residence. "I have borrowed from there." "What about that one?" He pointed to a slightly more distant house. "I have borrowed from there as well." "And that household?" He indicated a house diagonally across. I cannot recall. It has been so long that I have forgotten. I only remember borrowing from several households, none of which had hot water, prompting my visit to the school." Zhu Wei turned to the recorder. "Have you noted down these households?" After receiving an affirmative response, he nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yang coughed, glaring at her. "You mentioned these households. We will investigate them. Should we discover that you have lied?" He let out a cold snort and fell silent. Ding Chunmei's complexion grew pale as she kept her head bowed, afraid to meet their gaze. Zhu Wei continued his interrogation. "After you arrived at Hou Guiping's dormitory, did he forcibly pull you inside? Was there no sound that anyone could hear?" "I was so frightened that I could not call out." "After Hou Guiping released you, did you immediately report to the police?" Yes. During this time, did you encounter anyone to whom you disclosed that Ho Guiping had assaulted you? No. Her eyes betrayed her panic. You stated you arrived at his dormitory around 7, yet the police records indicate you reported at 11. Subtracting the time it took you to reach the police station, does that mean Ho Guiping forced you to remain in his dormitory for over 3 hours? Yes. Did you not cry out for help even once during that time? No. Did anyone come looking for Ho Guiping during that period? No. Afterwards, when Ho Guiping died, do you think he took his own life out of guilt for what he did to you? I do not know. He was responsible for himself. Zhu Wei snorted, about to press her further when he was interrupted by a man's local dialect from behind. Chunmei, did you call me for something? Zhu Wei and Jiang Yang simultaneously turned around, and Zhu Wei's eyes lit up as he recognized the approaching man, Yu Jun, known as Little Stool. Chapter 29. Jiang Yang and the others were dressed in casual attire. Zhu Wei recognized Yu Jun. The Yu Jun did not recognize him. Initially, he assumed the two individuals standing at the shop entrance were customers, but upon approaching and noticing another sitting and taking notes, he caught sight of Ding Chuanmei's face and sensed something was amiss. Little Stool, Zhu Wei remarked with a curious smile. Yu Jun, sensing an ominous atmosphere, tried to maintain composure and retorted, "Who are you?" Zhu Wei stepped forward, gripping his shoulder, and aggressively inquired, "Is that child inside yours?" Yu Jun forcefully shook off his hand. "Who the hell are you?" Zhu Wei produced his police badge, waving it in front of him. Yu Jun soon withered. Yet his demeanor remained defiant. "What do you want from me? I haven't committed any crime." Ding Chunmei asserted, "That child in the room is yours, isn't it?" Yu Jun's expression shifted slightly, but he retorted, "Yes, it's mine." "What of it? Are you married? Where did the child come from?" I found him." Zhu Wei laughed heartily. "It's not that simple to find one. Why not help me find one too? I truly found him. Someone left him at my doorstep. I couldn't just let the child starve, could I? I found him. The Civil Affairs Bureau has registered it. Even if it's registered, it doesn't necessarily mean it's legal." Zhu Wei scrutinized him, then suddenly lowered his voice, sternly commanding, "A report from the public states that you have abducted a child. Come with me. We need to clarify how the child came to be." Zhu Wei rolled up his short sleeves and stepped forward, firmly grasping Yu Jun's arm. Instinctively, Yu Jun attempted to break free, but Zhu Wei swiftly struck him on the head. Zhu Wei was robust, and after years of apprehending criminals, his imposing presence was overwhelming. In the next moment, Yu Jun abandoned thoughts of resistance, pleading repeatedly, "Let go. Let go. I will go with you, oh dear." Zhu Wei retrieved handcuffs from his bag and secured Yu Jun before stepping aside to whisper to Jiang Yang, "You and Ding Chunmei continue your conversation. I'll return with good news." Once they departed, Jiang Yang pulled a stool from the store and sat down, gesturing for the other to join him. Adopting an authoritative stance, "I expect you to answer my questions honestly. The recorder and the notes will capture everything accurately. Do you understand?" Though his tenure was brief and his practical experience limited, he had witnessed many disciplinary officials being interrogated at the prosecutor's office. Zhu Wei had shared some insights, emphasizing the necessity of a stern yet not aggressive demeanor during questioning. The more intimidating the interrogator, the more seasoned individuals might perceive the lack of solid evidence behind the bluster. One cannot gamble recklessly in the game of poker. Similarly, a blend of truth and deception is essential in interrogation. Indeed, Ding Chunmei complied readily. "Understood. Now, what is your relationship with Yu Jun?" We. Be honest. He sometimes spends the night at my place." Jiang Yang nodded, deducing much from the exchange of glances between them. In urban vernacular, it's termed an affair, while in rural contexts, it's referred to as a concubine. "Does he visit you often?" "Yes, sometimes." "How many times a month?" "It's hard to say. Perhaps 3 or 4, maybe 5 or 6. "When did your relationship begin?" "A few years ago." "Specifically, when?" "Around 2001. "You and Yu Jun were already in this relationship before Ho Guiping's death?" "Yes." Jiang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing in silence. Ding Chunmei raised her head. Noticing his intense gaze, Jiang Yang slowed his speech. "We have now uncovered that Ho Guiping did not commit suicide. He was murdered." Ding Chuanmei's eyes twitched momentarily, her nails digging into her flesh. "Who killed Ho Guiping?" I don't know," she stammered, clearly flustered. Ho Guiping had clashed with Yu Jun multiple times before his demise, and Yu Jun had threatened to kill him. "You claimed that Ho Guiping had assaulted you. Given your relationship with Yu Jun, it is only natural that you would inform him of this incident. He harbored resentment and thus went to murder Ho Guiping. Did he not?" No, he did not kill Ho Guiping." Ding Chuanmei's voice quavered with anxiety. "You are aware of this matter?" And you are involved, are you not? No, it has nothing to do with us. Ho Guiping was truly not killed by him. Ding Chunmei cried out nervously. Jiang Yang remained still, scrutinizing her. Then who did? Ding Chunmei hurriedly lowered her head. I don't know. From that moment on, regardless of Jiang Yang's inquiries, Ding Chunmei persistently denied any involvement in Ho Guiping's murder, steadfastly asserting her ignorance on the matter. Over an hour later, Zhu Wei returned, drenched in sweat, and pulled Jiang Yang aside, whispering, Yujun insists that the child was found, and he even went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to process adoption procedures under his parents' names. However, curiously, the child's household registration at the police station lists the surname Xia, not you. Why is that? I don't know. The child's registration was done in winter, not picked up in summer. Yujun merely said he has a friend with the surname Xia who is the child's godfather. Hence the surname. Let us set that aside for now. I just asked some nearby households. They said Ding Chunmei has never come to borrow hot water. In the countryside, firewood is plentiful. It's unlikely she would lack hot water. Jiang Yang understood the implication. Zhu Wei turned to the fidgeting Ding Chunmei and sternly declared, I have inquired with several nearby households, and you have never borrowed hot water from them. You are lying. Perhaps they forgot after a few years. Ding Chunmei quickly conjured up this excuse. Zhu Wei scoffed. Is that so? Yet Yujun has disclosed some incriminating details about you at the police station. They noticed Ding Chunmei's expression becoming increasingly anxious. Jiang Yang gently clenched his fist and tentatively asked, Speak honestly. Did Ho Guiping truly assault you? Ding Chunmei's face turned ashen, her lips trembling slightly. Observing this expression, both men felt a surge of hope. Jiang Yang suspected that her lie about borrowing hot water hinted at deeper truths regarding the alleged assault, thus he deliberately probed her. Her reaction undoubtedly confirmed their suspicions. Jiang Yang felt emboldened. He claims you filed a false report. Moreover, he has revealed certain matters. We need to verify them with you. Do not think you can continue to conceal the truth. He has confessed. If you come clean, you will be treated leniently. Otherwise, Ding Chunmei's eyes reddened, and she could not hold back her tears. I never imagined things would turn out this way. I truly did not expect Ho Guiping to die. In the face of Zhu Wei and Jiang Yang's relentless questioning, Ding Chunmei, a rural woman with little experience in handling investigations, quickly succumbed, revealing the truth of the events from years past. Initially, Yujun bestowed upon Ding Chunmei the sum of 10,000 yuan. In the year 2001, this amount held considerable value. The salary of an ordinary worker in the county was merely 400 to 500 yuan, making 10,000 roughly equivalent to 2 years of income for the average individual and even more for farmers. The task Yujun required of Ding Chunmei was deceptively simple, to seduce Ho Guiping and subsequently report him to the police for rape. For Ding Chunmei, enticing Ho Guiping was not particularly challenging. Being young, widowed, and attractive, she often attracted the attention of young men, rendering the need for a chastity memorial unnecessary. However, the notion of reporting him for rape gave her pause, as it would be a false accusation, and who would willingly seek trouble at the police station? Yujun, with a few persuasive words, alleviated her concerns. Once Ho Guiping had slept with her, who could prove her accusation false? All she needed was to firmly assert that Ho Guiping had raped her, and the local police would undoubtedly side with a local resident over an outsider. Moreover, the temptation of securing 10,000 yuan for such a simple act was overwhelmingly enticing. Ding Chunmei's only apprehension was that Ho Guiping might refuse her advances. But Yujun assured her that Ho Guiping had consumed alcohol laced with drugs and was at an age dominated by desire. Isolated in their impoverished locale, a mere spark would ignite the kindling. That evening, Yujun sought her out, informing her that Ho Guiping had drunk the spiked liquor and urged her to go to him immediately. She approached Ho Guiping under the pretense of borrowing hot water, entering his home to seduce him, thus engaging in a physical encounter. Following Yujun's instructions, she used a towel to collect some of Ho Guiping's semen and brought it back. Upon hearing this account, Zhu Wei and Jiang Yang were astounded. They quickly deduced the next conclusion. The semen stains found on the girl's underwear in Ho Guiping's residence were indeed from the towel she had used. First acquiring the semen, then planning to murder Ho Guiping, and subsequently framing him. This was a meticulously crafted scheme. Jiang Yang struggled to suppress his mounting indignation. The horror of the situation was overwhelming. Before the police could locate Ho Guiping, he had already been abducted and killed, with the perpetrators concealing the stained underwear in his room, thus framing him for the crime of sexually assaulting the girl, which led to her suicide. Furthermore, the semen extracted from the girl had gone missing at the police station, preventing any comparison with Ho Guiping, which made the framing all the more plausible. This case had exceeded his wildest imagination. How audacious. Zhu Wei clenched his fists, his lips trembling as he asked, "Was all of this directed by Yu Jun?" Ding Chimei nodded earnestly. "Did Yu Jun murder He Guiping?" "No, no." She shook her head vigorously. "After He Guiping was found at the reservoir, Yu Jun expressed fear to me, claiming he had no idea He Guiping would come to harm and was frightened by the potential for loss of life." Zhu Wei focused intently on her, asking, "Was the 10,000 yuan given to you by Yu Jun?" "Yes." "Is this money his own, or does it come from elsewhere?" Ding Chimei, flustered, replied, "I do not know. You have been with him for several years. How could you not have inquired about this matter? How could you possibly be unaware?" "I truly do not know. Please do not question me further. You should ask him." Zhu Wei bellowed, "I will certainly inquire about that. Now, clarify for me, who exactly provided the funds?" Ding Chunmei found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she covered her face with her hands and resorted to the most primal yet classic tactic employed by women. She began to weep profusely. Women possess an innate talent for tears, particularly during disputes with the opposite sex. Crying generally falls into two categories. One is an emotional release, an expression of genuine grievances and inner turmoil, lamenting the fragility of life and the misfortune of encountering such a vile man. The other is a strategic defense mechanism. For instance, during an argument between a couple, even when the woman is clearly at fault, the mere act of crying can often flip the situation, ultimately leading the man to bear the blame and extend an apology. Many male friends find themselves utterly helpless in such scenarios. However, the solution is rather simple. One can curse silently in their heart. Yet as long as they offer a superficial apology and subsequently issue a plethora of empty promises, the other party is likely to be appeased. Zhu Wei, however, had a more straightforward approach. He declared, "Enough of this nonsense. If you waste any more time, I will take you to the detention center for questioning." Ding Chimei immediately ceased her sobbing. "Who provided the funds?" she stammered, her hesitation palpable. I asked Yu Jun, and he said this matter must not be leaked. We cannot afford to offend anyone, or else we will end up like He Guiping. I ask you, who are they?" I am not very clear. I heard Yu Jun mention it once. It seems to be someone associated with Sun Hongyun." Sun Hongyun. Zhu Wei ground his teeth, the knuckles of his fingers cracking audibly. Jiang Yang heard this name for the first time, yet it was evident from Zhu Wei's demeanor that he was well acquainted with this individual. Zhu Wei took a deep breath and inquired, "What happened to the towel?" "After I retrieved the towel, I rushed home. Yu Jun saw that I had it and immediately called them. They instructed him to deliver the towel right away." "How long after that did you report to the police?" "After Yu Jun returned, he had me wait in the house. About an hour later, he received a call instructing him to report to the police immediately." Jiang Yang pondered this information. Clearly, after obtaining the towel, they had taken advantage of the still liquid semen to smear it onto the girl's underwear. Then proceeded to He Guiping's dormitory to set the stage, instructing Ding Chimei to alert the police, a meticulously orchestrated plan. After the questioning, Jiang Yang handed the record to Ding Chunmei, requesting her to transcribe it as a confession. At this moment, he observed Zhu Wei furrowing his brow, striding towards the door, lighting a cigarette, and inhaling deeply. He followed Zhu Wei outside and asked, "What is it? Did the mention of Sun Hongyun's name unsettle you?" Zhu Wei stared intently at the distant sky, took several deep draws from his cigarette, and lit another in irritation, nodding in affirmation. Jiang Yang, perplexed, inquired, "Who is Sun Hongyun?" Zhu Wei scoffed, "A businessman in the county. Is this person particularly difficult to deal with?" Zhu Wei inhaled deeply, and after a lengthy pause, sighed. "I have heard that this individual was quite successful in his youth, adept at navigating both the legal and illicit realms. In the 1990s, our county's old state-owned paper mill underwent a transformation. At that time, it was heavily indebted, but Sun Hongyun acquired the factory. As you may have guessed, that paper mill later became known as Con Paper Industry. After its acquisition, the factory's performance improved significantly, evolving into a financial pillar for the county. Just a few days ago, Con Paper Industry was listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, marking it as the first publicly traded company in Jinshe, not just in Pingtung County." Jiang Yang remained silent. The tallest building in Pingtung County belongs to Con Group, and the largest expanse of land is also owned by Con. Jinshe, located in western Zhejiang, is predominantly mountainous, with an economy that pales in comparison to the coastal cities of Zhejiang, rendering Pingtung County even more underdeveloped. Con stands as the largest enterprise in the county, contributing a third of the county's fiscal revenue. It employs thousands, serving as a cornerstone for social stability. With Con's listing on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, The city's leadership collectively came to the county to celebrate, and the entire county was abuzz with excitement. However, what if Sun Hongyun, the owner of Khan, were implicated in a case? What would happen if he were apprehended right after the company went public? With thousands of employees at stake, this would undoubtedly be a matter of great concern for the authorities, impacting social stability. How could they proceed? Would the county police approve such an action? Would the city's police agree? Would the government consent? Jiang Yang suddenly felt an unprecedented burden. The path ahead appeared bleak. Even if he witnessed Sun Hongyun committing murder, pursuing justice would likely prove to be a convoluted affair. At that moment, Zhu Wei received a phone call. After hanging up, he turned to Jiang Yang and said, "The Bureau has informed me that we need to apprehend a robbery gang tonight. I shall take my leave. You stay here to wait for her to finish the paperwork. There is no need to bring her to the police station just yet, as a prosecutor. You cannot handle police procedures, and considering she is a woman, I doubt she'll escape. After the apprehension operation is complete in a few days, I will return to you." He paused, breathing heavily, and added, regardless of his status as a publicly listed company owner. If the evidence is irrefutable in such a grave criminal case, not even the highest authority can protect him. Just wait and see. In the following days, Jiang Yang attempted to contact Zhu Wei several times, but his phone was always off. He received only one response, stating that Zhu Wei was leading a team to stake out and apprehend the criminal gang, advising him to reach out again in a few days. Upon returning from Miaogao Township and learning Sun Hongyun's name, Jiang Yang began to take a longer route to work each day, passing by the Khan Group building. He did not expect to uncover any clues by peering inside. Rather, his instinct compelled him to see what kind of person Sun Hongyun truly was. However, his wish went unfulfilled, as he never caught a glimpse of Sun Hongyun. One day, on his way home from work, he saw Yu Jun emerging from the Khan building, cradling a child suspected to have been abducted. An ominous premonition stirred within him. The next day, he boarded a minibus back to Miaogao Township, seeking out Ding Chunmei's small shop, only to find the door tightly shut. After knocking for quite some time without a response, he inquired with a nearby neighbor and learned that Ding Chunmei had not opened her shop in days, as if she were not home. Fearing she might be evading justice, he hastily dialed Zhu Wei, relieved to find that Zhu Wei's phone was on at that moment. Ding Chunmei's home was empty, and the neighboring residents speculated that she had been absent for several days, perhaps having fled. Zhu Wei could hardly fathom that a woman like Ding Chunmei would choose to escape. Despite her false report to the police, she did not murder Ho Guiping. On that day, they had informed her of the policies, and while her actions constituted a crime and perjury, the severity was not grave. She had not anticipated the fatal outcome for Ho Guiping, and given her willingness to confess, there were mitigating circumstances that could potentially lead to a lenient sentence if she testified in court. Yet, she chose to flee. A witness eligible for probation resorted to the most foolish method of escape. Zhu Wei hastily instructed, "Stay put. Do not leave. I will bring people over immediately." An hour later, Zhu Wei arrived at Ding Chunmei's doorstep in a police car, accompanied by 2 detectives and Shenming Zhang. Jiang Yang inquired curiously, "Is the forensic expert here?" Zhu Wei replied coldly, "After our phone call, I pondered the oddities of this situation. I refused to believe Ding Chunmei would become a fugitive over this matter." Upon hearing this, Old Chen agreed to inspect the scene. Zhu Wei contacted the local police station to serve as witnesses, and they pried open the wooden door of the small shop. At first glance, something seemed amiss. On the shelves inside, one pane of glass was shattered, its cracks radiating from a single point, while another pane was mysteriously absent. Shun Mingzhang slowly entered the room, standing still as he surveyed the scene, remarking, "Was the glass always like this?" Jiang Yang and Zhu Wei responded in unison, "No." Shun Mingzhang touched his forehead and circled the room, explaining, "The traces on the floor indicate that the room has recently been swept." He approached a wall beside the shelves, where a hook was affixed, and upon closer inspection, he noted with a click of his tongue, "There is blood here." Jiang Yang and the others hurried to observe, and indeed, a faint reddish stain adorned the hook, unnoticeable unless scrutinized closely. Zhu Wei frowned, asking, "Are you certain it's blood?" Qin Mingzhang replied with a smile, "My expertise ensures I cannot confuse blood with paint. It is blood, and quite recent, only a few days old." At that moment, Jiang Yang recounted the events of the previous evening, revealing that while passing by the Khan building after work, he had seen Yu Jun carrying a small boy who should have been in Ding Chunmei's care. This revelation fueled his foreboding. Zhu Wei gritted his teeth, and after a prolonged silence, he slammed his fist against the wall in anger, declaring, "Arrest Yu Jun and bring him in." He turned and exited the small shop, instructing the two accompanying detectives to inquire with locals about any unusual occurrences over the past few days, while he headed straight to Eugene's residence. Chapter 32. I won't say much more to you. Send his lawyer away. I have Eugene in custody. Where did that rascal Eugene even find a lawyer? You must have hired him. You claim I have no evidence? Humph. I will bring evidence shortly. In the small restaurant, Zhu Wei puffed on a cigarette, exhaling smoke like an old-time steamboat. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Wei rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed angrily, "The VE only had him for a day. And Li Jiangguo is already urging me to release him. It's clear he is in cahoots with Sun Hongyun. Have you not yet informed the Bureau about Ding Chunmei's confession we hold? Of course, I deliberately kept it under wraps, not revealing our trump card. I want to see who in the department is anxious about this case. Just one day since Eugene was apprehended, and look at Li Jiangguo's urgency." Jiang Yang, visibly concerned, remarked, "What about your superiors?" The various bureau chiefs haven't voiced any objections, but if they are all aligned with Sun Hongyun, then the Public Security Bureau would effectively be under his control. We could have brought Ding Chunmei back that day and interrogated Eugene as well. Instead, Li Jiangguo called me to apprehend a robbery gang, which delayed things, leading to the incident with Ding Chunmei. I brought Eugene back yesterday, intending to interrogate him personally. But Li Jiangguo deliberately assigned me another case to distract me, a gang of pregnant thieves. What the hell? Am I the only police officer left in Pingkong? Do they expect me to stake out a few pregnant women? If it weren't for the obstruction, I would have confronted him long ago. Zhu Wei, in a fit of anger, lit another cigarette. Jiang Yang, realizing that Li Jiangguo had summoned him back to the bureau, began to ponder. That day, just after we completed our investigation, you received a call from Li Jiangguo instructing you to return for a case. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? It seems as though he intended to draw you back. Otherwise, Ding Chunmei and Eugene would have been interrogated the same day. Zhu Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating. Based on your analysis, we have indeed been following that robbery gang for some time, but the investigators had yet to fully grasp the situation. When I led the team for surveillance that night, I informed them that the main culprit had not shown up, and capturing them then would only alert them. Yet, they insisted that Li Jiangguo order the apprehension that very night. I felt the timing was premature. So I didn't rush into action and arranged for personnel to maintain surveillance for a few days. Li Jiangguo's order to apprehend them was indeed too hasty. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Yang suggested, if Li Jiangguo was deliberately finding an excuse to summon you back, who could have informed him? It must have been someone from Sun Hongyun's circle. But how did Sun Hongyun know we were investigating Eugene and Ding Chunmei in Miaogao Township? Zhu Wei's eyes brightened. I brought Eugene to the police station to have officers investigate the origins of his child, and then I rushed over to your side. He must have seized the opportunity to call someone after I left. Jiang Yang nodded, smiling. You should be able to trace who Eugene called, right? Of course. Jiang Yang smirked. One possibility is that Eugene directly called Li Jiangguo. A suspect making calls to the head of the criminal investigation team while in custody gives me grounds to summon Li Jiangguo to our office for a discussion. Alternatively, if he called someone connected to Sun Hongyun, and that person subsequently informed Li Jiangguo, we can compare the explanations of all three parties. If there are discrepancies, I similarly have grounds to call Li Jiangguo to the prosecutor's office. Zhu Wei could not help but clap his hands in delight. Excellent. I will send someone to investigate immediately. Not so fast. What progress has been made regarding Ding Chunmei? Yesterday, after an evening of scrutiny, Eugene insisted that he had no knowledge of Ding Chunmei's whereabouts. He stated that after we left that day, Ding Chunmei returned a young boy to his home, after which she vanished without a trace. A neighbor of Ding Chunmei recounted that around 11 that night, he heard the sound of shattering glass, followed by a woman's cry. Though he was uncertain if it was Ding Chunmei. In rural areas, dogs are commonly kept, and at that moment, his dog began barking at the noise. He rose to investigate, but found the darkness impenetrable, with no further sounds to be heard. Assuming it was merely a domestic dispute between a couple, he paid it no mind. It appears that Ding Chunmei may have met with misfortune at that time. Could Eugene be implicated in this? Zhu Wei shook his head in distress, asserting that it was impossible, for Eugene had been detained at the police station overnight, only released the following morning after the officers verified his legitimate adoption papers with the Civil Affairs Bureau. We had just begun our investigation into Ding Chunmei when this witness encountered trouble. Jiang Yang seethed with indignation. Zhu Wei clenched his fists and declared, Old Shen stated that, based on the neighbor's testimony and the scene investigation, he deduced that Ding Chunmei met with an incident at 11 that night, and it was likely not the act of a single individual. The scene had been cleaned up, and Ding Chuanmei's fate appears dire. It is audacious beyond belief to act against a witness under the very noses of the police. Should this be traced back to Sun Hongyun? I will spare no effort to apprehend that scoundrel. Chapter 33. The following morning, Zhu Wei called Jiang Yang out from his workplace. 2 police vehicles were stationed outside the prosecutor's office, and Zhu Wei emerged from the front vehicle, his face beaming as he beckoned Jiang Yang to join him. Where are we going? Jiang Yang inquired. To make an arrest. Zhu Wei eagerly relayed the latest developments in the case. It turned out that Yu Jun had indeed made a phone call while at the police station to a certain Hu Long, the deputy general manager of the Khan Group and assistant to Sun Hongyun. Shortly after receiving Yu Jun's call, Hu Long placed a call to the criminal investigation team leader's office, lasting a full 5 minutes. Regrettably, Yu Jun refused to disclose whether this call was a warning. Who are you planning to arrest? Jiang Yang asked. Naturally, Hu Long. Jiang Yang challenged. What evidence do you have to arrest him directly? No evidence yet. But we'll apprehend him for interrogation. I am confident he will divulge the truth. He is not a fool. Is he suddenly going to have a change of heart? Zhu Wei scoffed. What if I also arrest Sun Hongyun? Hu Long will surely panic and confess. You intend to arrest Sun Hongyun directly? Of course. As of now, there is no evidence linking him to these events. How do you plan to arrest him? The reasoning is inconsequential, Zhu Wei retorted, after detaining these 2. We can interrogate them for several weeks. Heh, we have our own methods of interrogation, with bright lights and several days of sleep deprivation. A person's emotions become thoroughly disrupted, and their thoughts muddled. With just a hint of interrogation technique, suspects typically confess within 3 to 5 days. I have yet to encounter a criminal with psychological resilience strong enough to endure such pressure for weeks. Since Ho Guiping passed nearly 3 years ago, where can we find direct physical evidence? We must rely on testimonies to break through. Jiang Yang is a prosecutor who staunchly upholds procedural justice. Upon hearing his words, he shook his head repeatedly. You apprehend individuals without evidence. This is entirely against the rules. Rules? Zhu Wei retorted, his eyes widening. Do they adhere to any rules? How did Ho Guiping meet his demise? We were merely probing into Ding Chuanmei when she met with misfortune. These individuals are utterly ruthless. Do you expect to reason with them? Do not hold your breath. To deal with such scoundrels, conventional methods will not suffice. At present, we are left with only a flimsy confession from Ding Chuanmei. We possess no other evidence. We must detain them forcibly to compel them to reveal the truth and subsequently gather corroborative evidence. Jiang Yang continued to express his dissent, saying, Are you prepared to detain Sun Hongyun? Have you obtained the detention order? Zhu Wei smiled, triumphantly extracting several sheets of paper from his briefcase, waving them in the air. Jiang Yang glanced at the document in his hand, astonished to find the signature of their deputy director. Your deputy director actually supports your detention of Sun Hongyun? Zhu Wei leaned closer, whispering, The leadership in the bureau is unaware of this. Over the past few days, I have apprehended several groups, and this morning, I brought a stack of detention orders for the deputy director to sign and stamp, though I included 2 additional ones. After we capture the suspects, we will not return to the bureau. Instead, we shall take them directly to the police station, where I have discreetly arranged for 2 rooms to be available for a few days. My subordinates and I will turn off our phones, ensuring no one can reach us. And no one will know that Sun Hongyun is being held here, thus preventing any disruptions to our interrogation. I have orchestrated all of this. The director and the deputy in charge of criminal investigations are attending meetings in the city for the next few days, making today the perfect opportunity. However, this matter will eventually come to light, so I must work swiftly to extract results before they find out. Once we gather evidence, the die will be cast. You intend to detain them clandestinely. This is illegal detention, Jiang Yang exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Regardless of legality, the thought of them daring to act against witnesses right under the police's noses is intolerable. Zhu Wei replied nonchalantly. You are also deceiving the leaders into signing. Coupled with illegal detention, such actions may lead them to refuse cooperation during interrogation. If that occurs, I shall simply add a charge of torture, he scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping him. I do not seek advancement in my position. If these brazen criminals continue to roam free, it will only bring me distress. So I shall also take a bold step. Rest assured, your role will be merely as a witness. Should anything transpire, you will claim I misled you. And I will bear the responsibility alone. Zhu Wei laughed dismissively. Jiang Yang felt a turmoil within. There was no advantage to Zhu Wei in this course of action. If this case were resolved, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar, the only publicly listed company in the city, whose owner was embroiled in criminal allegations immediately after its listing, would government officials be pleased? Moreover, if the interrogation yielded no results and the deputy director discovered that Zhu Wei had deceived him into signing the detention orders and illegally detained a high-ranking official who could sit alongside city leaders during meetings, and even engaged in torture, what then? Zhu Wei could very well face imprisonment. Regardless of the outcome, severe repercussions awaited Zhu Wei. However, he still took the risk and acted. He found himself perplexed, pondering what exactly Zhu Wei was pursuing. Jiang Yang, reflecting on his investigation of this case, initially felt compelled by the bond of friendship among classmates, yet his resolve soon wavered. It was only under Wu Yak's insistence that he persisted. However, after encountering numerous challenges, he found his determination faltering once more. It was the encouragement of others that ultimately led him to decide to formally file the case. His subsequent persistence resembled a clockwork mechanism. Having already invested so much effort, he was reluctant to let it all go to waste. Thus, he felt akin to a vehicle on a highway, compelled to continue onward. Yet, if asked to forge his superior's signature and the official seal for this case, he would resolutely refuse. His every action remained within the confines of ethical boundaries, striving to uphold his profession, his conscience, and his future. Profession, conscience, future. Was this an inherently impossible triangle? He did not know, but he yearned to exist within a clean, stable triangle. Their most significant challenge at present was the lack of evidence, with the only breakthrough resting upon Zhu Wei's notion of compelling the suspects to confess. Since Zhu Wei had taken the plunge, he decided to muster his own courage and accompany him on this venture. Chapter 34. Before long, they arrived at the con group. Zhu Wei strode purposefully inside, and the receptionist, upon realizing they were police officers, dared not obstruct them, promptly acknowledging that the boss was present and leading them upstairs. The top floor housed the executive offices, and they made their way directly to the chairman's office. At that moment, a bespectacled man in his mid-30s emerged from an adjacent office and blocked their path, asking, "Who are you?" Zhu Wei displayed his police badge and 2 detention orders, stating, "Where are Hu Yilong and Sun Hongyun? We need to take them in." The man's expression shifted slightly before he replied, "I am Hu Yilong." Zhu Wei scrutinized him for a moment. He appeared refined, yet his small eyes betrayed a hint of cunning. With a cold smirk, Zhu Wei inquired, "Where is Sun Hongyun?" "You both need to come with us." Hu Yilong remained calm, picking up the detention orders and examining them several times before looking up with a composed smile, asking, "Criminal detention, is it? I wonder what the reason is for detaining me and General Manager's son. Suspected of involvement in multiple criminal cases. You will find out soon enough." "Is that so? It seems there might be a bit of trouble." Hu Yilong sighed softly. At that moment, onlookers from the office area gathered around to observe. Zhu Wei remained unfazed, sharply commanding, "No more nonsense. Come with us." He produced handcuffs, preparing to take coercive measures. "Wait a moment," a steady, deep voice emerged from behind the crowd, and people instinctively parted to make way. A man in his 40s, dressed in a clean short-sleeved casual shirt, stepped forward, glancing at them and calmly inquiring, "What is happening here?" "General Manager's son," Hu Yilong approached him, handing over the detention orders and providing an explanation. Sun Hongyun frowned as he scrutinized the documents, whispering a few words to Hu Yilong. Hu Yilong then turned with a smile, saying, "Officer, it appears there may be an issue with your paperwork." Zhu Wei felt a pang of guilt, yet he mustered his voice to inquire, "What issue?" "Sun Hongyun, a representative of the Provincial People's Congress, is under detention. You must first apply to the Provincial Standing Committee. Only with their consent can he accompany you." They were taken aback. Jiang Yang was unaware of Sun Hongyun's status as a provincial representative, and Zhu Wei felt a wave of frustration for having overlooked such an important detail. How could someone of Sun Hongyun's stature lack social standing? His impatience to solve the case led him to take reckless actions, deceitfully obtaining the official seal and signature. However, he had not considered the implications. Mistakenly believing that a covert capture and coercive interrogation would suffice, but ultimately his efforts fell short. Zhu Wei's countenance darkened, while Sun Hongyun crossed his arms, observing him as if watching a performance. Suddenly, Jiang Yang interjected, "Sun Hongyun does not need to accompany us for now." "Hu Yilong, you are not a representative, are you?" A flicker of panic crossed Hu Yilong's face. "Then you shall come with us." Hu Yilong's cheeks twitched slightly as he looked up at Sun Hongyun, seemingly seeking help. But Sun Hongyun remained expressionless. Jiang Yang nudged Zhu Wei with his arm. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Wei regained his composure, recalling that he had already forged the detention notice and that responsibility was now firmly placed upon him. Since they could not apprehend both, capturing one would suffice. Grasping the handcuffs, he declared, "Hu along, let us proceed." At that moment, Sun Hongyan spoke again. "Xiaohu, what did you say this officer's name was?" "Zhu Wei." "Oh," he exclaimed in feigned surprise, nodding repeatedly. "Zhu Wei, I know him. We all know him in Pingong. The illustrious Zhu from the police realm." "Well, Officer Zhu, technically, I am not obliged to accompany you. However, since your name is renowned throughout Pingong and you are personally leading this investigation with a detention warrant, it seems that Xiaohu and I may indeed be implicated in certain matters. If I were to refuse cooperation based on my status as a representative, the people of Pingong would certainly criticize me and spread rumors behind my back. Rest assured, I shall uphold your reputation. Both Xiaohu and I will accompany you and fully cooperate with your investigation." After speaking, he whispered a few words in Hu Wilong's ear and exchanged quiet assurances with others in the company, confidently stepping forward. Chapter 35. Zhu Wei realized that it was no longer feasible to secretly apprehend Sun Hongyan for coercive interrogation. He did not wish to drag Jiang Yang into this predicament and urged him to return to the procuratorate first. With a gloomy expression, Zhu Wei led Sun Hongyan and Hu Wilong back to the bureau, where they were met by the deputy county head in charge of political law, the director of the county party office, and several other leaders, all casting reproachful glances. He disregarded them and instructed his subordinates to take Hu Wilong's statement before joining the others in the meeting room. Before Zhu Wei could finish recounting the events, Sun Hongyan began to speak eloquently. "Esteemed leaders, you are likely aware that several years ago, I acquired this paper mill, which was essentially bankrupt, from the county's state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, thereby preserving the livelihoods of hundreds of employees. Initially, the operation was fraught with challenges, including funding, technology, and personnel quality issues. Given that Pingong is not particularly developed and lacks convenient transportation, my thoughts were consumed with the task of sustaining so many lives. Eventually, the business began to run smoothly, and our con group made remarkable progress. This month, we were listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, becoming the first publicly traded company in the city, achieving a modest milestone. During my earlier struggles, no one in society spoke ill of me. The hundreds of workers at the factory understood my hardships and affectionately called me Director Sunday. Now that Con has experienced some development, the group has resolved employment issues for thousands in Pingong, and with newfound wealth, unfounded rumors have begun to circulate. Some allege that I rose to prominence through illicit means, while others claim I have embezzled state assets or am currently engaged in unlawful activities. I have never responded to these rumors personally, for a person of integrity has no fear of shadows. Various organizations have conducted investigations into Con. If there were genuine issues, could Con have gone public? The leaders nodded in agreement. He continued, "What is the mindset of the common people? They may endure poverty alongside you, yet cannot bear to see you thrive beyond them. Our Pingong, being a backward region in the province, is still home to many who harbor traditional peasant mentalities. Rumors spread like wildfire. One tells 10, 10 tell 100. Initially, I paid little heed to them, but today, Officer Zhu personally visited, leading me to believe that if these rumors persist, they could adversely affect our group's operations and stability, necessitating a clarification. The leaders present began to reprimand Zhu Wei, with the deputy county head sternly admonishing him. "Zhu Wei, we acknowledge your diligence in handling cases, but you must also consider the political implications and broader context while doing so. Fame often invites controversy. President Sun is an outstanding entrepreneur in our Pingong, and to detain him without thorough investigation is improper. Can a representative of the people be detained at will? Do you understand the law? Who authorized your detention order? Your deputy director? What will this imply if it gets out? How will society perceive it? How will the common people view it? Con is the backbone of our county and a symbol of Jin City. Your hasty detention of the group's chairman could destabilize the business. Do you grasp the gravity of this?" It was evident that they were still unaware that Zhu Wei had deceitfully acquired the leader's signatures and remained somewhat courteous towards him. Zhu Wei took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and chose to maintain his composure, countering with silence. "It's not that severe." Sun Hongyan interjected with a smile in defense of Zhu Wei, acknowledging the officer's sense of justice. "I have heard many commendable stories about Officer Zhu in Pingong and hold him in high regard. Perhaps he was swayed by some chaotic rumors circulating in society, leading to his suspicion of me. An investigation could serve well to affirm my innocence and silence a few tongues." Zhu Wei could no longer contain himself and coldly questioned, "Where's Ding Chumei? You must know." Sun Hongyan appeared bewildered, responding, "Who is Ding Chumei? This name is unfamiliar to me. Do I know this person?" Zhu Wei retrieved an envelope from his inner pocket, extracting a confession written by Ding Chunmei and placing it on the table. Take a look for yourself. Sun Hongyun read it over, followed by the other leaders. He then inquired, perplexed, who are Ho Guiping and Yu Jun mentioned here? I have never known them. The deputy county head inquired, where did you obtain this material? It was a confession letter penned by Ding Chunmei. And who is Ding Chunmei? He asked. A woman from Miaogao Township, came the reply. Which criminal police officers supervised the record? Myself, a subordinate, and a friend, answered Zhu Wei, temporarily concealing Jiang Yang's name. Zhu Wei did not wish to implicate the young prosecutor in front of the county government's leadership. Your friend? The deputy county head frowned. Is he a police officer? Zhu Wei denied. No. You brought a non-police friend to investigate Ding Chunmei, and she composed this confession material for you? Indeed. And where is Ding Chunmei now? She disappeared the very night I concluded my investigation, initially suspected to have been abducted. We must inquire with Boss Sun about her whereabouts. Sun Hongyun shook his head with a bitter smile. The deputy county head remarked, since she wrote this confession letter, regardless of the truth of the content or any connection to General Sun, you must bring Ding Chunmei back to continue the investigation. How could she simply vanish? Was she taken from the Public Security Bureau? Zhu Wei's expression darkened as he lowered his head. I had an urgent matter that day. I neglected to bring her back. The deputy county head scoffed. How could a woman from Miaogao Township possibly know General Sun? Can a mere record serve as evidence? Now that she is missing, how can the authenticity of this material be assured? Zhu Wei found himself without a rebuttal. What is the identity of Ho Guiping? He is a volunteer teacher. The deputy county head chuckled. The material states that Yu Jun paid Ding Chunmei to entice Ho Guiping into making a false report, and that the money came from General Sunday. Does General Sun harbor such a deep-seated grudge against a volunteer teacher from Miaogao Township? He is not even from Miaogao Township. How could there be a conflict? Sun Hongyun added, indeed, I have lived in Pingong for many years and have never visited Miaogao Township. Nor do I know any volunteer teachers or a person named Yu Jun. Zhu Wei clenched his teeth tightly. He had no evidence. To assert that Sun Hongyun was involved in the girl's assault would be preposterous, and it would surely provoke anger from everyone present, who would denounce him for fabricating rumors about the entrepreneur. After a moment, he fixed his gaze on Sun Hongyun, saying, Yu Jun and Hu Ilong are both detained in the back. We are now awaiting their testimonies. Sun Hongyun replied unhurriedly, Hu Ilong is my assistant. I trust his character. I have never heard of him having any grievances with a volunteer teacher from Miaogao Township. I hope Officer Zhu's investigation today will yield a reliable conclusion regarding whether Xiaohu has committed a crime. If he is implicated, I will not shield him and will actively cooperate with the police investigation. If he is innocent, Sun Hongyun paused, coughed softly, and his tone turned suddenly cold. I will not allow such baseless rumors to persist and will certainly report them to the higher authorities. Chapter 36. How abominable, truly abominable. In the restaurant, Zhu Wei downed an entire bottle of beer, venting his frustrations to Jiang Yang. At noon, Sun Hongyun met at the police station for less than half an hour before excusing himself, citing company matters. All the leaders rebuked Zhu Wei for his reckless handling of the situation, insisting he release Hu Ilong immediately. He remained steadfast, removing his police badge as a threat of resignation, which prompted the leaders to demand he resign without hesitation. Left with no choice, Zhu Wei tucked away his badge, disregarding the crowd, and entered the interrogation room, closing the door behind him to personally question Hu Ilong. After an entire afternoon of questioning, he achieved no results. Hu Ilong adamantly maintained that his relationship with Yu Jun was merely that of ordinary friends, claiming he had forgotten the details of their phone conversation that day, asserting that it was inconsequential. He also could not recall the content of the call made to Li Jiangwo's office. Yu Jun echoed this sentiment, professing ignorance regarding their phone discussion and had no knowledge of Ding Chunmei's whereabouts. Subsequently, the deputy directors attending a city meeting called in, furiously accusing Zhu Wei of misleading the leaders into signing documents, promising to hold him accountable upon their return. Li Jiangwo and the other leaders forcefully insisted he release the suspects, while lawyers arrived at the police station, and his subordinates hesitated to continue the interrogation, leaving Zhu Wei isolated in opposition. Ultimately, he had no option but to release both individuals. Hu Ilong firmly demanded that the police station issue a certificate of innocence to clear his name, preventing any scandal for the Khan Group and General Sunday. The department leaders acquiesced, and Zhu Wei reluctantly signed the document affirming Hu Ilong's innocence. Jiang Yang, feeling despondent, lamented the bleakness of their situation. The path forward was completely obstructed, with no witnesses or evidence available. What could be done? Zhu Wei replied emphatically, "We must investigate. The more challenging it becomes, the more essential it is to delve deeper. While I may be at a standstill with Sun Hongyan, I can certainly deal with Yu Jun." Yet, ultimately, Yu Jun too had been released. Zhu Wei furrowed his brow in contemplation, a fierce glint in his eyes, and after a considerable pause, he stated, "Yu Jun undoubtedly knows the truth. We must pressure him to divulge what he knows, and then we can gather evidence based on his confession." With concern etched on his face, Jiang Yang replied, "You speak of pressuring him to confess, but how would we do that? You have already breached protocol by misleading the leaders. Thankfully, you did not engage in illegal detention. How do you plan to confront him? Are you suggesting? You guessed correctly. I intend to confront this rogue until he confesses." Jiang Yang vehemently opposed the notion, asserting it was procedurally unsound. What need is there for procedure? I have encountered many of his ilk, and all legal protocols have merely become shields for them. Only through decisive action can we succeed. Jiang Yang's complexion turned pale. Apprehensive about this idea. Unlike Zhu Wei, a seasoned detective, he was a graduate of a prestigious law school, imbued with a scholarly demeanor, and held a firm belief in procedural justice. He absolutely refused to engage in coercive interrogation. Zhu Wei shot him a glance, reassuring him, "Do not fear. I will shoulder any responsibility. You need not worry. You still wish to continue pursuing this matter together, do you not?" Jiang Yang appeared conflicted. As he listened to Zhu Wei's words, he felt a growing sense of retreat. He had only recently joined the force, with a promising future ahead. This incident had already brought him considerable trouble. Many colleagues had quietly advised him against following Zhu Wei's reckless path, suggesting that even if Sun Hongyan were indeed culpable, it was beyond his rank to handle. However, as he observed the sense of righteousness emanating from Zhu Wei, he reflected on how, despite Zhu Wei's impulsiveness, his thoughts were also quite meticulous. The decision to allow him to leave first in the morning had spared him the awkwardness of confronting county leaders and prevented potential troubles for the procuratorate, for which he felt immense gratitude. After much contemplation, he gravely stated, "If you must resort to torture on Yu Jun, then I shall withdraw from this case. But what if it's merely to intimidate him?" Jiang Yang pondered for a moment, gazing earnestly at him. "In terms of stance, I will always support you. However, you absolutely cannot inflict physical harm on the suspect. That is my principle." Zhu Wei exhaled in relief. "Rest assured, after years of service as a criminal police officer, I know where to draw the line. Individuals like Yu Jun are not new to me. A mere scare will suffice, and I assure you, you will not be harmed." Jiang Yang inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Wei contemplated briefly before suggesting, "Let us head to Miaogao Township tonight. After being released today, Sun Hongyan will undoubtedly advise Yu Jun on how to handle my investigation. We must catch him off guard tonight, lest he mentally prepares himself over time, making it even more difficult to extract information later." Jiang Yang considered this for a while and concluded that since they had decided to employ unconventional investigative methods, the sooner the better. Zhu Wei continued, "I will borrow a civilian vehicle from the department to avoid him fleeing at the sight of a police car. You can drive." While he gestured to the row of beer bottles before him, "Driving under the influence wouldn't be wise. I'll just pop back to the station for a firearm." "A firearm?" Jiang Yang asked, alarmed. "Do not worry, I'm not suicidal. Am I truly going to shoot him? Just a scare. Of course, I must play the part convincingly." Chapter 37. As night fell, Jiang Yang drove towards Miaogao Township with Zhu Wei. They engaged in conversation about their families, lives, and experiences. Zhu Wei described his happy family, with a devoted wife who teaches at a primary school and a son who has just entered high school. The son resembled him, tall and robust, with a passion for sports and martial arts. Possessing a strong sense of justice, he once confronted 3 bullies extorting protection money from his classmates, defeating them all. When the teachers summoned their parents, the bullies learned of his father, known as the renowned White Snow of Pingkong, and ceased their harassment. Yet, the son struggled academically, aspiring to attend a police academy and become an officer upon graduation. Whenever Zhu Wei spoke of his son, a proud smile illuminated his face, as if envisioning a future where they would work together to apprehend criminals. Jiang Yang also recounted his past. He was born in a small town, where his mother passed away during his childhood. Later, his father remarried and had a daughter, redirecting his affection towards his new wife and child, leaving Jiang Yang with lingering emotional conflicts. Since middle school, he had boarded at school, returning home only when absolutely necessary. He was content with his current life. Having successfully graduated from university and found a girlfriend he fell in love with at first sight, as his life was just beginning. He was filled with hope for the future. As their conversation unfolded, time passed swiftly. They arrived at Miaogao Township around 9 in the evening. Life in the countryside is rather monotonous. Most villagers are not particularly enthusiastic about adhering to family planning policies and retire early for the night. The village is devoid of streetlights, shrouded in darkness. On the way to Yujun's home, they passed by a fish pond, and as their vehicle rolled by, they suddenly heard a cry for help. They hastily stopped the car and listened intently for a moment, but the sound had vanished. "Did you hear that?" shouted Jiang. Zhu Wei concentrated on listening for any sounds. It sounded like someone just called for help. Jiang Yang, uncertain, surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the illuminated patch of road cast by their headlights, the area around them was engulfed in shadows. "Let us get out and take a look." The cry had sounded genuine, and Zhu Wei was unwilling to delay. Once outside, Zhu Wei switched on his flashlight and ventured towards the direction of the sound. Ahead lay an open space, and after taking a few steps, they spotted a van parked in the clearing, with someone standing outside, staring at them. At that moment, another clear cry for help emanated from behind the van, but was promptly silenced. Zhu Wei noticed a shadow behind the van and immediately rushed forward. The person shouted at them, "Get lost," before yanking open the driver's door and leaping inside. 3 more individuals then emerged from the back of the van, 2 of whom were grappling with another person, trying to force him into the vehicle while he resisted fiercely, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Realizing that a crime was underway, Zhu Wei quickly drew his pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the air, declaring, "Stop. Police." Upon hearing the gunshot, the assailants released their captive, jumped into the van, and slammed the doors shut. The van then sped towards them, prompting Zhu Wei and Jiang Yang to leap aside, helplessly watching as it made its escape. The vehicle bore no license plates, clearly a getaway car used for illicit activities. Anxiously, Zhu Wei turned to Jiang Yang. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yang stood up, brushing off his hands. "I'm fine. Let us check on that person." However, before they could approach, the individual who had fallen suddenly sprang to his feet and bolted away. "Stop. I'm a police officer. Why are you running?" Zhu Wei shouted as he chased after him, with Jiang Yang closely following. Not far into the chase, Zhu Wei seized the man's collar, forcefully pulling him to the ground. Upon seeing the man's face, Zhu Wei couldn't help but smirk. "What a stroke of luck. I didn't expect to save you, little bench." Chapter 38. Now, tell me, what on earth happened? Zhu Wei released his grip, allowing Yujun to rise. And nothing happened, Yujun replied, still wearing a defiant expression. Jiang Yang, still shaken from nearly being struck by the van, felt anger swell within him at Yujun's insolence. "We saved your life, and you still refuse to explain? Were those 3 people associated with Sun Hongyun?" I don't know them. I don't recognize anyone." Zhu Wei seized his collar again, his gaze piercing. "If it weren't for us, no one would know whether you lived or died tonight. Sun Hongyun is intent on silencing you. How long will you continue to shield him?" Yujun dared not meet his gaze, instead turning his head to look at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang inquired, "Why does Sun Hongyun want to capture you? What do they intend to do? Kill you to silence you?" "I do not know. Please, stop asking me." Jiang Yang restrained the irate Zhu Wei, stating, "It would be prudent for you to be honest and converse with us sincerely. Only by apprehending Sun Hongyun can you ensure your safety. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a similar predicament again. Tell me, was Ding Chunmei captured in this manner? I truly do not know where Ding Chunmei has gone." Jiang Yang exhaled, having entirely lost patience with this petty rogue, and turned to Zhu Wei. "Very well, you can handle it as you see fit." "Excellent." Zhu Wei retorted coldly, grasping the back of Yujun's collar with one hand and delivering several forceful punches to his head and abdomen, causing Yujun to cry out in pain and plead for mercy. At this moment, Jiang Yang felt no sympathy, coldly observing him. "Now, do you comprehend? I genuinely do not know. Please stop asking me. I beg you. I know nothing about Sun Hongyun. I do not even know him. Stubborn, are we?" Zhu Wei was instantly enraged, drawing his handgun and pressing it against Yujun's groin, saliva spraying onto his face. "You have utterly humiliated me today. If you do not confess tonight, I will shoot you without hesitation." Yujun's expression gradually stiffened, and he forced a dry smile. "You are a police officer. If you kill me, you will go to prison. You wouldn't dare. Do you wager that I won't?" Zhu Wei pressed the gun harder, and Yujun felt a wave of numbness below. He shut his eyes and shook his head. "You are a good cop. You wouldn't do this. If you kill me, you will end up in jail. You would not dare. You certainly would not." Zhu Wei sneered. "Of course, if I simply kill you, I would face imprisonment. But what if you were to assault an officer?" He withdrew the gun and produced a dagger from his waist, handing it to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang, puzzled, asked, "What is this for?" "Take it." Jiang Yang received it. "Why are you giving this to me?" "You need to inflict a few cuts on yourself." "Me? Cut myself?" Jiang Yang's eyes widened in shock. Zhu Wei, with an air of nonchalance, explained, "Yu Jun is evading investigation and assaults you with a knife. In order to protect you, I will have no choice but to shoot him." It sounds quite reasonable, does it not? Yet Jiang Yang remained perplexed. "Wait a moment. Why me? You are quite capable. Why not inflict a few cuts on yourself and then eliminate him? That would be ideal, wouldn't it?" Zhu Wei chuckled. "Precisely because I am capable. If Yu Jun were to assault me, would I need to draw my weapon against this little ruffian? The supervisory department would never believe such a tale. Thus, today requires a small sacrifice on your part." "A small sacrifice?" Jiang Yang swallowed hard. Feeling the icy blade beneath the moonlight, glancing at his flimsy attire, at this moment, he felt like a good child yearning for a warm embrace. "Consider it a donation of blood." Zhu Wei winked at him. He immediately grasped the situation and said to Yu Jun, "Very well. If you do not clarify the matter today, which has tarnished our reputations at the workplace, I shall hold you accountable for this debt. I will resort to self-harm. And then Pingkong Bai Shui will eliminate you. This incident will come to a close, and we will regain our dignity at the office." Yu Jun stared incredulously at Jiang Yang, who was gradually moving the dagger towards his own arm. The entire scene seemed to stretch indefinitely, and he could feel beads of sweat slowly forming on his forehead. Just then, a sudden gunshot rang out, startling Jiang Yang, who had never before heard a gunfire so close. He nearly jumped. Yu Jun, with his eyes shut tight, cried out in desperation, "I will tell everything. I will reveal it all." The bullet did not strike Yu Jun, but instead passed beneath him, embedding itself into the ground behind. Zhu Wei released him, and he collapsed onto the floor in a heap. Zhu Wei vigorously shook his hand, as both his hand and the gun were slick with a foul liquid emanating from Yu Jun's lower region. Chapter 39. Yu Jun was taken into the vehicle, and Jiang Yang immediately inquired, "Tell me, who were those individuals in the van today?" "They were sent by Hu Long," Yu Jun replied, his eyes filled with fear and unease. "What were they sent for?" I do not know, perhaps." "Perhaps what?" "I do not know." Yu Jun lowered his head. Jiang Yang scoffed. "They intended to eliminate you, didn't they?" Yu Jun, with his head bowed, slowly nodded a few times. "They called me out. And at that moment, I sensed something was amiss and resisted. Later, when your vehicle passed by, I seized the opportunity to shout for help. But they covered my mouth to silence me. Thankfully, you arrived in time, allowing me to escape." Was Ding Chunmay's disappearance also a result of their murderous intent to silence her? "I do not know." Zhu Wei yanked at his hair. "Are you still unwilling to confess?" "I truly do not know. Hu Long never mentioned it to me, and I dared not inquire. I can only speculate that it is likely so." Jiang Yang remarked, "You disclosed nothing to us at the Public Security Bureau. They are aware of this. Why then would they take the risk to silence you?" Yu Jun lamented, "Hu Long believes I have betrayed him. Otherwise, you would not have known I called him. No matter how I explain, he does not believe me." Understanding dawned upon both men. Hu Long was unaware they had tracked him through the phone call made by Yu Jun that day and believed Yu Jun had betrayed him. Since he had already divulged once, it was plausible he might reveal more in the future, prompting the decision to eliminate him. Jiang Yang nodded. "Excellent. You are finally beginning to cooperate." He produced his mobile phone, activated the recording feature, and began to document. "Hu Long has sent someone to kill you. Even if you survive today, he will continue to seek opportunities to eliminate you in the future. You must contemplate this carefully. The sole opportunity for your safety lies within your own grasp. Only by cooperating with our investigation and ensuring the capture of Hu Long, Sun Honyun, and their associates can you secure your future safety. Otherwise, keeping you as a ticking time bomb, how can they feel at ease? As for yourself, if you are willing to testify, you may receive leniency in the future, possibly even exemption from criminal punishment." Yu Jun pondered in silence. "Do you agree to cooperate with our investigation?" After a moment, Yu Jun slowly nodded. "I agree." "Then please elaborate on the matters concerning Ding Chunmei and Ho Guiping." Yu Jun admitted that years ago, Hu Long had approached him, requesting him to find a woman to seduce Ho Guiping and then falsely accuse him of rape, offering him 20,000 yuan, of which he gave 1,000 yuan to Ding Chunmei. However, he firmly asserted that he had no knowledge of Ho Guiping's eventual death. Had he known it would lead to a homicide case, he would have never accepted the money. As for who killed Ho Guiping, he claimed to be completely unaware. Why did Hu Long target Ho Guiping? Ho Guiping had initially reported you for allegedly raping his student. Yet the police investigation cleared you, did it not? Wasn't that a release for you? Even if Ho Guiping continued to report you, it would be futile. Surely, Ho Guiping could not have known that Hu Along was behind you. Well, not exactly. What do you mean? Jiang Yang inquired. Zhu Wei shouted angrily. Speak quickly. Terrified. Yu Jun blurted out. However, he possesses a list of students who were victimized, and he even took photographs. What? Jiang Yang and Zhu Wei exchanged astonished glances. Jiang Yang struggled to suppress his racing heart and asked, Are you suggesting that there is more than one victimized girl? Yu Jun nodded. How many? I believe there should be 4 that I am aware of. Jiang Yang's heart sank further. This case was becoming increasingly convoluted. He took a deep breath to steady his tumultuous heartbeat. At this moment, his primary concern was what photographs Ho Guiping had captured that would lead them to resort to murder to silence him. Yu Jun revealed, I only heard Hu Along mention that Ho Guiping had taken some photographs, but I do not know the specifics. Where are the photographs? Ho Guiping had handed them over to the police bureau. Jiang Yang looked at Zhu Wei, who sighed deeply. I have never seen the photographs taken by Ho Guiping at the office. Jiang Yang asked Zhu Wei. When Ho Guiping reported to the police bureau back then, it was handled by Li Jiangguo, correct? Zhu Wei nodded gravely. Jiang Yang turned to Yu Jun and asked, Are you willing to return to the police bureau with us and write down everything you know in detail? Upon hearing that he would have to document the facts, Yu Jun began to hesitate once more. Jiang Yang had to persuade him further. You see, Hu Yilong has targeted you, and you have just revealed critical information to us. We will naturally investigate based on that. Consider this. If he learns that you have disclosed these matters to us, do you believe he will spare you? There is but one way to save yourself, and that is to cooperate with our investigation and help us apprehend Hu Along and his accomplices. As for your own criminal actions, I am the prosecutor, and I assure you that I will strive for the most lenient treatment when the case is concluded. After much contemplation, Yu Jun finally nodded. I will go with you. Chapter 40. On the way back, Yu Jun divulged even more information. Several years ago, he commenced his employment as a driver at the Khan Group, where he became acquainted with Hu Along. Upon learning of his dubious reputation in Miaogao Township, Hu once proposed that if he could bring girls to the county for some leisure, he would reward him handsomely, far exceeding his regular salary. Thus, beginning in 2000, he resorted to coercing and enticing local girls to accompany him to the Khan Grand Hotel, where he would hand them over to Hu Along. Most of these girls were left behind children, with parents working in distant locales, or orphans, characterized by their timid and fragile natures. Over time, he had brought a total of 4 girls, each time delivering them to the hotel, where Hu Along would receive them and return them the following day, compensating him with 1,000 yuan each time. Though he never inquired about the happenings within the hotel, he could surmise the grim reality. Additionally, he had heard that Hu Along had enlisted several other ruffians like himself to assist in locating girls, suggesting that the actual number of victims far exceeded the 4 he had encountered. As for the 4 girls he had brought, aside from Wang Meixiang, he only knew the others by their nicknames and was unaware of their true identities. However, he could identify them if he were to access the school roster. As Jiang Yang drove, a tumult of emotions surged within him. The number of victimized girls was far greater than he had initially believed. The new revelations emerging from this case were beyond their wildest imagination, shocking and reprehensible. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhu Wei instructed the on-duty officers to arrange an interrogation room and proceeded with 2 detectives to question Yu Jun, while Jiang Yang supervised from the side. Shortly into the interrogation, the door burst open and Li Jiangguo rushed in, demanding that they all leave. Zhu Wei stood up, blocking the path of the 2 departing detectives. Glaring at Li Jiangguo, why must we leave? You just summoned Yu Jun, and now, having failed to extract any results, you wish to release him. This constitutes continuous detention, a serious violation of the law. Violation? Zhu Wei scoffed. I have uncovered significant new leads and intend to investigate further. He has consented to cooperate. Is that not permissible? Procedural inadequacies render it impermissible. Leave, all of you. He barked at the 2 detectives. The detectives, uncertain, hesitated, knowing that Li Jiangguo, as the captain, held considerable authority. After a moment, they began to shuffle towards the door. Do not move, Zhu Wei bellowed, blocking their exit and pointing an accusatory finger at Li Jiangguo. What brings you here at this late hour to interfere with my case? Are you afraid I might uncover some evidence? What could I possibly fear? You are the one engaging in unlawful actions. As captain, I am here to correct you. Li Jiangguo straightened his back, attempting to assert his dominance. Correct my unlawful actions? Huh. Li Jiangguo, let me ask you this. When Ho Guiping reported the case years ago, you were the one who took the report, correct? Where are the photographs? Where are they? What photographs? I know not what you speak of. Li Jiangwo's facade faltered slightly. Continue your charade. If you have no ties to Sun Hongyun or Hu Long, then my 2 decades of service as a policeman have been in vain. You dare to shield such a collective sexual assault against underage girls? Are you even human? Li Jiangwo erupted in fury. Zhu Wei, I warn you. If you continue with your nonsense, I shall confine you. Zhu Wei extended his hand defiantly. Come on, who dares to confine me? Just you? You are a disgrace. A bane to society. Watch your words. Li Jiangwo seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. I call you a police disgrace, a mere puppet of the underworld. Zhu Wei met his gaze unflinchingly. Speak that once more. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Li Jiangwo charged at him. Zhu Wei, undaunted, met him with a clenched fist. And in an instant, the two were entangled in a fierce struggle, drawing the attention of all on-duty officers, who rushed to intervene. Even after being forcibly separated, they continued to hurl insults at one another. Zhu Wei denounced him as a protector of Sun Hongyun, a disgrace within the police force, while Li Jiangwo, his face flushed with anger, threatened to imprison him, though his subordinates hesitated to act against Zhu Wei. At that moment, a group entered, led by a man in a suit who produced identification, introducing himself as Lawyer Yu Jun, requesting a private audience with Yu Jun. Zhu Wei retorted angrily, what does a mere country bumpkin like Yu Jun need a lawyer for? Isn't he just a lawyer from the Khan group? The lawyer smiled at Yu Jun. I am the attorney retained by Yu Jun. Zhu Wei turned to look at Yu Jun. Did you hire him? Yu Jun lowered his head, unable to affirm or deny. The lawyer inquired, may I now speak with Yu Jun privately? No. Zhu Wei barked. It is the confidential stage of a criminal investigation, and the police have the right to refuse. Li Jiangwo interjected coolly. Do you possess the necessary documentation for this criminal investigation? You do not. You are in violation of the law. Jiang Yang suddenly spoke up. I have the documentation. This is a case established by our prosecutor's office, and we intend to investigate Yu Jun. Li Jiangwo dismissed him with disdain. Then why don't you bring your colleagues from the prosecutor's office? Why come to the police station? If you have the capability, conduct your own investigation. But remember, this is the police station. It is not for a mere prosecutor like you to exert authority. Jiang Yang, furious yet isolated in this police precinct, found himself overshadowed by Li Jiangwo's men, and the latter part of his retort died on his lips. Zhu Wei positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Yang, declaring, Li Jiangwo, I inform you, until I have completed my examination, I shall not release Yu Jun. I understand why you are so desperate. Once the testimony is recorded, I will apprehend Hu Long, and in a few days, you shall not escape either. Li Jiangwo, in a fit of rage, struggled against those restraining him, shouting, Zhu Wei, your incessant insults today will not go unnoticed. I shall report you to the supervisory department. Just wait. With Yu Jun's lawyer present, you must adhere to the regulations. Today, you unlawfully obtained a signature, illegally detaining a representative of the people, which is a serious offense. The debt for that has yet to be settled, and now you continue to break the law. It is futile for me to discuss this with you. I will call the 2 directors and have them speak with you. Li Jiangwo turned and stepped aside, retrieving his phone to call his superiors. Subsequently, the deputy director in charge rang the office, stating that they did not oppose Zhu Wei's investigation, but it must be conducted according to protocol. Given that Yu Jun's lawyer was present, arrangements should be made for a private meeting. As for Zhu Wei's alleged misconduct regarding the signature, it would be addressed later. Zhu Wei found himself in a predicament. He could challenge Li Jiangwo, yet he was powerless against the directors and deputy directors. Although Li Jiangwo ordered other detectives to detain Zhu Wei, none dared to act. However, if the director were to issue an order, they would be compelled to comply. No detective would dare defy the commands of the directors. Frustrated and simmering with indignation, Zhu Wei ultimately decided to wait outside the office with Jiang Yang, allowing Yu Jun to meet with the lawyer privately. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Li Jiangwo unexpectedly burst through the door, brandishing a pair of handcuffs, and proclaimed loudly, Zhu Wei, you have committed serious violations. The Public Security Bureau's Discipline Inspection Department has officially opened an investigation against you. We are now placing you under detention. You have no objections, do you? Zhu Wei gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, this is impossible. Your paperwork is still in transit. The inspectors have been here since early morning. The call from the inspectors can be corroborated by my colleagues. 2 detectives hesitantly approached, taking the handcuffs, and whispered, Brother Zhu, we are truly sorry. With a demeanor akin to a martyr, Zhu Wei extended his hands to be shackled, casting a cold glare at Li Jiangguo. I never anticipated you would go this far. Very well, very well. He turned back, solemnly meeting Jiang Yang's gaze, who, biting his lip, nodded at him with difficulty. After Zhu Wei was taken away, Li Jiangguo disdainfully glanced at Jiang Yang, stating, "We haven't reached the prosecutor's stage yet, have we? You might as well return home and rest." Jiang Yang took a deep breath and wordlessly exited, tightly gripping his phone that contained the recording from Yu Jun. Once outside, he looked up at the sky. The night was still deep, and it felt unusually long. In Chapter 41, Zhao Taiman handed Yin Liang a bank statement, saying, a week before his death, Jiang Yang transferred a sum of 500,000 to his ex-wife. Where did he acquire such a large amount of money? According to the account statement, 300,000 of that sum had been transferred to him by Zhang Chao months prior, and he had not touched that money. Yin Liang furrowed his brow and inquired. So, he did not, as Zhang Chao initially claimed, use this loan for gambling? Correct. Then, regarding Jiang Yang's character, the gambling accusation is indeed debatable? Zhao Taiman understood his implication and simply smiled ambiguously. It is evident that the case is becoming increasingly intricate. What about the other 200,000? Upon investigation, it was revealed that this sum had been transferred to Jiang Yang by a financial officer from the Khan Group over a week ago, using a personal transfer rather than a company account. The Khan Group? Yin Liang pondered for a moment. Yes, the prominent real estate company in Hangzhou. The Kantandu city in Yuhang district is the largest development in all of Hangzhou. Yin Liang questioned, puzzled, how could Jiang Yang, who was once a mere prosecutor in Pingkong County, be entangled with the Khan Group? Why would their finance department send him such a sum of money? The Khan Group initially operated in Pingkong County. The owner, Sun Hongyun, acquired the state-owned paper mill in the county during the 1990s, and over time, the company expanded significantly and went public. A few years passed, and the group's business expanded into Hangzhou, engaging in real estate. During the boom years of the property market, it swiftly ascended to become one of the largest real estate companies in the city, prompting the relocation of the group's headquarters to Hangzhou. Thus, I surmise that the relationship between Jiang Yang and the Khan Group must have been established during his tenure as a prosecutor in Pingkong. He continued, interestingly. Upon examining Jiang Yang's mobile communication records, we discovered that in the period leading up to his death, he was in frequent contact with a particular number. The owner of this number, Hu Along, serves as a board member of the Khan Group and the secretary of the board for Khan Paper Industries. Yin Liang analyzed. If Jiang Yang were still a prosecutor, one might suspect a quid pro quo arrangement between them. However, Jiang Yang is no longer a prosecutor. Why would they offer him such a sum? Does Jiang Yang possess incriminating evidence against the Khan Group or Hu Along, or could this case involve them? Zhao Taiman rubbed his forehead, lowering his head with a sigh. This is precisely my concern. If it were merely Hu Along with personal issues, it would not be troublesome. However, if the Khan Group is implicated in this case, the investigation could become quite complex. A private enterprise of Khan's magnitude interacts within a complicated web of connections. As the saying goes, a single thread pulled can affect the entire tapestry. Yin Liang nodded, understanding his predicament. Though reluctant, he had to admit that the system imposes numerous constraints, and for law enforcement, certain cases cannot simply be pursued at will. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly brightened. Gao Dong mentioned to you that your sole responsibility is to uncover the truth. You are merely fulfilling your duties as the leader of the special task force, feigning ignorance towards other underlying factors. It seems Gao Dong's words were indeed meant for you today. Zhao Taiman paused, pacing a few circles before slowly breaking into a smile, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He then remarked, I now understand what I must do. By the way, the provincial high prosecutor sent someone to interview Li Jiangguo. He claimed that he could not recall the details of a case from so many years ago. If there were flaws in the handling of the case, it was due to the constraints of the circumstances at that time, beyond his personal control. So why was he so eager to close the case immediately after the incident? He denies rushing to close it, claiming he cannot remember specific details. Do the colleagues in the prosecutor's office believe him? Zhao Taiman chuckled. Would you believe him? No. And what if they don't believe him? Who possesses the evidence to prove that he deliberately mishandled the case? It could merely be deemed a hasty closure, at most a matter of incompetence. Yin Liang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. If Zhang Chao's motive was to reopen the case and pursue Li Jiangguo, he should have revealed his hand by now. Yet he had not. Did he intend to take down the Khan Group? He had never hinted at such an intention. What was it that he truly desired? He remained perplexed. Chapter 42 this time. Zhu Wei is in quite a predicament. Chen Mingzhong frowned as he gazed at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang eagerly inquired, on what grounds did the municipal police detain Shuigu? Chen Mingzhong pressed his lips together. Casting a sidelong glance at him, you were present at the scene. He pointed a gun at Yu Jun and ultimately fired. Jiang Yang's complexion shifted dramatically. Chen Mingzhong continued, stating that after he was taken away by the supervisory office, it was discovered that 2 bullets were missing from his security log. When questioned about the whereabouts of the bullets, he claimed that upon witnessing Yu Jun being abducted, he had fired 2 warning shots into the air in a moment of desperation and had not yet had the opportunity to file a shooting report before being apprehended. The supervisory office subsequently inquired with Yu Jun, who provided a different account. Yu Jun recounted that on the night in question, both he and Zhu Wei had approached him. He observed Zhu Wei inebriated and aggressively attempting to seize him, with Zhu Wei accusing him of causing a loss of face that afternoon at work and insisting on teaching him a lesson. Fearing for his safety, Yu Jun attempted to flee, but Zhu Wei fired a warning shot into the air, forcing him to halt. Consequently, Zhu Wei not only assaulted him but also threatened him with a gun aimed at his genitalia, demanding that he verify that Sun Hongyan was part of the mafia, or else face death, claiming that he had attacked you, the prosecutor, and that Zhu Wei had shot him in self-defense. Yu Jun maintained that he only worked for the con group and knew Hu Along, but had no acquaintance with Sun Hongyan. Zhu Wei, however, was not convinced and fired a shot beneath him, causing Yu Jun to lose control of his bladder in fear. In desperation, he fabricated a story about Hu Yilong's criminal activities to appease them, after which he was taken back to the precinct. The supervisory office examined Zhu Wei's firearm, which indeed bore Yu Jun's urine, and had visited the small restaurant where you had dined. The restaurant owner confirmed that Zhu Wei had consumed multiple bottles of beer that day, leading to the conclusion that Zhu Wei, as a police officer, had engaged in drunkenness, issuing threats to the public and exercised violent enforcement. Jiang Yang, in a state of agitation, exclaimed that Yu Jun was lying. Why had the supervisory office not come to investigate him? He had been inseparable from Zhu Wei that day. Why had they not sought him out to clarify the facts? Chen Mingzhong sighed and explained that after verifying Yu Jun's account with Zhu Wei, the latter admitted to everything, claiming that he had coerced you, the prosecutor, into accompanying him for the investigation while intoxicated, and that you had been forced by his violence, absolving you of any responsibility. Furthermore, he had heard that they had approached Prosecutor Wu, who had protected you, which was why they had not sought you out. Jiang Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and immediately insisted on going to the supervisory office to clarify the situation, adamantly stating that it was not as Yu Jun had portrayed. It's futile. Chen Mingzhong shook his head. Tell me, did Zhu Wei point a gun at Yu Jun's groin and ultimately fire? Yes, Jiang Yang replied, but you must not complicate matters further. Both bullets have been located, their trajectories analyzed, and the gun bore Yu Jun's urine. This is irrefutable. This is the truth, is it not? However, the truth remains the truth, regardless of the compelling reasons you may present. Zhu Wei aimed a gun at Yu Jun's groin and discharged it. This is a fact. The nature of this incident is grave, far more severe than mere coercive interrogation. As a prosecutor, you are well aware of this. A police officer threatening an unarmed civilian with a firearm and ultimately firing it could be construed as attempted murder should the matter escalate. Additionally, Li Jiangguo reported that Zhu Wei had publicly insulted him in the workplace, labeling him as a mafia protector, which severely damaged his personal reputation. Sun Hongyan reported that Zhu Wei attempted to unlawfully detain him, a representative of the people, without any factual evidence, adversely affecting both his personal reputation and the legitimate operations of his enterprise. The deputy director asserted that Zhu Wei had unlawfully appropriated signatures and forged flyers. These allegations were indeed alarming. Jiang Yang felt an involuntary shiver run through him. If all these accusations were substantiated, Zhu Wei could face severe penalties. He could not restrain himself any longer and exclaimed, "No, I must reveal the truth. I cannot allow Zhu Wei to languish in prison while the real criminals roam free." Chen Mingzhong interjected, "At this juncture, you absolutely must not come forward, under any circumstances." "Why not?" Jiang Yang's eyes were bloodshot. "You cannot betray Zhu Wei. He has claimed that you were entirely coerced by him. He has assumed full responsibility. I am certain that your prosecutor Wu has exerted considerable effort to protect you, knowing that you are still young. For now, you must refrain from taking any action. But this case involves a wide array of victims, not just a single girl. It extends far beyond that." Chen Mingzhong sighed. "I understand. Zhu Wei instructed me to convey to you that this matter should end here. Jiang Yang slumped back in his chair as if his very essence had been drained. Chapter 43. Although Wu Jian and Yu Jun were coerced by us, their confessions are undeniably factual. I implore you to initiate a formal investigation into the case of the sexual assault on minor girls. Is that all you have? The chief prosecutor returned Jiang Yang's phone, disdainfully commenting, "You must understand that recorded material cannot serve as direct evidence, especially when acquired unlawfully." Jiang Yang replied anxiously. Even if the evidence was obtained illegally, if Yu Jun's confession were fabricated, he could not possibly recount every detail so thoroughly. The chief prosecutor sighed, "Young Jiang. To be candid, I personally believe in the authenticity of this recording. However, the law will not. If you were to confront Yu Jun again, would he affirm the contents of the recording? He would likely claim that the details were fabricated under duress." Jiang Yang clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with helplessness and disillusionment. The chief prosecutor continued, "Your friend, Officer Zhu Wei, has been detained. The municipal police department is investigating him, and a request for criminal detention has been submitted to the city prosecutor's office. They have also approached our unit regarding you, but I intervened, leveraging numerous connections to suppress the inquiry against you. For your sake and that of Yak, let this matter rest." His face bore signs of exhaustion. How can it end here? Jiang Yang could not contain his agitation. Numerous girls have been assaulted. One has even taken her own life. Teacher Ho Guiping has been wrongfully accused of murder. Witness Ding Chunmei has mysteriously disappeared, and the interrogation of suspect Yu Jun was inexplicably interrupted. Officer Zhu Wei has been detained. How can this case simply be allowed to conclude? The chief prosecutor regarded him calmly for a moment, then patiently advised, "Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." Jiang Yang took a deep breath to compose himself and stated earnestly, "Wu Jian, you previously supported my investigation into this case. I did support it in the past, but you must understand the current situation and refrain from acting impulsively. Ordinarily, aside from corruption cases, criminal investigations fall under the jurisdiction of public security agencies, and the prosecutor's office does not intervene during the investigative phase. Even if we were to file a case, who would conduct the investigation? Do you possess investigative abilities? Is it not necessary to rely on the police for inquiries? In the past, Zhu Wei collaborated with you on investigations, but now that he is no longer present, who within the police will assist you?" Jiang Yang argued vehemently. "Even if I were to pursue this investigation alone, I would not be deterred. I am determined to uncover the evidence. I will not relinquish this case." The chief prosecutor sat in silence for a considerable time before slowly responding, "I share your profound anguish regarding the multiple young girls who have been victimized. And I too yearn to initiate an investigation to unveil the truth. However, I am at a loss. This case is exceedingly intricate. Zhu Wei has faced dire consequences. Should you continue to delve deeper, you may find yourself in a similarly precarious situation. That is implausible. I am not as impetuous as Zhu Wei. I strive for procedural justice," Jiang Yang replied with poise. The chief prosecutor shook his head. "I believe Zhu Wei's impulsiveness was not a singular occurrence in the past. His rashness led to commendable breakthroughs, earning him accolades within our establishment. Yet, this time, he has faced grave repercussions. Why would the same impulsiveness yield a drastically different outcome? How can you assure me that you will not become the next Zhu Wei? My actions will remain within the confines of the law. I shall not engage in any impropriety." "And what of Ho Guiping? Has he committed any transgression?" Jiang Yang abruptly fell silent. "I have faith in your integrity as a prosecutor. I have never doubted it, and I hold you in high regard." The chief prosecutor sighed, looking at him earnestly. "However, on this matter, I sincerely advise you to reconsider your course." "I will not waver," Jiang Yang replied resolutely. "Initially, I was indeed hesitant regarding Ho Guiping's case. But upon uncovering more facts, I found it impossible to halt my pursuit. Prosecutor Wu, I merely seek the prosecution's initiation of the case. I will exert my utmost efforts in the investigation." "That is not feasible." The chief prosecutor's response was equally resolute. The two men maintained a long, silent gaze, during which the chief prosecutor's expression gradually turned cold, revealing disappointment in his eyes. He pressed his lips together and addressed Jiang Yang. "Wu Yak is preparing to take the civil service examination. I would advise you not to disturb her, allowing her to focus on her studies." Jiang Yang's muscles twitched in response, and after a moment, he nodded, turning to exit the office. Chapter 44. In March 2005, by the West Lake in Hangzhou. "I had long suspected that Ho Guiping willingly engaged with that woman," Li Jing lamented, shaking her head as she set down her tea. Jiang Yang attempted to clarify. "But he was alone in a foreign land. had been drinking, and there were rumors of substances in his drink. He was at an age filled with passion. Li Jing interrupted, I do not blame him at all, nor do I consider him a traitor, nor do I believe he deserves the ultimate punishment. Most men, when faced with the seduction of a stranger in such moments, would be unable to resist temptation. She offered a wry smile and continued, what he was engaged in, and whether he had relations with another woman, bears no relevance. Flaws in personal ethics cannot overshadow the righteousness of his endeavors. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. Realizing that his former classmate had transformed, she was no longer the girl from their school days, but rather a mature woman navigating the complexities of society. People evolve and change as time progresses. Li Jing smiled faintly and shifted the topic. I never anticipated that you and Wu Yak would part ways. Jiang Yang offered a wry smile, seemingly indifferent. I believe she was genuinely frightened. Initially, when I became involved with the case of Ho Guiping, I was quite hesitant. But she steadfastly supported me. Otherwise, I would have given up long ago. However, ever since Zhu Wei was incarcerated, her attitude has undergone a noticeable shift. She urged me to abandon the case, which I refused. Gradually, our communication dwindled, and after a few months, when Wu Jian was reassigned to the city, I lost all contact with Wu Yak. Recently, I heard she has found a boyfriend who is a judge. I hope she is well. Li Jing gazed into Jiang Yang's eyes, lost in thought for a moment before shaking her head. Your chief prosecutor was reassigned to the city. Did he not insist that you accompany him? Wu Jian inquired about my preferences, and I expressed my desire to remain in Pingkong. He did not forcibly transfer me, which I assume was his way of supporting me, albeit reluctantly. Li Jing nodded. What became of Officer Zhu? Upon broaching this subject, Jiang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He narrowly escaped a calamity. I heard from old Shin that there was considerable controversy regarding how to handle Zhu Wei. Initially, the prosecutor's office approved a criminal detention order, and he was placed in custody, with some demanding a judicial trial. Subsequently, several figures from the judicial and political sectors spoke out in favor of leniency, writing letters to various authorities. And some citizens whom Zhu Wei had previously assisted also penned joint letters pleading for his clemency. With the collective efforts of many, the higher-ups ultimately decided to grant him bail pending trial, temporarily relieving him of all duties and sending him to a police academy for 3 years of further training. I visited his home during the new year. He appeared to be in good health, both physically and mentally, but the mere mention of Li Jiangguo made him visibly agitated. He stated that in 3 years, he would still be a criminal investigator and would continue his pursuit. Will you? Certainly. If I intended to abandon the investigation, I would have returned to the city long ago. My presence in Pingkong is solely to pursue the truth. Li Jing nodded appreciatively. It is fortunate that Officer Zhu is merely undergoing training for 3 years. Had he been imprisoned, it would be an egregious injustice. The world is inherently unfair, Jiang Yang replied with a hearty laugh. Thus we strive, within our capacities, to render it a tad more equitable. Li Jing jested. You seem to consider yourself a great hero destined to save the world. I would not dare claim such a title. My aspiration is to bring these criminals to justice, Jiang Yang chuckled. By your demeanor, it seems the case has seen new developments. Jiang Yang nodded in affirmation. A few months ago, I obtained the roster of students taught by Ho Guiping, and I have been visiting each female student to investigate their backgrounds. At that time, Yujun informed us that he selected girls who were left behind children or orphans, lacking parental figures. After my inquiries, I have identified several potential victims among the female students, and I plan to speak with them to uncover more clues. Have you conducted all these investigations by yourself? Indeed. It must have been quite challenging. Jiang Yang chuckled. Initially, the investigation was indeed arduous. As an outsider venturing into the local countryside, my unfamiliarity with the dialect made communication rather difficult. Fortunately, given the passage of time since the case, there is no urgency in reinvestigating. Each week, provided the weather permits, I take a stroll through Miaogao Township, and over the course of several months, I have managed to identify a few potential victims among the girls. They must be in high school by now, right? Yes. They were in their final year of elementary school back then, and now they are all in high school. Some of these suspected victims have moved away with their parents. Others are working elsewhere, and some are attending high school in the county town. Coincidentally, I have a girl on my list who is enrolled in a vocational high school in the county town. I intend to speak with her first. Are you planning to inquire about the sexual assault case directly with the girl? Yes. Given that Zhu Wei is still pursuing further studies, I must conduct the investigation alone. Li Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Is it appropriate for a grown man to ask a girl whether she was sexually assaulted during her elementary school years? What can I do? I can assist you with the inquiries. As a woman, it would be more convenient for me to conduct such an investigation. Are you really able to help me? Of course. Li Jing appeared quite enthusiastic, but then hesitated. However, I'm neither a police officer nor a prosecutor. Can I really assist with the investigation? Not in an official capacity, of course, but it's no problem. You have your work in Hangzhou. And whenever you need my assistance, I can take leave. Our workplace is quite accommodating. Jiang Yang felt somewhat apprehensive, his cheeks slightly flushed. Why are you being so helpful? Li Jing smiled. Why am I being so proactive in assisting you? Don't overthink it. I have a boyfriend, and I'm not trying to get close to you just because you are single, Jiang Handsome. Perhaps it's your dedication that has touched me. Or perhaps it's the knowledge of the tragic circumstances. Perhaps I simply feel that He Guiping's death was too unjust. Chapter 45. Upon exiting Pingkong Vocational High School, Li Jing hurried to greet Jiang Yang. So, was that girl a victim? Li Jing shook her head. She likely is not. Did you inquire thoroughly? I tested her several times, and her responses were quite normal. Regarding He Guiping, she only remembered him as her 6th grade teacher, who passed away a few months into the term. When it came to June, she stated she only knew him as a ruffian and had no direct contact with him. Jiang Yang's expression fell in disappointment when June confessed. He only mentioned the name of the deceased Wang Meixiang and was unaware of the real names of the other victimized girls. Since this one does not fit, I shall contemplate other means to reach out to the remaining potential victims, and I will seek your assistance then. After parting ways, Jiang Yang received a call from an unfamiliar number. Is this Jiang Yang? A somewhat familiar voice came through the phone. Yes, this is I. May I ask who is speaking? Your university professor, Zhang Chao. Professor Zhang? Jiang Yang was somewhat taken aback. They had not been in contact since graduation years ago. Is Li Jing still by your side? She has returned to Hangzhou. What is the matter? I have arrived in Pingkong, and if you are available, I would like to meet and discuss. They arranged to meet at the tea house where they used to discuss case details with Zhu Wei. After a long separation, both men were filled with nostalgia. The vibrant and youthful class teacher, Zhang Chao, who had only been a few years their senior and was fond of basketball, was now replaced by a formally dressed man, adorned with serious spectacles, gradually embodying the essence of middle age. Jiang Yang was no longer the university student who often wore a smile, brimming with energy and exuding confidence and optimism. Now, he found himself unconsciously furrowing his brows, his forehead etched with deeper lines, and an air of melancholy surrounding him. Time had transformed them both. Zhang Chao gazed at him for a long moment, then pointed to Jiang Yang's forehead. You've got some gray hair. Has the pressure of work been considerable these past few years? Jiang Yang chuckled dismissively. It's manageable. Once you enter society, various pressures are inevitable. Zhang Chao slightly closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing. Among our classmates, not many pursued positions in the prosecutor's office. It seems only 2 or 3 did. You have always excelled. Jiang Yang managed a wry smile and remarked, you must have been promoted to associate professor by now, right? Zhang Chao nodded, then shook his head. I was, but soon resigned. Now, I am a lawyer. Isn't being a teacher at school preferable? I believe the school is the purest environment, unlike society. Jiang Yang added, of course, with your expertise, becoming a lawyer must yield a greater financial reward. It's not solely about money, Zhang Chao replied with a smile that quickly faded, revealing a hint of embarrassment. The reason I resigned is that I fell in love with one of my students. Continuing as her teacher just felt inappropriate. Is it Li Jing? Jiang Yang discerned something from Zhang Chao's expression. The prosecutor's keen judgment proved accurate. Zhang Chao laughed, not concealing the truth. Yes, Li Jing and I are engaged. We will marry in 6 months. Oh, Jiang Yang surmised Zhang Chao's intentions, feeling a twinge of desolation, yet he forced a jest. Are you informing me in advance? Knowing our prosecutor's salary is meager, so I can save up for a red envelope? Haha. Zhang Chao laughed, but his smile quickly faded. They fell into a silence, both understanding the underlying purpose of their meeting. After a prolonged pause, Zhang Chao resumed, candidly articulating his intention. I came to request that you refrain from allowing Li Jing to intervene in your case. She lacks a comprehensive understanding of societal rules. You must recognize that this case is particularly challenging. I understand, Zhang Chao replied, pressing his lips together, his face devoid of expression. Initially, I noticed the flaws in He Guiping's materials. I know that local miscarriages of justice are difficult to rectify. It is not merely an issue of evidence, law, or procedure, but a problem ingrained within the entire judicial environment. Perhaps in another decade, things may change. I perceived the issue then, something that should have remained unspoken. And I still regret confiding in Li Jing, which indirectly led to you knowing, resulting in that officer Zhu and you. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow. Gazing at him, you are aware of all these matters? Zhang Chao nodded, expressing, I have friends in Pingkong and have been closely following your situation. I've also heard some things from Li Jing. Had I discovered the doubts earlier and refrained from sharing them with anyone, we might not have encountered such turmoil. In this predicament, I believe you understand it far better than I do. My sincere advice is to let it go. You are an intelligent individual with numerous paths ahead. You could continue as a prosecutor or transition into law. Given your capabilities, a multitude of choices awaits you. Jiang Yang exhaled coldly. Thank you. I understand. I will no longer disturb Li Jing. Chapter 46. Pingkong, Bai Shui, Zhu Wei Zhang Chao, like Jiang Yang, had faced multiple disciplinary actions. Yin Liang scrutinized the personal dossier before him, his mind racing. To be precise, he should have shared Jiang Yang's fate behind bars. However, someone intervened on his behalf, resulting in a discreet resolution. Zhao Taiman wore a look of disdain as he examined the documents. During his tenure as a criminal investigator, he had frequently resorted to coercive interrogation methods, even brandishing a firearm to threaten suspects into fabricating evidence, firing directly at a suspect's groin, a horrifying act of misconduct. Astonishingly, he escaped imprisonment, receiving merely a dismissal followed by a compulsory 3-year training at the police academy, after which he was reinstated. The legal management in Pingkong truly is a farce. Have you located Zhu Wei? Not yet. Since June of last year. He has been on a leave of absence from his job, citing health issues, and has been frequently visiting Hangzhou without any clear purpose. His phone is off, and his family only knows he has been in Hangzhou recently. No one can ascertain his whereabouts. However, it is only a matter of time before we establish contact. His leave began in June of last year? By the time of Zhang Chao's case, he had already been absent for over half a year. Yin Liang turned. Pacing thoughtfully, after a prolonged silence, he spoke. Having taken such an extensive leave and remained in Hangzhou, while Jiang Yang has also been there, his continued absence raises concerns. We must locate him swiftly. He is likely a pivotal figure in this case. Zhao Taiman nodded in agreement, reclining on the sofa with a mysterious smile. Let me share an even more intriguing piece of information. When we scrutinized Jiang Yang's ex-wife's accounts, we stumbled upon a transaction made 3 days after his death, a sum of 500,000 yuan transferred by Mrs. Zhang. This Mrs. Zhang, named Li Jing, not only was once a student of Zhang Chao but also a classmate of Jiang Yang. Upon inquiring with their other classmates, we discovered that Li Jing had once been in a relationship with Hou Guiping. Yin Liang suddenly recalled his encounter with Mrs. Zhang. Upon seeing Hou Guiping's name, she had nonchalantly remarked that he was a student of Zhang Chao and a classmate of Jiang Yang, failing to divulge any further details, her tone devoid of emotional nuance. Furrowing his brow, Yin Liang inquired, has she never disclosed her relationship with Hou Guiping? Zhao Taiman shrugged. We have only just come across this information. It is said that she and Hou Guiping shared a deep bond back in the day. Despite his passing over a decade ago, one would expect some sentiment from two individuals who plan to marry upon graduation. The absence of any mention seems peculiar, does it not? I need to speak with her. Zhao Taiman, with a mocking grin, remarked, no problem. I've already arranged for her to come to the office tomorrow. At that time, the time of this beautiful young woman, whose husband is incarcerated and left alone, will entirely belong to teacher Yin. Li Jing slowly pushed open the door, gracefully moving her lithe figure into the office. Upon seeing Yin Liang, she smiled and nodded in greeting before taking her seat gracefully. After Yin Liang briefly introduced himself, he dared not maintain eye contact for long. Acutely aware that most men, in her presence, would find themselves irresistibly drawn to her perfectly calibrated charm, he lowered his gaze and promptly delved into the matter at hand. You were once Hou Guiping's girlfriend? Yes. To his surprise, she acknowledged it straightforwardly. How was your relationship with him? Very well, to the extent that we had agreed to marry once he completed his teaching assignment. Her demeanor was calm and composed. Yin Liang lifted his gaze to meet hers. However, during our last meeting, you did not disclose this, and even upon seeing Hou Guiping's name, you appeared somewhat indifferent. Did you not? Unexpectedly, Li Jing directly took over his words. Yes, that is precisely the sentiment. She expressed lightly, it's quite normal. Hou Guiping's affairs are over a decade ago. What relevance do they have to my husband's current predicament? I am solely concerned about my husband. Why should I mention my relationship with Hou Guiping? Moreover, did you even inquire about it? Her reasoning was so compelling that no one could counter it. Yin Liang pressed his lips together and shifted the topic. What do you know about He Guiping's case? He Guiping was murdered and subsequently framed. You are aware of this? Of course, it was I who informed Jiang Yang, prompting him to reopen the investigation. Yin Liang's thoughts began to clarify, and he immediately inquired. How did you come to know this? Initially, the Public Security Bureau came to our school to report the case. Zhang Chao, as the homeroom teacher, reviewed the materials and noticed discrepancies between the autopsy report and its conclusions. He informed me. I was aware that He Guiping had been reporting cases of student sexual assault. And connecting that to his death, it was evident he had been murdered and framed. Was Zhang Chao the first to uncover the suspicions surrounding He Guiping's death? Yin Liang sensed he was nearing the heart of the case. Why did he not report it? He mentioned that the local authorities had already classified the case. And given the judicial climate of that time, overturning it would be exceedingly difficult. Yin Liang, slightly irked, responded, even if it were challenging, it should have been attempted. He taught the law. One of his students had died. Yet he did not act. Li Jing smiled faintly, tinged with disdain. After graduation, Jiang Yang became the prosecutor in Pingkong. I had always hoped for justice in He Guiping's case, hence I sought him out. Little did I know that one of my actions would lead him to pursue this case for a full decade, ultimately resulting in his imprisonment. Alas, I have wronged him. Yin Liang's expression shifted, and he quickly asked, what do you mean by causing him to be imprisoned? Asked Jiang Yang's good friend, Zhu Wei. He knows far more than I do. He is nicknamed Pingkong's White Snow and is regarded as the embodiment of local justice. In the past decade, I have not been involved in much and lack specific knowledge about the circumstances. Therefore, any statement I make would be inaccurate. I trust that Zhu Wei can provide you with a detailed account of the entire story. Ah, Zhu Wei. Indeed, he is the crux of the matter. Yin Liang's conviction only deepened this belief. Moments later, he inquired, on the third day after Jiang Yang's death, you transferred a sum of 500,000 to his ex-wife. Correct? Li Jing exhibited no surprise, readily acknowledging that is indeed the case. What prompted you to give her that money? Without hesitation, Li Jing replied. My husband is incarcerated on charges of murdering Jiang Yang. I provided Jiang Yang's ex-wife with 500,000 to ensure that she portrayed him unfavorably. The more reprehensible the victim appears, the greater sympathy my husband would garner, leading to a lighter sentence. At that time, I was unaware that Jiang Yang had not been killed by my husband. Yin Liang chuckled. Thus, Jiang Yang's ex-wife indeed characterized him as a corrupt individual, involved in gambling and extramarital affairs, claiming that these were the very reasons for their divorce, which ultimately led to Jiang Yang's arrest. Indeed. Do you truly believe Jiang Yang was such a person? Of course not. What kind of person was he? Her gaze drifted into the distance, imbued with reminiscence. He was an exceedingly upright individual, bearing no resemblance to any of those descriptions. If I were to encapsulate him in a single phrase, I would say he possessed a childlike heart. What a childlike heart it was. Yin Liang's gaze sharpened, yet you transferred 500,000 to his ex-wife, persuading her to depict a person with such purity as a morally corrupt outcast. This constitutes instigating others to fabricate evidence, an illegal act. Li Jing's laughter chimed melodiously, reminiscent of a mocking tone. The words I had her say are merely a reiteration of the court's judgment regarding Jiang Yang. If I am guilty of fabricating evidence, then you ought to rectify the official conclusion first. She met his gaze with an air of triumph. Yin Liang observed her for a moment, then slowly chuckled, murmuring, You are indeed a formidable woman. This rhetoric has clearly been long prepared, awaiting this very day, hasn't it? Li Jing slightly tilted her head, offering no response. However, there exists a minor oversight in your account. Yin Liang suddenly lowered his voice. Li Jing turned to face him. Upon discovering that you had transferred 500,000 to Jiang Yang's ex-wife 3 days after his death, I examined your call records and noted that you had contacted her after the transfer. Naturally, there are numerous explanations for how you obtained her phone number. I did not intend to dwell on that point. Yet, in the preceding months, you had never communicated with his ex-wife. So how did you ascertain Jiang Yang's ex-wife's bank account details? Li Jing's finely arched brows knitted together in tension as she stammered. I found a piece of paper at Jiang Yang's residence, which contained his ex-wife's account number. The house where Jiang Yang lived belongs to us, so... Yin Liang interjected. In the days following the incident, the house has been sealed off by the police, and you could not have accessed it. Moreover, even if you had obtained the account number, 500,000 is a substantial sum. You would at least make a phone call to confirm the account before proceeding with the transfer. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yin Liang reassured, Do not fret. I assure you that this detail will go unnoticed by anyone but myself. I have already grasped the majority of the case's developments, though there remain a few particulars that require verification. Rest assured, I am not a police officer. I am merely a university professor. My sole objective is to uncover the truth, no matter how harsh it may be. Now, according to your plan, we should seek out Zhu Wei for a discussion, correct? Li Jing stood in silence for a considerable time, ultimately parting her lips but producing no sound, merely acquiescing with a nod. Yin Liang offered a subtle smile. Please inform Zhu Wei that it is time for him to make his appearance. Chapter 47, May 2007. 2 bottles of Matai lay open on the table, accompanied by a feast of hearty dishes, as the 3 men reveled in a haze of intoxication, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Old Chun was exceedingly generous. In all my years, I had never indulged in Matai to such an extent. Zhu Wei erupted in laughter as he downed another glass of the fine spirit. Chen Mingzhang lazily spoke, his eyelids half closed. You've been inside for 3 years. Now that you've finally emerged, how could I not be magnanimous just once? He continued. Mentioning your 3 years inside makes it sound as if you were imprisoned. Let me clarify. I was engaged in advanced studies, learning the law. Upon my release, I returned to my role as a criminal police officer. What could that scoundrel Li Jiangguo possibly do to me? He has ascended to the position of deputy director. He can do as he pleases with you, but be cautious with your words, lest you find yourself studying for another 3 years. Chen Mingzhang teased. Jiang Yang chuckled. Now, if Bai Shui were to approach Li Jiangguo for trouble, perhaps when his son becomes a police officer, others might inquire about his father's profession. What does your dad do? He is a police officer. Which department? Public Security University. Oh, so he is a police academy instructor? He is still studying under his own pupils. Ah, nearing retirement, yet still pursuing education? One learns until the end of life. He must have a high degree. Then, just barely, he dropped out of college. Oh dear, look at you too. It seems you have now allied with that scoundrel Li Jiangguo. Zhu Wei pointed at them, and the 3 burst into laughter. Chen Mingzhang cleared his throat a few times, forcefully opening his bleary eyes, and assumed the demeanor of a drunken toast. Today's feast celebrates 3 occasions. First, a Shui has successfully returned from her advanced studies at the police academy. Of course, we shall not mention her less than stellar foreign language exam scores or any examination irregularities. Let us pretend we have not heard of them. Ultimately, a Shui remains a criminal police officer and serves as the deputy team leader, and that is what truly matters. The second occasion concerns myself. I recently resigned from my position and will no longer continue in my role as a forensic expert. Both Zhu Wei and Jiang Yang expressed their astonishment simultaneously. You're no longer working as a forensic expert? Men become corrupted by wealth. What can I say? I have come into some fortune, Chen Mingzhang declared with prideful laughter. During these past few years of a bull market, I have profited handsomely from stocks, sold them all, and resigned. Little Jiang, do you remember when I shared that invaluable piece of information with you? You didn't believe me. I trust you regret that now? Jiang Yang shrugged. I was never cut out for making money. Zhu Wei inquired, what will you do after resigning? I intend to venture into entrepreneurship in Hangzhou. My father passed away 2 years ago, and I have long wished to leave this small town of Pinkong. After I settle in Hangzhou, I plan to bring my mother over and start my own company. Upon hearing that an old friend was about to leave Pinkong, a hint of melancholy graced their faces. Chen Mingzhang consoled them with a smile, saying, do not wear such expressions. It makes it seem as though we share some unspoken affection. I shall come to visit you, and when you arrive in Hangzhou, I will wholeheartedly entertain you, providing for your meals and lodging. How delightful that would be. Zhu Wei laughed heartily. Excellent. Let us raise a glass to wish old Chen success in establishing his domain in Hangzhou. He then inquired, and what of the third matter? The third matter pertains to Jiang Yang's good fortune, Chen Mingzhang responded, tilting his head to regard Jiang Yang. Oh? Zhu Wei turned his attention to Jiang Yang, scrutinizing his face. After a moment, he chuckled. Could it be that Xiao Jiang is about to wed? Jiang Yang bashfully lowered his gaze. Zhu Wei urged him. Do not be shy. Share with us. Whose daughter is it? Do you have a photo for me to appraise? Do not forget my profession. I can discern a lady's worth at a glance. Chen Mingzhang teased. You are not his father. If you find her unworthy, can Xiao Jiang simply call off the engagement? Jiang Yang discreetly retrieved his phone, opened it to reveal a photo, and handed it over. Zhu Wei examined it closely, asking, how did you come to know her? In the past few years, while I was engaged in further studies, I took to visiting Miaogao Township on weekends, hoping to uncover some leads. Alas, my greatest achievement was meeting her. We connect well, and she is quite supportive of my endeavors. Her name is Hongxia. She currently works at a textile factory in the county town. Though her education is not extensive, she treats me with kindness and understanding. A sweet expression adorned Jiang Yang's face. Zhu Wei nodded approvingly. Very well, very well. This young lady Gua appears quite lovely. Though, she seems to be a bit older than you. She is 4 years my senior, Jiang Yang replied. Zhu Wei chuckled. In her 30s, she is indeed a mature woman. I was curious about what kind of wife this Zhejiang University handsome fellow would eventually marry. Chun, the forensic expert, shook his head and mused. Age gap romances are all the rage now. What is there to fear? The most beautiful love is often found in the golden years, warm and serene. Late love is love that has yet to conclude. He then added, of course, this older lady cannot compare to Wu Yak. Suddenly, Zhu Wei interjected with a sharp call. Chun Mingzhang. Chun Mingzhang was jolted awake, repeatedly exclaiming, oh dear, I am inebriated. I shall take a penalty shot. This one is on me. Xiao Jiang. Do not take it to heart. Jiang Yang smiled and replied, no worries, it is all in jest. She treats me well, and I find her admirable. That is sufficient for me. Zhu Wei called out cheerfully, come, come. To celebrate 3 joyous occasions, let us drink a toast and finish the remaining wine. Old Chun, do not feign drunkenness. I will have you pay the bill. You truly are a master of pretense. Do you believe I will report you for extortion and have the authorities apprehend you? That night, they indulged in raucous laughter and liberally drank until the world outside faded into darkness. They refrained from discussing the case, as if bidding farewell to the past. Time, indeed, transforms society and alters individuals. In March 2008, Pingkong was graced once more by a snowfall. Amidst the heavy snow, Jiang Yang accompanied 2 colleagues from the Procuratorate and Zhu Wei to the Pingkong Detention Center, for just the day before, Jiang Yang had received an exceedingly crucial lead. There exists an individual named He Wei, colloquially known as Big Head, who has garnered notoriety as a local thug. After dropping out of middle school, he assembled a group of unemployed individuals, branding themselves as the 13 Guardians. In his early years, he was incarcerated for 6 years due to charges of intentional injury. Shortly after his release, he once again found himself embroiled in violence, resulting in the fatal stabbing of a man. Subsequent investigations revealed that he was not only guilty of homicide, but also bore the burden of at least 2 counts of intentional injury. When law enforcement sought to apprehend him the following day, they discovered that he had fled, prompting the issuance of an online warrant for his capture. Last month, he stealthily returned home to celebrate the new year and was reported by the community, leading to his arrest after 3 years of evasion. Following preliminary identification confirmation, he is currently held at the Pingkong Detention Center. Yesterday, 2 prosecutors from the Public Prosecutor's Office visited the detention center to verify the details of the case. Aware that this incarceration could likely result in a death sentence, He Wei sought to negotiate for his life by offering information regarding an unresolved homicide. A member of the 13 Guardians had killed a woman from Miaogao Township in 2004. Upon receiving this significant new information, the prosecutors promptly returned to their office to report to their superiors. Jiang Yang, upon hearing the news, immediately recalled Ding Chenmei and, with his superior's consent, decided to personally interrogate He Wei. Upon arriving at the detention center, they swiftly began the interrogation. Following the customary identity verification, Jiang Yang articulated the policy: if the case you disclosed yesterday is substantiated, I assure you that I will present your commendation materials to the court during the trial, advocating for the maximum possible reduction of your sentence. Can you guarantee I won't receive the death penalty? He Wei's expression grew grave. He understood that severe punishment was inevitable, and he now sought a glimmer of hope. I cannot provide such a guarantee, but I promise to exert every effort. As long as your testimony significantly contributes to the unresolved case, we have a substantial chance of ensuring you avoid the death penalty. Jiang Yang gazed earnestly at him. After taking a deep breath, He Wei nodded. I am willing to divulge everything I know. Excellent, Jiang Yang responded, refraining from further pleasantries and directly inquiring. What was the name of the victim? I do not know, only that she was a woman who owned a small shop in Miaogao Township. Jiang Yang felt a stirring in his heart, growing more convinced. Who was the perpetrator? His name is Wang Haijun. In my youth, I swore brotherhood with 12 others, forming the 13 Guardians, and he was my junior at that time. How did you learn about Wang Haijun's crime? We maintained contact as brothers. Around the beginning of 2005, I dined with Wang Haijun, and in his drunken state, He revealed to me that one night the previous year, he and another individual, whose name I cannot recall, traveled to Miaogao Township, abducted a woman, and subsequently murdered her, disposing of her body in a sack, which they cast into a disused well on a desolate hill that had burned down. Why did he commit murder? He claimed it was for monetary compensation. Whose money did he receive? When I inquired, he did not disclose, stating that mentioning the individual's name would endanger his life. Jiang Yang glanced at the nearby recording device and then at the notes taken by his colleague. A sense of relief washed over him. The essential information had been duly recorded this time, and the process was complete, constituting legally recognized evidence. This time, there would be no repeat of the previous incident, where it was deemed illegal evidence, unacknowledged by the law. He swiftly redirected his thoughts to the present and continued his inquiry. What is Wang Haijun's current status? And where is he located? He is the manager of the security department at the Khan Group, came the reply. Jiang Yang felt entirely assured. After the interrogation concluded, he stepped outside, where Zhu Wei was already impatiently awaiting him. Is the victim Ding Chunmei? He asked eagerly. Jiang Yang handed over the notes for his review, a cold smile gracing his lips. It's undoubtedly Ding Chunmei. You must take your most trusted associates to apprehend Wang Haijun immediately, and arrange for the criminal police and local precinct personnel to search for Ding Chunmei's remains. The body is in a fire-scorched well on a desolate mountain outside Miaogao Township. I can recall the mountain clearly. I pass it every time I visit Miaogao Township. It's a small hillock, and I believe they will locate it within a day. Zhu Wei nodded. I will take care of it right away. Jiang Yang grasped his arm, speaking earnestly. During this critical moment, it is imperative to exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, all our years of effort will be in vain. You must bring only those you trust completely and act swiftly, without giving them any time to react. Zhu Wei understood the gravity of the situation. I comprehend. Currently, Li Jiangguo is the Deputy Director of Criminal Investigation, and I must keep him uninformed about this matter. I will take a few newcomers to assist in the apprehension. And I have good friends at several precincts in the county. I'll enlist their help to locate the body. It is time to bring this case to a conclusion. His gaze turned contemplative as he looked into the distance. Chapter 49. Upon arriving at the criminal investigation team, Jiang Yang was greeted by the beaming Zhu Wei, who informed him that Wang Haijun had been successfully apprehended and was currently resisting interrogation, unwilling to confess. However, once the body was discovered, coupled with Wei's statements from the detention center, there would be no way for him to deny his involvement. Before long, good news arrived. Indeed, a body had been found in the desolate well on the mountain outside Miaogao Township. The remains were severely decomposed, reduced to mere bones. Yet it was determined to be female. The county's forensic expert was en route to conduct an autopsy. Upon hearing this, both men were nearly moved to tears. Zhu Wei exclaimed, I never expected this case to take a significant turn after so many years. I thought I would never witness such a moment in my lifetime. His voice thick with emotion as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Reflecting on their past experiences, he was filled with nostalgia. Jiang Yang clenched his fists, exclaiming fervently, This is wonderful, truly wonderful. The homicide has resurfaced, and Wang Haijun is likely to face the death penalty. In the face of execution, Sun Honyun cannot buy him off with money. Wang Haijun will surely confess, and then, with the criminal case at hand, neither Sun Honyun nor Hu Yilong will find any salvation. Just as they were speaking, Li Jiangguo rushed in with several criminal officers, and upon seeing Zhu Wei, he inquired, Where is Wang Haijun? Zhu Wei glared at him, seething with anger. What do you intend to do? Li Jiangguo sneered. I have heard that a significant homicide case has emerged, and I am personally taking charge of it now, so you need not concern yourself any further. I am the one investigating, apprehending suspects, and locating the bodies. By what right do you assume control now? Zhu Wei clenched his fists, the atmosphere charged with tension. Li Jiangguo regarded him with indifference, exuding an air of authority. I am your superior. You must heed my orders. This case is of great importance, and I shall conduct the interrogation personally. Rest assured, once we resolve this matter, I will ensure that all credit is attributed to you when reporting to our superiors. Is that satisfactory? Absolutely not. Zhu Wei shouted, drawing the attention of all the detectives present. Zhu Wei. Li Jiangguo's face twitched with irritation. You are a police officer. You must obey orders. Zhu Wei retorted fiercely, Let me make this clear. I will not relinquish this case. Everyone knows what you are after, with Wang Haijun apprehended. It will soon be your turn. Li Jiangguo struck Zhu Wei squarely in the face, prompting Zhu Wei to lunge back in retaliation. only to be restrained tightly by Jiang Yang and nearby officers. You have grown brazen in the workplace. The supervision team ought to have a serious conversation with you. Li Jiangguo said coldly. I am the leader. I have the authority to command you. The suspect has been captured, and the body has been found. There is no need for you to be involved in the interrogation. The credit for solving this case will belong to you. I will not contest it. And let this be witnessed by all. However, there is another urgent case that requires your attention. I need you to address it immediately. Through gritted teeth, Zhu Wei replied. What other case demands my involvement? The case of the pregnant women theft ring. The precinct has received reports for several consecutive days. Zhu Wei could no longer contain himself. Is it really the damned pregnant women theft ring that you insist I pursue? This case is serious, Li Jiangguo retorted. Serious, my foot. Zhu Wei shot back. Zhu Wei, I warn you one last time. If you continue to insult your superior, the supervision team will take you away tomorrow, Li Jiangguo warned. With a cold laugh. Zhu Wei responded, Fine, I won't insult you. I will remain right here today and go nowhere. Li Jiangguo took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Very well. If you refuse to handle the pregnant women theft case, I am powerless to compel you. However, from now on, you will not be involved in any investigations. No one will cooperate with you. You will have to manage on your own. Zhu Wei gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching violently. In the bureaucratic system, without a severe violation, the leadership cannot dismiss you, but they can make it so that no one will collaborate with you, leading to your isolation and exclusion, a fate more unbearable than dismissal. Investigating a case requires at least 2 officers, and once Li Jiangguo issued this command, Zhu Wei would find himself forever estranged from solving cases, effectively stifling the remainder of his career. Jiang Yang leaned in and softly advised, by Shuel, just endure a few more days. With Wang Haijun's guilt now undeniable, once the evidence reaches the detention center, it will be handed over to the prosecutor's office for interrogation. Do not worry, I will be there to support you. Zhu Wei glanced at him, inhaled deeply, and nodded resolutely at Li Jiangguo. Very well. I shall proceed to apprehend the pregnant women theft ring, directly. Chapter 50. Early the next morning, Zhu Wei burst into the office of the prosecutor's office. His complexion ashen. Grasping Jiang Yang's arm tightly, he murmured, You must hurry to apprehend Li Jiangguo. Jiang Yang, along with Director Wu and other prosecutorial staff, swiftly assisted Zhu Wei to a chair. Zhu Wei gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Director Wu urged someone to prepare tea, gently patting Zhu Wei's chest. Officer Zhu. What has transpired? Speak slowly. Utterly deranged, simply deranged. Zhu Wei trembled as he clutched the teacup. Wang Haijun is dead. Wang Haijun is dead. He repeated this phrase incessantly. Jiang Yang took a cautious step back, straightening himself, struggling to contain the tumult within, his expression frozen in shock. Wasn't he detained at the Public Security Bureau? How did he die? I do not know, but it is evident that Li Jiangguo is responsible, Zhu Wei replied. Director Wu whispered, That cannot be possible. How could Director Li have done that? Zhu Wei gazed vacantly at the teacup in his hands. Wang Haijun was sent to the hospital in the dead of night but could not be saved. I discreetly inquired with a doctor who was in the know. He revealed that Li Jiangguo brought him in, already deceased. Yet, Li Jiangguo insisted that the hospital attempt resuscitation against all odds, only to announce by morning that Wang Haijun had died. Director Wu stammered, How can this be happening? Jiang Yang inhaled deeply and after a moment asked in a grave tone, Where's the body now? In the hospital morgue. Jiang Yang immediately turned to report the situation to his superiors. The leadership at the prosecutor's office, undeterred by Li Jiangguo's position as deputy chief of police, recognized the necessity for intervention in the investigation of a suspect's death during detention, promptly approving Jiang Yang's request to investigate. Without delay, Jiang Yang, accompanied by several prosecutors, hurried to the hospital. At the morgue entrance, they were halted by the guarding officers. I demand to see the body. The 2 officers dutifully stated, Our superiors have instructed us not to allow anyone inside. Jiang Yang, incensed, retorted, We are from the prosecutor's office, and we are here to investigate the unlawful death of a suspect in the custody of the police. The officers, recognizing their uniforms, understood their authority but were bound by orders. We truly have no choice. Access requires directives from our superiors. Prosecutor, please do not put us in a difficult position. Isn't the investigation order sufficient? Jiang Yang pressed. That is not permissible. Step aside. Jiang Yang bellowed. The 2 officers stood firm, showing no sign of yielding. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yang instructed his colleagues, document everything with photos and videos. He presented his credentials and investigation order, approaching the officers and reiterating his demands with authoritative clarity. The officers were taken aback. One quickly replied, "Prosecutor, please hold on a moment while I report this to my superior." He stepped aside to make a phone call. After a while, he returned and whispered to the other officer. They then gestured that the prosecutors could enter. Upon entering the morgue, Jiang Yang pulled back the white sheet, revealing the lifeless body of Wang Haijun before him. He stifled his intense fury, took a deep breath, and examined the corpse by pulling back its clothing. There were no evident external injuries on the front, save for several finger marks on the arm. Collaboratively with his colleagues, he turned the body over. The back also bore no conspicuous wounds, except for similar finger marks at the nape of the neck. Lacking the expertise of a forensic pathologist, he pondered briefly before extracting his phone to call Chenming Zhang, who was conducting business in Hangzhou. After hearing the description, the voice on the other end suggested checking for any injuries near the skull. Jiang Yang meticulously parted the hair and, following Chenming Zhang's guidance, found no signs of trauma. Chenming Zhang reflected, "This is peculiar. How could he have died suddenly without external injuries, unless due to poisoning? Check for any pinpricks on his body. If there are none, it could only imply he ingested poison, necessitating a professional forensic examination for further analysis." Jiang Yang scrutinized once more, and with disappointment, informed the caller, "I found no pinpricks." As a non-professional, it is quite challenging to ascertain pinpricks. You might want to examine the areas around the arms and neck, stretching the skin flat, if pinpricks exist. They are usually found in such regions. If you still cannot find any, we will have no choice but to request the police to engage a forensic expert for a more thorough examination. After ending the call, Jiang Yang pulled the skin taut in those areas for a careful inspection. Upon reaching the neck and smoothing out the skin S-folds, he suddenly spotted a tiny red dot and promptly instructed a colleague to capture it with a professional camera. Chapter 51. After leaving the hospital, they proceeded directly to the Public Security Bureau, where they were received by the county government leaders and the director of the bureau. The director also served as the secretary of the county's political and legal committee, being the superior authority of the procuratorate. Jiang Yang refrained from demanding the personnel involved in the case from the previous night, opting instead to present the investigation procedures as per protocol. The director invited them to the conference room, requesting Li Jiangguo to personally explain the situation. Once seated, Li Jiangguo appeared before them with his head lowered, dejectedly recounting the events. "Last night, I personally interrogated Wang Haijun. By the late hours, he still refused to divulge any information. Considering the time constraints and the suspect's mental state, I instructed the criminal investigation team to return and rest, intending to continue the next day." After the others departed, I prepared to escort Wang Haijun back to the detention room when I noticed him convulsing. Initially, I thought he was feigning, but upon confirming he was not acting, I hastily sought assistance to transport him to the hospital for emergency treatment, yet ultimately, he could not be revived. The doctors indicated that he succumbed to shock due to severely low blood sugar. This incident falls under my purview. I have not managed the suspect properly, and I am willing to take full responsibility. A county leader interjected, "Did your police employ any coercive interrogation methods on the suspect?" Li Jiangguo quickly refuted, "Absolutely not. The sudden death was not a result of coercive interrogation, and comrades from the procuratorate can separately interview the criminal investigation team from last night for their inquiries." Jiang Yang scoffed coldly. Li Jiangguo was too anxious about Wang Haijun's potential disclosures to engage in coercive interrogation. He glared icily at Li Jiangguo. "Were you the first to discover his sudden death last night?" "Yes." "Just you alone?" "Yes." "After the interrogation was complete, was he still in a normal state?" Li Jiangguo hesitated before responding. Upon conclusion of the interrogation, it is typical for the subject to exhibit signs of fatigue. This is quite normal. However, we did not observe any conspicuous abnormalities in his physical condition at that time. The hospital claimed he died suddenly due to low blood sugar? Indeed. That is what the hospital asserted. Jiang Yang fixed his gaze upon him. "We will investigate his medical history." Li Jiangguo frowned and remained silent. "I need to view the surveillance footage." Li Jiangguo lowered his head, furtively scanning the others present, and murmured, "Due to a lapse in our duties, the surveillance cameras were not activated last night. The surveillance was not turned on." Jiang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "It is standard procedure to activate the cameras during an interrogation. How could this have happened?" Li Jiangguo sighed. "This was indeed a grave oversight on our part, and I am willing to accept full responsibility for it." "How do you intend to take responsibility?" A life has been lost. You must bear criminal liability. Jiang Yang could not contain his fury. At that moment, the deputy county chief responsible for judicial affairs interjected, "Dear colleagues from the prosecution, while your expertise in law is commendable, it is imperative that your discourse embodies the spirit of the law." The suspect's death was sudden. The Public Security Bureau did not resort to coercive interrogation. The only oversight was the failure to activate the surveillance, which should warrant nothing more than an internal reprimand. Should it really escalate to a criminal level? Jiang Yang gritted his teeth and coldly interrogated Li Jiangguo. Where did the puncture marks on Wang Haijun's neck originate? Li Jiangguo's face paled with fear. What puncture marks? Wang Haijun has puncture marks on the back of his neck. Would you like to see the photographs? I am unaware of this, Li Jiangguo replied, feigning innocence. Jiang Yang glared at him. I will request a further autopsy from the city. At that moment, the police chief spoke up. This is indeed within the purview of the prosecution. You may formally request the assignment of forensic personnel from the city. As for the responsibility of Comrade Li Jiangguo, our unit will conduct an internal discussion regarding this matter. If, at that time, the prosecution finds the outcome unsatisfactory, you may lodge an appeal. The chief's words clearly implied that Li Jiangguo would be safeguarded today, and the prosecution would be unable to take him in for further questioning. Jiang Yang fell silent for a moment, reluctantly conceding as he lowered his head. In the following week, Jiang Yang persistently applied for the Superior Public Security Agency to dispatch forensic experts to investigate Wang Haijun's untimely death at the police bureau. However, the response he received was that Wang Haijun's family had declined an autopsy to preserve the dignity of the deceased. Jiang Yang surmised that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Sun Hongyun, for those with wealth invariably possess myriad means to manipulate the living, even in death. Familial ties often yield to the supremacy of monetary influence. Jiang Yang had no choice but to consult Chen Mingzhang for guidance. Chen Mingzhang assisted him in contacting several seasoned forensic experts from other regions. After reviewing the photographs of Wang Haijun's neck, they all concurred that the puncture marks appeared recent and likely occurred shortly before his demise. The hospital's diagnostic report indicated death due to shock from low blood sugar. Yet an examination of Wang Haijun's medical history revealed no prior history of hypoglycemia, thereby raising suspicions that he had been administered an excessive dose of insulin. The bruises on his arms and neck were indicative of having been forcibly restrained. However, all of this necessitates a further examination of the corpse by a forensic expert. Based on this, Jiang Yang repeatedly submitted investigation requests to his superiors, suspecting that this was not merely a case of sudden death, but rather involved criminal activity. In instances of criminal offenses, the autopsy cannot be opposed by the family. Yet, his superiors have consistently failed to provide a definitive response. The family has persistently requested the cremation of Wang Haijun's body, and it is only due to the insistence of the procuratorate that it remains uncremated. That evening, after work, Jiang Yang remained at the office, engrossed in writing a report, when his wife, Hua Hongxia, rushed in, her face etched with anxiety. She immediately inquired, "Did you send someone to pick up Lele?" Lele, their only son, a mere 3 years old, was currently attending kindergarten and was to be picked up at 4 o'clock each day. Since Hua Hongxia had to work, she would leave their son at the kindergarten until 5 o'clock. However, when she arrived at 5 today, the teacher informed her that a middle-aged man, driving a sedan, had introduced himself as Jiang Yang's friend and had come to collect the child. The details provided by the man matched those of the parents perfectly. In such a small town, the people are rather naive, and thus the teacher allowed him to take the child. Hua Hongxia, aware of her husband's recent busyness with the case and knowing he had no friends with a car who would send someone to pick up their son, felt something was amiss and hurried to his workplace. "No, I have never sent anyone to pick up Lele," Jiang Yang exclaimed, his scalp prickling with fear as he jumped from his chair. Hua Hongxia immediately broke down in tears, incoherently repeating the teacher's words. Jiang Yang, at a loss for what to do, felt a surge of panic. Director Wu from the adjacent office rushed over, urging, "Don't waste time. Hurry to the police station to report this and get the child back." The couple, upon hearing this, dashed out. Director Wu gazed after Jiang Yang's frantic figure, a frown of concern creasing his brow, and with a heavy sigh, he returned to his seat, retrieving an envelope from beneath his desk. He held it for a long while before letting out a sigh and placing it back into the drawer. After reporting the incident, the police station took down the details but informed them that since the child had been missing for less than 24 hours, no immediate investigation would commence. Jiang Yang argued vehemently with him for a long time, eventually bringing in Zhu Wei, who vehemently chastised the police officers, demanding they promptly search for the child. Zhu Wei reassured and comforted the panicked Jiang Yang and Guo Hongxia, escorting them back home. Upon arriving at their doorstep, they spotted a sedan from which a figure emerged, cradling their son Lele, who was joyfully playing with a toy airplane. Hu Yilong, grinning from a distance, greeted them. "Why are you just getting home? I've been waiting for you for quite a while. I took your child out for a grand meal and even gave him some toys. You aren't upset, are you?" The moment Guo Hongxia saw her son, she rushed forward, taking him into her arms, caressing his head while sobbing, scolding him in a mix of relief and anger, causing the little boy to burst into tears. Hu Yilong frowned, saying, "He's just a small child who doesn't understand. Why the fuss?" Jiang Yang shot a cold glare at Hu Yilong, moved closer to his wife, signaling for her to return home first. Once she had ascended the stairs and closed the door, he could no longer contain himself, charging at Hu Yilong and throwing a punch. Simultaneously, Zhu Wei lunged forward, delivering a flurry of kicks at Hu Yilong. At that moment, the sound of a camera shutter clicked nearby, and Hu Yilong, shielding his head, shouted, "Capture all of this. I will report them." Zhu Wei, disregarding everything, swung a fist towards his head, exclaiming, "Even if I lose my public position today, I will ensure your demise." Seeing the ferocity of the confrontation, Hu Yilong's subordinates rushed in to forcibly separate the two nearly deranged individuals. With blood streaming down his face, Hu Yilong growled, "You two are quite something. Just wait, just wait." Chapter 53. Chen Mingzhang poured 2 glasses of Maotai for them, chuckling. "Now that both of you have temporarily suspended your public duties, why not linger a bit longer in Hangzhou? I shall take you out to unwind, and I will cover all expenses." "Boss Chen is truly generous," Zhu Wei declared, raising his glass and downing it in one go before refilling it. "With food and drink here, why would I want to return? Staying in Hangzhou is far more appealing. Why go back to Pinkong, right, Xiao Jiang?" Jiang Yang fell silent for a moment before replying, "I will stay a few days and then return to my unit to seek a swift reinstatement." Zhu Wei shook his head, saying, "A temporary suspension doesn't equate to termination. So what is the rush?" He paused, then asked incredulously, "You surely haven't lost hope of continuing the investigation into Sun Hongyun, have you?" Jiang Yang remained silent. Chen Mingzhang sighed slightly and began to persuade him, "Xiao Jiang, even Bai Shui has given up. Why must you persist?" "Indeed," another voice chimed in. "Wang Haijun's body has already been cremated. What can you investigate now? We abandoned this matter years ago. When Ding Chuanmei's case resurfaced, we thought it was a new breakthrough, but what happened? Wang Haijun was murdered in the police station. What do you expect to uncover?" Jiang Yang finished his drink in one gulp and immediately poured another. "I never anticipated they would be audacious enough to this extent. If I give up now, I will never have the opportunity to bring them to justice. Upon my return, I will document all the events from years past and send them to the municipal prosecutor's office, the provincial high prosecutor's office, the committee members of the supreme prosecutor's office, as well as the leaders of the Provincial Public Security Bureau and the Ministry of Public Security. I firmly believe that someone will eventually take notice of these cases. The truth will inevitably come to light." Chen Mingzhang pressed his lips together and lowered his voice. "Have you considered the consequences of continuing down this path?" Jiang Yang smiled wryly. "I am no longer the person I was a few years ago. I harbor no expectations for the future now. Can my situation get any worse? They might just attempt to murder me again, as they did previously. When they threatened me with my son, I ceased to fear the worst outcomes. Shouldn't you also contemplate a bit for Guo Hongxia and Lele?" Chen Mingzhang's gentle remark suddenly struck a chord in Jiang Yang's most vulnerable defenses. They had already killed Hou Guiping, then Ding Chuanmei, and subsequently Wang Haijun, so many lives extinguished without a hint of remorse. But have you ever pondered why you and a Shui were merely used as pawns in their scheme, while they have never directly threatened your personal safety? Jiang Yang scoffed disdainfully. "A Shui and I have always been cautious of them. How could they possibly strike? If they truly wished to harm us, it would be quite simple, easier than the murder of Wang Haijun in the police station." Chen Mingzhang shook his head and continued, "They dare not take action against you for 2 reasons. First, you are public servants of the state. Second, there are many who support and protect you from behind the scenes. Who else besides you would support our investigation?" Jiang Yang scoffed. "There are many. Over the years, your inquiries into Sun Hongyun have become well known within the judicial system in Jin City. Many believe in your cause, yet they lack the courage to confront that colossal organization as you do. Nevertheless, they stand with you in spirit. Understand that most people possess kind hearts and align themselves with justice. Take Zhu Wei, for instance. years ago when he fired his weapon under the command of Yu Jun. It was publicly seen as a heinous act, warranting years in prison. Why, then, did he only serve 3 years and return to his original position? Did Sun Hongyun and his associates wish for him to continue as a police officer? Of course not. Even now, after you two were caught assaulting Hu Along, your superiors had ample grounds to transfer you both from your official duties. Yet, they did not. Instead, the punishment was merely a suspension of 3 months for one and 1 month for the other. Who allowed you to remain as a police officer? Who permitted you to stay at the prosecutor's office? Only your leaders. Though they remain silent, they are aware of your actions. Currently, there exists a delicate balance between light and darkness. Should misfortune befall you, it would provoke a tremendous backlash from the silent majority. Everyone has connections. Perhaps some among them might report to the Ministry of Public Security or the Supreme People's Procuratorate, or even know high-ranking officials. When representatives of justice like you cannot safeguard your own lives, the silent will erupt in fury, shattering the balance of black and white. Sun Hongyun and his ilk are acutely aware of this, which is precisely why they would never dare to target you directly. However, while they may not confront you personally, they are willing to use threats against your wife and son. What will you do then? You may be magnanimous, but your family is innocent. Let it go. Heed my advice. Do not pursue this any further. Maintain this balance, for perhaps one day, under certain circumstances, the truth will suddenly emerge. Jue added, Xiaojiang. Old Chen speaks wisely. You must consider Guahongxia and Lele. You are their support, and you wouldn't wish to endanger them, would you? Jiang Yang held his wine glass, his hand suspended in the air. After a long pause, he slowly brought it to his lips and drained its contents. It was as if all the anger within him had been siphoned away. His gaze was hollow as he stared ahead, and with difficulty yet determination, he uttered, I want a divorce. Chapter 54. In November 2009, after work, Jiang Yang encountered Hu Along. The latter greeted him politely, Jiang Jian. I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. Could we find a place to discuss this? Jiang Yang glared at him sideways. What is there to discuss? I have no time. Hu Along smiled. Since you are so busy, have you considered asking a friend to help pick up your son? Jiang Yang clenched his fists, paused in silence for a moment, and coldly replied, I have already divorced my wife. My son belongs to my ex-wife. What more do you want? Hu Along spread his hands and said, What are you upset about? I merely wish to discuss certain matters with Inspector Jiang. There is no need for anger, is there? Jiang Yang took a deep breath, managing to suppress his fury. Fine, let's talk, he replied. They were escorted to a private room in a grand restaurant, where Hu Along instructed the waiter to bring the dishes. Jiang Yang interjected, There is no need for that. I will not partake in any of your offerings. Speak your mind, and I shall depart. Hu Along, unperturbed, smiled and suggested, Very well, since Inspector Jiang does not wish to eat. How about we sit down nearby and chat for a moment? They settled onto a sofa in the side hall of the private room. Hu Along retrieved a document from his briefcase and slid it across the table, grinning as he said, Inspector Jiang, I have heard that you sent some materials to certain higher-ups. Is this the document in question? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yang was not surprised. It was not the first time they had acquired the complaint materials. He confidently affirmed, Yes, I wrote it. He continued, There must be some misunderstandings here. Our General Sun has always held Inspector Jiang in high regard and wishes to befriend you. As for the materials, could we kindly refrain from sending them any further? General Sun would never. Hu Along awkwardly closed his mouth, swallowing the remainder of his words. He sighed lightly and retrieved a deck of playing cards from his pocket, placing half in front of Jiang Yang and keeping the other half for himself. Jiang Yang eyed him with hesitation and inquired, What are you doing? Instead of answering directly, Hu Along produced a box from behind him, revealing stacks of neatly arranged renminbi. He poured the money onto the coffee table and proposed, Let us play a game. You may draw any card from your stack, and I will draw one from mine. If yours is higher, the pile of money is yours. If lower, you bear no cost. What do you say? Jiang Yang scoffed, rising to his feet, and derisively declared, I have no interest in such games. Keep it for yourselves. Wait, Hu Along hastily interjected, feigning a smile as he grasped Jiang Yang's arm. Our pedestrian game may indeed be too trivial for your refined tastes. Allow me to make amends. It has been some time since your divorce, and men often have certain inclinations. He coughed twice, and soon 2 attractive young women, exuding vitality and charm, entered the room, with professional smiles. They gracefully encircled Jiang Yang's arm, sweetly addressing him as Brother Jiang. Jiang Yang forcefully pushed them away, exclaiming loudly, Do not expect to drag me down with such tactics. I am not Li Jiangguo, and I shall never become him. With that, he strode out of the private room. Hu Yilong remained rooted in place, watching Jiang Yang's retreating figure, and sighed, he is a good person, but not a wise one. The following day after Yin Liang and Li Jing's conversation, the special investigation team contacted Zhu Wei, expressing their desire to discuss the case concerning Jiang Yang's victimization. Zhu Wei readily agreed but stipulated an additional condition: a prosecutor from the Provincial High People's Procuratorate must be present, as he intended to report an incident to the special investigation team. Zhao Taiman discreetly sought guidance from Gao Dong, who suggested that the conditions were acceptable and advised him to involve colleagues from the Provincial Procuratorate within the task force. Consequently, Zhao Taiman established an office at the Criminal Investigation Brigade, where he, accompanied by Yin Liang and several leaders from both the Provincial Public Security Department and the Procuratorate, met with Zhu Wei. Yin Liang initiated the questioning, with others contributing thereafter. It was Yin Liang's first encounter with Zhu Wei, who appeared to be in his 50s. With a close-cropped hairstyle and graying temples, he possessed a robust physique, a full face, and sharp, chiseled features, maintaining an upright posture at all times. Upon entering and observing the assembly of authoritative figures, he displayed no signs of trepidation, sitting down with poise, his calm gaze sweeping across the faces present before settling on Yin Liang, whom he scrutinized intently for several seconds before averting his gaze. After a brief introduction, they transitioned to the main topic. Yin Liang inquired, "How long have you known Jiang Yang?" 10 years, Zhu Wei replied. "What is your relationship like?" "Excellent." "It couldn't be better." Zhu Wei's response was emphatic, exuding an air of indignation that resonated with everyone present. Yin Liang assessed him for a moment before stating, "Regarding the murder of Jiang Yang, what do you know?" Zhu Wei exhaled sharply. "I am certain it was Hu Along who orchestrated it." "You mean Hu Along of the Khan Group?" "Indeed." "Why? What conflict exists between him and Jiang Yang?" Zhu Wei surveyed the room, just days before Jiang Yang's death. "I met with him. He informed me that he possessed several photographs that could be exchanged for a substantial sum from Hu Along. At that time, Hu Along had already wired him 200,000, but Jiang Yang demanded an additional 400,000, which Hu Along was reluctant to concede. This must have prompted Hu Along to resort to desperate measures and have him killed." The room fell into a hushed silence as the attendees exchanged glances. Having learned that the Khan Group had indeed transferred 200,000 to Jiang Yang shortly before his demise, yet they were unaware of the motive behind it. Zhu Wei's assertions further solidified their belief that the photographs Jiang Yang held were likely a form of leverage over Hu Along. Yin Liang articulated the group's curiosity. What kind of photographs could Jiang Yang use to barter for such a considerable amount? Zhu Wei paused momentarily before coldly replying, "A series of photographs taken over a decade ago by Ho Guiping, depicting the Khan Group coercing underage girls into providing sexual favors to officials." Upon hearing about the Khan Group's involvement in such egregious acts, the room was filled with a palpable tension as the gravity of the situation became apparent. Yin Liang quickly inquired, "Was it not reported by Ho Guiping that one of his female students had committed suicide following an incident of sexual assault?" "Indeed. The victims were not limited to a single girl. She was not merely raped by Yu Jun, she was taken to the Khan Grand Hotel, where the Khan Group's owner, Sun Hongyun, and others forced her to provide sexual bribes to officials. Sun Hongyun directed Hu Along to recruit thugs like Yu Jun specifically to target timid rural girls left behind, offering special services to officials with particular proclivities in exchange for other benefits. The conference room fell silent, as all contemplated the veracity of this disturbing revelation. The Khan Group stands as one of the top 100 private enterprises in the province, wielding considerable influence within the region. Its owner, Sun Hongyun, simultaneously holds various political identities, including that of a representative at the National People's Congress and a leader in associations, facilitating close ties between politics and business. Should this news prove accurate, it is bound to unravel a major case involving numerous parties. A prosecutor from the Provincial High Court immediately inquired, "Where are these photographs now?" "The photographs are with Jiang Yang. He claimed to have hidden them in a covert location. Thus I have not seen them. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims?" Zhu Wei's gaze remained steady, yet he slowly shook his head. "I have no evidence." The attendees murmured amongst themselves, and the prosecutor, unyielding, remarked, "Your information is alarming. Although today's meeting is internal, and our conversation will not be disclosed, it remains inappropriate for you to speak without substantiation. Should this information reach the public, you would bear legal responsibility." Zhu Wei scoffed. "Jiang Yang and I have been investigating this matter for a decade. Evidence existed long ago, yet it has been systematically destroyed. My current assertions may indeed lack proof. But as for legal accountability, we have already settled that score. I was first dismissed, then pursued further education, and subsequently reassigned, transforming from a criminal investigator to a community police officer, dealing with the quarrels of elderly citizens daily. Perhaps this is insufficient in the eyes of esteemed leaders. Yet Jiang Yang endured 3 years of wrongful imprisonment, transforming from a promising prosecutor into a mere mobile phone repairman. Surely, that constitutes legal responsibility, does it not? Are you asserting that Jiang Yang was a promising prosecutor, and that his 3 years in prison were unjust? Another prosecutor questioned. Indeed. I am here to report the miscarriage of justice surrounding Jiang Yang's imprisonment. Zhu Wei's nostrils flared, reminiscent of an enraged bull. The prosecutor frowned. We have reviewed the materials concerning the deceased Jiang Yang numerous times, including his sentencing documents and trial records. The charges against him for disciplinary violations and crimes are substantiated by photographic evidence, witness testimonies, and his own confessions and admission of guilt. The evidence is compelling. How could this be a wrongful conviction? Zhu Wei snorted dismissively. Wasn't there ample evidence against Zhang Chao for the murder of Jiang Yang? Why did you not execute him immediately, yet have now reopened the investigation? This situation is different, the prosecutor patiently replied. Zhu Wei laughed heartily and continued. Prior to his imprisonment, Jiang Yang was pursuing an investigation into Li Jiangguo, the deputy director of the Pingtung Public Security Bureau, who was implicated in the murder of a suspect to eliminate evidence. Everyone's eyes widened at this revelation. Eventually, Jiang Yang was coerced by Hu Along, who threatened his family and forced him into negotiations. At the negotiation table, Hu displayed a stack of cash and a deck of cards, hoping to entice him into gambling. Jiang Yang remained indifferent, dismissing the advances, but unbeknownst to him, Hu had secretly captured photographs of Jiang Yang with the money and in the company of a woman, reporting him to the disciplinary committee, alleging that he had extorted bribes from enterprises under the guise of his position as a prosecutor. Not only that, but in a remarkable twist of fate, during those few days, a sum of 200,000 suddenly appeared in Jiang Yang's salary account. A party involved in a criminal case he had previously handled surrendered to the procuratorate, claiming that Jiang Yang had facilitated a lenient sentence for him, thus offering a bribe in return. Consequently, Jiang Yang was detained, and the procuratorate of Jin City subsequently initiated prosecution against him. He was sentenced to 10 years in the first instance, but he appealed, and the second trial resulted in a modified sentence of 3 years, which he served until his release. It is indeed tragic that such an upright prosecutor was driven to such depths. How do you, the leaders of the provincial high court, perceive this? He clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. A leader from the provincial high court replied. However, Jiang Yang himself authored a confession and admitted his guilt during the second trial. If, as you assert, he was framed, why would he write a confession? Zhu Wei exhaled deeply. The reason he confessed in court was that he fell victim to Zhang Chao's deceit. Hu Yilong is a true scoundrel, while Zhang Chao is a consummate hypocrite. Whether Zhang Chao was the one who caused Jiang Yang's downfall, I cannot say for certain, but he undeniably played a role. Chapter 56. Zhu Wei was not mistaken. Jiang Yang's 3 years of imprisonment were indeed unjust, and significantly, I was largely responsible for his wrongful conviction. Faced with Zhao Taiman and Yin Liang, Zhang Chao did not conceal anything and readily admitted his involvement. Zhao Taiman exclaimed, "Why have you never mentioned this before?" Zhang Chao smiled. "I was unaware that this matter was connected to Jiang Yang's plight, and you never inquired about it. How could we have known what transpired during those years?" Zhao Taiman glared at him, furious at his previous concealment. Zhang Chao maintained a calm smile. "Now, do you have a general understanding of the events that unfolded over the past decade?" Yin Liang raised a hand, interrupting Zhao Taiman, saying, "The story of these 10 years resembles a grand edifice. We currently only grasp its facade, with the intricate internal structure remaining elusive. At this moment, my greatest curiosity lies in the fact that while we have pieced together this narrative from various accounts, you are fully aware of the entire story and have consistently guided us towards it. Why did you not share it all with us from the outset, instead of leading us in such a convoluted manner?" Zhang Chao chuckled. When a visitor approaches this building, their interest in its exterior prompts them to explore its interior. If the facade frightens them away, causing them to turn back without a second glance, the internal structure will remain preserved until a willing guest arrives. Yin Liang and Zhao Taiman exchanged glances and nodded slowly. "I understand now, and I appreciate your thoughtful intentions. Now, could you unveil a part of the truth and explain how you orchestrated Jiang Yang's imprisonment for 3 years?" During Jiang Yang's formal criminal detention, Li Jing revealed to me the events of that year. Burdened by guilt for not reporting the wrongful case of Ho Guiping back then, I hastened to Jin City to serve as Jiang Yang's defense attorney. Jiang Yang has persistently refrained from admitting guilt while in custody, firmly believing in his innocence. As individuals who have traversed a similar path, you are likely aware of the interrogation methods employed in the past. It is unnecessary to elaborate further. In any case, I hold profound admiration for Jiang Yang's indomitable spirit. He is an exceptionally resilient individual. Prior to the first trial, the court conducted several mock hearings. Purely from an evidentiary standpoint, aside from the additional 200,000 on his account, the photographs do not constitute substantial proof. Moreover, the 200,000 was deposited during the period of his investigation, which can naturally serve as a point of contention during the trial. I possess considerable confidence in our ability to exonerate him. However, he lowered his head and sighed. Ultimately, the final judgment resulted in a 10-year sentence. Jiang Yang, dissatisfied, filed an appeal. Before the appellate hearing, the court organized a few more mock trials, during which my defense arguments stood firmly against the prosecution's assertions. At this juncture, the court unexpectedly announced a postponement of the hearing. A few days later, some close friends, employed within the judicial system, approached me to discuss Jiang Yang's case. They informed me that the charges against him were defined by the higher-ups. He has consistently refused to confess, and my defense from the perspective of presumption of innocence has placed the judicial officials in a precarious position. They disclosed that the leadership would not alter the characterization of this case if I continued to advocate for Jiang Yang's innocence without regard for the larger context. My lawyer's license could face complications during the annual review. Furthermore, Jiang Yang's refusal to confess would lead to further delays in court proceedings, prolonging his suffering in custody. Upon hearing this, Yin Liang's countenance gradually darkened, as this was a blatant threat veiled as a concern for the greater good. Zhang Chao pursed his lips. They took me to meet a leader who assured me that, should Jiang Yang confess, the charges would remain unchanged. Given the relatively minor sum involved, which amounted to merely 200,000, he could be sentenced to the lightest penalty, possibly even probation. Having already served a portion of his sentence, the time served could offset the remaining duration, allowing for his immediate release. Moreover, Jiang Yang's position as a civil servant would be preserved. This was a solution that upheld their dignity while also serving the best interests of both Jiang Yang and myself. And he urged me to persuade Jiang Yang. He sighed. I attempted to engage Jiang Yang in a discussion, but initially, he resisted. Believing that guilt equates to guilt and innocence to innocence. A guilty party should abide by the law. How could one both confess and evade legal consequences? We conversed extensively until we arrived at the topic of his family. His ex-wife lacked stable employment, and he had a son to support. He needed to compromise with reality to maintain his civil service position, which is a responsibility befitting a man. He bowed his head and penned a confession, subsequently admitting guilt in court. He offered a wry smile. As you are already aware of the outcome, the court leader had deceived us. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 3 years and lost his job. Yin Liang and Zhao Taiman remained silent, absorbed in their thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Taiman cleared his throat. Breaking the oppressive quietude, can you now reveal who was responsible for Jiang Yang's death? This lies within the purview of your investigation. It should not be directed at me. Are you still unwilling to disclose? Regarding Jiang Yang's demise, you ought to inquire with Hu Yilong and Sun Hongyan. Zhao Tiamin's eyes narrowed. Rest assured, we will ask. Zhang Chao smiled faintly and remarked, so, it seems you are not intimidated by the exterior of this decade-old building and are interested in taking a look inside. Yin Liang inquired, what is it like inside? Can you tell us now? Certainly. Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, but I must add a condition. What is it? I request that, exceptionally this time, my interrogation be conducted in the presence of all members of the Special Task Force. Zhao Taiman frowned and asked, why? Zhang Chao chuckled. This condition must be fulfilled to prove that you genuinely wish to scrutinize the interior of the building. Chapter 57 in April 2012. As spring blossomed and all things revived, Director Wu of the prosecutor's office held a large envelope in his hand as he strolled down a bustling street. Amidst the throngs of people, his gaze fell upon a small shop not far away, barely 3 or 4 square meters, a tiny space rented out from the neighboring store. A sign outside proclaimed services for mobile phone repairs, film application, and the buying and selling of second-hand phones, alongside quick charging for devices. A glass counter separated the entrance. behind which lay a few second-hand mobile phones while a man was intently focused on repairing a device. Director Wu paused, observing the man for an extended period, seemingly gathering considerable resolve before slowly approaching him. Upon reaching the counter, he halted and stood there, silently scrutinizing the man within. After a while, the man noticed a shadow cast by the sunlight upon him. When the silhouette remained still for too long, he lifted his head and, after some effort and recognition, broke into a bright smile. Director Wu, Xiao Jiang. Emotion welled up in Director Wu's eyes as he gazed at the man before him. Although barely over 30, he had already begun to show signs of graying hair. The smile revealed deep forehead creases and crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. He was no longer the handsome, capable, and resilient Jiang Yang, brimming with vitality. Jiang Yang pushed the counter aside and warmly invited him inside. Director Wu leaned against the wall, surveying the modest shop, before shifting his gaze to the former prosecutor, with whom he had shared many years of collaboration. After a moment of hesitation, he gently asked, "How have you fared in the 6 months since your release?" Jiang Yang scratched his head, smiling nonchalantly, "Not too bad. During my sentence, I participated in vocational training and learned mobile phone repair, so at least I possess a skill now." "You, a distinguished graduate from Zhejiang University." Director Wu's throat tightened, feeling a lump form. Jiang Yang chuckled dismissively, "That has nothing to do with education. Who says a Zhejiang University graduate can't repair phones? Others from Peking University have even resorted to pig slaughtering. As long as I can support myself, life goes on." "You were unjustly imprisoned," Director Wu said, his fingers tightening around the envelope. "I heard you have been appealing to the municipal prosecutor's office and the provincial high prosecutor's office." Jiang Yang's smile faded, and he stated earnestly, "I spent 3 years in wrongful imprisonment, a victim of deception, coerced into signing a confession. I will relentlessly seek justice, even if my appeals are repeatedly denied. This is a joint ruling by the public prosecution and law enforcement, and seeking exoneration is an arduous task, indeed." A hint of wariness flickered in Jiang Yang's eyes, and his tone turned icy. "Director Wu, you have come to persuade me to abandon my appeal, haven't you?" Director Wu, with his head bowed, remained silent. "Impossible," Jiang Yang scoffed, shaking his head. "It is utterly out of the question. Seeking justice for my wrongful conviction is merely the first step. My intentions are not solely for my own sake." Director Wu gestured with his hand, slowly nodding. "I understand. Your pursuit is not for yourself, but to bring Sun Hongyun and the others to justice." Jiang Yang was instantly stirred. "But I have no evidence. Where have the pieces of evidence gathered over the years vanished to?" His eyes involuntarily reddened. Witnesses were silenced. The murderer perished in police custody. And what of the ordeal I endured with Zhu Wei? Can I not fight for justice? If such matters cannot be resolved fairly, what purpose does the law serve? Director Wu stood up, gripping Jiang Yang's shoulders firmly, squeezing them with palpable weight. After a long pause, he seemed to struggle with his words. "I will retire this month. Throughout these years, one thing has lingered in my heart. Each time I recall it, I question whether my initial decision was misguided." Jiang Yang lifted his gaze, noticing the tears streaming down the older man's face. "I possess several photographs related to Ho Guiping," he continued. "Ho Guiping reported to the prosecution that Yu Jun had sexually assaulted a young girl 3 times, and I was the one who received him. During the last instance, he informed me that he had approached the police, but they claimed to have already investigated. The semen found within the body of the deceased girl did not match Yu Jun's, and thus, they refused to file a case. Unconvinced, he took a camera to follow Yu Jun. Ultimately, he tracked him to a hotel where he observed Yu Jun delivering another girl to the Khan Hotel. At the entrance, Yu Jun handed the girl over to several adult men, one of whom escorted her into the hotel. After the others had departed, Ho Guiping rushed into the hotel in an attempt to rescue the girl, but was expelled by security. He had captured the entire sequence of events on film, stating that while it might not directly prove the coercion of the girl into prostitution, the evidence was sufficient for the police to initiate an investigation. However, upon presenting the photographs to the police, they still refused to take action. He was left with no choice but to make copies of the photographs and deliver them to our prosecution office. Director Wu organized his thoughts, reminiscing about the day Ho Guiping came to see him, and he recalled that passionate young teacher who volunteered to educate. Tears brimmed in his eyes. And what happened next? Jiang Yang furrowed his brow, perusing the photographs which, taken outdoors, seemed to lack substantial evidence of their wrongdoing. Besides these photographs, Ho Guiping had also brought a list of names of several girls, claiming they were victims taken by Yu Jun for sexual exploitation. He acknowledged that the list might not be entirely accurate, as it was gleaned from conversations with other students. But he believed that investigating based on this information could lead to the identification of the victims. Jiang Yang anxiously inquired, "Did you send anyone to investigate?" Director Wu pressed his lips together for a long while before finally lowering his head. "No, I advised Ho Guiping not to involve himself in this matter. It would not bode well for him. He was extremely angry, furious, in fact, and then he left." Jiang Yang cried out in anguish, "Why did you not investigate? There are photographs and a list. Are these clues not sufficient? If you had investigated at that time, would anyone have died? Would anyone have been imprisoned?" Director Wu sighed deeply, his guilt palpable. "I lacked your courage. The individuals in those photographs hold significant power. I dared not." He covered his face with his hands and began to weep uncontrollably. This was the first time Jiang Yang had witnessed such a vulnerable side of Director Wu. An elderly man on the verge of retirement, sobbing openly. He could no longer bring himself to blame him. Instead, he placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, feeling a profound sense of helplessness wash over him. Chapter 58, so that was it. With his hair now mostly gray, Zhu Wei lifted a yellowed photograph and burst into laughter, ultimately stopping only when the laughter made his nose tingle and his eyes redden. Jiang Yang hesitated, observing him. "Is there something wrong with the photograph? It seems quite ordinary, hardly evidence that proves anything. Yet you and Director Wu seem to regard these photographs as crucial." Zhu Wei nodded emphatically. "Indeed, they are of utmost importance. Do you not understand? Ho Guiping perished because he took this photograph." Jiang Yang remained puzzled. "Can you identify who is in the photograph?" Yu Jun, Li Jiangguo, Hu Yilong, Sun Hongyun. These individuals are all present in the image, along with a few others who seem familiar, but whose names elude me. The man accompanying the girl appears recognizable, yet I cannot recall entirely. Zhu Wei pointed decisively at the man entering with the young girl in the photograph. That was the executive vice mayor at the time, now the provincial vice governor. Xia Liping. Jiang Yang gasped in shock. Zhu Wei continued. Xia Liping held immense power then, overseeing daily operations in Jin City. Thus, when your Director Wu saw him, he realized he was powerless in this case and urged Ho Guiping to let it go. However, Ho Guiping persisted, believing he had uncovered pivotal evidence and presented it to the Public Security Bureau, which inevitably led Li Jiangguo to see this photograph, although not concrete evidence. What might happen if this photograph were to be exposed? How could Xia Liping possibly explain bringing a young girl into a hotel? Sun Hongyun and his associates would resort to offering sexual bribes to individuals like Xia Liping to secure illicit gains. If this case were to be investigated, it would erupt into a scandal of monumental proportions. Thus, they felt compelled to risk murdering Ho Guiping, committing even graver crimes to retrieve the photograph at all costs. The subsequent deaths of Ding Chunmei and Wang Haijun were merely further transgressions they committed to cover up their initial wrongdoing, including our own predicaments, all thanks to this photograph. Jiang Yang shook his head in disbelief. At that time, we coerced Yu Jun, and he never implicated any high-ranking officials. Zhu Wei scoffed dismissively. Yu Jun could at most recognize Li Jiangguo. He had no connections to any high-ranking officials. He merely played the role of a lowly predator, selecting prey. The dealings above him were far beyond his comprehension, which is why he remains alive and unscathed. Jiang Yang reclined in his chair, memories of the past 10 years flooding back vividly. Zhu Wei rested one hand against his cheek while the other languidly held a cigarette, his gaze distant and unfocused. Time passed in this manner until Jiang Yang straightened his posture, prompting Zhu Wei to do the same. Jiang Yang looked at him and smiled faintly. "Shui, go ahead. How shall we investigate?" Zhu Wei playfully punched him and laughed. "I knew you would want to continue digging. What can we do? Did I serve 3 years in vain? Did you attend classes for those years without purpose? Failing all subjects, sigh, seeing your foolishness, how did you manage to solve cases as a police officer?" Zhu Wei burst into laughter. "Indeed, too foolish to crack a case, which is why I've left criminal investigation to work at the precinct, mediating marital disputes, helping people find lost wallets, and wasting time with dubious characters. And you, a distinguished student from Zhejiang University, so clever yet unable to become a prosecutor, resorting to phone repairs, such lofty aspirations. Do you look down on phone repairs? At least I provided you with leads on a phone theft ring, allowing you to earn accolades. Yes, I received a 200 yuan bonus and spent 300 treating you to hot pot. You also brought your precinct brothers along. So I certainly didn't consume it all myself." The two erupted into laughter, and after a prolonged moment of release, Zhu Wei solemnly stated, "So many years have passed. Regardless of how the initial assault case unfolded, There is no longer any physical evidence, and all direct proof has vanished. However, we can locate the girls on Hoguaping's list, hear their accounts of what transpired, and then report this to the Discipline Inspection Commission. The provincial and national commissions will certainly take action, as long as they send someone to investigate. This is merely the beginning. Sun Hongyun, Xiao Liping, and the others must have additional corruption evidence that we must uncover. Jiang Yang extended his palm, and they exchanged a high five, a tacit understanding. Exactly what I was thinking. Chapter 59. Can we have some confidence? There are 4 girls in total on the list. Wang Meixiang is deceased, and we have only questioned 1 so far. There are still 2 remaining. Zhu Wei draped his arm over Jiang Yang's shoulder as they walked. Yesterday, the one who absolutely denied ever being taken away by Yu Jun as a child spoke with such conviction. It hardly seemed like a lie. Could it be that Hoguaping's list is mistaken? Who knows? Director Wu mentioned that Hoguaping told him the list was privately gathered from students. So it might not be entirely accurate, but there must be victims among them. Look, here comes the second one. Let us hope for good fortune. Is this the place? Are you certain? I expended considerable effort to trace this Wang Xueme's hometown to gather this information. Let us proceed quickly, tonight. Old Shen has prepared a feast to welcome us to Hangzhou for inspection. Haha. Zhu Wei tugged him forward, but Jiang Yang halted in his tracks. Gazing up at the vibrant sign of a massage parlor adorned with mermaids, a scrolling screen displaying the words, massage, oil pressure, relaxation. Jiang Yang turned to him earnestly. Are you absolutely sure this is the right place? Of course, number 11. Easy to remember. We'll be eating and staying here. So the person is bound to be inside. Zhu Wei pulled him inside with determination. The establishment is divided into 2 levels. Upon their entrance, a voluptuous woman clad in a pink, ultra-short uniform immediately stood up and warmly greeted them. Are you 2? Please proceed upstairs. Before leaving the front desk, she guided them up the stairs. Jiang Yang, blushing slightly, hesitated and asked, could you please call Wang Xueme? We need to speak with her outside. The woman promptly furrowed her brow and replied, you must discuss this privately with her. We cannot leave the premises. We just want. Zhu Wei quickly interjected, it's all right. Let's head upstairs first. Table 11. Jiang Yang turned back in surprise at Zhu Wei, his thoughts echoing, you understand this well. You too, table 11. Do you need anything else? Can I order? Zhu Wei hastily declined. I have other matters to attend to. Please take care of my friend here. Make sure he is well looked after. I will settle the bill later. He forcefully pushed the still astonished Jiang Yang up the stairs and gleefully escaped outside. Completely bewildered, Jiang Yang was led into a dimly lit room of about 7 or 8 square meters. The woman pointed to a corner shower room, instructing him to wash up first. As table 11 would arrive shortly, Jiang Yang stood awkwardly in place, surveying his surroundings. After a while, a young woman, similarly attired in uniform, entered the room. While not conventionally beautiful, her features were striking enough. Is this your first visit? The girl inquired gently, please wash up first. What service would you like? What service? Jiang Yang stammered nervously. The girl smiled alluringly. Body scrub 228, breast massage 328, complete foot treatment 598, full nudity 789. Jiang Yang swallowed hard, straightened his posture, and stammered. I don't want any of that. I just wanted to. The girl interrupted him. We do not offer comprehensive services here, currently. We only have partial offerings. Rest assured, you will have a delightful experience. As she spoke, she approached him, reaching to unzip his pants. Jiang Yang instinctively stepped back and blurted out, do you remember Hoguaping? The girl froze, and after a few seconds, she looked at him seriously. Who are you? I am a former classmate of Hoguaping, he replied. What do you want? Did you ever encounter any incidents involving a small stool? Enough. The girl snapped sharply. I will not engage in your business. Find someone else. She turned to leave promptly. Jiang Yang urgently called after her. Hoguaping was your teacher. His death was a grave injustice, and after his passing, he was accused of being the murderer of Wang Meixiang. Do you know that? The girl paused for a moment. Her body rigid, then turned back, glaring at him angrily. What does that have to do with me? That was ages ago. Why are you asking about it now? I hope that the victims from back then can come forward. You were the class monitor. Hoguaping was very kind to his students. Can you? Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she pointed a trembling finger at him, choking back her emotions. That was so many years ago. Why are you bringing this up now? Who are you? I used to be a prosecutor. I investigated that case. Why didn't you apprehend me in the past? Why are you seeking me now? Do you see my current state? Why am I like this? Why? I apologize. But you should leave. Do you think I would be willing to revisit this? Regardless of who has perished or who remains, what concern is it of mine? I will not speak of it again. I yearn to forget. I do not know who the little bench is. I know no one. No matter what you wish to discuss. I have but one response. Impossible. Do not seek me. I wish to live my life. Please, go. The girl stood still, pointing at Jiang Yang. After a few moments of silent exchange, Jiang Yang quietly walked past her, opened the door, and slowly exited. Chapter 60. Come on, don't be shy. Our boss Chun is flourishing in business. Do not hesitate to indulge. Zhu Wei laughed heartily, pouring drinks for the three. Chun Mingzhang glanced at them, while Zhu Wei beamed with joy. Yet Jiang Yang maintained a furrowed brow, inquiring, "Did your endeavors this afternoon go smoothly?" Zhu Wei burst into laughter, saying, "The person we sought this afternoon is at the club. I initially intended for Xiao Jiang to converse first before switching to another technician for some relaxation. After all, when has he had the chance to indulge in leisure these past years?" Qin Mingzhang chuckled. Xiao Jiang would certainly be apprehensive. However, I must say, you were once quite the socialite. How is it that you now possess such knowledge of these establishments? I've spent years at the police station. How could I not engage with such venues? He waved dismissively, but do not misunderstand me. I still uphold my principles. And what became of Xiao Jiang? Zhu Wei sighed heavily. That girl is indeed a victim, yet she refuses to recount her past. Chun Mingzhang nodded. It is only human nature. Over a decade has passed. Would you wish to revisit it? Jiang Yang remained silent, downing a glass of liquor before pouring himself another. Zhu Wei consoled, do not despair. There is still one last chance. Perhaps the final girl, Gully, will be willing to come forward. Keep your spirits up. Today we shall not dwell on such matters. We are here in Hang City for a vacation, and old Chun will treat us well, sparing us any expense. Just thinking of this is uplifting. Do not wear a frown. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. Reluctantly, Jiang Yang donned a light-hearted smile, joining in the revelry. After a few rounds, Chen Mingzhang resumed his inquiry about his old friends. Shui, your son has also become a policeman. I have yet to present him with a red envelope. What is there to give? Zhu Wei dismissed with a wave. That lad lacks my genes. He finds the work of a criminal investigator too arduous and has opted for the economic investigation team. Do you know what they handle? Every day, a multitude of elderly women come to report scams or pyramid schemes. If you are kind to them, they get offended, berating you for not investigating their lost money. If your demeanor falters, they will promptly lodge a complaint. I wonder what this boy will amount to in the future. That's quite good. Why do you concern yourself so much with the affairs of children? Just like you worked as a detective, and eventually, you'll be promoted to the local police station, right? In a few years, if the national policy delays retirement, you'll likely retire as a security guard. Chen Mingzhang remarked, eliciting laughter from the three of them. Chen Mingzhang then turned to Jiang Yang. Little Jiang, your son is about to graduate from kindergarten, isn't he? He should be entering primary school in the second half of the year. I've prepared a red envelope for you. He produced a thick envelope. And despite Jiang Yang's attempts to decline, they insisted he accept it. With reddened eyes, he took the envelope, nearly moved to tears. Zhu Wei quickly raised his glass, calling out for a toast, forcing Jiang Yang's tears back. Qin Mingzhang looked at him with concern. Regardless of the outcome, after this phase, you should remarry that lady. I heard from Axa that she is still waiting for you at the little supermarket by your home, unmarried. Have you visited her since your release? Jiang Yang sniffled. I've seen her a few times, but my appeal isn't settled yet. So, listen to me, regardless of whether the appeal succeeds or not. By the end of this year, let us leave it at that, shall we? Let us remarry next year, and we will all be there to celebrate. Chen Mingzhang looked at him earnestly. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yang slowly nodded. They burst into laughter, raising their glasses to toast Jiang Yang. Warmth spread through Jiang Yang's heart as he tucked the red envelope into his pocket. After a few moments, he suddenly stood up, patting himself down. What's wrong? Zhu Wei inquired. I've lost my wallet, Jiang Yang replied anxiously, searching again to confirm it was truly gone, his face contorted in distress. It must have slipped from his pocket when he escaped this afternoon. Zhu Wei asked, how much did you have? Not too much, less than 1,000, Jiang Yang answered. Zhu Wei quickly responded, old Qin will reimburse you. That's no problem, right? Not an issue, Chen Mingzhang affirmed. Forget about it for now. Let us just enjoy the drink. Zhu Wei urged him to sit back down. Jiang Yang's eyes began to redden further. My ID, bank cards. I need to replace all those. Zhu Wei waved his hand dismissively. I handle these matters at the police station, don't worry. This afternoon. We'll have a complete service. Just leave it to me. But I still lost my wallet, Jiang Yang murmured, repeating his lament. A few moments later, he burst into tears. Zhu Wei and Chen Mingzhang watched him silently, not uttering a word or making any move. Over the past decade, he had endured so much, frowning, worrying, and raging, but he had always managed to smile, holding on to hope and stepping forward. In these 10 years, he had never shed a single tear. Yet today, simply losing his wallet drove him to weep. Unprecedented, uncontrollable sobs. After a long while, exhausted from crying, Jiang Yang began to cough loudly. Zhu Wei and Chen Mingzhang moved to his sides, patting him as he continued to cough violently. Suddenly, blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Chapter 61. Gao Dong pondered, rubbing his nose. Zhang Chao insisted on revealing the truth only in front of the entire task force. Indeed, Zhao Tiamin's expression betrayed his discomfort. Uncertain of what sensitive matters Zhang might wish to disclose before so many. What did Yin Liang suggest? He proposed convening the meeting, yet, as an outsider to the system, he felt no obligation to consider the larger implications. Gao Dong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment and remarked, "If you do not acquiesce to his demands, it seems you may be at an impasse with him, for his resolve is unwavering." Gao Dong smiled and offered his counsel, then proceed as he requests. "You are merely fulfilling your duty in pursuit of solving the Jiangyang case, without concern for the myriad factors at play behind the scenes." He paused momentarily, lowering his voice to emphasize, "Remember, you are acting solely in the interest of your professional responsibilities, for the sake of justice, addressing the issues rather than individuals, with no intent to target anyone." The following day, Zhao Taiman contacted various departments to reconvene the task force. During the meeting, he revealed that Zhang Chao was willing to disclose the truth about the case, but only in the presence of all task force members. Most participants did not oppose this condition, given the case's significant impact and the ongoing scrutiny from various sectors regarding the police's investigative progress. The task force's immediate priority was to resolve the case swiftly and quell the unrest. However, some believed this was a deliberate ploy by the suspect to undermine the state's authority and thus refused to accept the proposal. Ultimately, after deliberation, the task force voted in favor of this decision, with a few dissenters opting to step outside to make phone calls. Zhao Taiman feigned ignorance, fully focused on solving the case, and led the group to the detention center. In a makeshift interrogation room, Zhang Chao encountered the leaders of the task force, including representatives from public security and the prosecution. He cast a furtive glance at Yin Liang and Zhao Taiman, who could discern the gratitude reflected in his eyes. Subsequently, Zhang Chao began recounting the case of Hou Guiping. He detailed how Jia Yang took over the case and how Li Jiangguo and others obstructed the investigation, ultimately leading to considerable difficulties before it was officially filed. After the inquiry commenced, key witness Ding Chunmei vanished that very night, never to be heard from again. Another crucial witness, Yu Jun, was brought to the police station to assist with the investigation, only to be thwarted by Li Jiangguo and his associates during the interrogation, which almost resulted in his demise. Zhu Wei resorted to coercive tactics, but the audio recordings were dismissed as illegally obtained evidence, leading to Zhu's detention and dismissal, followed by mandatory retraining for 3 years. Zhang Yang found himself entirely isolated within his workplace, and his girlfriend, who had initially supported him, departed. Years later, the investigation unveiled Wang Haijun's involvement in the murder of Ding Chunmei under Hu Yilong's instigation. However, Wang Haijun suddenly died in the police station under suspicious circumstances, with needle marks found on his body, while the investigating officer, Li Jiangguo, faced no repercussions. Zhang Yang pursued the investigation into Wang Haijun's unnatural death, yet he was soon ensnared by Hu Yilong, who took his son hostage. Following a confrontation between him and Zhu Wei against Hu Yilong, both were suspended from their duties. Subsequently, he proposed a divorce to his wife, choosing to fight alone, compiling materials to report the long-standing injustices to higher authorities, only to be framed by Hu Yilong for bribery and subsequently detained. Zhang Chao became Jiang Yang's defense attorney, fully aware that, within the prevailing judicial environment, there was a considerable likelihood of winning the case on legal grounds. Yet, he found it exceedingly difficult to alter the case's classification. After being compelled to concede to various pragmatic realities and falling prey to the false promises of others, he believed that as long as Jiang Yang pleaded guilty, he would be sentenced to probation and retain his public office. However, after persuading Jiang Yang to follow this path, Jiang Yang was still sentenced to 3 years in prison. The decade-long quest for justice in this wrongful conviction is nothing short of harrowing. Starting from the death of Ho Guiping, the criminal gang. In a bid to conceal their initial crime of using a girl for sexual bribery, continued to commit increasingly grave offenses, targeting whistleblowers, obliterating evidence, and expanding the web of deceit. One can only imagine the trepidation in Sun Hongyun's heart when he first resorted to bribing officials. However, as he continued to commit more significant crimes to cover up the earlier ones, malfeasance became habitual. People can no longer recall the time of their first traffic violation. Once one transgresses, subsequent violations inevitably follow. An earnest police officer and a compassionate prosecutor were ultimately driven to this dire extent. The interrogation persisted for an extended duration, during which no inquiries were posed, as all present quietly listened to Zhang Chao recount this incredible truth. Zhang Chao remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no agitation, rebuke, or complaint, merely sharing his narrative with patience. This tale spanned an entire decade, and those listening felt as though they had lived through the 10 years alongside him. When he finally concluded, it seemed as though everyone could finally breathe again. After a prolonged silence, a prosecutor finally posed the question lingering in many minds. Do you possess any evidence for what you have recounted? Zhang Chao slowly shook his head. All substantive evidence has been obliterated. What remains are merely those so-called pieces of evidence deemed illegally obtained at the time. Following a murmur of whispers, someone inquired further. You lack evidence, and given the passage of time, we are unable to gather any. How can we trust you? Zhang Chao calmly replied, I do not seek your belief. I merely wish for you to be aware that such a story exists. The individual gazed at him skeptically. You are well aware that our collective presence here today is not merely to hear such a tale. Zhang Chao smiled. Indeed. You are high-ranking officials, burdened with many responsibilities. The reason for our gathering today is indeed due to Jiang Yang's demise. However, before addressing this matter, I would like to take a few more minutes of your time to discuss something else. Initially, upon learning of Ho Guiping's murder, Jiang Yang suspected it was due to his reporting of Yu Jun's sexual assault on a young girl. However, as he gradually unearthed inconsistencies, he questioned why the assailant would risk committing murder while already facing a greater crime if the girl had not been assaulted by Yu Jun. It was only after his release from prison that he discovered the truth. That year, he obtained several photographs taken by Ho Guiping, depicting the then deputy mayor of Jin City, now deputy mayor Xia Liping, entering a hotel with a young girl. He observed the gravity etched on the faces of others in the images, yet he continued to maintain his composure. He clarified that while those photographs did not constitute evidence of Xia Liping's criminality, the abnormal behavior of such a prominent official captured in the photographs was enough to cost Ho Guiping his life. Why did Hu Yilong transfer a sum of 200,000 yuan to Jiang Yang before his demise? It was because Jiang Yang had called him regarding certain photographs, expressing his intention to sell them. However, after Hu paid the deposit, Jiang Yang rescinded the transaction. A detective inquired, Do you believe Hu Yilong murdered Jiang Yang? Zhang Chao merely smiled ambiguously. That is difficult to ascertain. But why did you confess and then retract your statement? The answer to this question, I cannot divulge at present, unless you agree to fulfill another request of mine. A prosecutor asked, What is your request? Do you wish to reopen a case from a decade ago? But you lack evidence, and after so many years, we cannot uncover any substantial proof. Zhang Chao shook his head. I'm not seeking to overturn the case. Yin Liang suddenly interjected, Then what exactly do you desire? My demand, I believe, after viewing those photographs, Professor Yin can surmise. Where are the photographs? In a commonplace file bag within my home bookshelf. After the meeting, Zhao Tan privately consulted Yin Liang regarding the case. Soon after, he received a phone call. Upon hanging up, he cast a peculiar glance at Yin Liang and remarked, I am certain Jiang Yang was not killed at the behest of Hu Yilong. Yin Liang, appearing already aware, replied, It is indeed impossible that Hu Yilong was involved. Why did you not mention this earlier? Zhao Tan complained. Yin Liang sighed, gazing into the distance, and slowly remarked, I had long suspected that this case harbored a significant story behind it. I did not wish for my own trivial cleverness to disrupt Zhang Chao and the others' plans. I hope your special investigation team can follow their lead. For only then can this story reach a broader audience. Zhao Tan pursed his lips, understanding the logic of his compassionate teacher. After a moment of reflection, he sighed. I have inquired about Hu Yilong's 200,000 yuan payment to Jiang Yang. He admitted to providing the sum, yet made no mention of the photographs, claiming instead that after Zhang's release, he continually harassed both their company and himself, alleging that his imprisonment was a result of Hu's report of his solicitation of bribes, seeking some form of compensation. Initially, He ignored these claims and even contemplated reporting them to the authorities. Ultimately, he provided the funds out of sympathy. As Jiang Yang was already in the late stages of lung cancer, with a diagnostic report from the provincial tumor hospital, Yin Liang paused, not surprised, and slowly stated, "It is no wonder you chose this path. A man unafraid of death is impervious to fear." Zhao Taiman, still perplexed, shook his head. Jiang Yang did not have health insurance, and the hospitals were not interconnected, so we had no knowledge of his late-stage lung cancer. Thus, it appears he may have committed suicide to orchestrate a significant incident, drawing societal attention to this decade-long narrative. However, we conducted various assessments initially, all indicating homicide. How could he have accomplished suicide? Was Zhang Chao complicit? That seems implausible. If Zhang Chao aided in a suicide, it would not evade our forensic evaluation. Yin Liang pursed his lips. Let us not forget Qinming Zhang. He is an expert. The tools used for your assessments were produced by his company, and he possesses a profound understanding of the principles of identification, making it entirely feasible for him to simulate signs of homicide. Zhao Taiman suddenly realized, Qinming Zhang is also entangled in this case? But why would Zhang Chao be willing to sacrifice his own freedom to expose this matter? It is essential to understand that Zhang Chao is implicated in jeopardizing public safety. A few years of imprisonment are inevitable. Even if he shares a close bond with Jiang Yang, relinquishing his career and family for such a monumental sacrifice is something that an ordinary person cannot fathom. Yin Liang sighed. He must truly love Li Jing. Chapter 62. When Jiang Yang awoke, he found himself surrounded by 5 individuals: Zhu Wei, the couple Qinming Zhang, Zhang Chao, and Li Jing. The 5 gazed at him with anxious eyes. He slowly turned his head, surveying the room before looking at Qinming Zhang and smiling. An independent ward? What a privilege for an old comrade. Qinming Zhang offered a wry smile in return. How long do I have? What do you mean, how long? Zhu Wei interjected. Even your sister is here, along with teacher Zhang and Li Jing. It seems time is short. Jiang Yang chuckled. Let me take a guess. My medical knowledge is limited. But this situation typically indicates cancer. I recall coughing up blood. Lung cancer? Qinming Zhang's expression darkened, and all present lowered their heads. Late stage? Zhu Wei hastily replied. No. Absolutely not late stage. Qinming Zhang clarified. It's mid-stage, with a high possibility of recovery. Is that so? Jiang Yang regarded him with skepticism. After a moment, Qinming Zhang amended his statement. It lies between mid-stage and late stage, truly in between. You can refer to the test results. Jiang Yang stared blankly at the ceiling. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly inquired with a smile, Do my wife and son know? Qinming Zhang nodded slowly. They are on their way and will arrive by evening. When can I be discharged? Just focus on recuperating. I will arrange for you to receive treatment abroad. You will surely recover. Jiang Yang took a deep breath and smiled. I know a bit about this illness. The mortality rate in the mid to late stage is significant. Even with treatment, the odds of survival over a few years are slim. He paused for a considerable time. There are still many things I have yet to accomplish. Zhu Wei retorted angrily. What more do you intend to do? Time is running out. I must try again. Jiang Yang insisted. Qinming Zhang shook his head. Even if your appeal is successful, what then? A few 100,000 in state compensation. Does that hold any meaning? It does. Jiang Yang sat up in his hospital bed, gazing at them with solemnity. I possess photographs and a list of victims. I must bring this to light. I seek justice. At this moment, Zhang Chao approached, sighing, and said, Jiang Yang, I told you from the beginning that this case cannot be resolved. Your refusal to relent has led to these 10 years. To hell with that. Zhu Wei strode over, gripping Zhang Chao by the neck and pushing him against the wall. Furiously rebuking, what right do you have to speak about Jiang Yang in such a manner? Has he done anything wrong? He has been innocent from the start. You, a university professor, presumed to be wise and knowledgeable. You were the first to notice the discrepancies yet remained silent, resulting in everything that followed. Moreover, you led Jiang Yang to confess, causing him to serve 3 years in prison. In this world, there exists a plethora of individuals who consider themselves astute. Yet it is precisely this breed of scoundrels, like Sun Hongyun and his ilk, who act with impunity. Others hurriedly intervened to separate them. Zhang Chao struggled to defend himself, stating, the 3 years in prison for Jiang Yang were indeed a result of my deception, but in such a judicial climate, overturning a case is utterly impossible. Why? Before he could finish, Zhu Wei struck him squarely in the face, cutting off his words. You are nothing but a true villain. Why didn't you raise any doubts back then? You wished for Hou Guiping to die without clarity. You sought to claim Li Jing for yourself. and you would be delighted to see Ho Guiping unjustly perish. When Li Jing approached Xiao Jiang to assist with the investigation, you covertly advised Xiao Jiang not to disturb her life. Isn't your sole intent to make Li Jing completely forget about Ho Guiping? I have seen through your deceitful intentions from the start. I refrained from voicing them out of consideration for you. Yet you still have the audacity to speak today. Chen Mingzhang and the ailing Jiang Yang desperately clung to Zhu Wei, pulling him back. Zhu Wei, as strong as an ox, was initially unyielding. But upon noticing Jiang Yang also pulling at him, he suddenly relented his strength, moved to the window, and breathed heavily in anger. He pulled out a cigarette, only to remember Jiang Yang's affliction with lung cancer. In frustration, he hurled the entire pack out of the window, which fortuitously landed atop a passing woman's head. The woman looked up, and Zhu Wei shouted angrily, "What are you staring at?" Terrified, she averted her gaze, muttering insults under her breath before hastily departing. Tears streamed down Li Jing's face, clinging to her skin as she coldly regarded her husband. Zhang Chao anxiously explained, "It's not as he says. I didn't mean to, No need to say any more." Li Jing's frigid voice echoed in the hospital room. Zhang Chao's conflicted gaze met hers. "I did this for everyone's good. You should leave. You should return." Zhang Chao stood in silence for a long while, ultimately moving slowly towards the door. He quietly turned his head. "What about you?" "I will stay here with Jiang Yang." Li Jing did not even glance at him. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Chao opened the door and exited the hospital room. Chapter 63, September 2012. In a private room of a tea house in Hangzhou, 5 individuals entered together. With Zhang Chao lingering slightly apart, his expression perpetually awkward. Although the others repeatedly urged Zhu Wei not to take his frustrations out on Zhang Chao, the disdain in Zhu Wei's gaze remained unmistakably unfriendly. Zhu Wei lamented, "Ever since Xiao Jiang fell ill, I have been compelled to quit smoking whenever we meet." "Xiao Jiang, you must recover swiftly." Jiang Yang smiled. "I don't mind. Go ahead and smoke. After all these years of inhaling your smoke, I would find it strange if you didn't tea." Suddenly, Zhu Wei's countenance darkened as he lowered his head. "Had it not been for the 10 years of second-hand smoke you subjected me to, perhaps." Jiang Yang quickly reassured him, "Don't say that. It is fate. Those who smoke often remain unscathed. I simply drew the short straw." Zhu Wei sat there, sighing deeply, mimicking the action of smoking with his hand, repeatedly clenching his fist. Jiang Yang swiftly changed the subject. "So, how is your investigation into Guli coming along?" "I have chemotherapy again next week, and I hope to hear some good news." "Guli?" Zhu Wei furrowed his brow. "Haven't you found anything about her?" Zhu Wei shook his head and said, "I have found out that she is in a mental institution." "A mental institution?" "She lost her sanity a decade ago." Jiang Yang responded solemnly. "How could she have gone mad?" "She withdrew from school before Ho Guiping resigned. And the reason for her withdrawal was that she was pregnant and returned home to give birth." Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhu Wei licked his lips and continued. "She gave birth to a boy. I learned that this boy was later sold to the family of Yujun, arranged by her grandparents. Subsequently, it remains unclear whether her madness stemmed from her child being sold or the unbearable gossip, but she went insane and was sent to a mental institution. Her grandparents also passed away in the following years. She is still in that institution." Jiang Yang's eyes gradually widened. "When we first found Ding Chunmei and Yujun, Ding Chunmei had a child. Do you remember?" Zhu Wei nodded. "That child is now attending an expensive private primary school in Hangzhou. Yujun picks him up and drops him off every day, and the child refers to Yujun as brother." "Yujun? How can he afford to send the child to a private school?" "The child is not Yujun's. The car Yujun drives belongs to the Khan Group, and he lives in a townhouse in Binjiang. The expenses should be covered by Sun Hongyun." Jiang Yang asked coldly, "Is the child Sun Hongyun's?" Zhu Wei shook his head. "No." "Then whose is it? Do you remember?" "The child's surname is Xia." Jiang Yang was taken aback, and after a moment, slowly said, "The child is Xia Liping's?" Zhu Wei nodded slowly. "He is currently the deputy minister of the organization department. Do you have evidence?" Jiang Yang inquired urgently. "No." Zhu Wei shook his head helplessly and continued, "It is quite convenient for me to check on someone at the police station. I quickly found out that Gu Liguang is in a mental institution. While inquiring with local villagers, I unexpectedly learned that she had given birth early on, and the child was sold to Yujun's family. The adoption registration time for the child from Yujun's family coincides perfectly with the time Guli's child was sold. After extensive inquiries in Jin City and Hangzhou, I finally located this child. I also visited the mental institution, where I learned from the doctors that all of Guli's expenses are covered by Hualong. This child visits Guli in the institution every few months and lives in Hangzhou most of the time. I also discovered through surveillance that Xia Liping frequently comes to see the child on weekends, taking him out to play. Xia Liping has another family and an adult daughter. And he seems to place great importance on this son, risking exposure of his illegitimate child. However, all of this is merely my investigation without any concrete evidence. At that moment, Li Jing suddenly asked, when was the adoption procedure completed? In April 2002, when the child was about 6 months old, Zhu Wei replied. Li Jing pondered for a moment and said, even if we calculate from April 2002, going back 9 months to account for Guli's pregnancy, was she not yet 14 years old at that time? Zhu Wei shook his head. No. Li Jing exclaimed with delight. This is the evidence. Jelly is still alive, confined within a psychiatric hospital. Surely, your police station can obtain Jelly's household registration information by conducting a paternity test between the child and Jelly. As well as Xia Liping's blood, it would incontrovertibly establish that the child belongs to Xia Liping and Jelly. Jelly was under 14 weeks pregnant at the time, and Xia Liping's actions then amounted to rape. This constitutes direct evidence. There is no need to seek witnesses or material evidence with this alone. Xia Liping cannot escape his criminal responsibility, can he? She lifted her head, gazing hopefully at the crowd, only to find their faces devoid of mirth. Legally, I am not mistaken, am I? Seeking affirmation from their expressions once more, she realized that none responded. After a moment, her husband, Zhang Chao, spoke slowly. You are indeed correct, but there is nothing we can do. Why? Li Jing asked, perplexed. Xia Liping is the deputy minister of the organization department. If you report him for fathering a child with a mentally ill woman, the disciplinary committee will ask for evidence. Without it, we can only resort to a paternity test. But on what grounds can we demand such a test? If baseless accusations require a paternity test, then anyone could claim any child is the illegitimate offspring of a leader. And it would necessitate verification. The procedure does not operate this way. Such accusations cannot be entertained. She observed the expressions of the crowd, understanding that her husband's words resonated with them all. A sense of unwillingness gripped her, yet she felt utterly powerless. The direct evidence, so palpably close and sufficient to establish a criminal charge, even potentially leading to the exposure of Sun Hongyun's group through Xia Liping's investigation, was tantalizingly near, yet forever out of reach. It was akin to a dog trapped within a glass enclosure, the grass mere inches away, yet unable to step beyond. After a while, Zhang Chao inhaled deeply and continued, Jiang Yang, let us set this matter aside for the time being. Focus on your recovery. I will act as your attorney and appeal to the procuratorate to rectify the injustice of your 3 years of imprisonment. Zhu Wei could not suppress a derisive laugh. Lawyer Zhang does not come cheap, and neither Jiang nor I possess such funds. As for whether Old Chen wishes to hire such a prominent lawyer, that depends on his inclination. Remember, it was you who caused Jiang to be imprisoned back then. Who knows your true intentions? Qinming Zhang quietly interjected, could you refrain from speaking so much? Zhu Wei, begrudgingly, sealed his lips. I will not charge you, Zhang Chao said awkwardly, casting a glance at his wife, who offered no response. He immediately sagged, lowering his head to say, regardless of how you perceive me, I wish to undertake some actions to atone for my past folly. You are all remarkably brave. Jiang Yang replied calmly, thank you, Teacher Zhang. However, I am currently in good health and can file my own appeal. I am well versed in the procedures, so I shall not trouble you. Zhang Chao had his retort on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed it back. Qinming Zhang sighed, saying, Lawyer Zhang's suggestion is commendable. I will make the decision on your behalf. I entrust everything to Lawyer Zhang. The fees cannot be entirely waived. They must be paid, and I will bear all expenses. Jiang, you have chemotherapy next week, so please take good care of your health and do not overexert yourself. In the coming days, I will arrange for your wife and son to come to Hangzhou to reside. I will ensure everything is settled. This is not acceptable. You have already done too much. Jiang Yang gazed at Qinming Zhang with deep emotion. Qinming Zhang waved his hand and chuckled. I have merely contributed a trifling amount of money. Throughout the years, I have observed everything you and Shui have accomplished from the sidelines, yet I have never mustered the courage to stand alongside you both. I am not a courageous person. You and Shui are individuals I genuinely admire from the depths of my heart. Chapter 64 in January 2013. Just after the new year. Inside the office of Qinming Zhang's company, Zhang Chao sat before the three of them, wearing a smile. The provincial high prosecutor's office has accepted Jiang Yang's appeal materials, but the process of rectifying a miscarriage of justice is invariably protracted. One cannot rush it. I will inquire every couple of weeks. There is, however, promising news. The new government is embarking on judicial reform. Last month, the Provincial High Court rectified the wrongful conviction of 5 individuals in the Shaoshan murder case, setting a significant precedent that has caused quite a stir nationwide. Various channels within the judicial realm indicate that a wave of rectifications for wrongful convictions is about to unfold across the country. This round of judicial reform instills great hope. The atmosphere is beginning to shift, and I firmly believe that Jiang Yang's case will ultimately be vindicated. Jiang Yang smiled and replied, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. No need for such formalities. This is the least I can do for you." At that moment, he suddenly noticed that both Zhu Wei and Qin Mingzhang had their heads bowed, remaining silent, showing no reaction to his previous remarks. Reflecting on the recent past, since he stepped into the room, only Jiang Yang had greeted him politely, while the other two appeared to be preoccupied. Zhu Wei did not express any malice, but rather seemed indifferent to what he had said. "What is the matter with you? Do you still feel that I?" Zhu Wei and Qin Mingzhang continued to remain silent. Jiang Yang explained to him, "It's not about you. It's just that the treatment has not been very effective, and the diagnosis is now terminal." Zhang Chao gasped in shock, his eyes beginning to redden. He understood that the mortality rate for late-stage lung cancer approached nearly 100% within 6 months. Jiang Yang maintained a nonchalant demeanor, smiling at the three of them. "Let us not wear such sorrowful expressions. I am still here, after all. It's not as if this is the first day I'm aware of this news. I've been mentally preparing for this day for 6 months. As for cancer, well, it's manageable. The last 2 or 3 weeks may be uncomfortable as it spreads throughout the body, but prior to that, it was merely like having a severe cold. Now I just occasionally cough, but it's no big deal. Come on, a shui, give everyone a smile." Zhu Wei rested his chin in his hands, staring at him, and after a moment, slowly broke into a smile, prompting the others to chuckle as well. Upon receiving the news of his terminal diagnosis, no one urged him to pursue treatment. They only wished for his happiness. That's the spirit. I am currently enjoying my days with my wife and children, and I am genuinely very happy. I am immensely grateful to all of you. As for the future, I am indifferent. Regarding the debt I owe old Qin, I fear I will not be able to repay it. Let us just consider it as interest accrued from the 800 you extorted from me back in the day, and call it even, shall we?" Qin Mingzhang laughed. "I guess I'm the unfortunate one for encountering a high-interest lender like you. The worst business decision of my life was that time I extorted 800 from you. One must consider the cost of living from years past. How many bowls of instant noodles must I consume to save up that 800 yuan, only for you to seize it so ruthlessly?" Laughter erupted among the group. After a while, Jiang Yang regained his composure, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as he gazed solemnly at the 3 individuals. He stated, "The doctor has informed me that I have approximately 3 to 5 months left. Time is of the essence. I have one more thing to accomplish, and I hope you will not hinder me." Qin Mingzhang, visibly anxious, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "For the past decade, I have devoted myself to a singular pursuit, yet I find myself unable to complete it. Now, with so little time remaining, perhaps this is fate's design. I intend to use my death to garner societal attention, to unveil the truth, and ensure that the perpetrators receive their just punishment." Zhu Wei interjected sharply, "What madness are you speaking?" Jiang Yang, agitated, replied, "After receiving the hospital report, I have contemplated deeply over the past few days. What if I were to commit suicide? A dramatic act of self-termination that would attract widespread attention. In the aftermath, people would learn of my former role as a prosecutor, the reasons behind my imprisonment, and the singular endeavor that occupied my last decade. With photographs and a list of victims, if you discreetly disseminate the events online, I am confident it would incite a significant uproar and lead to their prosecution." Zhu Wei retorted vehemently, "Have you lost your mind? What nonsense is this? Even if you have but a day left to live, make the most of it and cherish your reunion with your wife and children." Qin Mingzhang added, "A shui is correct. Do not indulge in such fanciful notions. Your actions will yield no results." Zhang Chao remarked, "Having served as a prosecutor for so many years, you should be acutely aware of what your profession detests most, the use of performative art as a means to contest the law. Self-immolation or suicide are the acts of the foolish. They lead only to despair. As a prosecutor, one who pursues procedural justice, how can you entertain such thoughts of engaging in performative protest?" Unmoved by their counsel, Jiang Yang remained obstinate. Zhu Wei subsequently erupted into a heated argument with him, furiously opening the window and leaning far out to smoke. Qin Mingzhang continued to plead with him, while Zhang Chao sat silently in the corner, observing their quarrel with bowed head. The debate persisted throughout the afternoon, culminating in Zhu Wei declaring, "If you wish to take your own life, so be it. But do not expect us to share photographs or any details online after your death. That is simply out of the question. When the time comes, your demise will merely be classified by the police as that of a wayward prosecutor who succumbed to the pressures of life after 3 years in prison. No one will know of your struggles over the past decade. All that will remain is their scorn." Jiang Yang responded, "You cannot remain so indifferent." "Can I? Huh. Then go ahead and die in vain. Let us see if I care." Chen Mingzhong interjected, "Stop this argument. It is futile. Your suicide will serve no purpose and will not alter any outcome. We shall not act in any capacity following your death." Jiang Yang gazed at the two men and let out a deep sigh. At this moment, he noticed Zhang Chao sitting in the corner, his head bowed and silent. He sought his opinion. "Teacher Zhang, would you agree with me?" Zhang Chao shook his head. "No," Zhu Wei declared loudly. "See, not even we are willing to help you. How could Teacher Zhang want to get into trouble?" Chen Mingzhong retorted coldly. "Zhu Wei, can't you just keep your mouth shut?" Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Zhu Wei quickly apologized to Zhang Chao. "Lawyer Zhang, I was wrong. I misspoke. Please forgive me." Zhang Chao ignored him and turned his gaze directly to Jiang Yang, slowly saying, "If you truly wish to die, perhaps consider a different manner of demise." Zhu Wei immediately erupted in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Chao continued to disregard him and earnestly addressed Jiang Yang. "I will help you die in exchange for procedural justice." Chapter 65. No. After hearing Zhang Chao's plan, Jiang Yang resolutely rejected it. "You would end up in prison as well, and Li Jing would never agree to this. You need not worry about that." "I will persuade her," Zhang Chao asserted confidently. Zhu Wei shouted in fury, "Absolutely not. If you go to prison, you might as well pay back Jiang Yang's 3 years of incarceration. I will not allow you to propose such a rotten idea that would lead to Jiang Yang's death." "Zhu Wei," Jiang Yang yelled, "could you please stop talking? My imprisonment has nothing to do with Teacher Zhang. Clearly, he deceived you into pleading guilty for a suspended sentence." Zhu Wei pointed at Zhang Chao, cursing. Jiang Yang stood up, his voice rising in desperation. "I have already stated that my imprisonment has nothing to do with Teacher Zhang. Be quiet. But this plan could lead to your demise. Otherwise, what? Should I just die?" Jiang Yang scoffed. "I think what Teacher Zhang suggested is worth considering. I simply do not wish to burden any of you." Zhu Wei angrily retorted, "You could have been naturally fine, but now you want to forcefully expedite things." Jiang Yang closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, his tone softening. "Shui, the doctor said I have 3 to 5 months left. If you cause me to stress into internal bleeding, I might very well pass away by tomorrow." Zhu Wei hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Please sit down. Let me speak properly, all right?" Jiang Yang smiled at him, returned to his chair, and looked at the three of them, saying, "I hardly have a few months left. It's merely a matter of expediting things. Moreover, the final stages of cancer are excruciatingly painful. You all have seen friends and relatives suffer from cancer, and those last few weeks are unbearable. With euthanasia not being an option in China, wouldn't it be better to make use of the time, rather than endure such an end?" Zhu Wei and Chen Mingzhong sighed deeply, burying their heads in their arms. Jiang Yang continued, "Teacher Zhang, I believe your idea is excellent. I initially thought of performance art, which is rather lowbrow. The procedural justice you mentioned is indeed the ideal solution. However, I do not wish for you to bear such a burden. Is there a way for me to implement the plan independently without dragging you down while achieving the same effect?" Zhang Chao shook his head. "Impossible. To realize procedural justice, the matters following your death must be handled by others." He glanced at Chen Mingzhong, who was well-versed in securities investment and understood the principle that returns are proportional to risks. Chen Mingzhong pursed his lips and replied, "I comprehend your perspective, Xiaojiang. I do not oppose leveraging his death for certain actions. However, I believe lawyer Zhang need not sacrifice himself. You will undoubtedly face imprisonment for this. I am fully convinced that you were deceived when you represented Xiaojiang in court those years ago. You need not cling to the notion of atonement in handling Xiaojiang's affairs. It is not as you perceive," Zhang Chao countered, shaking his head. "To be frank, I am indeed motivated by a sense of atonement, but it is not solely for Jiang Yang. I also owe a debt to Hogue Ping." Zhu Wei's assertion is entirely accurate. I have long harbored feelings for Li Jing. Initially, when I discovered the discrepancies, I refrained from voicing them out of fear of complications. Yet, I later realized my selfishness. I wished for Hogue Ping's shadow to completely vanish from Li Jing's life, which is why I continually advocated for abandoning the investigation, urging Li Jing to give up. I owe a debt to both Hogue Ping and Li Jing. And if I cannot take tangible actions to rectify the past, I shall not know how to face Li Jing in the future. Perhaps she will pretend as if nothing is amiss, but I cannot do that. Therefore, Jiang Yang, please do not dismiss my suggestion. I am no longer a youth. I do not speak out of impulsive zeal for justice, but rather as a person who reflects deeply. Zhu Wei pressed his lips together, saying nothing, and rose to step outside for a smoke. The remaining three fell into a heavy silence. After a considerable pause, Qinming Zhang spoke. Your plan lacks maturity. I perceive numerous flaws that may prevent us from achieving our desired outcome. Zhang Chao smiled and replied, this is merely a framework I devised on short notice. We have ample time to refine it before putting it into action, ensuring every step is meticulously planned. By uniting our strengths, medical examiner, police officer, prosecutor, and lawyer, we are all masters in our respective fields, the pinnacle of our professions. The combined capabilities of the four of us will undoubtedly bring the final plan to fruition. Jiang Yang hesitantly shook his head. I do not wish for you all to encounter trouble. Even if we succeed in reaching that stage, it would be meaningless otherwise. Zhang Chao reassured him. That will not happen. I cannot avoid trouble. As for Qin and Zhu, they are only offering suggestions to identify the plan's flaws, without engaging in the actual execution. We must align our narratives to minimize our sacrifices. Qinming Zhang furrowed his brow and said, however, this matter requires not only your persuasion of Li Jing. Xiaojiang must also convince Guo Hongxia. Guo Hongxia has the right to know the entirety of the situation. She is merely an ordinary woman, perhaps perceived as lacking education, confined to household duties and rudimentary labor, yet she is a remarkably strong woman. Since our acquaintance began, she has always been aware of my actions and has consistently supported me, despite the many tribulations she has faced over the years. She has never reproached me or urged me to abandon my pursuits. This time, she will also stand by me. His eyes reddened as he continued, in this lifetime, I have wronged her. Qinming Zhang bit his lip, appearing reluctant, yet seemingly bereft of better alternatives. Chapter 66. A week later, the four reconvened, each clutching a revised manuscript. Zhang Chao glanced at the group. Do you have any further comments on this amended plan? Zhu Wei muttered. By proceeding this way, Xiaojiang will truly be branded with the labels of embezzlement, gambling, and debauchery. How can we allow this? If we do not see it through to the end, Xiaojiang's reputation will be utterly destroyed. Jiang Yang scoffed. Isn't that precisely how my image stands at present? Yet it is far from the truth. Zhang Chao replied, everything is aimed at a final turnaround. The more thoroughly we tarnish his reputation, the cleaner the eventual redemption will be. Zhu Wei shook his head vehemently. Regardless, I cannot agree to this plan. Jiang Yang fixed him with a stare. Your disagreement is noted, but you will adhere to the plan, correct? Sighing, he struck the air with his fist. Jiang Yang smirked. From your seasoned perspective as a veteran criminal investigator, what additional points should we be mindful of? Zhu Wei sighed heavily, reluctantly picking up the manuscript to speak. You truly leave me no choice. I shall proceed. Jiang Yang chuckled. I knew you would voice opposition. Yet I am certain you have meticulously studied this plan. Get lost. Zhu Wei shot him a glance, his demeanor serious as he continued. After lawyer Zhang is apprehended, prior to any trial, it is imperative that the police fully ascertain you as the perpetrator, leaving no room for alternative scenarios. As it stands, the case appears straightforward, with evidence firmly implicating you, and you have confessed without hesitation. Typically, this would result in immediate detention as the prime suspect, with no further inquiries into other possibilities. However, given your status as a renowned criminal defense attorney, such an impulsive crime, coupled with your cooperation and confession, may raise suspicions among the officers. Moreover, the reasons for disposing of the body a day later and at the subway station are critical. The responses to these questions must be logical and reasonable. Of course, in ordinary circumstances, once evidence pins you down and you confess, the police seldom investigate unnatural behavior, as many suspects engage in actions that seem illogical to outsiders. The police have grown accustomed to such anomalies, focusing solely on the chain of evidence, indifferent to motive. Yet, with our plan, you and Xiaojiang have invested so much effort. We must ensure absolute certainty, leaving no room for the police to suspect you before the confession is retracted. Therefore, I must amend some of your statements. Additionally, once lawyer Zhang recants his testimony, the police will reopen the investigation and inevitably scrutinize Xiaojiang's personal connections. Phone records will be a priority. Thus, starting today, Old Qin should refrain from contacting Xiaojiang to avoid drawing attention to your acquaintance. These are the primary concerns. If there are no objections, I will revise and finalize my responsibilities. Zhang Chao added, following the retraction. We must guide the police investigation and involve as many individuals as possible. The more people who are privy to the truth, the less leverage Sun Honyun and others will have to suppress the matter through their connections. During the course of this guiding investigation, it is imperative that we maintain our rhythm, ensuring that Officer Zhu does not become the focal point of police questioning too early. We must allow the authorities to notice him only at our desired moment. Therefore, Officer Zhu, for the time being, should refrain from contacting Jiang Yang. You may reach out to me, and I will facilitate communication between both parties. Zhu Wei pondered for a moment and expressed his agreement. Zhang Chao then turned to Chen Mingzhang. Can you ensure that the police will conclude that Jiang Yang was strangled by me? Chen Mingzhang furrowed his brow and nodded. Given my background in this field, the plan involving Xiao Zhang's strangulation will have dual evidence. My company manufactures police forensic equipment, which can also simulate the force and angle required to strangle a person. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Jiang Yang interjected, Old Chen, if you have any difficulties, please speak freely. Chen Mingzhang pursed his lips. It is not my difficulty, it is yours. Dying from asphyxiation is an agonizing experience. Once you willingly place your neck in a noose, if you cannot endure the torment initially and grab the rope, you can escape. However, if you manage to resist for a minute without acting, then instinctively, due to asphyxiation, you will try to pull the rope to prevent strangulation. At that point, the rope will already be too tight, and regret will come too late. There will be no room for remorse. Jiang Yang scoffed with a derisive smile. In the first minute, I can certainly endure it with my willpower. After that minute, if I instinctively try to pull the rope and find it unyielding, that would suit me just fine. My only concern is that your equipment might not hold, and my last burst of strength could free me before I perish. Chen Mingzhang shook his head with a bitter smile. That is impossible. Perhaps binding my hands would be prudent to prevent any instinctual pulls, ensuring the plan does not go awry and saving time on preparations. No, Zhang insisted. Lawyer Zhang must admit before the police that it was a moment of impulse that led to your strangulation. This acknowledgement is crucial for the ensuing chaos and the haphazard disposal of the body. If your hands are bound, the autopsy will reveal that. Binding your hands before strangling you would indicate premeditated murder, and the police will not believe Lawyer Zhang's explanation for the body disposal. Jiang Yang nodded. While I am conscious, I will certainly control myself not to pull the rope. Chen Mingzhang sighed again and continued. Lawyer Zhang must remember to dismantle the equipment on the wall when he visits the house the next day, removing the parts and discarding them in a corner of the balcony, making them appear as nothing more than an old retractable drying rack, thus avoiding suspicion. Zhang Chao affirmed, I will not forget. Jiang Yang remarked, based on my understanding of the prosecution system, this plan contains no flaws that require rectification. The four engaged in prolonged discussion, with Zhang Chao meticulously recording every point, asserting, every step and every word spoken by each individual must be precise. We must commit all details to memory. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Mingzhang looked at Zhang Chao with curiosity. How did you persuade Li Jing to support your plan? Regardless, you will have to serve time, and she is your wife. Zhang Chao smiled, interrupting. Indeed, she was initially opposed. However, she came to understand me, and in the end, she consented. After the police initiated their investigation, she would proceed according to the plan, and I felt reassured by her response. The only concern was Jiang Yang. If your wife were to confront the police inquiry, Jiang Yang smiled and replied, I have already persuaded her. Zhu Wei inquired. Given how much Guo Hongxiao loves you, how could she possibly agree? What did you say to convince her? Jiang Yang responded vaguely, just as teacher Zhang convinced Li Jing. I did the same. As for any worries regarding her ability to handle the police investigation, she is a strong and honest woman. An honest person may lie, but even when faced with doubts or logical contradictions, they will not retract their words. I understand this aspect of her very well. The group murmured in contemplation, and Zhang Chao remarked, in summary, the crux of our plan is to amplify our influence, generating a sensational case. The higher the level of the investigation team we attract, the better. We must engage as many people as possible in the inquiry, guiding them to uncover the truth of the past decade, and ultimately compel them to acquiesce to my simple request. Therefore, each of us must remain calm when facing police inquiries, providing them with relevant clues and testimonies appropriate to each stage of the investigation. We cannot reveal the entire truth from the outset. Otherwise, the impact will be too limited. If they become apprehensive about the repercussions of the truth and attempt to suppress the case, our efforts will be in vain. Chapter 67. After the Spring Festival of 2013. Hua Hongxia and her child returned to Pingkong, while Zhang Yang remained in Hangzhou, commencing the final phase of his plan. In mid-February, Zhang Yang called Hu Yilong, informing him that he possessed several photographs taken by Hou Guiping, including images of a high-ranking official escorting a young girl into a hotel, and requested a meeting to discuss. Hu Yilong reserved a private room at a club, and Zhang Yang attended the banquet alone. They were not concerned about safety, as Zhang Yang only brought copies of the photographs. If Hu Yilong dared to act against him at the venue, it would backfire dramatically. Zhu Wei advised him to carry a recording device or hidden camera, suggesting it might yield incriminating evidence, but Zhang Chao dismissed the idea, arguing that he did not believe such devices could capture substantial evidence and that if discovered, their plan would collapse. Indeed, upon arriving at the club, Hu Yilong had his associates thoroughly search Zhang Yang for electronic devices before allowing him to sit down and talk. "I don't quite understand your phone call. What do you mean by photographs?" Hu Yilong inquired with a smile. Zhang Yang coldly scoffed. "Isn't it true that Hou Guiping met his demise because of those very photographs?" "Oh." Hu Yilong shook his head. "I don't quite grasp what you're saying. Could you show me the photographs?" Zhang Yang retrieved the copies from his bag and handed them over. Hu Yilong glanced at them, frowned, tore the copies in half, and cast them aside. Looking up at Zhang Yang, "Then what is your purpose in seeking me? My job, my life, my family, everything has been obliterated, all thanks to you. Now, I demand a compensation of 500,000 yuan in exchange for these photographs. Is that too much to ask?" Hu Yilong could not help but laugh coldly. "On what grounds? What do these photographs prove? Can they serve as evidence? You were once a prosecutor, well aware of the definition of evidence." Zhang Yang spread his hands, stating, "Legally, it hardly qualifies as evidence. However, if someone persistently reports to the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Procuratorate, while also recounting tales online of how your boss allegedly used underage girls to bribe officials, accompanied by these photographs, it is likely to stir up some trouble. We will sue you for defamation, and you will find yourself in prison once more." Hu Yilong glared at him coldly. Zhang Yang chuckled nonchalantly. "It matters not. It would merely be a return to prison. Even if these photographs hold no legal weight against you, I believe many will still choose to believe my narrative. Especially if Xia Liping learns that the incriminating images of him bringing girls to hotels still exist, merely because you refused to pay 50,000 yuan for their destruction. I suspect that will greatly anger your esteemed leader." Hu Yilong clenched his fists, resting them against his mouth, coldly observing Zhang Yang. After a moment, he spoke through gritted teeth. "Should you insist on this course of action, you will find yourself incarcerated again. A man who has been imprisoned twice is rendered useless for life, and you have a wife and children. Though you may be divorced, I believe you still care for them." His threat was blatant. Zhang Yang lowered his head and chuckled, as if finding his words amusing. After a brief pause, he retrieved a document from his bag and handed it over, saying, "Do you truly believe you can still intimidate me?" Hu Yilong's gaze shifted to the document. It was a hospital diagnosis report. After reading it, he sighed and returned it, pursing his lips. "It is regrettable to see that after all these years of our encounters, you have ended up with such a fate. However, it appears that no amount of money will alleviate this illness. What would you do with such a sum?" Zhang Yang replied, "As you mentioned, I still care deeply for my ex-wife and children. Deprived of my public office due to your machinations, I will receive no pension upon my death. I have always wished to leave them something. You might consider whether you are willing to pay 50,000 yuan to acquire the photographs, as my time is limited, and so is yours to contemplate this." Hu Yilong rose, pulled out his phone, and stepped outside to make a call. After several minutes, he returned to the room, asking, "Where did you obtain these photographs?" Zhang Yang smiled. "It matters not where they came from. The fact remains that I possess them. If you divulge their source, we could add another 100,000 to the offer." "That is impossible. There is no room for negotiation," Hu Yilong replied, his brow slightly furrowing. "However, we cannot ascertain the origin of your photographs. Once we purchase them from you, how can we be certain you do not retain a backup? The original photographs in my possession are singular. You ought to trust that Hou Guiping had no reason to produce multiple copies. As for the negatives, they reside within the camera, which you have long since confiscated." Hu Yilong scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. "We express our sympathy for your plight. We do not wish to engage in a transaction for the photographs. Rather, out of compassion, we will offer you 60,000 yuan, and in return, you will provide us with the original. Let us conclude our dealings here. What do you say? Do as you wish, whether it's a transaction or compensation. It matters not to me. Once the funds are received, The items will be yours. It's that simple. Very well. How shall we proceed with the transaction? Zhang Yang inquired. Before you leave work today, transfer the full amount into my account, and I shall send the original documents to you. Pay you first? Hu Yilong narrowed his eyes, questioning why they could not exchange cash for the photographs in person. If you agree, we can finalize this deal today. In person? Zhang Yang scoffed. If you were to forcibly take the photographs without remitting payment, what recourse would I have? You have deceived me more than once. How can I trust you? How can we be assured that once we pay you, you will send the photographs? I have no use for the photographs in a few months, I assure you. I will not hound you for money repeatedly. After all these years, you should trust my character. Well, Hu Yilong chuckled. We have never encountered a business model where full payment is made before delivery. My boss would never agree to that. Zhang Yang frowned. Then let us arrange for a deposit of 200,000 yuan today, and we shall meet again in a few days to settle the remaining balance. This way, I will at least have the assurance of 200,000 yuan. After pondering for a moment, Hu Yilong replied, All right, I agree. In the following days, Hu Yilong repeatedly called Zhang Yang, eager to expedite the transaction. Each time, Zhang Yang assured him that the originals were in Pingkong and that he was still at the hospital in Hangzhou, promising to return soon. However, 10 days passed, and Zhang Yang continued to provide the same response. Unable to contain his frustration, Hu Yilong called again, demanding, When exactly will you return to Pingkong? Soon, very soon. Stop with the games. What do you truly intend to do? Hu Yilong's patience had evidently worn thin. Zhang Yang dropped the facade. I apologize. I have been toying with you. The originals are with me, and I never intended to give them to you. Do not forget how you orchestrated my downfall all those years ago. I merely wish to play with you one last time before my demise. Hu Yilong retorted coldly. You may not fear death, but do not forget that your ex-wife and son are still in Pingkong, correct? Hu Yilong scoffed. I regret to inform you that all our conversations have been recorded, including this one. If anything were to happen to my ex-wife and son, explaining it would be quite difficult for you. Thank you for the 200,000 yuan. Would you like to discuss anything further? Realizing the other party was recording, Hu Yilong could say no more and angrily hung up the phone. Zhang Yang turned to Zhang Chao and Zhu Wei, smiling. Was my performance satisfactory? Zhang Chao gave a thumbs up, an Oscar-worthy performance. Zhu Wei snorted derisively and turned away. Zhang Yang, puzzled, asked, Shui, what troubles you? Zhu Wei clenched his fists and, after a long pause, turned back, his eyes glistening with tears. After that call, according to plan, you have but 1 week left. Choked with emotion, he could say no more. Zhang Yang, dismissing his concern with a laugh, replied, Isn't this precisely what we had planned all along? Zhu Wei let out a heavy sigh and silently sank into the sofa. Do not behave this way, Shui. You are over 50 and have seen countless situations. Please do not expect me to console you like a woman, he remarked. Zhu Wei shot him a glare, but could not suppress a chuckle. In a couple of days, I will be fighting with Teacher Zhang, and you are responsible for calling the police. By the way, have you prepared the anonymous mobile phone card for that purpose? Upon receiving an affirmative response, he teased, Shui, when you call the police, your tone must be natural. Come, demonstrate how you will speak when reporting. Zhu Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. I refuse to demonstrate. How can we ensure you do not misspeak? Reading from the script is far too uninspired. We must avoid any slip-ups in the initial investigation, Zhang Yang chimed in. Regardless, I will not let you down, yet I feel a heaviness in my heart. Whether you or old Zhang retracts now, I would welcome it, he implored, glancing at them, but they all shook their heads. Such dialogues had occurred countless times, each leaving him more disheartened. Everything was being pulled inexorably towards their ultimate goal, as if driven by an unstoppable force. On the night of February 28th, Jiang Yang and Zhang Chao had a brawl, and Zhu Wei used the anonymous mobile phone card to call the police, who came to mediate and document the incident. After the officers departed, Zhang Chao mimicked strangling Jiang Yang, who struggled and clawed at Zhang Chao's arm and neck, breaking the skin. After sending Zhang Chao away, Jiang Yang did not wash his hands, wishing to preserve the remnants of skin beneath his nails until the very end. On the evening of March 1st, Jiang Yang donned Zhang Chao's clothes and drove Zhang Chao's car back to the community. He lowered the sun visor, leaning back to hide in the darkness of the vehicle, ensuring that the community surveillance could not capture his face, thus misleading the police regarding the time of the incident. Upon returning home, he prepared himself, turned off the lights, and slipped his neck into the noose of the device. After pressing the remote control switch, he hurled the switch out of the window. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists as the rope tightened. Far from the house, Chen Mingzhong and Zhu Wei stood silently watching as the lights extinguished. They lingered for a long time, but the lights did not illuminate again. Zhu Wei turned silently and departed, vanishing into the vast darkness. Chen Mingzhong sighed, climbed into his Mercedes, and drove toward the bar. Zhang Chao lay in a hotel in Beijing, staring at the ceiling, remaining awake throughout the night. Li Jing at home sifted through photographs taken over the past few months of Jiang Yang and Zhang Chao, weeping silently. Guo Hongxia, at her home, had lulled her child to sleep and sat alone in the living room, staring blankly at the television until static appeared on the screen, never changing the channel. On the afternoon of March 2nd, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Zhang Chao deliberately donned tattered and grimy clothing, dragging a suitcase containing Jiang Yang's body, and hailed a taxi. As they passed a subway station, a private car suddenly accelerated from behind, rear-ending the taxi, prompting both parties to stop and summon the traffic police for negotiation. The driver of the private vehicle was an employee of Chen Mingzhong's company, someone he trusted immensely and considered a close friend. The employee was entirely unaware of their scheme. Yet he assured Chen Mingzhong that should the traffic police or any other officers inquire, he would claim it was merely an unfortunate rear-end collision caused by his own negligence, a statement that would not incur any trouble. Consequently, Zhang Chao found a suitable excuse to drag his suitcase away from the scene and entered the subway station. There, Chen Mingzhong and Zhu Wei stood at a distance, observing him. A tumult of emotions swirled within Zhu Wei, yet he could only glare in anger. Chen Mingzhong discreetly gestured towards his glasses, indicating that Zhang Chao should promptly discard them later, ensuring that his appearance in the photographs taken post-arrest would differ significantly from his usual visage, thereby evading recognition by their two clients in Beijing. Zhang Chao nodded slightly in response, reassuring him, and then commenced the performance of voluntarily exposing the body. Chapter 69. Li Jing gently bit her finger, silently watching as the detectives searched through the bookshelf. After a while, she turned her head, her gaze drifting towards the distant void outside the window. Yin Liang stole a glance at her, quietly moving beside her, casting his own gaze parallel to the window, and remarked, "Your husband loves you dearly, does he not?" "Of course," Li Jing replied plainly. "Do you love your husband as well?" "Certainly." Yin Liang turned to her. "Then why do you not intervene?" Li Jing let out a cold scoff through her nose. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. I have gleaned nearly everything about your plan. Is that so?" Li Jing remained indifferent, not turning her head. "I believe you only chose this path when all other avenues were obstructed. It must have been a formidable decision. I realized certain things long ago, but my authority is limited, and I can offer no assistance. The only thing I can do is to persuade Zhao Taimin to continue the investigation." Slowly, Li Jing turned her head to regard him, yet she said nothing. "I am merely curious how Jiang Yang convinced his ex-wife, and how Zhang Chao managed to persuade you." Li Jing lifted her gaze to the ceiling, murmuring, "Guo Hongxia is a strong person, and so am I." Before long, a detective retrieved a file bag from the bookshelf and presented it to Yin Liang. Upon opening it, they discovered several photographs. Some of the images, judging by their pixel quality, were quite old, depicting scenes in front of the Khan Hotel. A few others were more recent, showing a man walking alongside a child of approximately 10 years of age. Both sets of photographs were surreptitiously taken. In addition to the photographs, the file bag contained a household registration document for a person named Guli, current status information, and details regarding a boy's household registration, transfer records, and the class and grade of his current school. Yin Liang reviewed everything, meticulously comparing the old and new photographs, before selecting a yellowed photo to show to Li Jing. Pointing to a man seemingly escorting a girl into the hotel, and inquired, "Who is this person?" "The vice mayor of Jin City over a decade ago. Now the provincial deputy, Xiao Liping." Yin Liang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a few moments before gravely nodding. "I understand what Zhang Chao desires." He then informed several heads of the criminal police that the search had concluded. Just as they were about to leave Zhang Chao's residence, Li Jing suddenly called out to him, "Is there anything else?" He observed Li Jing tightly clenching her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, her entire body trembling slightly. She hesitated, and after a few seconds, managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. "I beg you." Yin Liang nodded firmly in response and turned to exit the house. In that moment, he perceived a certain beauty in this woman. Zhang Chao noticed that only Yin Liang had come, with no members of the interrogation team arranged. He glanced up at the camera, which was directed at a blind spot, and smiled faintly. "It seems today will be yet another special conversation." At that moment, He noticed the file bag placed before Yan Liang and sighed, saying, "I trust that teacher Yan is already aware of my motives." Yan Liang nodded. "Your plan is quite prudent. It does not directly request the special investigation team to exonerate the 10-year wrongful conviction." Zhang Chao offered a bitter smile. "I understand the limited authority of the special investigation team. If I were to demand that they rectify the 10-year wrongful conviction in exchange for revealing the truth, the outcome would undoubtedly be that my request would go unfulfilled, and you would remain without the truth regarding Jiang Yang's death. Why inflict harm upon one another, entangling ourselves in a perpetual deadlock? Thus, your ultimate demand is quite simple: for us to conduct a paternity test between that child and the genes of Xia Liping and Guli. As long as it is established that this child is indeed the offspring of Xia Liping and Guli, coupled with the timeline of birth, it would prove that Xia Liping had engaged in sexual relations with the underage Guli, thereby violating criminal law. Once Xia Liping is subjected to coercive measures, a critical line within this criminal syndicate could be severed, ensuring that Jiang Yang's decade of effort would not be in vain. Zhang Chao did not refute this, stating, "Conducting a paternity test is not a difficult request for you." Yan Liang countered, "Do you not find it challenging for Zhao Taimin to investigate Xia Liping? I do not expect a direct investigation into Xia Liping. I merely seek a paternity test. Surely you can devise various methods to fulfill this modest request." Yan Liang smiled. "It appears you possess a keen understanding of the police's capabilities. This plan must undoubtedly be attributed to that remarkable veteran detective, Ping Kong, by Shui. And Zhu Wei, correct? Zhu Wei has no connection to this matter. It was my own conception. He has always resented me for causing Jiang Yang's imprisonment and would want to strike me whenever we meet. How could that be possible? Is that so?" Yan Liang remained non-committal. "Then how did Qinming Zhang assist in Jiang Yang's suicide?" Zhang Chao paused for a moment, replying, "I do not fully comprehend this statement. Hu Yilong and his associates would not resort to murdering Jiang Yang, as he was already in the late stages of lung cancer and had little time left. Furthermore, he possessed no substantial evidence that could threaten Hu Yilong and his group. The cause of his death could only be one of two possibilities: suicide, or your assistance in his suicide. In China, euthanasia is illegal and constitutes a crime. Jiang Yang would not have the heart to allow a friend to assist in his suicide, thereby committing murder. Hence, it could only be a case of suicide. However, it is improbable for an ordinary individual to commit suicide without the authorities discerning it as a homicide. Technically, achieving this would necessitate the assistance of Qinming Zhang. Furthermore, it has come to our attention that the taxi you took before entering the subway station was rear-ended by a private vehicle, the owner of which happened to be acquainted with Qinming Zhang, which is rather coincidental." Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes slightly and stated solemnly, "Qinming Zhang is not involved in this matter. It was Jiang Yang and I who deceived him to extract information on how to disguise a homicide. He was completely unaware of Jiang Yang's final decision." Yan Liang sighed. "Very well. Jiang Yang chose to end his life months in advance to overturn the case, and you voluntarily entered prison to atone for past mistakes. Let us not implicate Zhu Wei and Qinming Zhang. Now, once we receive the paternity test report, what do you wish for us to do next?" "Make the report public to all members of the special investigation team." "Do you truly believe that making it public will ensure that Xia Liping faces justice?" Zhang Chao scoffed. "I have always been gambling, yet we must trust that we shall prevail. We simply feel that if we cannot win even this gamble, then the decade-long truth can be definitively concluded, as we have exhausted all efforts, and it shall be impossible thereafter." He sighed, his gaze fixed intently on Yan Liang. "The members of the Special Investigation Team hail from the Provincial Public Security Bureau, the Provincial High Procuratorate, the Municipal Police Department, and many other interested parties are observing this case. Once the results of the paternity test are disclosed to such a multitude of leaders within the team, they will report back to their respective institutions. I refuse to believe that the criminal facts known to so many individuals and organizations will allow Xia Liping to remain unscathed." Yan Liang regarded him with admiration, nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment, he queried, "Have you contemplated what would transpire had you not encountered Zhao Taimin and me, but rather a special investigation team leader who sought to quell matters?" Zhang Chao chuckled. "Indeed, I have entertained such a hypothesis, which is why I have consistently aimed to guide the police investigation, allowing more members of the special investigation team to gradually uncover the truth of the past decade. The more individuals who are aware of the truth, the less likely it is to be concealed. I did not wish to reveal the truth and my demands to the criminal investigation team from the outset, should the police choose not to pursue the investigation further. The Jiangyang case would become an eternal cold case, leaving the public security unable to provide a satisfactory response to society. This is a game of strategy between myself and the police. He paused, nodding emphatically at Yin Liang, and expressed, I am deeply grateful to you, Teacher Yin. From our very first encounter, you began to question my motives, yet you did not deter me. Rather, you facilitated the police in following my leads. Yin Liang smiled and inquired, how did you know I harbored doubts from our initial meeting? Because you were the first to inquire about my glasses and appearance. I am nearsighted, and the planning for the subway station operation had taken considerable time. There could be no mistakes, hence I needed to wear my glasses. However, once apprehended, I had to remove them, and my disguise and hairstyle appeared rather unrefined, ensuring that I looked different from my usual self in the news, thus avoiding early identification by witnesses in Beijing. Otherwise, the plan would have collapsed from the outset. Your repeated questions regarding my glasses made me anxious, as I knew I could not keep it hidden from you, and I earnestly hoped you would safeguard my secret. Yin Liang candidly expressed, initially, I was merely intrigued by your intentions, which is why I refrained from directly communicating my suspicions to Zhao Taimin. However, upon acquiring further information, the only assistance I could offer was to urge Zhao Taimin to investigate further. In the 70th chapter, on a desolate road in the Binjiang district of Hangzhou, an inconspicuous private vehicle was parked on the non-motorized lane. Yin Liang occupied the driver's seat, with the window partially rolled down, while he and Zhao Taimin gazed into the distance. A patrol car belonging to the traffic police was stationed at the far intersection. At that moment, an Audi approached rapidly from afar. Officer Lin Qi gestured towards the Audi, and it soon came to a gradual stop by the roadside. As the window descended, Lin Qi approached the driver's side. Unable to discern the situation from his distance, Yin Liang turned to Zhao Taimin and inquired, Are you certain that Xia Liping is unaccompanied and is driving alone? Zhao Taimin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. He typically visits that child alone on weekends and then drives back to the provincial residential area in Qianjiang New Town. He likely wishes to keep the secret of his illegitimate child concealed from others. Lin Qi produced a breathalyzer, instructing the Audi's driver to blow into it. Xia Liping took the mouthpiece and exhaled forcefully, preparing to leave when Lin Qi abruptly commanded, Get out of the car. Why should I get out? Xia Liping retorted, displeased. 105. Driving under the influence. Exit the vehicle and proceed to the hospital for a blood test, Lin Qi asserted, as two additional officers advanced, obstructing the Audi and presenting an unyielding stance against his departure. Absolutely not. Xia Liping glared defiantly. I haven't been drinking. How could I be driving under the influence? Lin Qi raised the device before him, adopting a demeanor of righteous authority. You can see for yourself. No further discussion. Get out. I haven't been drinking. You must have mismeasured. This machine is certainly malfunctioning. Xia Liping remained seated, refusing to move. Enough with the excuses. Get out of the vehicle now. Lin Qi attempted to open the door, but it was locked. He reached through the window to disengage the lock, opening the door and pulling Xia Liping out. Furious, Xia Liping protested, Let go of me. I intend to file a complaint. Which department are you from? I will contact your superior. Lin Qi smirked. Complain all you wish. Right now, you have no say in the matter. Come on, we're going to the hospital. Xia Liping was forcibly removed from the driver's seat and compelled onto the enforcement vehicle. Although he held a high-ranking position, he understood that revealing his identity to the lower-ranking officers would be futile, as they were only beholden to their immediate superiors. Given the hierarchical disconnect, he had no acquaintances among the lower-level authorities, as Hangzhou is a provincial capital with a well-developed social news media landscape. He realized that refusing to comply with law enforcement for such a trivial matter could lead to public exposure. Even though he had not consumed alcohol, he would face public condemnation, being branded as a high-ranking official driving under the influence while leveraging his status to evade the law. Reluctantly, though seething with anger, Xia Liping acquiesced and boarded the enforcement vehicle en route to the hospital. Under the watchful gaze of the police, after a 10-minute wait following his blood test, he received an apology from Lin Qi, who admitted that their breathalyzer had indeed malfunctioned, causing erratic readings. Though he was incensed, as an individual of certain stature, he felt compelled to maintain his composure and deemed it unworthy to quibble with a low-ranking officer. Thus, he huffed and climbed into the enforcement vehicle, which conveyed him back to the location of his car. Once the Audi had departed, Zhao Taimin answered a phone call. After concluding the conversation, he smiled at Yin Liang, commenting, Lin Qi performed quite well. Xia Liping never even glanced at his badge. Even if he had, It could easily be explained by the recent stringent checks on drunk driving, with insufficient traffic police personnel leading to the involvement of criminal detectives. It would be beneath his rank to fuss over such a trivial matter. However, you must ensure he remains unaware of your investigation. Zhao Taiman scoffed lightly. He will eventually find out, but he cannot touch me. I answer to the municipal bureau, and can they really handle me over such trivialities? At a foreign language primary school in Hangzhou, just days into the new term, a teacher from Zhejiang University's medical school approached the school leadership with a document from the provincial health department. They were conducting a study on the nutritional status of children across the province and required samples of trace elements from children of various ages in different regions. The school complied with their request, providing a list of 6th grade students, from which the research team randomly selected a few for blood tests, one of whom was a boy named Xia. After departing the school, the research team made their way to Yin Liang, who had been waiting eagerly. Upon receiving the small vial of blood, he expressed his gratitude and earnestly requested the team to maintain confidentiality, to which they readily agreed. In Chapter 71, the office of Gao Dong was sealed tightly. He sat behind his desk, furrowing his brow, motionless as he scrutinized the paternity test report in his hands. Opposite him sat Zhao Taiman, fingers interlaced, anxiously awaiting his superior's opinion. After what felt like an eternity, Gao Dong, having perused the report countless times, finally set it down, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and inquired, "Has the Jiangyang case been resolved?" Zhao Taiman nodded. "Yes. It has been resolved and is currently in the final stages of closure, though the results have not yet been disclosed to the entire special task force. Once I received the identification results, I shared them with Zhang Chao, who was quite pleased and requested a copy for his wife. After delivering it to Li Jing, she suddenly recalled that Zhang Chao, during their meeting at the detention center after his retraction of testimony, had mentioned that there was a tape at home that could prove Jiang Yang's death was a suicide and not a murder committed by him. She had forgotten this detail due to the immense stress she was under at that time, only to remember it today. Gao Dong scoffed, to forget evidence that could exonerate her husband due to undue stress, and suddenly recall it now. Such theatrics would be eliminated in the first episode of a drama, yet it has managed to evade the scrutiny of the police for months. Zhao Taiman could not help but chuckle. Now they need not act. They merely have to concoct a flimsy excuse to reveal the truth to us. What was on the tape? It was a video recording. On the night prior to Jiang Yang's tragic decision to take his own life, he set up a video camera before him. He sat in front of the device and spoke for over half an hour, recounting his experiences over the past decade and elucidating the reasons that led to his ultimate choice of suicide. He presented numerous pieces of indirect evidence he had gathered throughout the years. He insisted that this decision was solely his own, unrelated to anyone else, and earnestly requested Zhang Chao to ensure that the recording and evidence be submitted to the relevant state authorities at an appropriate time. After conveying these sentiments, he positioned himself behind a chair, placed his head into a noose attached to a device, pressed the remote control switch, and threw the remote out of the window. Closing his eyes, a little over a minute later, he began to reach for the rope, but by then, it was too late for escape. Shortly thereafter, he succumbed to death. Zhao Taiman clenched his teeth lightly, for regardless of one's strength or stoicism, witnessing that recording would evoke a profound sense of helplessness and exhaustion. After hearing his account, Gao Dong rested his chin on his hand, lips pressed together in silence. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and remarked, "There is no need for you to show me that recording. I have no desire to watch it." Zhao Taiman nodded in silence. Gao Dong then inquired, "Is it truly the case that no one else was involved?" He implored Zhang Chao to submit the recording to the relevant authorities. Yet Zhang Chao disposed of the body at the subway station. Could this plan have been a spur-of-the-moment idea from Zhang Chao? Yin Liang clarified that the plan had been meticulously devised over an extended period by Zhang Chao, Jiang Yang, Zhu Wei, Chen Mingzhang, and Li Jing. Zhang Chao had confided in him that Jiang Yang's decision to record his suicide was inspired by the American film The Life of David Gale. As for Jiang Yang's ex-wife, she was a simple-minded person who believed she only knew of Jiang Yang's suicide, remaining oblivious to the entirety of the scheme. Otherwise, she might inadvertently reveal details during police inquiries. How Jiang Yang and Zhang Chao managed to convince their respective partners remains a mystery. But one can surmise it was no easy feat for both the individuals involved and their loved ones. This was an exceedingly difficult decision. Zhao Taiman paused momentarily before continuing. Yin Liang surmised that this plan was established several months prior to Jiang Yang's death. We discovered from Jiang Yang's communication records that beginning in early January, His frequency of calls with Zhu Wei and Qinming Zhang sharply declined, while his calls with Zhang Chao surged, ostensibly to eliminate any suspicion regarding their involvement in the plan. Zhang Chao had no choice but to willingly face imprisonment, yet they wished to shield others from being implicated. Within the grand scheme, Zhu Wei, an experienced detective, provided counter-investigation assistance. The device designed to simulate strangulation of Jiang Yang was undoubtedly the handiwork of Qinming Zhang. The following day, Zhang Chao entered the residence, dismantled the suicide apparatus, and discarded the components, misleading us into believing it was merely a discarded retractable drying rack. Li Jing also played a pivotal role, collaborating with Zhang Chao to provide us with crucial leads at opportune moments, ensuring our investigation adhered to their plan without veering off course. Gao Dong pondered for a brief moment before smiling. It seems likely that Yin Liang had already grasped the truth, hasn't he? Yin Liang had initially harbored suspicions regarding Zhang Chao's ulterior motives, yet he refrained from disclosing this to me, instead feigning ignorance and urging me to continue my investigation. As the events of the past decade began to unfurl, I suspected Zhang Chao was seeking to overturn the case, but Yin Liang insisted otherwise. He mentioned that if Zhang Chao had evidence to overturn the case, he wouldn't need to make such great sacrifices if he lacked evidence. Voluntarily entering prison would not lead to a reversal. Yin Liang struggled to comprehend the motivations until the end, when he realized that Zhang Chao's strategy was to save the country through a roundabout method, using the resolution of the case as leverage to compel us to conduct a paternity test, which would serve as direct evidence implicating Xia Liping, ultimately leading to the resolution of a decade-long wrongful conviction and the capture of the true culprit. It was no easy feat. Gao Dong gazed up at the ceiling, murmuring, "Do you recall what I initially told you? You are to investigate the case without delving into the underlying matters." Zhao Taiman nodded. Gao Dong elaborated, "In recent years, Jiang Yang has penned several letters to provincial leaders, detailing the events of the past decade. However, senior officials receive countless letters from persistent petitioners daily, so they hardly pay attention. By chance, a provincial leader privately forwarded one of these letters to me. Upon reading it, I was astounded by its content. Yet, Jiang Yang lacked evidence, and I could not ascertain the truth of the narrative, especially since the officials involved were beyond my purview. It was only after Zhang Chao's retraction caused an uproar that I realized the deceased, Jiang Yang, was indeed the prosecutor who had written the letter. Reflecting on the story within, I became convinced that a significant hidden agenda lay behind this dramatic turn of confession and retraction, which is why I urged you to continue your investigation." Zhao Taiman expressed his deepest concern, now with incontrovertible evidence of Xia Liping's rape of a girl under 14. "What should I do next?" Gao Dong pondered briefly. "How many people in the task force are aware of this matter?" "I have informed some prosecutors. They should have reported to the provincial high court, but we have yet to receive explicit directives from above." Gao Dong scoffed. "Deputy Chief, we don't know what background he has. No one is willing to take the initiative to investigate him." Zhao Taiman frowned. "Some individuals have approached me, advising me to steer clear of this issue, warning it would be detrimental to me, suggesting that as long as the Jiang Yang case is resolved, the report should avoid discussing their motivations." Gao Dong lit another cigarette and sighed. "Xia Liping is already aware of this situation. He is likely restless at this moment. To be honest, I have received warnings from others. The opposing party is of a very high rank, and I cannot refuse. I merely stated that I had not been paying attention to this case, and if I were to see you, I would provide guidance." Zhao Tiamin's expression was conflicted. Should we simply disregard this? They have committed so many atrocities: sexual assault, murder, destruction of evidence, and persecution of judicial personnel. He clenched his teeth, distressed. "I promised Yin Liang and Zhang Chao that I would do my utmost to reveal the truth." Gao Dong glanced at him, smiling slightly. "I mentioned that when I see you, I would relay messages and offer guidance, but you, as the head of the criminal investigation team, hold yourself in high regard and are incredibly obstinate. I cannot reach you. I am not your direct superior, and you have not engaged in any illegal activities. You are merely loyal to your duties, which puts me at a loss." Zhao Taiman furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that I should disclose the truth directly?" Gao Dong, perplexed, inquired. "This year, across the nation, there has been a movement to rectify wrongful convictions. Which case initiated this wave?" Zhao Taiman, unlike Gao Dong, lacks a rich political sensitivity and is unable to respond. Gao Dong pointed to Zhao Taiman. "Let us begin with the investigation into your team's criminal examination chief, Nia-. She orchestrated the wrongful conviction in the case of the 5 murders in Shaoshan through torture, a miscarriage of justice that was only rectified at the end of last year. This case has been extensively reported by national media and has been prominently highlighted by the Supreme Procuratorate as a typical example, awakening various regions to the reality that this judicial reform is indeed serious, thus initiating a wave of rectifications of wrongful convictions. The one who rectified this case was none other than Deputy Procurator Wu from the Municipal Procuratorate. Wu is an exceptionally upright prosecutor who has devoted many years to rectifying this case, facing numerous challenges and obstacles, yet he never wavered. As the head of this special investigation team, you are not suited to publicly disclose the truth to society. Perhaps presenting Jiang Yang's story along with the paternity test report to Prosecutor Wu would be the most appropriate course of action. Chapter 72 on December 3, 2013. At the Zhejiang Provincial People's Hall, a banner hung outside the venue. 2013 National Outstanding Prosecutor Wu's Achievements Report meeting. Inside the hall, the platform was adorned with over 10 nameplates representing the leaders of provincial and municipal procuratorate, government, and propaganda departments. In the audience, several hundred prosecutors from across the province sat, alongside representatives from the police, courts, and other supportive units. Amidst a flurry of flashing lights, several key leaders spoke in order of rank. After the first round of speeches concluded, the host handed the floor to the dais protagonist, Prosecutor Wu, who had just been awarded the title of 2013 National Outstanding Prosecutor by the Supreme Procuratorate last month. In his 50s, with graying hair and an authoritative countenance, Wu took the microphone. After exchanging pleasantries with the leaders and attendees, he cleared his throat, adopted a serious expression, surveyed the audience, and then made an unexpected move by removing the Outstanding Prosecutor medal from his chest and placing it slowly on the table. He then spoke with deliberate gravity. "I dare not wear this medal, for I have merely fulfilled my duties to the best of my ability. It hardly merits recognition. There is another prosecutor who is far more deserving of this honor. He has dedicated 10 years of his life to uncover the truth, sacrificing his youth, career, reputation, future, family, and even, potentially, his own life. Yet, despite the truth being right before us, some in attendance choose to remain willfully blind." His emphatic opening remarks left everyone momentarily stunned, yet no one interrupted him, and he continued. The presentation went on for quite some time, without anyone dozing off. Even the provincial leaders, who were initially scheduled to leave midway, chose to stay. In the visitation room of the detention center, separated by thick organic glass, Yin Liang informed Zhang Chao, during the Provincial Procuratorate's commendation conference, Prosecutor Wu made no mention of the accolades. Instead, he recounted your untimely story in this most inappropriate setting. Zhang Chao squinted, remaining motionless for an extended period. After a long while, tears welled up in his eyes. Yin Liang continued, expressing his admiration for Wu Jian, noting that to speak such words at a grand assembly required immense courage. Now, the judicial authorities across the province were aware of the matter. The evidence against Xia Liping had been made public, and there was no one capable of shielding him from the impending arrest. It was believed that Sun Hongyun and other implicated individuals would also find it difficult to evade the grasp of the law. Jiang Yang could finally rest in peace. Zhang Chao's tears streamed down to his neck, oblivious to their presence. Your actions have transgressed the law, yet I believe that the prosecutorial body, understanding your hidden circumstances, will plead on your behalf before the court, ultimately securing a lenient sentence for you. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. I'm not worried in the slightest. 10 years is an eternity." Zhang Chao calmly uttered these words, gazing at the stainless steel bars, where his reflection faintly appeared. Just over half a year ago, he had radiated vitality. Now, much of his hair had turned gray. He sighed at his reflection, pondering how swiftly time ages a person. Chapter 73 March 6, 2014. Hangzhou City News. The Hangzhou Public Security Bureau recently solved the highly publicized subway body transport case from last year. Suspect Zhang Chao was not the perpetrator who killed the deceased. The specifics of the case involve personal privacy. Zhang Chao was implicated in fabricating evidence, obstructing judicial investigation, and endangering public safety, receiving an 8-year prison sentence in the first trial, to which he responded by expressing his acceptance of the verdict without appeal. March 9, 2014. Zhejiang Daily. The Zhejiang Provincial News Office disclosed that Deputy Director Xia Liping fell to his death from the west building of his workplace on March 8. The police confirmed it to be a suicide. Investigations and Xia Liping's own suicide note indicated that his primary reason for taking his life was the prolonged illness suffered by both himself and his wife, which had imposed a heavy psychological burden, manifesting tendencies of despair. March 14, 2014. News website around 11 a.m. on March 13th. Li Jiangguo, political commissioner and director of the Jin City Public Security Bureau, accidentally fell from his office on the 6th floor. Staff members informed reporters that the incident was an accident, occurring while he was cleaning the windows. Li Jiangguo's funeral will take place on the 16th. Sources close to him revealed that he was 49 years old, diligent in his work and sincere in his dealings, leaving his colleagues in deep sorrow upon hearing the tragic news. March 19, 2014, Shenzhen Stock Exchange announcement Mr. Hu Along, the company board secretary, tragically passed away on March 19 due to a sudden heart attack at the age of 46. The current board comprises 8 members, whose composition complies with the relevant provisions of the company law and the articles of association, thus remaining legal and valid. The board has resolved that, until a new board secretary is elected, Vice Chairwoman Ms. LV will assume the responsibilities of the company secretary. All operational and management activities of the company continue to function normally. May 8, 2014, Hangzhou Public Security Bureau website Zhao Tainan, head of the criminal investigation team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, has been implicated in serious disciplinary violations. During the course of the case investigation, he disclosed significant confidential information to non-police personnel, resulting in grave consequences. He has been relieved of all duties and is now subject to judicial investigation. On July 6, 2014, in Hangzhou, Zhejiang Micro Measurement Instrument Equipment Company Limited was implicated in tax evasion and the forgery of invoices. The legal representative, Chen, was sentenced to 3 years in prison and fined 1 million. It is reported that for a long time, in a private room of a restaurant, Zhao Taiman pushed the door open to find only Zhu Wei and Yin Liang inside, with several bottles of liquor on their table. Yin Liang glanced at him and remarked, "Li Jing just came by, cried for a while, and then left." He sighed heavily, concluding, "It is what it is." Zhao Taiman pursed his lips and offered a bitter smile. "Director Gao asked me to convey his gratitude to you for not disclosing during the investigation that he had instructed you." Yin Liang sighed, "But you have revealed state secrets to me. A non-police officer, I am now without any position." Zhao Taiman chuckled heartily. "Director Gao mentioned that I would be transferred to another department in a few years. Transitioning from a criminal investigator to another branch of the police is still service to the people. So what is there to fear?" He gestured towards Zhu Wei, saying, "Isn't Pingkong Bai Xue enjoying their time at the police station?" Zhu Wei looked at him and could not help but laugh heartily as well. And the three of them raised their glasses in a toast. Zhu Wei gazed out the window at the inky night sky, recalling Chen Mingxiang, who was detained in an unfamiliar place and was overcome with sorrow, taking the bottle and gulping down several mouthfuls. Yin Liang shook his head in despair, unable to comprehend the outcome at all. Zhao Tainan offered a wry smile, stating, "Director Gao said our greatest miscalculation lay with Xia Liping. We thought he was the highest-ranking official involved, but we were mistaken. Hence, Xia Liping fell from the building while Sun Hongyan survived. Who else? I don't know." Yin Liang remained silent, and after a moment, the three of them began to laugh. That night, they consumed copious amounts of alcohol and exchanged very few words. The darkness enveloped them, and they were oblivious to when dawn would break. In the office of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Secretary Wang stared grimly at the dossier before him, while the surrounding disciplinary officials looked on with trepidation. He rose abruptly, flinging the dossier down before him without casting a glance at anyone, and strode out. On July 29, 2014, the Major Tiger fell. End of text.